not cooperating, Lu Chu switched to intimidation. In the morning, he came into contact with the bodyguards who came to look for Lin Nanshuang and confirmed that they were not officials. Moreover, judging from the bodyguards' attitude, they had no ill intentions and were simply looking for someone. Hey, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Do I look like a bad person? Lin Nanshuang said angrily with her hands on her hips. Don't judge a person by his appearance. If you want me to believe you, then you have to explain everything clearly. Why are those people looking for you? Lu Chu said. Lin Nanshuang hesitated for a moment and said, I ran away from home, and my dad sent someone to find me. Why did you run away from home? Lu Chu asked. My father forced me to marry someone I didn't like and wanted to take me back to get married. Understood. Now that you know, you can keep it a secret, right? Okay, but I still say that hiding all the time is not a solution. You have to solve the problem from the root. Lin Nanshuang thought it made sense and subconsciously asked, what do you think? Before your dad finds you, you should find a boyfriend, then your dad will naturally stop forcing you. Lu Chu offered his suggestion. Lin Nanshuang said disdainfully, that's it. I thought you had some good ideas. Even if I find a boyfriend, can't my dad break us up? Lu Chu had expected Lin Nanshuang to say this, and immediately responded. That may not be the case. For example, if you were pregnant, would your father still separate you two? Chapter 270 Borrowing a Boyfriend. Pregnant with. Lin Nanshuang was stunned for a moment, and then she couldn't help but said angrily, what a bad idea you are coming up with. I'm only 20 years old, and I'm not mentally prepared to be a mother. As she complained like this, a handsome face appeared in her mind. After thinking about it for a while, her cute face turned as red as an apple. Lin Nanshuang looked at Lu Chu. Lu Chu thought that Lin Nanshuang was blushing because of him, and did not realize that Lin Nanshuang's eyes were unfocused at the moment and she was not staring at him. I haven't finished yet. I didn't mean for you to get pregnant. Lu Chu immediately explained. Not to mention that Lin Nanshuang didn't want to, even if she wanted to, Lu Chu couldn't do it. You mean, pretending to be pregnant? Lin Nanshuang understood. That's right, it's a false pregnancy. I can help you get a diagnosis certificate from the hospital. If your father comes, you can show him the diagnosis certificate directly. Lu Chu said. But just having a diagnosis certificate isn't enough. Lin Nanshuang was a little troubled. Of course that's not enough. You also need a boyfriend to live with you, and he has to be handsome, so that you two will seem a good match. Are you suitable to play this role of a male friend? Lu Chu said. I escaped from my marriage and came to Qingling. I don't have any male friends here. Lin Nanshuang shook her head. How about this, I'll help you to the end and I can act as your live-in boyfriend. Lu Chu said enthusiastically. You. Lin Nanshuang looked at him warily. What's wrong? I don't think my appearance will lower your taste. Lu Chu touched his handsome face. Whiter than me, and like the Empress. Lin Nanshuang stopped talking halfway. After all, Lu Chu was the landlord, and it was inappropriate to insult him in front of him. Since you are not satisfied with me, do you have a more suitable candidate? Lu Chu asked. Lin Nanshuang subconsciously thought of Wang Zhenxing, but she had some concerns. After all, he was Sister Keqing's boyfriend. Seeing that Lin Nanshuang didn't answer, Lu Chu pretended to be indifferent and said. You decide for yourself. I am just an outsider anyway. This is your business and has nothing to do with me. After saying this, Lu Chu left slowly, leaving Lin Nanshuang to think about it carefully. Lu Chu took the elevator and prepared to go downstairs, thinking about looking for Uncle Hua. Uncle Hua has an acquaintance in the hospital. It shouldn't be difficult to ask him for help in getting a diagnosis certificate. The elevator quickly reached the first floor and the door opened automatically. Lu Chu stepped out of the elevator and saw Lin Keqing. He smiled subconsciously. However, when he found that there was a man behaving intimately with Lin Keqing, his smile froze. Although he had heard Lin Keqing say that she had a boyfriend before, Lu Chu still held on to a hope in his heart, that is, Lin Keqing was lying. But now the facts were before his eyes, and he had no choice but to believe it. What a delicious scent! Lu Chu suddenly smelled something. He looked at Wang Zhenxing a few more times with secret delight, suppressing his inner excitement. Ms. Lin, you bought so many vegetables. Are you planning to cook for yourself? After quickly adjusting his mood, Lu Chu saw Lin Keqing holding some plastic bags in her hands, so he smiled and said. Yes, I'm cooking a big meal for my boyfriend. Lin Keqing answered, then turned to Wang Zhenxing and explained, "This is my landlord." Wang Zhenxing smiled and nodded, took out a cigarette box from his pocket, and a small box fell to the ground with it, but he pretended not to notice it, took out a cigarette from the box and handed it out. "Thank you, I don't smoke." Lu Chu refused, glanced at the small box on the ground, and then his pupils suddenly shrank. "Is this a small umbrella? I don't smoke." Wang Zhenxing took it back with a smile and put the cigarette box away. Lin Keqing, who was standing by, blushed and rubbed Wang Zhenxing's arm with her shoulder, looking towards the ground. "What's wrong?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "Something has fallen," Lin Keqing reminded in a low voice with a red face. She was carrying various bags in her hands and had no free hands to pick up the things. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing pretended to be suddenly enlightened, picked up the small box on the ground, and then looked at the man in front of him with a grim face with a smile. As soon as he saw Lin Keqing's landlord, Wang Zhenxing felt inexplicably uncomfortable, so he pretended to take a cigarette and pretended to drop the small box to test him. Wang Zhenxing is now almost 100% sure that the landlord is Lu Chu. Protagonist: Lu Chu. Luck value: 928. Protagonist Halo: 426. Combat power: 4219. Charm value: 109. Ability: Gold Finger. Vampire Zombie 4th generation, in normal state, no different from humans, eyes turn blue after transformation, fangs grow, feed on blood. Long lifespan, eternal beauty, bites people and turns them into vampire zombies 5th generation. Fate: Vampire King. After using the exploratory technique, Wang Zhenxing quickly got Lu Chu's information. After looking at Lu Chu with a smile, Wang Zhenxing followed Lin Keqing into the elevator. After the elevator door closed, "It's so embarrassing to let others see that kind of thing." Lin Keqing wrinkled her nose and said to Wang Zhenxing coquettishly, "I said I wouldn't buy it, but you wanted to buy it." Wang Zhenxing smiled. With his current cultivation level, he could easily use his internal energy to force out the poison. "What if you don't buy it and you get pregnant? You want a baby?" Lin Keqing asked excitedly. "Well, I'm not mentally prepared for this for the time being, and this is a very painful thing for you. I can't bear to see you suffer," Wang Zhenxing said. Seeing that Wang Zhenxing felt sorry for her, Lin Keqing felt sweet inside and said bravely, "I'm not afraid. Anyway, this is something that you have to face sooner or later, and you have to give birth sooner or later. For such a big thing, we still need to plan it. Don't be in a hurry," Wang Zhenxing said. "That's right." Lin Keqing nodded happily. After arriving at the residence, the virtuous Lin Keqing went to the kitchen alone to work and did not let Wang Zhenxing help. After about an hour, a large table of dishes was ready. Lin Keqing really wanted to have dinner with Wang Zhenxing, but she thought of the poor little Lin Nanshuang, who was probably just eating bread. After a moment of inner struggle, she prepared to go next door and ask Lin Nanshuang to have dinner together. But when he opened the door, he saw Lin Nanshuang wandering at the door. "Sister Keqing," Lin Nanshuang seemed to be hesitant to speak. "Do you want to come over to my place for dinner? I was just about to call you." Lin Keqing smiled and took her hand and walked into the house. The aroma of food wafted into Lin Nanshuang's nose. She temporarily forgot the real purpose of looking for Lin Keqing and started to eat seriously. After eating, Lin Nanshuang helped to clean up the mess on the table. "No need, I can clean it up," Lin Keqing said. Of course. I can't just eat for free and do nothing," Lin Nanshuang said enthusiastically. After hearing her say this, Lin Keqing just let her do as she pleased. "Sister Keqing, can you lend me your boyfriend?" After cleaning up the dishes and going to the kitchen, Lin Nanshuang said to Lin Keqing cautiously. Chapter 271 The Good Landlord. Borrow a boyfriend. After hearing what Lin Nanshuang said, Lin Keqing was stunned for a few seconds, and immediately said, "My boyfriend is not a thing, how can I lend him this?" After saying this, Lin Keqing herself felt strange, but the meaning was still clear, that is, boyfriends cannot borrow money. "Sister Keqing, I don't mean to steal your boyfriend." Noticing the vigilance in Lin Keqing's expression, Lin Nanshuang immediately explained and said, "My father sent someone to find this community early this morning. Although my whereabouts have not been revealed yet, it is estimated that it will happen sooner or later. I want to use your boyfriend as a shield to fob off my father and make him give up the idea of marrying her abroad." Lin Keqing suddenly realized, so that's how it is, but will your father believe it so easily? If I'm pregnant, my dad won't be able to help but believe it. Lin Nanshuang said. Pregnant? Lin Keqing stared at her with wide eyes. Lin Nanshuang immediately waved her hand and said, it's a fake pregnancy. The landlord Lu Chu will help me get a pregnancy diagnosis certificate from the hospital. After hearing this, Lin Keqing was silent for a moment. Can this really fool your father? I can't say for sure, but I have no other choice. If I don't do this, I can only run to another city before my dad finds this place. Lin Nanshuang said distressedly. You just started working today and the contract has already been signed. If you run away, you will be in breach of contract. Lin Keqing said. I don't want to do it either. How about Sister Qing, can you help me? Please. Lin Nanshuang said pitifully. But even if I agree, my boyfriend may not agree. Why don't you go and talk to him? How do you know he won't agree if you don't tell him? Do you want me to tell you? You are familiar with her. Lin Keqing rolled her eyes at Lin Nanshuang, waited for a moment, and then walked towards the hall. Lin Nanshuang followed on foot, hiding at the corner and eavesdropping. Pretend to be a boyfriend. After listening to Lin Keqing's story, Wang Zhenxing pretended to be surprised. In fact, he heard all the conversation between Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang in the kitchen. I know this is a bit difficult for you, but if you don't help Nanshuang deal with her father, she will run away. Apart from Shishi, she is my best friend. Please help her. Lin Keqing sat on the sofa next to Wang Zhenxing and said coquettishly. Well, okay. Wang Zhenxing nodded reluctantly. That's great. Lin Nanshuang, who overheard the conversation at the corner, was inexplicably excited. After the deal was settled, Lin Keqing went to Lin Nanshuang to make some arrangements. Since they are living together, there must be some signs of cohabitation on Lin Nanshuang's side. Lin Keqing moved Wang Zhenxing's shoes, clothes, daily necessities and other items to Lin Nanshuang's house next door. If Lin Nanshuang's father really found this place, he wouldn't be caught off guard. Wang Zhenxing also came to Lin Nanshuang's house and took a look around to familiarize himself with the environment. Let's arrange it like this for now. Nanshuang, you should have a good rest. We'll leave first, Lin Keqing said, holding Wang Zhenxing's hand. Thank you, Sister Keqing. Lin Nanshuang said happily, and watched Lin Keqing and Wang Zhenxing return to the next room. Late at night, Lin Nanshuang was a little insomniac and vaguely heard some slight noises coming from next door. Her bedroom happened to be next to Lin Keqing's bedroom, so any loud noise could be noticed. With some curiosity and doubts, Lin Nanshuang put her ear against the wall and listened for a while, but the result was that she couldn't sleep even more. Early morning, Lin Nanshuang heard a knock on the door. It's you, the landlord. Lin Nanshuang put on her clothes and went to open the door, thinking that it was Lin Keqing calling her to go to work, but when she opened the door it was Lu Chu she saw. Here's the hospital diagnosis certificate. Lu Chu smiled and handed over a piece of paper in his hand. So fast. Lin Nanshuang was a little surprised. She reached out to take the diagnosis certificate and took a look at it. Didn't you get enough rest last night? Lu Chu asked when he saw Lin Nanshuang looking listless. Insomnia. Why are you losing sleep? Insomnia is just insomnia. There's no need to ask so many questions. Lin Nanshuang was too embarrassed to tell the truth. It was too embarrassing. Are you worried about who to choose to pretend to be your boyfriend? Lu Chu thought he had guessed the reason. Of course not, I have already found the candidate. Lin Nanshuang said. The smile on Lu Chu's face gradually disappeared. Who was it that was found so quickly? Before Lin Nanshuang could answer, there was a sound of a door opening next door. Lu Chu and Lin Nanshuang looked over. Wang Zhenxing and Lin Keqing were seen walking out of the house, behaving intimately. Lu Chu saw Lin Keqing bring Wang Zhenxing here yesterday, and now he saw the two of them again. It was obvious that Wang Zhenxing was going to stay here overnight. It seems that I was right yesterday. What fell to the ground was indeed a small umbrella. Lu Chu's heart suddenly became heavy. The host caused the protagonist Lu Chu's mentality to be damaged, and obtained 300 counterattack points. Sister Keqing, boss, good morning. Lin Nanshuang looked at the golden boy and jade girl with envy, waved and greeted them, and then said to Lu Chu. Here, this is the person who pretends to be my boyfriend. He has a girlfriend, aren't you afraid of being exposed? Lu Chu said anxiously. What does it matter? My dad doesn't know about it anyway, and Sister Keqing also said she would cooperate with me. As they were talking, Wang Zhenxing and Lin Keqing had already walked up to Lin Nanshuang. The former asked, "What is that in your hand?" Hearing the question, Lin Nanshuang became inexplicably nervous and stammered, Pregnancy certificate. It's so quick. The diagnosis certificate was ready so quickly. Wang Zhenxing was surprised. Thanks to the landlord, he has acquaintances in the hospital. Lin Nanshuang glanced at Lu Chu next to her and said to Wang Zhenxing. When Lu Chu heard this, he felt as if his heart was being pierced by many needles. The host caused the protagonist Lu Chu's mentality to be damaged, and obtained 300 counterattack points. The landlord really has a wide circle of friends. It's not easy to get a diagnosis certificate. Wang Zhenxing praised. The corners of Lu Chu's eyes twitched a few times, but he couldn't lose his temper in front of Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang. He even had to try his best to force a smile so that others wouldn't see that he had bad intentions towards Lin Nanshuang. Do you want to take a look too? Otherwise you'll be exposed. Lin Nanshuang whispered to Wang Zhenxing. Okay, let me take a look. Wang Zhenxing took the diagnosis certificate, wrote down the date and time and other information on it, and then returned it to Lin Nanshuang. Hurry up, Nanshuang. I'll wait for you to go to work together. Lin Keqing said to Lin Nanshuang, waved to Wang Zhenxing, and smiled sweetly. You go to the company first, and I'll see you in the office later. See you later. Wang Zhenxing responded with a smile and walked towards the elevator. Nothing else, I'm leaving too. Looking at Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang, Lu Chu forced a smile and then followed in the direction of Wang Zhenxing. Chapter 272 Lin Jinfu arrives. Lu Chu walked from Xingfu community and followed Wang Zhenxing for about 5 minutes before arriving outside the Zhenxing Group building and stopped. Looking at Wang Zhenxing walking into the building from afar, Lu Chu's eyes flickered slightly. There are security guards on the first floor, and people from outside the company need to verify their identities before entering the building. Lu Chu had a way to sneak in, but he felt it was unnecessary. Anyway, Wang Zhenxing and Lin Keqing seem to be living together, so they will eventually spend the night in Xingfu community. Raising his hand to block the sunlight, Lu Choja returned to the Xingfu community. Wang Zhenxing took the elevator upstairs and saw Lu Chu's departing figure through X-ray vision. When Lu Chu was following him just now, Wang Zhenxing actually discovered it, but he just pretended not to know. Wang Zhenxing didn't take the protagonist Lu Chu too seriously. In terms of combat power, Lu Chu is not even as good as Yi Junlin who just came down the mountain. Even without using force, Wang Zhenxing could easily deal with Lu Chu. Lu Chu is a vampire zombie and an outlier. If his identity is exposed, he will be in big trouble. However, Wang Zhenxing had no intention of exposing Lu Chu's identity. Because of the racial characteristics of a vampire zombie, Lu Chu has a long lifespan and an eternal youth. Wang Zhenxing was quite interested in this. He returned to the office, thought about it for a while, and wrote down some names of medicinal herbs on a blank piece of paper. Evening. Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang went home together after get off work and returned to Xingfu community. Sister Keqing, why didn't he come back with you today? Lin Nanshuang asked curiously. He has to go buy some things and will be here later. I'll go cook first, you can come and eat with us then. Lin Keqing said. Thank you, Sister Keqing. I'll put my bag in the house and come over to help you with washing vegetables and stuff. Lin Nanshuang stopped and said when they reached the door. Okay. Lin Keqing nodded and walked forward. Lin Nanshuang hummed a song by the famous star Gu Feiyao, slowly opened the door and walked into her room. In the next moment, the cute little face turned pale with fright. I saw a middle-aged man sitting in the hall inside the house. Lin Nanshuang subconsciously wanted to shout for help, but when she saw the face of the middle-aged man, she immediately stopped talking, turned around and ran away. However, when they reached the corridor and found their way out, they were blocked by some bodyguards. Lin Nanshuang stomped her feet angrily, returned to her room, and suddenly sat down on the sofa in the hall, crossing her arms across her chest and pouting her lips. After being away from home for a few months, are you used to your life? The middle-aged man smiled kindly. I'm fine. I'm not starving to death. Lin Nanshuang turned her head away and didn't look at him. You've made enough trouble, come home with your dad. The middle-aged man was Lin Nanshuang's father, Lin Jinfu. I don't want to marry someone I've never met. I won't go back, even if you kill me, Lin Nanshuang said stubbornly. Lin Jinfu said, Come with me to meet the man, maybe you will be satisfied after meeting him. He is a prince who is being trained as the crown prince. His character and appearance are absolutely excellent. Moreover, in that country, only one wife is allowed, so you don't have to compete with others for favor. Being able to become a princess is something many women dream of. No matter how nice your words are, it's useless. You are just seeking marriage to fulfill your so-called business plan. If mom were still alive, she would never allow you to do this, Lin Nanshuang said bitterly. When Lin Jinfu heard his daughter mention his wife, a look of sadness flashed across his face and he covered his chest and coughed for a while. Lin Nanshuang couldn't bear to hear this, but she quickly realized that this might be her father trying to gain her sympathy, so she turned her head and looked away, indifferent. Lin Jinfu's expression at this moment clearly showed some pain, and it was not pretended. Taking a deep breath, Lin Jinfu relaxed his expression and made himself look more energetic. How could daddy hurt you? Lin Jinfu sighed secretly. He knew that he didn't have much time left, and several old foxes in the board of directors were eyeing him covetously. Once he left, it would be impossible for a simple Lin Nanshuang to defeat those old foxes. In order to prevent the business he had painstakingly created from being taken over by others, Lin Jinfu wanted to find a solid support for his daughter while he was still alive. Lin Jinfu adjusted his mood and said gently, I went to Luodu for business a few days ago, and went to Qianyuan Temple to find a Taoist priest to predict your marriage. The Taoist priest said that you will meet your true love in your 20s. You are just in your 20s, and the prince is currently in China. Maybe you will like him. Come with me to meet him, okay? Not good, Lin Nanshuang threw the pillow on the ground. I won't indulge you this time. You have to marry me whether you want to or not. Lin Jinfu's tone became stern. He would rather let his daughter hate him, so that after he left, maybe his daughter would not be so sad. If you insist on me marrying that prince, it's not impossible, but I have a condition. Seeing that normal negotiations with her father were useless, Lin Nanshuang could only activate the backup plan. Tell me what the conditions are. Lin Jinfu smiled slightly when he saw his daughter give in. Then the prince shouldn't mind buying one and getting one free, right? Lin Nanshuang said mischievously. What do you mean? Lin Jinfu frowned. Lin Nanshuang walked into her room, took out a piece of paper from the bedside table, and placed it on the tea table in front of Lin Jinfu. You are pregnant, Lin Jinfu's face twitched. You're going to be a grandfather soon. Aren't you happy? As long as the prince doesn't mind taking over, I don't care. Lin Nanshuang said desperately. Why are you so unself-respecting? Lin Jinfu said angrily. What do you mean by not loving yourself? We were in a normal relationship and this was just an accident. But I have already made plans to give birth to the baby. Lin Nanshuang said while gently touching her belly. Where's the man? I want to meet my future son-in-law. Wait, he went shopping. I'll call and ask him when he will be back. Lin Nanshuang said, took out her cell phone and made a call in front of Lin Jinfu. Honey, my dad is here and wants to see you. When will you come back? Lin Nanshuang said in a sweet tone. About 15 minutes. Wang Zhenxing naturally heard the hint in Lin Nanshuang's words. Well, I'll wait for you. Lin Nanshuang said sweetly and ended the call. She turned to Lin Jinfu and said, in 15 minutes, you will be able to meet your future son-in-law. Lin Jinfu gradually calmed down and did not respond. He just looked at the diagnosis certificate again, then stood up from his seat and looked around the room, as if he was looking at something. Time passes quietly. Wang Zhenxing bought the medicinal herbs and returned to Xingfu community. When he arrived at the first floor of Lin Keqing's residence, he met Lu Chu. Mr. Landlord, what a coincidence. Wang Zhenxing knew that it was not a chance encounter because he had seen Lu Chu staying here a long time ago. What's wrong with you? Lu Chu looked through the plastic bags and saw the bags of medicinal herbs, secretly feeling a little gloating. It's not for me to eat. Wang Zhenxing showed an intriguing smile. Of course he would not say that this was actually for Lu Chu. Lu Chu felt that his eyes were a little strange, but he couldn't guess what the deeper meaning was. I saw some people who were looking for Lin Nanshuang went to the 7th floor and entered Lin Nanshuang's room. It must be her father who came looking for her. Be careful not to reveal your identity. In the elevator, Lu Chu reminded Wang Zhenxing. Although she was very unhappy that Wang Zhenxing was serving as Lin Nanshuang's shield, nothing could be changed since things had come to this point. She could only hope that Wang Zhenxing could send Lin Nanshuang's father away. No matter what, Lu Chu didn't want Lin Nanshuang to leave Xingfu community. Wang Zhenxing had already received the call and did not need Lu Chu's reminder, so he ignored Lu Chu and walked out when the elevator reached the 7th floor. Lu Chu also walked out afterwards, but did not follow Wang Zhenxing immediately. Instead, he waited until Wang Zhenxing was a little further away and took out a bloody handkerchief from his pocket. This handkerchief was dropped by the man who was suspected to be Lin Nanchuang's father. Lu Chu picked it up after seeing it. It's not because the sight of blood gives me any appetite. He was not interested in blood that did not smell fresh. The reason why he picked it up was because he wanted to take it for testing to see what specific serious illness Lin Nanchuang's father had. Lu Chu's blood is special and can cure most human diseases. If Lin Nanchuang's father could be cured, then he and Lin Nanchuang would have a chance. After putting the towel away, Lu Chu walked towards Lin Nanchuang's room, ready to secretly eavesdrop on what they were talking about. Chapter 273 Past Events of the Previous Generation. After Wang Zhenxing walked out of the elevator, he went straight to Lin Nanchuang's room and put the bag on the tea table. Lin Jinfu and Lin Nanchuang took a look at the transparent plastic bag and identified that it contained medicinal herbs. To protect the pregnancy, Wang Zhenxing made up something. "Thank you, dear." Lin Nanchuang reacted quickly and said with a smile. Wang Zhenxing walked over to Lin Nanchuang and sat down. He took a look at Lin Jinfu and immediately made some judgments. Lin Jinfu had extraordinary fortune, but he was unlucky in marriage and also had a serious illness. "This is my father." Lin Nanchuang introduced him to Wang Zhenxing. "Hello, uncle." Wang Zhenxing estimated that Lin Jinfu was about 8 years older than him, but he still addressed him that reluctantly. Lin Jinfu did not feel it was strange to address Wang Zhenxing, because he had no idea of Wang Zhenxing's actual age. Lin Jinfu immediately asked some questions, such as when did the two meet, when did they get together, and so on. Wang Zhenxing and Lin Nanchuang communicated calmly through words. "Do you know who I am?" Lin Jinfu suddenly asked. With his fame, he believed that Wang Zhenxing recognized him. "I was also surprised. Nanchuang never told me that she was the daughter of Jinfu Bank," Wang Zhenxing said calmly. Lin Jinfu was a little surprised to see Wang Zhenxing's calm look. He has been in a high position for a long time and has a strong aura. Ordinary people would probably stutter when they see him, but Wang Zhenxing is extremely calm and is not affected by this aura at all. What's more, Lin Jinfu felt suppressed by Wang Zhenxing's invisible aura. This made Lin Jinfu a little confused. "Dad, do you have anything else to ask?" Lin Nanchuang was very happy to see that things were going well. She took Wang Zhenxing's arm affectionately and asked Lin Jinfu. Lin Jinfu took a deep look at his daughter and found that the love she showed was not a disguise. He was already 90% convinced that his daughter was pregnant. "Now that things have come to this, there is no point in me forcing you to marry someone else." Lin Jinfu compromised. "Thank you, Dad," Lin Nanchuang said with a smile. Lin Jinfu turned to look at Wang Zhenxing. "I only have this one daughter, I don't want her to suffer any grievances." "Uncle, please tell me if you have any requests," Wang Zhenxing said. "You have to marry into my Lin family, and at the same time, you have to quit your current job and work for Jinfu Bank." Lin Jinfu intends to train Wang Zhenxing and wants to see if he has the potential to compete with those old foxes on the board of directors. Upon hearing this, Wang Zhenxing and Lin Nanchuang looked at each other in surprise and fell silent. Outside the door, Lu Chu was listening to the noise. At this time, Lin Keqing from next door came to find Lin Nanchuang. Lin Keqing was stunned for a moment when she saw Lu Chu, but she ignored him and walked straight into Lin Nanchuang's room. It was not until she saw a middle-aged man in the room that Lin Keqing realized that she had come at the wrong time, but it was too late to leave. "Dad, this is my friend. She takes good care of me," Lin Nanchuang said. "Hello, uncle," Lin Keqing greeted politely. "They are so similar, how can they be so similar?" Lin Jinfu stared at Lin Keqing with an incredible look on his face. Do you know someone named Lu Ya?" Although he felt it was unlikely, Lin Jinfu still held on to a glimmer of hope and asked Lin Keqing. After hearing this, Lin Keqing subconsciously wanted to say, "I don't know any Lu Ya, but my mother's name is Lu Fang." But Lin Keqing felt that there was no need to say this, so she replied briefly, "I don't know him." After hearing this, Lin Jinfu sighed deeply. At this moment, Lin Keqing's cell phone suddenly rang. It was Lin Keqing's mother who called and wanted to send something to her daughter. When Lin Jinfu heard this, he was shocked. Lin Keqing's mother had already arrived at the Xingfu community, but she just couldn't find the specific floor. Excuse me. Lin Keqing said hello and walked out. After a while, Lin Keqing's mother came to Lin Keqing's residence according to her daughter's instructions on the phone. The environment here is really nice, much better than where you lived before. Lin Keqing's mother said with a smile after seeing the decoration of the house. Lin Jinfu's attention was no longer on his daughter and future son-in-law, and he walked towards the next room. Wang Zhenxing noticed Lin Jinfu's reaction and was suspicious for a while. Why is my dad acting a little strange? What's wrong with him? Lin Nanshuang wondered. Just go and take a look and you'll know. Wang Zhenxing felt that something big might be going on. After Lin Jinfu walked into the next room, he saw Lin Keqing's mother, his eyes widened and he moved closer step by step. Xiaoya, it's really you, I finally found you. Lin Jinfu was very excited and stepped forward to hold Lin Keqing's mother's hand. Lin Keqing's mother was stunned for a moment, then she responded and slapped Lin Jinfu in the face, saying harshly. You are so old, and you are still acting like a hooligan. Are you asking for a beating? Lin Jinfu covered his face in pain, knowing that he must have recognized the wrong person and was very disappointed. After all, Xiaoya is not that aggressive. Wait, you just said Xiaoya, do you know Luya? Lin Keqing's mother rolled up her sleeves and looked at Lin Jinfu angrily. Lin Jinfu's bodyguard heard the noise and came over to check, but was sent away by Lin Jinfu. She was my former lover. A look of pain appeared on Lin Jinfu's face. When Lin Nanshuang heard the gossip about the previous generation, her mouth opened in surprise. It turns out that dad had other lovers before mom was born. Oh, I understand. You are the bastard who abandoned my sister. Back then, my sister refused to tell me who the man she had secretly married was. Today, I finally caught you. Lu Fang was furious. He looked around, took out a feather duster, and hit Lin Jinfu on the head. Lin Jinfu did not dodge and let Lu Fang hit him without saying a word. Auntie, what did my father do to make you so angry? Lin Nanshuang felt a little bit reluctant and confused, so she stepped out to stop him. Your father abandoned my pregnant sister, which caused her to die of depression after giving birth. Tell me, should I beat him? Lu Fang said angrily. Lin Nanshuang was stunned when she heard this. Xiaoya is dead. Lin Jinfu seemed to have lost his soul. Yes, my sister is dead. Lin Jinfu's eyes were red as he said, back then, I was so worried about starting my own business that I neglected her. We had a few arguments over a small matter and she left in a rage. I went looking for her but couldn't find her. You brought your work emotions back home and took it out on a pregnant woman, and you have the nerve to say that, Lu Fang said disdainfully. I was wrong. Lin Jinfu did not make excuses, because she had been in pain for many years because of this incident. She did not expect that when she heard about Luya again, she was no longer alive. Wait, you just said Xiaoya gave birth to a child for me, where is that child? Lin Jinfu suddenly reacted. You are not worthy of being a husband, let alone a father, Lu Fang said angrily. I beg you, tell me where the child is, Lin Jinfu pleaded. Lu Fang looked somewhat struggling but remained silent. If that child has grown up, he should be exactly 22 years old now. Lin Jinfu quickly thought of something, so he turned to Lin Keqing and asked. Child, do you have any brothers or sisters? I don't have any brothers or sisters. Lin Keqing said blankly. Lin Jinfu was stunned for a moment, and some excitement appeared on his face. I have discussed with her that if it is a girl, she will be named Keqing. What is your name? Chapter 274 Lost Family. As Lin Jinfu's voice fell, Lin Nanshuang opened her eyes wide in disbelief. Wang Zhenxing had already guessed this, and he looked relatively calm. Lin Keqing herself was stunned. She couldn't say a few words for a long time and looked at her mother Lu Fang. Lu Fang remained silent and did not speak. Seeing everyone's expressions, Lin Jinfu became more certain and asked, Is your name Lin Keqing? Yes. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Keqing nodded. That's right, it must be right, you are my daughter. Lin Jinfu's face flushed with excitement. She is not, Lu Fang retorted. If not, then why is her last name Lin? Asked Lin Jinfu. Don't be so conceited. My husband's last name is Lin. What about the word Keqing? How do you explain this? My sister gave it this name. Lin Jinfu was stunned for a moment, then noticed that Lu Fang looked strange. In fact, it is very simple to know whether Lin Keqing is a daughter. All you need to do is do a paternity test. However, Lin Jinfu was unwilling to say such words for fear of hurting Lin Keqing. After thinking for a while, Lin Jinfu said to Lu Fang, I will find a way to verify it myself. I won't let you take Keqing away. Lu Fang didn't have any ulterior motives, but her anxious words revealed some information invisibly. Lin Jinfu was such a smart man that he naturally saw the clues and said with tears in his eyes. Because of Xiaoya's matter, I have been in pain for many years. Now that I know we have a daughter, I just want to make up for my mistakes, not to take Keqing away. Besides, I don't have much time left, so just consider it as a sign of my dying, okay? Although Lu Fang is fierce, she is also an honest person. Seeing Lin Jinfu, a man, crying like this, she felt a little bit sorry for him. Furthermore, when my sister Luya passed away, she was still obsessed with this man. Lu Fang hesitated for a moment and told a story from the past. Lu Fang and Luya are twin sisters. Many years ago, both of them were pregnant at the same time and were about to give birth at the same time. Both sisters suffered from difficult labor at the same time. The child born by Lu Fang died, while Luya gave birth to a child successfully but passed away. Lu Fang was extremely sad, but she had no choice but to accept the reality and raise her sister's child. In order to prevent Lin Keqing from being looked down upon, he always announced to the outside world that Lin Keqing was his own child and that his sister Lu Yasheng's child had died. Lu Fang and Lin Keqing are related by blood and they look somewhat similar. If outsiders were to say that the two were not mother and daughter, they would find it strange. Due to the dependence in his heart and the recognition from outsiders, as the years passed, Lu Fang even subconsciously believed that Lin Keqing was his own daughter. But because of the appearance of Lin Jinfu, Lu Fang's dusty memories were reopened. Sister Keqing, it turns out that you are really my biological sister. Lin Nanshuang had mixed emotions. She felt sad about what happened to Lin Keqing's biological mother, but at the same time, she felt happy because she had a half-sister. Lin Keqing was completely stunned and couldn't utter a word for a long time. I'm sorry, Keqing, for keeping this from you. Lu Fang said apologetically. Mom, don't say that. You are my mother and will always be. Lin Keqing is very kind. Of course, she would not blame Lu Fang. Instead, she is very grateful for what she has done for her. Although she grew up in an ordinary family, Lin Keqing had a happy childhood and was never called a wild child. This is entirely due to Lu Fang's good intentions. Keqing Lin Jinfu could not suppress his excitement and took a few steps towards Lin Keqing. Lin Keqing looked at the unfamiliar face in front of her with mixed emotions and subconsciously stepped back a little. Lin Jinfu was very disappointed. Child, I don't ask for your forgiveness, but please give me a chance to make amends, okay? Lin Keqing covered her head with her hands, her face showing a complicated and bewildered look. She walked to Wang Zhenxing and leaned into his arms, seeking some comfort and at the same time relieving her chaotic thoughts. Nanshuang, isn't he your boyfriend? Lin Jinfu was a little surprised. Lin Nanshuang was a little anxious, afraid that the fake pregnancy would be exposed, so she could only bite the bullet and say, it's also my sister's boyfriend. You too. Lin Jinfu wanted to blame them, but considering that he was now a father begging for forgiveness from his lost daughter, he had no right to say anything. In the end, he could only look at Wang Zhenxing with some anger. I secretly thought that I must find an opportunity to teach this man a lesson for harming my two daughters. Lin Keqing leaned on Wang Zhenxing's arms for a while, then suddenly raised her head and looked into his eyes, asking for help. What do you think I should do? This is your business, you decide for yourself. Wang Zhenxing was not prepared to intervene in this matter. But I really don't know what to do. You decide for me. I'll listen to you, Lin Keqing said softly. This Wang Zhenxing hesitated. Lin Jinfu originally looked at Wang Zhenxing with an unfriendly look, but after hearing what his eldest daughter said, his expression suddenly froze, and he immediately retracted the unfriendly look and showed a pleading look. Wang Zhenxing paused for a moment before saying, it's time for dinner. I think we should cook first. I'm hungry. Okay, I'll cook right away. Lin Keqing smiled again and turned to walk towards the kitchen. Sister, let me help you, Lin Nanshuang followed with a smile. Uncle, I think you should go back first and let Keqing calm down. Wang Zhenxing said to Lin Jinfu. Lin Keqing has made it clear that she wants Wang Zhenxing to decide the matter. It doesn't matter whether Lin Keqing is calm or not. Wang Zhenxing was delaying, obviously on purpose. This young man is not simple. Lin Jinfu felt very aggrieved. As a future father-in-law, I still have to look at my son-in-law's mood. This is simply outrageous. But Lin Jinfu just couldn't get angry. Let's have lunch together and talk privately tomorrow at noon, Lin Jinfu said after thinking for a while. Okay. Wang Zhenxing agreed with a smile. Lin Jinfu looked towards the kitchen for a while, then turned around. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly turned back. Young man, you don't seem to have said your name yet. Lin Jinfu asked. Wang Zhenxing. When Lin Jinfu heard the name, he felt it sounded somewhat familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had heard it for a moment. Help me check for Wang Zhenxing. I want all his information before dark tomorrow. Lin Jinfu came to the corridor, made a phone call with a sullen face, and then left Xingfu community surrounded by several bodyguards. The host influences the plot direction, and gains 1000 counterattack points. The protagonist Lu Chu's luck value is -100, and the host's luck value is +100. It's such a coincidence that Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang are actually half-sisters. Under the cover of night, Lu Chu watched Lin Jinfu and his group leave from a distance, muttering to himself with a sense of inexplicable excitement. But the excitement did not last long, as he suddenly realized that the person who could enjoy this great blessing was not him, but Wang Zhenxing. It's time to replenish my nutrition. Lu Chu recalled Wang Zhenxing's delicious breath and couldn't help licking his lips. Chapter 275 Folk Remedies. Inside Lin Keqing's room, 4 people were sitting around the dining table eating. Are you 3 really together? Lu Fang expressed the question that had been suppressed for a long time. Lin Nanshuang ate her food, lowered her head and said nothing. Lin Keqing explained, Mom, it's not like that. Nanshuang's father forced her to get married, so she used my boyfriend as a shield to deal with her father. There was obviously some alienation in these words. After all, the incident happened too suddenly and she could not safely acknowledge Lin Jinfu as her father. After hearing this, Lu Fang suddenly understood. She had met Wang Zhenxing a long time ago and thought that Wang Zhenxing was a kind person. He even encouraged her daughter to take the initiative. Now that she saw the two of them together, Lu Fang was naturally very happy, and even looked forward to Lin Keqing giving birth to a child soon. When Lin Keqing heard this, she blushed and did not respond. It all depends on Wang Zhenxing's opinion. If Wang Zhenxing is willing, she can do it at any time. I have listened to you and quit my nanny job. I will go back to the countryside to find your father in a while, and we will farm and raise chickens together and live a leisurely life. Lu Fang said. Lin Keqing is now financially well off and doesn't need her mother to work so hard, so she asked her mother to quit her job some time ago. Bring dad here. Isn't it good for you to enjoy life here in the city? Why do you want to go back to the countryside? Lin Keqing said with a frown. I've been working in the city for so many years and I'm still not used to it. It's better to go back to the countryside to feel more comfortable. Besides, your father is not used to living in the city either. Lu Fang said. Well, okay then, I will go home to see you when I have time. Lin Keqing could understand her parents and did not force them. After all, that was where her parents had lived for decades and there were many fellow villagers there. After dinner, Lu Fang sat for a while, thinking that she still had to go back to her employer's house to pack up her things. Lin Keqing sent her mother to the road outside Xingfu community and called a taxi for her mother. After watching the taxi leave for a long time, Lin Keqing turned around and went back. Sister, I'll go back next door and not disturb you. Lin Nanshuang waved her hand and said to Lin Keqing. Okay, I'll call you when I get to work tomorrow morning. Lin Keqing nodded with a smile. Soon, Wang Zhenxing and Lin Keqing were the only ones left in the room. Wang Zhenxing began to tinker with the medicinal herbs he bought today. What are these medicines used for? Lin Keqing asked curiously. To take care of my body. Wang Zhenxing answered casually. Do you still need to take care of your body? I think your body is pretty good. Lin Keqing said with a smile. Go take a shower first. Wang Zhenxing didn't explain much. After hearing this, Lin Keqing said, oh, and did not ask any further questions. She just thought with joy that Wang Zhenxing might want a baby, so he bought some medicinal herbs to regulate his body. Knock knock. Who is it? Lin Nanshuang heard a knock on the door. After mumbling, she opened the door and saw Lu Chu. Landlord, what's the matter? Take a look at this. Lu Chu handed a test report to Lin Nanshuang. Lung cancer. You have a terminal illness, Lin Nanshuang said in surprise. This is not my test report, Lu Chu's mouth twitched. He took out the towel wrapped in a transparent plastic bag and showed it in front of Lin Nanshuang. Lin Nanshuang took a closer look and saw blood on the handkerchief. She asked Lu Chu blankly, "What does this mean?" "This handkerchief was left behind by your father. The blood on it was coughed up by him. There are not many diseases that cause coughing up blood. I asked an acquaintance to check the medical records in the hospital system and found your father's test report, which is this lung cancer diagnosis report." Lu Chu explained. "Impossible, my father has always been in good health." Lin Nanshuang was unwilling to believe this was true. "There's no need for me to lie to you, and I heard it at the door today. Your father himself said that he doesn't have much time left," Lu Chu said. Lin Nanshuang recalled what had happened and realized it was true. She felt as if she had been struck by lightning. At that time, she thought it was a lie made up by her father to gain sympathy and forgiveness, but she didn't expect it to be true. Lin Nanshuang also remembered that before he ran away from home, his father did behave in some strange ways. But Lin Nanshuang never took it seriously. Dad Lin Nanshuang held the diagnosis in her hand and began to tremble uncontrollably. According to the diagnosis, the disease has reached the late stage and there is no hope of recovery. Lin Nanshuang's eyes were filled with mist, and tears as big as beans quickly rolled out, making people feel distressed when seeing it. "Don't cry first. I'm not telling you this to discourage you, but I have a way to save your father," Lu Chu said calmly. "This is a recognized terminal illness. What can you do about it?" Lin Nanshuang said. "I have a folk remedy for treating lung cancer. It has been tried many times and has cured patients with advanced lung cancer," Lu Chu said seriously. Are you telling the truth?" Lin Nanshuang was skeptical. "It's late at night, I'm not going to be so bored as to entertain you. If you don't believe me, you can get a dose of medicine for your father to take first. Lu Chu's blood is special and can cure most human diseases, including cancer. Just get some common medicinal herbs and use blood as an inducer to create a miracle drug that can cure diseases and save lives. Where's the medicine? Give it to me quickly." Lin Nanshuang didn't care about anything else. Anyway, her father's illness wouldn't get worse, so why not give it a try? "I don't have time to get the medicine right now. I'll give it to you tomorrow after I prepare it," Lu Chu said. "Just tell me the prescription and I'll go get it right away," Lin Nanshuang said anxiously. "I am the only one who can prepare the medicine." Lu Chu smiled. Lin Nanshuang saw that he didn't want to pass on the recipe, and she could understand, so she said, "Then do it as soon as possible tomorrow. I'll wait for your call. Money is not a problem. Good night, see you tomorrow." Lu Chu waved his hand, subconsciously glanced towards Lin Keqing's room next door, and then turned and left. Next door, Wang Zhenxing used his X-ray vision to watch Lu Chu leaving, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Advanced lung cancer. Lu Chu is not a medical saint, how can he say that he can be cured with just one prescription? Could it be? Wang Zhenxing had a guess in his mind, but he was not sure whether it was correct. While he was thinking, he saw Lu Chu returning to one of the rooms in the building next door. It turns out that Lu Chu also lives in the Xingfu community. Wang Zhenxing locked his eyes on Lu Chu. He saw that after returning to his residence, he took out a bag of blood from the refrigerator to satisfy his hunger. Then he took out a pack of disposable medical blood drawing equipment from a box, drew blood enough for his little finger, put it in a sealed plastic bag, and put it in the refrigerator for later use. Immediately afterwards, Lu Chu lay in a luxurious coffin, or to be more precise, in his own bed. Lu Chu did not rest but looked at the time, as if he was waiting for something. Wang Zhenxing crushed some medicinal herbs, used some glue, and then rolled them into the shape of a small incense stick used for sacrifice and wrapped it with paper. "Honey, I'm done." Lin Keqing came out of the shower, smelling fragrant, and blinked her big eyes at Wang Zhenxing. "I have to go out for something," Wang Zhenxing said. "Okay, when will you be back?" Lin Keqing felt a little disappointed. "An hour at most. Then I'll wait for you to come back." Chapter 276 Puppet Plan. 11 o'clock at night. Lu Chu, who was dozing off, opened his eyes and climbed out of the luxurious coffin. "Isn't it time to rest now?" Lu Chu muttered something, put on a black suit, and then took out the aphrodisiac incense and disposable blood-drawing equipment that he had prepared in advance. After completing the preparations, Lu Chu was ready to go out. "But when I reached the door, I felt sleepy. I've clearly rested for a while, but why do I still feel a little tired? Is it because I spent too much time outside during the day and consumed too much energy? Lu Chu thought for a moment, then took out a few blood bags from the refrigerator and drank them down in one gulp. Animal blood can be preserved for a longer time by putting it in the refrigerator. Also, because of the characteristics of Lu Chu, a vampire zombie, he naturally likes cold food. After eating, Lu Chu lay back in the coffin and set the alarm on his cell phone for an hour. Prepare to take action only after you have enough mental and physical strength. After closing the sliding coffin lid, Lu Chu soon fell into a deep sleep. But after a few minutes, the coffin lid mysteriously slid open automatically. Wang Zhenxing came back from outside, unlocked the door with his fingerprint, and walked into Lin Keqing's residence. It was dark in the direction of the bedroom and the lights were off. Wang Zhenxing tiptoed to the room where the medicinal materials were ground before and took out 5 transparent sealed plastic bags. The material and specifications of this sealed plastic bag are exactly the same as the plastic bag that holds the blood bags in Lu Chu's refrigerator. Of the 5 sealed plastic bags, 4 were filled with red liquid. Another plastic bag contained a transparent liquid in very small amount, only about less than 10 milliliters. Wang Zhenxing first took out some red liquid, did some preliminary research, and found it to be very magical. I also understood why Lu Chu was confident that he could cure Lin Jinfu's cancer with a so-called folk remedy. Lu Chu's blood contains unique activity and energy, which can revitalize cells and kill many pathogens. This should be the reason why it can cure diseases. Wang Zhenxing possesses medical skills at the level of a medical saint. Although he can cure Lin Jinfu's advanced cancer, he needs to use multiple acupuncture treatments and many precious medicinal materials as an aid. To completely cure Lin Jinfu, the whole process may take at least 1 month. If Lu Chu's blood is used, the treatment time can be greatly shortened, and the treatment will become extremely simple. To some extent, Lu Chu is simply a mobile treasure trove of miraculous medicines. With Lu Chu's blood, curing the disease becomes extremely easy. Of course, there is a problem involved. When using Lu Chu's blood to treat diseases, the dosage must be carefully considered and must not exceed the tolerance of the patient. Because if the dosage is too much, it may cause people to develop the characteristics of a vampire zombie. However, with Wang Zhenxing's attainments in medicine and poisons, this is not a problem for him at all. After gaining some understanding of Lu Chu's blood, Wang Zhenxing began to study the tiny amount of transparent liquid. This liquid was taken from the venom gland on Lu Chu's fangs. Lu Chu is a vampire zombie. When he transforms, he will grow fangs. Once he bites someone, his venom glands will automatically release venom. This works in the same principle as when a venomous snake releases venom when it bites its prey. The only difference is that the venom of poisonous snakes is mainly lethal, while Lu Chu's venom causes the human body to mutate and turn into the next generation of blood-sucking zombies. Vampire zombies have obvious shortcomings, and as a 4th-generation vampire zombie, Lu Chu is not very strong. Of course, as the protagonist, Lu Chu will definitely be able to complete the evolution if the opportunity is right. But no matter what, Wang Zhenxing had no interest in becoming a vampire zombie. This race had obvious advantages, but also more obvious disadvantages. Furthermore, with Lu Chu as a test subject, Wang Zhenxing is confident that he can develop a pill that is suitable for the human body. After people take it, they can have the same 2 effects of longevity and eternal youth. But this takes some time and is not something that can be accomplished in a few days. Wang Zhenxing's original plan was to squeeze out all the value from Lu Chu at once and then kill him. But now, Wang Zhenxing suddenly changed his mind. Keeping Lu Chu as this treasure trove would bring much more benefits than killing him directly. Of course, in order to prevent Lu Chu from getting out of control, we still have to be cautious. Although the blood-sucking zombie is highly resistant to poison, since he was affected by my powerful incense, it proves that the drug still has a certain effect on him. The secret book of 10,000 poisons contains a method for making advanced puppets. Combined with the mind control technique, there should be some hope. Wang Zhenxing came up with a new plan and then hid the plastic bag containing Lu Chu's blood and venom in a secret place in the room. Bacteria and microorganisms cannot reproduce in Lu Chu's blood and venom, so there is no need to worry about deterioration. Wang Zhenxing quietly returned to the bedroom, crawled into the warm quilt, and quickly put his arms around her. "Why haven't you slept yet?" Wang Zhenxing smiled. I can't sleep. Lin Keqing's sweet and innocent voice came to my ears. Then let's chat some more. Wang Zhenxing teased her deliberately. Not in the mood to chat. A little, but not much. I bought some new clothes. Can I wear them for you to see? Wouldn't it be the same if we looked at it during the day? Of course it's different. It's the kind of clothes I can only wear for you to see. Oh, let me take a look. Early morning. A luxurious coffin lid was pushed, and Lu Chu slowly crawled out. He slept so soundly that the alarm clock didn't wake him up. Lu Chu stretched out his hand to block the sunlight coming in through the window, his face slightly tense. At the same time, the feeling of soreness and weakness all over his body made Lu Chu a little confused. Although his strength would be greatly reduced during the day, it would not be like this at other times. Lu Chu walked to the refrigerator, took out a few packets of blood and ate them, but he still felt a little weak. With some confusion, he left Xingfu community and went to Uncle Hua's incense and candle shop. What's wrong with me? Am I malnourished? Lu Chu asked after being diagnosed by Uncle Hua. No. Uncle Hua shook his head and said in surprise, you lost too much blood. Excessive blood loss. Lu Chu was stunned. I got the news that a powerful female exorcist has arrived in Qingling. Were you injured by her? Uncle Hua looked Lu Chu up and down, but was unable to tell through his clothes whether Lu Chu had any external injuries, so he asked this. Exorcist, I haven't met one. Lu Chu shook his head. Why is there a needle hole on your wrist? Did you have your blood drawn? Uncle Hua asked. I drew my own blood, but only a little bit, that's all. Lu Chu stretched out his little finger to gesture. That's weird. Uncle Hua couldn't figure it out either. After a pause, he said, let me get some expired blood from the hospital's blood bank to supplement your nutrition. You look frighteningly pale now. Thank you, Uncle Hua. Although Lu Chu didn't like the taste, he had to eat it now. Chapter 277 Negotiation. Morning. Qingling First Hospital. Because of coughing up blood, Lin Jinfu was worried that his condition would worsen, so he contacted Zhang Yuming, who had been treating him. Zhang Yuming is an internationally renowned expert in cardiology. After receiving the call, he rushed to Qingling Hospital and borrowed equipment from Qingling First Hospital to have Lin Jinfu undergo an examination. Mr. Lin, according to the examination results, your condition is temporarily under control and there is no sign of deterioration. After looking at the test results, Zhang Yuming said to Lin Jinfu with some surprise. No worse. Lin Jinfu was slightly delighted after hearing this, and wondered if it was because he went to Qianyuan Temple to ask for God's protection when he arrived in Luodu. Although the condition has not continued to worsen, the situation is still not optimistic. I estimate that it has been delayed by about a month longer than I expected. Mr. Lin, you must be mentally prepared. Zhang Yuming's face was solemn. That means I still have 3 months to live, Lin Jinfu said after counting the days. That would be true unless a miracle happens, Zhang Yuming replied. Lin Jinfu was silent for a moment before he spoke. I am really sorry to trouble you to come all the way here, Professor Zhang. You're welcome, Mr. Lin. My granddaughter is studying at Qingling Medical University. I can visit her while I'm here. Zhang Yuming said. Lin Jinfu nodded, continued to chat with Zhang Yuming for a few more words, and then left Qingling First Hospital. Feeling a little heavy-hearted, Lin Jinfu found a quiet place to be alone for a while and adjust his mood. Lin Jinfu has been ill for a long time and has accepted the reality, but he is a little worried about his 2 daughters. I looked at the time and it was already 12:30. Surrounded by several bodyguards, Lin Jinfu came to a tea house and then sent the address to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing had just finished his meal at the company. After receiving the message, he set off. About 20 minutes later, he arrived at the tea house where Lin Jinfu was. Lin Jinfu asked the bodyguards to leave so that he could talk to Wang Zhenxing alone in the private room. I won't say any more nonsense. You can marry my 2 daughters, but I have conditions. Lin Jinfu knew that it was unrealistic to separate Wang Zhenxing and his 2 daughters, and he didn't have the time to waste, so he could only compromise. Wang Zhenxing smiled slightly, knowing that Lin Jinfu had not finished speaking, so he did not respond. He just picked up the tea on the table and took a sip, then listened to him continue. Lin Jinfu continued, looking at your good conversation and demeanor, I guess you are at least a corporate executive. Even if your annual salary is 2 million, if you work at Jinfu Bank, I will give you an annual salary of 40 million, which is 20 times more. In addition, I will give you 0.5% of the company's shares. After some calculation, you will have a dividend income of 100 million per year. And we will give you the best cars and houses. Sounds good, Wang Zhenxing said calmly, placing the cup gently on the table. You haven't stated the conditions yet, have you? My conditions are very simple, just two. First, you marry into the Lin family and change your surname to Lin. Second, you have to treat my two daughters well. Lin Jinfu said. The second condition is fine, but the first one is probably not. My Wang family has been a single-line family for 9 generations. It is absolutely impossible for me to marry into the family, let alone change my surname. Besides, I am not here today to discuss marrying your two daughters. Wang Zhenxing said. Hearing this, Lin Jinfu was a little surprised, because this was completely beyond his expectations. Then what is the purpose of your appointment? Lin Jinfu asked. I'm planning to invest in a technology company and would like to borrow some money from you. Borrow how much? Lin Jinfu picked up the tea and took a sip, a little surprised. 50 billion. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Lin Jinfu was a little out of breath after hearing this, and he coughed a few times because of the tea. His face darkened slightly, and he said, You seem to be sure that I will lend it to you. That's right, but you are wrong about one thing. I am not threatening you with the pregnant Nan Shuang, nor am I using Keqing's forgiveness as a bargaining chip. Wang Zhenxing said bluntly. Then why do you think I will lend it to you? It was the first time that Lin Jinfu lost the initiative in the negotiation because he misjudged Wang Zhenxing's bargaining chips and couldn't even guess them. I can cure your illness. Wang Zhenxing said. This is impossible. Wang Zhenxing took out a thumb-sized meatball wrapped in paper and placed it on the table in front of Lin Jinfu. My ancestors were imperial physicians and have extensive experience in treating lung diseases. Try this medicine first and contact me if it works. After saying this, Wang Zhenxing drank the tea in the cup, then stood up and left. Lin Jinfu was speechless. After Wang Zhenxing left, he turned his gaze to the meatballs on the table. Lin Jinfu naturally didn't believe what Wang Zhenxing said. Advanced stage lung cancer is recognized as an incurable terminal illness. How can it be cured? Moreover, during his illness, Lin Jinfu had tried traditional Chinese medicine, but after being treated by those so-called famous doctors, his condition not only did not improve, but worsened, and he also spent a huge amount of money. Lin Jinfu was completely disappointed with traditional Chinese medicine and was more willing to believe in Zhang Yuming and Western medicine. With resentment for being cheated in the past, Lin Jinfu threw the meatballs into the trash can, drank a cup of tea, and then got up and left. When he arrived at the door, Lin Jinfu suddenly received some messages. Yesterday he commissioned someone to investigate Wang Zhenxing, and this information was the feedback received. Born in poverty, he started from scratch, founded Zhenxing Group, and devoted himself to charity. After reading the content of the message, Lin Jinfu was stunned. He had always thought that Wang Zhenxing was a senior executive, but he didn't expect that he was the founder of a daily chemical group worth tens of billions of yuan. Judging from his life experience, Wang Zhenxing is almost perfect, and if Zhenxing Group continues to develop at its current momentum, it is very likely to become a trillion-dollar group in about 5 to 10 years. Lin Jinfu was a little surprised, then he looked down and saw some recent news about Wang Zhenxing. The annual sacrifice of Luodu, the saint of the time. No wonder I always felt that I had heard the name Wang Zhenxing somewhere before. Lin Jinfu woke up as if from a dream. Some time ago, he went to Luodu on business, which happened to be the annual festival in Luodu. Although he did not attend the annual sacrifice, he vaguely heard about some of the things that happened at the annual sacrifice from the dignitaries in Luodu and knew that a sage from Qingling had appeared. The powerful and influential people in Luodu flocked to the city, trying to establish some connections. Lin Jinfu wanted to get stronger at that time, but unfortunately he didn't have the chance and felt very sorry about it. I never thought that I would see it in this way. Moreover, this sage is actually his future son-in-law. That pill. Lin Jinfu woke up in shock, and under the stunned and confused gazes of several bodyguards, he stumbled towards the trash can in the private room where he was previously. Chapter 278 Harvest Puppets. In the private room of the tea house, 2 waiters were cleaning the table. Lin Jinfu didn't care that there were outsiders present and didn't care about his image. He rummaged through the trash can and successfully found the thumb-sized pill. Amid the waiter's astonishment, Lin Jinfu snatched the remaining tea, peeled off the paper covering the pill, and then swallowed the pill impatiently. As the pill entered his stomach, a warm feeling spread, making Lin Jinfu feel very comfortable, and his whole body seemed to feel refreshed. For a moment, Lin Jinfu couldn't tell whether it was a psychological effect or the effect of the elixir. However, out of trust in the sage, he still had great confidence in this pill. I originally thought that he was lucky to be favored by my 2 daughters, but I never thought that it was my 2 daughters who were lucky and I also benefited from it. Lin Jinfu was filled with emotion for a moment, and was thinking about finding an opportunity to talk with Wang Zhenxing again. After all, he was somewhat impolite in front of his future son-in-law today. At night, after replenishing some nutrition, Lu Chu's condition has recovered a lot. His combat power has reached 60% of his peak, and he can easily climb walls and fly over rooftops. Lu Chu planned to go to Wang Zhenxing again late at night and draw some blood from him to replenish himself. But at this time, Lu Chu received a call. It was Lin Nanshuang who called and asked him why he stood up. When Lu Chu heard this, he naturally understood that Lin Nanshuang was referring to the folk remedy for treating lung cancer. Because of unexplained physical weakness, Lu Chu has been recuperating in the coffin since returning from Uncle Hua. He just woke up and forgot what he promised Lin Nanshuang. Lu Chu could only make the excuse that he was busy with something urgent today and forgot about it, and he would definitely send it to Lin Nanshuang tomorrow. Lin Nanshuang reminded Lu Chu to remember this and then ended the call. Make it first and put it aside, and send it to her tomorrow. Lu Chu took out the spare blood drawn from his own body from the refrigerator, combined with some other auxiliary materials, and immediately started working. However, when the production process was only halfway through, I felt sleepy again. When Lu Chu regained consciousness, it was already late at night. And there was another person next to Lu Chu. Wang Zhenxing. Lu Chu was startled and subconsciously wanted to attack Wang Zhenxing, but when his hand was halfway raised, there seemed to be a voice deep in his soul telling him something. Lu Chu struggled for a long time, then he addressed Wang Zhenxing with difficulty, "Master. It's just as I expected. The drug resistance is really strong, and there is even a trace of weak resistance." Wang Zhenxing touched his chin and thought for a while, then stared at Lu Chu and said slowly, "Look me in the eyes." Lu Chu's consciousness was affected, so he naturally would not resist such a small request, and immediately looked at Wang Zhenxing. A vortex-like star seemed to emerge in Wang Zhenxing's eyes, completely sucking Lu Chu's mind in. The host successfully made the protagonist Lu Chu a puppet, and obtained 2,000 counterattack points. The protagonist Lu Chu's luck value was -200, and the host's luck value was +200. A moment later, Wang Zhenxing received a message. This means that Lu Chu has lost the will to resist and has become a puppet. But to be on the safe side, Wang Zhenxing still wanted to verify it. After thinking about it, he gave Lu Chu an embarrassing order. "Let's dance." "Yes, master." Lu Chu danced on the spot, somewhat seductively. "That's enough." Wang Zhenxing felt a little annoyed, so he quickly raised his hand to stop him. Unlike the puppet-like puppet of the left protector, the puppet created by the puppetry technique in the secret book of 10,000 poisons is no different from ordinary people under normal circumstances, but when they hear the master's order, they will execute it without hesitation. To some extent, Wang Zhenxing actually has a powerful subordinate with full loyalty. After the matter was settled, Wang Zhenxing left and returned to Lin Keqing's room. Lin Keqing was still the same as yesterday, unable to fall asleep until he came back. After Wang Zhenxing finishes his work outside, he has more work to do when he comes back. Lin Nanshuang next door couldn't sleep at all after hearing some noises, and finally put her ear against the wall to eavesdrop on the noises. "I really envy my sister." Lin Nanshuang bit her lips lightly and pinched the corner of her clothes. At the same time, in a villa near Qingling University, Yun Qianqun, who had been in the Wan Du cult's lair in southern Xinjiang for a long time, finally returned. Sixth senior sister, you look. When Yun Qianqun saw the graceful Mu Linger, an expression of surprise and astonishment appeared on her beautiful face. "You have made some progress in your practice." Mu Linger proudly puffed out her chest and raised her head, smiling. She now looks like she is 17 or 18 years old and has grown into a big girl, but her face is still a little childish. However, it is precisely this slightly immature feeling that adds a different kind of attraction to her. "Congratulations to you, sixth senior sister." It seems that within this year, your martial arts will be able to reach the state of great perfection. Yun Qianqun reacted and congratulated with a smile. What did you gain from this trip to southern Xinjiang? Mu Linger asked. We didn't find any trace of the black-hearted old demon, but we did frighten the people from the 10,000 poison sect. Yun Qianqun replied. The black-hearted old demon stayed in Qingling, no wonder you couldn't find him. Mu Linger said. What? Yun Qianqun was shocked. Don't be nervous. I didn't let you down. Your benefactor is safe. Mu Linger didn't dare to mention that during the time when Yun Qianqun was away, the black-hearted old devil had given Wang Zhenxing peach blossom smoke. Firstly, he was afraid that Yun Qianqun would blame him for not taking good care of him. Secondly, she was afraid that the fact that she and Wang Zhenxing were in a relationship would be exposed, because once this matter was reported back to the sect, it would surely bring the wrath of the head sister. Mu Linger was not afraid, after all, they were from the same school. She was just worried that Wang Zhenxing would be angered and get hurt. So it's better to keep this matter confidential anyway. That's good. Yun Qianqun breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, he doesn't live here, right? I haven't seen him for almost 2 months. He went to Guangling on business. But I heard him yesterday that he had returned to Qingling and was busy with company affairs. He will come to see me when he is done. Mu Linger realized that she seemed to have said too much, so she kept silent. When Yun Qianqun heard this, she looked at her with some suspicion. Come and bring me something to eat. After all, I protected him for a while. It's not too much to buy something for me to eat, Mu Linger explained. Yun Qianqun knew that sixth senior sister was a little greedy, so she didn't think much about it after hearing the explanation. The two sisters continued chatting for a while, and then someone came to visit. However, Leng Qinghan heard the news that his master had returned and rushed to pay a visit late at night. After not seeing each other for 2 months, Leng Qinghan's cultivation progressed rapidly. Yun Qianqun praised him generously and then called Leng Qinghan to the room. Bring your lover to see me tomorrow. Yun Qianqun said straight to the point. Chapter 279 Honoring the son-in-law. Bring him to see you, master. I haven't told him about this yet, I need to ask him. Leng Qinghan replied weakly. It's been 2 months, why haven't you mentioned this to him? Yun Qianqun asked with a frown. Master, you have been away for so long. I was thinking of waiting for you to come back, so I have been delayed until now. Leng Qinghan said with some sadness. She hadn't seen Wang Zhenxing for 2 months. They usually contacted each other by phone or text message. If Yun Qianqun hadn't mentioned it, she would have almost forgotten about it. Okay, I'll talk to him. Leng Qinghan knew that this matter could not be delayed any longer, and said helplessly. It's not just talk. I must meet your lover tomorrow. Yun Qianqun's tone left no room for negotiation. She did this to protect Leng Qinghan. According to Leng Qinghan, that person was once rejected by her and turned love into hatred, so he wanted to collect the debt from her apprentice. Yun Qianqun didn't want her apprentice Leng Qinghan to get hurt because of her past, so she wanted to meet and teach that person a lesson. I understand, Leng Qinghan replied reluctantly. Yun Qianqun returned to the room where she had lived before, tidied her appearance in front of the mirror, and prepared to go out. This villa is very big, but Leng Qinghan feels a little uncomfortable living with his master and uncle, so he still wants to move back to his university apartment. When I was about to leave, I saw Yun Qianqun also going out. Master, where are you going so late? Leng Qinghan asked curiously when he saw that Yun Qianqun seemed to have dressed up specially. Something happened. Yun Qianqun responded vaguely. After leaving the villa, she went to Wang Zhenxing's mansion. Yun Qianqun lived there for a while, and after establishing a relationship with Wang Zhenxing, she also knew where the key was. Going out so late, she was naturally eager to see Wang Zhenxing. However, when Yun Qianqun arrived at the mansion, she found that Wang Zhenxing was not at home. Yun Qianqun didn't have a cell phone, nor did she have Wang Zhenxing's number. She couldn't contact him for a while and couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Happy community. Lin Keqing fell into a deep sleep. Wang Zhenxing returned to another room and began to study Lu Chu's blood again. He wanted to use it as raw material to refine an elixir that could prolong life and keep youth forever. Wang Zhenxing had previously obtained Yi Junline's master-level alchemy skills, so this was not difficult for him. It's only a matter of time to develop the elixir. After studying for a while, Wang Zhenxing suddenly received a message. I clicked on it and saw it was sent by Leng Qinghan. My master has returned to Qingling and said he must see you tomorrow. What should I do? Wang Zhenxing naturally knew that the master Leng Qinghan mentioned was Yun Qianchen. After thinking for a while after seeing the message, he replied. I'll go see her myself. Leng Qinghan, I'm afraid my master has bad intentions, so you must be careful. Wang Zhenxing, I will. Leng Qinghan, I'd better accompany you to see my master, so that if anything happens, you can take care of him. I feel that my master has become more powerful this time. If there is any conflict, you may not be my master's opponent. Wang Zhenxing really wanted to say, if any conflict really happens, the one who will beg for mercy will definitely be your master. But after thinking about it, I feel that it is not appropriate to reveal my cards now and I need to wait for the right time. I will contact you when I meet your master tomorrow. Wang Zhenxing thought for a while before replying. See you tomorrow. Leng Qinghan was a little happy. She hadn't seen her lover for a long time, so she naturally missed him very much. If Wang Zhenxing told her to come over immediately, she would definitely run over without hesitation. What disappointed Leng Qinghan was that Wang Zhenxing did not make such a request. After finishing his chat with Leng Qinghan, Wang Zhenxing, who had a heart as holy as that of a Buddha, continued his research career. It was not until dawn that I crawled into bed and rested for an hour or two to regain my energy. Wang Zhenxing has a day off today and doesn't have to go to work, so he does some morning exercises. Lin Nanshuang, who was suffering from insomnia next door, finally fell asleep but was woken up by the noise of morning exercise. At 8:30, Lin Keqing got up, prepared breakfast, and called Lin Nanshuang to eat together. Why don't you have any energy at all? Didn't you sleep last night? Lin Keqing was in high spirits. When she saw Lin Nanshuang looked listless, she asked. I can't sleep. Lin Nanshuang replied resentfully. Why do you always suffer from insomnia? Lin Keqing wondered. This is all your fault, sister. Lin Nanshuang complained subconsciously. What does your insomnia have to do with me? Lin Keqing wanted to argue, but suddenly realized something and her face turned red. Lin Nanshuang knew that she had said something wrong and felt a little embarrassed and guilty. The two sisters looked at each other for a few seconds and tacitly agreed not to mention the matter. Lin Keqing said first, go wash up quickly and come over to my place for breakfast. Yes, I understand. Lin Nanshuang nodded. After Wang Zhenxing and sisters Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang finished their breakfast, they prepared to go look for Yun Qianchen. But at this moment, Lin Jinfu called and asked to meet with Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing could roughly guess Lin Jinfu's purpose. I'm at Keqing's residence. Wang Zhenxing replied to Lin Jinfu. Okay, I'll be there right away. Lin Jinfu was worried that he would not have the chance to see his eldest daughter, so he responded quickly. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, Lin Jinfu and several bodyguards came to Lin Keqing's residence carrying some large and small bags. These are big and small packages, with food and useful things. Some were given to the younger daughter, Lin Nanshuang, to nourish her body during her pregnancy, and some were given to the older daughter, but the vast majority were given to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing took a few glances and found that they were all expensive cigarettes, alcohol and tea. In particular, some of the bottles of red wine are collectibles, and each bottle is no less than the $1 million bottle of Romani Conti that Tang Zheng had collected before. In other families, the son-in-law respects his father-in-law, but in this case, the father-in-law respects his son-in-law. That's too polite. Why bring so many gifts? Wang Zhenxing was a little happy, but he still said something polite. It's not very expensive. You must accept it. If you think it's good, I'll bring you more later. Lin Jinfu did not have the aura of the billionaire tycoon he had before. His tone was very calm, even a little flattering. Please sit down. Wang Zhenxing saw that he had been standing there obediently, so he gestured with his hand and turned to say, Keqing, make some tea. Yeah. Lin Keqing nodded, took the precious tea that Wang Zhenxing had placed here, quickly brewed 2 cups of tea, and brought them over. Thank you. Lin Jinfu took the teacup from his eldest daughter. He was a little flattered. He didn't care that the tea was boiling hot and took a sip anxiously. It seems that the tea brewed by the eldest daughter herself is particularly fragrant. After thinking about it for a while, Lin Jinfu took out 5 checks from his pocket, put them on the table in front of Wang Zhenxing with both hands, and said. These are 5 Jinfu Bank promissory notes. Each note is for 1 billion, and the total amount is 5 billion. The interest will be calculated for 2 years, and I will pay it back in full upon maturity. Wang Zhenxing had met Lin Jinfu in the tea house before, mainly to borrow the 5 billion yuan. Now that he had brought it to him, he naturally accepted the promissory note without hesitation. No interest required, and no repayment required. Just consider it as my sponsorship to help your career as a good son-in-law. Lin Jinfu's face was full of smiles. As soon as these words came out, Wang Zhenxing's eyes moved slightly. Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang were stunned. Chapter 280, Happy. Lin Jinfu's magnanimity surprised Wang Zhenxing and others. Wang Zhenxing's previous statement that the interest would be calculated as usual was actually just a courtesy, because he estimated that Lin Jinfu would definitely make some response, such as deducting the interest or something. But what Wang Zhenxing didn't expect was that Lin Jinfu actually gave him 5 billion directly. While Wang Zhenxing was thinking, Lin Jinfu continued, if you still need investment in the future, I will fully support you. If you need to attract investors, I have some connections that I can introduce to you. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but sigh that Lin Jinfu was indeed a man who could do great things and had such a broad vision. There is a box on the bedside table, go and get it. Wang Zhenxing said to Lin Keqing. Since Lin Jinfu was so understanding, of course he had to show some appreciation. Yeah, Lin Keqing, who was sitting next to Wang Zhenxing, nodded obediently, like a young wife. Sister, let me get it. Lin Nanshuang said attentively, went to the bedside table in the bedroom, and successfully found a small box. Holding the small box, Lin Nanshuang was about to return to the living room, but suddenly, as if possessed by a ghost, she glanced at the bed in the bedroom and some strange images came to her mind. Have you found it? Lin Keqing's voice came from outside. Lin Nanshuang woke up in shock, shook her head vigorously, covered her slightly hot face, and then walked outside. Here are 3 more pills. Take one every other day, and your lung disease should be almost cured. Wang Zhenxing handed the small box to Lin Jinfu. These 3 pills were actually made by Lu Chu. Although they are a little crude, the effects are similar. In order to save trouble, Wang Zhenxing directly took the medicine made by Lu Chu. Okay, Lin Jinfu took it excitedly. Before coming here, he actually went to Qingling First Hospital and asked Zhang Yuming to check him again. The examination results showed that Lin Jinfu's lesions were gradually subsiding and showing a trend of improvement. Zhang Yuming was shocked and asked the miracle doctor who treated Lin Jinfu. Lin Jinfu was afraid of causing trouble for Wang Zhenxing, so he didn't say anything. But Lin Jinfu is now completely certain of one thing, that is, his disease can be cured and he does not have to die. Are you telling the truth? Can it really be cured? Lin Nanshuang asked Wang Zhenxing and Lin Jinfu in disbelief. I went to the hospital for a checkup, and my condition has improved significantly, Lin Jinfu replied. Lin Keqing listened from the side, her heart beating fast, but she didn't say anything. Like Lin Nanshuang before, she thought that Lin Jinfu lied about not having much time left in order to gain sympathy. She didn't expect that Lin Jinfu really had a terminal illness, but fortunately he was out of danger. This is great. I was so worried. Fortunately, you are okay, Dad. Lin Nanshuang was overjoyed. Thank goodness you found a good husband. Lin Jinfu said with a smile. Of course, Lin Nanshuang was so immersed in the role that she thought she and Wang Zhenxing were a real couple. Dad indulged you in the past, but now you are pregnant and will be a mother next year. You must stop being so willful and be more tolerant towards your lover. Lin Jinfu said earnestly. During the time he was in Luodu, he came into contact with Luodu's powerful people and knew one thing, that is, Wang Zhenxing would never let him leave unless he became Luodu's son-in-law. And now that Wang Zhenxing can return to Qingling smoothly, he must have arranged at least one marriage. Lin Jinfu estimated that his 2 daughters didn't know this yet, so he didn't point it out to them, but instead tried to enlighten them. Of course, this kind of enlightenment is only limited to the youngest daughter, Lin Nanshuang. Lin Jinfu felt guilty towards his eldest daughter Lin Keqing, so he didn't have the face to talk about reason in the name of a father. I will be good. Lin Nanshuang responded to her father's words with some complexity. How she wished that there was something between her and Wang Zhenxing, but it was a pity that this was just a show and would end sooner or later. Lin Jinfu didn't notice anything unusual about Lin Nanshuang. He just thought that she was expressing her feelings because she was about to become a wife and a mother. Lin Keqing stared at Lin Nanshuang for a few seconds. As a woman, she was more sensitive and could see some clues. Lin Jinfu stayed for a while, drank a few more cups of tea made by his eldest daughter, and left contentedly. Before leaving, Lin Keqing said gently, "Goodbye, uncle." This made Lin Jinfu almost cry with joy. Although Lin Keqing has not changed her words yet, her attitude has obviously improved a lot. It is obvious that she does not hate him anymore. It is just because of the years of estrangement that Lin Keqing cannot call Lin Jinfu "Dad" so quickly and frankly. Lin Jinfu felt somewhat fortunate for his decision. He had long seen that his eldest daughter's whole heart was on Wang Zhenxing. If he treated Wang Zhenxing better, it might be easier to gain his eldest daughter's forgiveness. And the facts prove that this is indeed the case. Noon. Lin Keqing cooked a table full of delicious dishes. Wang Zhenxing opened the bottle of red wine sent by Lin Jinfu and tasted it with Lin Keqing and Lin Nanshuang. Lin Keqing only took a sip, but Lin Nanshuang drank a little more because she was worried about something. Her cheeks turned red and she looked a little tipsy. After dinner, Wang Zhenxing took a rest and went to a nearby supermarket to buy some candy to visit Mulinger and also to see Yun Qianchen. Lin Keqing was taking care of Lin Nanshuang. Seeing that she looked drunk, she couldn't help but complain softly. "If you can't drink, don't drink so much." Sister Lin Nanshuang leaned in Lin Keqing's arms, crying. "I just said it casually. I'm not blaming you. Why are you crying?" Lin Keqing comforted him softly. I was thinking that one day I will leave your side, sister, and suddenly I feel so sad." Lin Nanshuang said. Hearing this, Lin Keqing rolled her eyes slightly. Lin Nanshuang might be a little reluctant to part with her sister, but the one who was even more reluctant was probably another person. "Nanshuang, I want to ask you a question. Can you tell me honestly?" Lin Keqing said. "Sister, ask. Do you like your brother-in-law?" I didn't, absolutely not." Lin Nanshuang denied hesitantly. When Lin Keqing saw her expression, she was almost certain of her guess. After thinking about it, she started to speak ill of Wang Zhenxing. "He's actually not a good person. He likes to curse people and he's also a playboy." Lin Keqing wasn't actually talking nonsense. When she first took up the position of secretary, she was scolded a lot, but Lin Keqing understood that Wang Zhenxing meant well. As for the fact that he was unfaithful, it was because she could occasionally smell the scent of another woman on Wang Zhenxing. Lin Keqing knew that Wang Zhenxing had another woman, but she just pretended not to know. Although she was sad about this, Lin Keqing finally accepted the reality. As long as Wang Zhenxing has a place for her in his heart, she will be satisfied. Lin Keqing didn't want her sister to get involved, not because she didn't want to share. After all, she tolerated other women, so how could she not tolerate her own sister? She just didn't want Lin Nanshuang to be sad about this in the future. Chapter 281, Long-Awaited Reunion. "Sister, since you think he's not good, then why are you still with him?" Lin Nanshuang's cheeks were flushed, and she asked Lin Keqing in a daze. "It's not that he's bad, it's that he's too good." Lin Keqing sighed faintly. "He's such an outstanding person, it's inevitable that there will be many outstanding people of the opposite sex around him. I also know that I can't restrain him at all, but I don't want to leave him. Because I know that I will never fall in love with anyone else except him. If that's the case, why bother yourself? So it's better to pretend to be ignorant about some things, otherwise if he gets upset, I'll be even more unhappy." Quote. "Sister, you are so humble," Lin Nanshuang said with a frown. "But he is worth it, because he is the light in my life, illuminating me. With him by my side, I feel everything is beautiful." Lin Keqing showed a somewhat intoxicated smile, and then asked Lin Nanshuang seriously. "So after listening to this, have you changed your mind?" I don't want to be like that. I want to find someone who will love me alone," Lin Nanshuang pouted and said proudly. "Well, it's good." Lin Keqing nodded with relief. Lin Nanshuang drank too much and felt sleepy. He leaned in Lin Keqing's arms and gradually fell asleep. Seeing that she was sleeping soundly, Lin Keqing prepared to let her lie down on the sofa, but Lin Nanshuang hugged her tightly and talked in her sleep. At first, he missed his mother and regarded Lin Keqing as his mother. Later, he murmured and called his brother-in-law, and regarded Lin Keqing as his brother-in-law. Lin Keqing was a little amused and confused. It turned out that this girl was just being stubborn. After finding out Lin Nanshuang's thoughts, Lin Keqing felt mixed emotions. Lin Keqing had no brothers or sisters and was an only child. She felt quite lonely sometimes. When she knew she had a younger sister, she was naturally very happy. In fact, Lin Keqing also wanted to stay with her sister forever. She didn't want her and her sister to be a family and become relatives just because they got married. And more importantly, Lin Keqing also made preparations for a rainy day. Lin Keqing would watch palace fighting dramas in her spare time and gain some insights and experience from them. If it is difficult to fight alone in a large family, it is necessary to find a reliable ally. But your own sister can be absolutely trusted. Lin Keqing was unwilling to compete for favor or engage in intrigue. She preferred to be kind to others and live in harmony. However, she still had to be on guard to avoid being bullied in the future. But Nan Shuang is arrogant and stubborn, she won't take the initiative. What should I do? I can't push this matter. Lin Keqing was a little troubled. In a villa. Wow, that's a lot of candy. Mu Linger took the thing from Wang Zhenxing's hand and said happily. You've grown a little bit. Wang Zhenxing looked at Mu Linger. Mu Linger looked around furtively, and when she saw that no one was around, she smiled and asked in a low voice, is it getting better looking? It looks good, but it's a little strange to look at, said Wang Zhenxing. You wouldn't like me better the way I was before, right? He, after I have cultivated my skills to perfection, I can stay at a certain age as long as I want. I can have any look you like. Mu Linger said mischievously. Wang Zhenxing's eyes widened a little, but he didn't respond. Because Yun Qianchen heard the noise and walked out of the room. Yun Qianchen was not wearing any makeup, but she looked like a fairy from heaven, so beautiful that it was hard to describe in words. Why did you only buy so little? Can't you buy more? You're so stingy. Mu Linger felt a little guilty. After hearing Yun Qianchen's footsteps, she deliberately complained to Wang Zhenxing. There are so many, more than enough for you to eat. Yun Qianchen couldn't help but say when she heard sixth senior sister complaining about her lover. I'll buy more next time. Wang Zhenxing said honestly. My sixth senior sister didn't bully you during the time I was away, right? Yun Qianchen asked. No, Wang Zhenxing replied. Seventh junior sister, why do I feel that you care too much about him? Mu Linger asked Yun Qianchen suspiciously while eating candy with a puffy mouth. My savior, is it weird that you care about me? Yun Qianchen felt a little guilty, but her face looked very natural. Mu Linger didn't notice any clues, so she didn't think much about it. Have you bought the things I asked you to buy for me last time? Yun Qianchen asked Wang Zhenxing seriously. I bought it. Do you want me to take you to see it? Wang Zhenxing understood immediately. What Yun Qianchen said just now was completely fabricated. She just wanted to use this opportunity to be alone with him. Then let's go. Yun Qianchen smiled. What did you buy? Is it food? I want to go too. Mu Linger asked curiously. These are some precious medicinal herbs and cannot be eaten casually. Yun Qianchen said. Then I won't go. When Mu Linger heard that she couldn't eat, she immediately lost interest. Wang Zhenxing drove Yun Qianchen out of the villa and came to a mansion. There was no one else here, so Yun Qianchen naturally didn't have to worry. She stared at Wang Zhenxing with her beautiful eyes and asked softly, do you miss me? I do. I really do. I especially do. Wang Zhenxing said sincerely. I miss you too. Yun Qianchen pursed her red lips, and endless love seemed to flow from her beautiful eyes. Although she was very authoritative like a master in front of her apprentice, she was actually just a girl in her 20s who was in her first love. After being separated from her lover for a long time, Yun Qianchen has accumulated too much longing. About 10 minutes passed. Okay, go wash your face with cold water and calm down. Yun Qianchen gradually woke up from her daze and said softly. When Zhoudian Shengjiao Gong is practiced to a certain level, it will greatly improve the tendons, bones, blood and flesh, expel most impurities and become clear and flawless. Take the skin for example. Although it feels no different from ordinary human skin when touched lightly, once it comes into contact with a certain external force, the protection mechanism will be automatically triggered. Ordinary swords and knives could not leave a single scratch on Yun Qianchen, let alone hurt her. Wang Zhenxing didn't care when he heard Yun Qianchen's words. You're asking for trouble. It's up to you. Yun Qianchen said angrily when she heard that he didn't listen to her advice. I don't know how long it took, but suddenly a muffled groan was heard. How is this possible? Yun Qianchen was stunned, but her mind was in a mess and she couldn't think normally at all. After a long time, everything returned to calm. More than 2 months ago, I taught you the Zhodian Shenjiao Gong. How come you have reached the 3rd level so quickly? Yun Qianchen asked in astonishment, finally able to use her brain normally. Why not? Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile. No, why is the Zhodian Shenjiao Gong you practiced a little different from what I taught you? Yun Qianchen felt his pulse and discovered something even more extraordinary, and said as if waking up from a dream. Qinghan's lover turned out to be you. Chapter 282 A Great Harvest. Qinghan's lover is me. Why do you think so? After hearing Yun Qianchen's words, Wang Zhenxing asked seriously. I once asked Qinghan about her sudden enlightenment of the Zhodian Shenjiao Gong after practicing it, and she said that it was her man who had the enlightenment. I don't believe in such a coincidence that you also had a sudden enlightenment of the Zhodian Shenjiao Gong. Yun Qianchen said with certainty. It seems I can't hide it from you anymore. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Actually, I came to you today to talk to you about this. Didn't you tell Qinghan that you wanted to see me? You bad person, you deceived me. Why didn't you tell me this earlier? Yun Qianchen was embarrassed and angry. It's not too late to tell you now. Wang Zhenxing said. This is different. What's the difference? Yun Qianchen subconsciously thought. If I had told her earlier, her relationship with Wang Zhenxing would not have developed to this point. But after thinking about it carefully, she was reluctant to separate even if Wang Zhenxing really told her in advance. For example, at this moment, although Yun Qianchen was ashamed and angry, she couldn't even bear to beat this guy. In short, you are so hateful. Yun Qianchen said this after feeling resentful for a while. If you're angry, why don't you beat me up to vent your anger? Wang Zhenxing said teasingly. Do you think I don't dare? Yun Qianchen snorted. Then you fight. Yun Qianchen said unhappily, I don't have the strength now. I will beat you up sooner or later when I recover. Then I'll wait. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Yun Qianchen was silent for a while, then suddenly remembered something, so she asked, I heard Qinghan talk about you. Have you really been rejected by me before? But how come I have no impression of you at all? Wang Zhenxing was actually making it up, but seeing that Yun Qianchen herself was confused, he just lied and said, you really don't remember. When I entered the world to practice, I had so many pursuers that I really can't remember. Yun Qianchen said. It doesn't matter if you don't remember. It doesn't matter anyway. Wang Zhenxing said. There is something very important, and I want you to answer me. Yun Qianchen's beautiful face, which still had a blush, showed a serious look. What is it? Do you love me more, or do you hate me more? I've always been the same. I don't hate you, I only love you. After all, I did so much just to be with you. That's more like it. Yun Qianchen's lips curled up slightly, feeling somewhat proud, but she quickly remembered something else and said, what about you towards Qinghan? Wang Zhenxing estimated it in his heart, and said, I just regarded her as your substitute at first, but later I thought she was pretty good. Of course, if you don't like it, I can break off the relationship with her. You ruined her moral character and caused her to fall deeply in love with you. If you break off relations with her, it will be the same as killing her. Yun Qianchen said anxiously. Then what do you think we should do? Wang Zhenxing said. Oh, what else can I do? You must take responsibility for the sins you have committed. Don't let her down, otherwise I won't forgive you. Yun Qianchen said helplessly. Then find a time for you two masters and disciples to sit together and have a good chat, Wang Zhenxing asked tentatively. That won't work. Why? Give me some time to rest. I need to be mentally prepared. Otherwise, how can I, as a master, put my face aside? Then I won't tell her about you and me for now. Don't tell me, let me tell you myself. Okay, you have the final say on this matter. Wang Zhenxing said indifferently. Do you have anything else to tell me? After Yun Qianchen and Wang Zhenxing had reached an agreement, she suddenly remembered another thing. Other things, nothing else. Wang Zhenxing could actually guess what she meant. There's more, Yun Qianchen snorted. Really no more. Also, think about it carefully, or I will go back to my sect and ignore you. But I really can't think of it. How about you remind me? How many levels of Zhodian Shenjiao Gong have you realized? I want to learn it too. Yun Qianchen no longer cared about her face, this was something she had been thinking about for a long time. I have currently attained the 8th level of enlightenment. Wang Zhenxing felt that there was no need to hide this from Yun Qianchen. 8th level, how did you do it? Yun Qianchen was a little surprised. It just came to me on a whim, and I suddenly had an epiphany. Wang Zhenxing possesses the fortune of martial arts enlightenment, which can be used once a day. Over the past 2 or 3 months, he would have sudden enlightenment about the Zhou Tian Shen Jiao Gong every day. I have already realized the 8th level, and only the 9th level has yet to be realized. Sudden enlightenment. Yun Qianqun originally wanted to learn from others and gain some experience, but she was speechless after hearing Wang Zhenxing's reply. However, understanding is something that can only be understood but not expressed in words. Husband, teach me. After hesitating for a while, Yun Qianqun was too lazy to care about it and said to Wang Zhenxing coquettishly. No hurry, I'll teach you something else first. Wang Zhenxing said seriously. Something else, is it some powerful martial arts or supernatural power? Yun Qianqun was a little expectant. Wang Zhenxing smiled strangely. Yun Qianqun noticed something was wrong and knew that she might be overthinking. And the facts soon proved that this was indeed the case. But to be honest, Yun Qianqun really didn't know what Wang Zhenxing taught her. But Yun Qianqun still reluctantly learned it, even though it was embarrassing. The sky gradually darkened. Wang Zhenxing and Yun Qianqun left the mansion and went to a restaurant. On the way, Wang Zhenxing checked the message he received a few hours ago. The host seized the heroine Yun Qianqun and obtained some of the abilities of the protagonist Yi Junlin, Grandmaster level medical skills. The host did not violate the heroine's wishes and received double the normal reward. Since the host has medical saint level medical skills, the reward is automatically converted into a large amount of medical skill upgrade experience. Congratulations to the host for obtaining quasi-medical immortal level medical skills. The host and the heroine Yun Qianqun have a relationship. Nourished by the body of the stars, his aptitude has been greatly improved, and he has been evaluated as a monstrous genius. Heroine Yun Qianqun's favorability towards the host +20, current total favorability is 90 until death. The host has a great influence on the plot, and obtains 2,100 counterattack points. The protagonist Yi Junlin's luck value is -210, and the host's luck value is +210. Quasi-medical immortal level medical skills, genius-like aptitude. Wang Zhenxing gained a lot and was secretly excited. The medical skills of the quasi-medical immortal level already have a certain ability to bring the dead back to life. Compared with the medical skills of the medical saint level, this is a qualitative improvement. The physique qualities that Wang Zhenxing had previously lacked have now been supplemented. At this point, his comprehension, aptitude, and talent have all reached the level of a monstrous genius, no less than Yi Junlin. After being delighted for a while, Wang Zhenxing checked the value of the counterattack points. Counterattack points, 75,300. Chapter 283 Sword Fairy, by Yining. Looking at the more than 70,000 counterattack points, Wang Zhenxing felt very pleased. Counterattack points have many uses. They can be exchanged for various things in the system mall. They can be exchanged for the protagonist's abilities, allowing the skills to break through the realm, enhance cultivation, improve the proficiency of martial arts and supernatural powers, and so on. Improve your cultivation. Wang Zhenxing said something silently, but after thinking about it, he felt that there was no need. Improving his cultivation level is nothing more than increasing his combat power, but he has no intention of confronting the protagonist head-on, so improving his cultivation level is not of much use. Moreover, he possesses the ability to remain still in space and become invisible, so his actual combat power is actually quite considerable. In addition, he is surrounded by several powerful female protagonists at his disposal. There is really no need to spend counterattack points to improve your cultivation. Of course, the most important point is that there is currently no protagonist who can threaten him. It's not too late to upgrade when it's really necessary. Wang Zhenxing opened the communication system, opened them all and started browsing, wanting to see if there were any interesting items. Soon, something called Worldly Destiny card attracted his attention. The Worldly Destiny card can be used on any female character, including the heroine. After using it, you can choose one of the secular relationships such as family, love, friendship, etc., so that Wang Zhenxing can have a corresponding bond with the female character. The specific bond will be generated reasonably based on factors such as Wang Zhenxing's and the female character's age, experience, and background. For example, Wang Zhenxing is now 36 or 37 years old. If he chooses the secular relationship of family affection, with a female character in her teens, it is likely that a father-daughter bond will be generated, and a brother-sister bond will be generated with a small probability. Of course, this is just a hypothetical assumption. The price of the Secular Destiny card is quite expensive, and it takes 10,000 counterattack points to redeem one. Expensive value means it cannot be used casually. And even if it is to be used, it should be used on the heroine. And the secular relationship chosen should preferably be love. Otherwise, those 10,000 points would most likely be lost. However, Wang Zhenxing currently did not have a suitable female protagonist to use it with, so he just carefully read the introduction of the Secular Destiny card and did not choose to redeem it immediately. While thinking, Wang Zhenxing and Yun Qianchen came to a high-end couple restaurant. "Why are you frowning? Are you still feeling unwell?" While eating, Wang Zhenxing noticed that Yun Qianchen looked a little strange. "I'm not that delicate, I'm just suddenly worried about something," Yun Qianchen said worriedly. "Are you worried that your sixth senior sister will find out that you have had a special experience?" Wang Zhenxing understood. "I'm not worried that sixth senior sister will notice anything. As long as I pay more attention to my behavior and posture, I should have no problem fooling her. What I'm worried about is that my fourth senior sister and fifth senior sister will come to Qingling and they will notice something," Yun Qianchen said. "I've already met your fifth senior sister Shui Miaoshuan. Who is your fourth senior sister?" Wang Zhenxing's eyes brightened slightly. "My fourth senior sister is Bai Yining. She is known as the Sword Fairy in the Hidden World. Her attainments in the way of the sword are enough to rank among the top 3 in the Hidden World," Yun Qianchen said. Bai Yining, Sword Fairy. Wang Zhenxing imagined the image and then asked doubtfully, "Are your two senior sisters sure they want to come to Qingling?" "I'm not sure about that." Yun Qianchen shook her head and said, "My disciple Yi Junline's father passed away. Senior sister 4 and senior sister 5 went to Guangling to pay their respects. Senior sister 6 and I are both in Qingling. I wonder if they will come over after the ceremony." After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing seemed to be thinking about something. He was not sure whether Bai Yining would come, but one thing he could be sure of was that Shui Miaoshuan would most likely come to Qingling. It's just that it's not convenient to tell Yun Qianchen about these things. Why think so much? What if they find out? They may not be able to guess the relationship between you and me. Even if they know, they can't kill me, right? Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. Yun Qianchen's pretty face was serious. "I'm not trying to scare you. This is not impossible. We have a very good relationship as sisters. As the youngest sister, I am loved by all the sisters. If they knew that you blasphemed me, they would definitely not forgive you." "Not really. Does your sect still prohibit dating?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "It's not prohibited, but it's not encouraged either. You are indecisive, and besides me, there is also Qinghan. I can tolerate this, but they can't. If they knew, they would definitely vent their anger on my behalf." Yun Qianchen snorted. "Well, as long as you don't tell me, I don't tell you, and Qinghan doesn't tell you, how will they know?" Wang Zhenxing said. "But we can't always be sneaky, right?" Yun Qianchen sighed. "Don't worry. Once I have established good relationships with your senior sisters, they will approve of it," Wang Zhenxing said confidently. Yun Qianchen was not optimistic at all. "My sixth senior sister is playful and loves to eat, so she is relatively easy to deal with. But my fourth and fifth senior sisters are not easy to fool, especially my fourth senior sister. There are at least 80 unfaithful people who died at the hands of the Sword Fairy." "Is this so cruel?" Wang Zhenxing's mouth twitched. "Of course. So you have to be nice to me. I have 6 senior sisters. If you bully me, you will be in trouble." Yun Qianchen smiled with her hands covering her mouth. "What are you talking about? How could I bear to bully you?" Wang Zhenxing smiled awkwardly. After the meal, Yun Qianchen wanted to take a walk with Wang Zhenxing and take a stroll by the river. Yun Qianchen has an extraordinary temperament and is so beautiful that she looks like a fairy who has fallen into the mortal world. She is really eye-catching. In order to avoid trouble, Yun Qianchen had to give up the idea of taking a walk. Wang Zhenxing sent Yun Qianchen to the vicinity of the villa, and then went to the university apartment to find Leng Qinghan, wanting to talk to her about something. But when I arrived at the apartment, I found nothing. Wang Zhenxing guessed that Leng Qinghan had gone to see Yun Qianchen, so he was not in a hurry and was ready to wait for her to come back. While waiting, Wang Zhenxing opened the system mall and spent 10,000 counterattack points to exchange for a worldly destiny card. According to Yun Qianchen, the sword fairy Bai Yining is so cruel, so it is better to make some preparations in advance. After exchanging the worldly destiny card, Wang Zhenxing immediately used it on Bai Yining and chose the secular relationship of love to generate past experiences and stories. Ex-girlfriend soon, some memories related to Bai Yining appeared in Wang Zhenxing's mind. The secular destiny card was used successfully, the heroine Bai Yining's favorability towards the host increased to 60, and the current total favorability is 60, admiration. The host influences the plot and gets 1000 counterattack points. 1000 counterattack points, not bad, I have already recovered 1/10 of my investment. After receiving the message, Wang Zhenxing said silently. Over there at the villa. Master, you have met him, right? Lang Qinghan asked Yun Qianchen cautiously. I have met her. Yun Qianchen's expression was slightly complicated. Lang Qinghan noticed that her master's breath was a little disordered, and guessed that something unpleasant must have happened when the two met, so she asked with a serious face. Master, did you have a conflict with him and then fight? Did you start a fight? Chapter 284 Before Departure. After hearing her apprentice Lang Qinghan's question, Yun Qianchen felt a little embarrassed and subconsciously wanted to lie, saying that there was no conflict between the two of them. But think about it, if there was no conflict, how to explain the disordered breath? You can't tell the truth to Lang Qinghan, right? Yun Qianchen still had some dignity to show for herself, so after thinking for a while she simply said, I had a fight with him. Sure enough, a fight broke out then. Who suffered the loss? Was it him? Lang Qinghan was a little nervous. After Yun Qianchen came back this time, her cultivation had obviously improved. According to Lang Qinghan's estimation, Wang Zhenxing was probably not her match. And at this moment Yun Qianchen's breathing was disordered, so it is conceivable that Wang Zhenxing's condition must be bad. He's fine. I didn't use my full strength for your sake, but instead I was hurt by him. Yun Qianchen's face showed a strange look. That's good. Lang Qinghan was delighted for a moment, then quickly calmed down and asked Yun Qianchen with concern, Master, are you okay? It's nothing serious, just take a rest. Yun Qianchen shook her head. Master, thank you for showing mercy to him. You are so kind to me, just like my mother is as kind to me. Lang Qinghan said gratefully. Mom. Yun Qianchen's pretty face froze for a moment, and she corrected herself, I'm actually only a few years older than you. If you want to treat me as a relative, shouldn't I be your sister? That's right. Lang Qinghan nodded happily. Yun Qianchen was very kind to her in teaching her, and she often ignored Yun Qianchen's age. 7th junior sister, you're back. Muling walked out of the room and came to Yun Qianchen in the hall. Then she noticed something and said in surprise. What's wrong with you? Are you hurt? Uncle Master was fighting with someone and she held back and suffered a little loss, but it's no big deal. Lang Qinghan continued. But I smell a faint smell of blood. You must have seen blood. How can you be fine? Muling looked up and down at Yun Qianchen with a serious and slightly childish face. 6th senior sister, you sensed it wrongly. Yun Qianchen's face flushed a little, and she was very embarrassed. No, I'm sure. Let me see where you were injured. Muling said anxiously. Okay, 6th senior sister, your perception is correct, but I'm not injured. It's because 6th senior sister, you are now 17 or 18 years old, and you will also have this situation. I don't need to say more, right? Yun Qianchen thought for a moment and said this. Oh, I see. Muling reacted and thought she was overthinking. With Yun Qianchen's level of Zhodian Shenjiao Gong, it is not easy for her to get hurt or bleed, unless she stands still and allows others to attack her. But this is obviously impossible. Only the situation that Yun Qianchen described can explain it. Guangling. A light drizzle was falling from the sky. Today is the day when Yi Junline's father, Yi Ruiming, is buried. Yi Junline looked at the coffin sadly and entered a pit. With the waving of shovels, yellow soil continued to cover the coffin. After a while, a large mound gradually formed. Yi Junline kowtowed in front of the tomb, leaving tears on the ground and then left. Su Ming is dead, his great revenge has been achieved, and Yi Ruiming can rest in peace. On the way back to Yi's house. Little disciple, you still have a long life to live, so you must cheer up. Shui Miaoshuan, wearing a moon-white Taoist robe, looked otherworldly. He is gone. If your father were still alive, he would definitely not want to see you like this. Bai Yining was dressed simply, but it still couldn't hide her proud figure and beautiful appearance. From time to time, people around would secretly look at me, but they only dared to take a quick glance. Because Bai Yining had a sharp aura all over his body, like a sword, giving people a strong sense of oppression. Fourth master and fifth master, I still want to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. How can I let you down? I will cheer up. Yi Junlin took a deep breath and said. Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining felt relieved after hearing this. Fourth master and fifth master, what are your plans for the future? Are you going to return to your sector practice in the secular world? Yi Junlin asked. I am going to Qingling to see Ling'er and Qianqin. Shui Miaoshuan answered first with a calm expression. I'm afraid that Master 5th, the people you want to see aren't just Master 6 and Master 7, Yi Junlin muttered to himself after hearing this. Wang Zhenxing returned to Qingling a few days ago. He guessed that Shui Miaoshuan came to Qingling mainly to see Wang Zhenxing. But I didn't have the courage to say it in front of my two masters. Fourth senior sister, when you return to your sect, please give a message to the head sister for me, telling her that I want to continue practicing in the secular world. Shui Miaoshuan said to Bai Yining. Take a message, I don't plan to return to my sect. Bai Yining said. Then you, fourth senior sister. Shui Miaoshuan looked puzzled, and then seemed to remember something and said, I remember that when you, fourth senior sister, entered the secular world to practice, it seemed that the place you went to was Qingling. Fourth senior sister, do you also want to go there and meet some old friends? Of course not. Bai Yining's voice became noticeably louder. Shui Miaoshuan saw the clue and became suspicious. She vaguely remembered that when Bai Yining ended her practice and returned to the sect from the secular world, she seemed to be hurt by love. Although Bai Yining herself never admitted this. Then senior sister 4 is just like me. She probably also wants to see Ling'er and Qianqin. Shui Miaoshuan didn't point it out and at the same time gave her a way out. Well, that's it. Bai Yining said. I also plan to go to Qingling. Yi Junlin echoed. Then we will set off tomorrow. If you have any other matters in Guangling, please deal with them as soon as possible. Shui Miaoshuan was already impatient and wanted to find someone. Previously, it was because Yi Junlin's father passed away and she needed to deal with the funeral affairs, so it was inconvenient for her to leave, but now that the matter is settled, she naturally has no concerns. I'm going to the Song family to say goodbye to my mother. Apart from Luo Zhuxuan, Yi Junlin had nothing else to worry about in Guangling. The sky gradually darkened. Yi Junlin went to the Luo family and had dinner with his mother Luo Zhuxuan. Ji Xuanxin happened to be here too. After dinner, Yi Junlin and Luo Zhuxuan talked about going to Qingling. Of course Luo Zhuxuan did not object after hearing this, but asked her son to take some gifts to Qingling for Wang Zhenxing and his sister Shu Yunyan. The gift for Shu Yunyan was some cosmetics made using traditional methods. The gift for Wang Zhenxing was something like medicinal wine, which was used to nourish a man's body. There are some things at the Luo family that need my attention. After I'm done with them, I'll go to Qingling as well. Luo Zhuxuan said. I'll go with you then. Ji Xuanxin also said. When Yi Junlin saw Ji Xuanxin's happy look, he couldn't help feeling bitter, but he could do nothing about it. Wang Zhenxing is an ordinary man. He will definitely not be able to handle so many women in the long run. His body will collapse sooner or later. Let's see how he copes with it then. Yi Junlin said silently with some resentment. Chapter 285 That year 18. Night. Guangling Yi family. Bai Yining was worried and couldn't sleep, so she went out for a walk in the garden. Suddenly, she saw that the light was still on in the guest room where Shui Miaoshuan lived, so she walked towards Shui Miaoshuan's room. Hearing the knock on the door, Shui Miaoshuan opened it. Junior sister, are you still reading so late at night? Bai Yining saw Shui Miaoshuan holding a book in her hand. Yes. Shui Miaoshuan nodded and asked, why haven't you rested yet, senior sister? I haven't left the sect for a long time. I feel a little uncomfortable going down the mountain. I haven't had much rest these days. As he spoke, Bai Yining walked into the house and sat down. Shui Miaoshuan put down the book in her hand and poured a cup of hot tea for Bai Yining. Junior sister, it seems that she has gained a lot from going down the mountain this time. She is ahead of me, which makes me ashamed as her senior sister. Bai Yining sighed. It's just luck. With your talent in swordsmanship, you will understand it sooner or later, Shui Miaoshuan said with a smile. Junior sister, what are your thoughts on this breakthrough? I wonder if you could give some advice to a dull sister like me, Bai Yining said humbly. Fourth senior sister, you're too polite. Shui Miaoxuan waved her hand and pushed the book she had just read onto the table in front of Bai Yining. Bai Yining opened the book with some curiosity and took a look. On the title page were written the 3 words, Dao Te Ching, which she guessed was the name of the book. This whose work is this? After reading a passage, Bai Yining was shocked by the profound principles in the book. It is written by a contemporary sage. Shui Miaoxuan inadvertently smiled. There are such people in the secular world. It seems that I should go down the mountain and walk around. Bai Yining's hand holding the book trembled slightly. This book. I have written down the contents of the book, please take it, 4th senior sister. Shui Miaoxuan understood what she meant. Thank you, 5th junior sister. Bai Yining's face was filled with joy, but it soon disappeared. She sighed and said, even if I can understand something from this, I'm afraid it will be difficult to make any progress. 4th senior sister, you have some regrets in the past that you can't let go of, so you have developed a mental demon, right? Shui Miaoxuan asked. 5th junior sister has a keen eye. Bai Yining smiled bitterly. What exactly happened to 4th senior sister when she was practicing in the secular world? Shui Miaoxuan was a little curious. Bai Yining hesitated for a moment and said, if I tell you, you have to keep it a secret for me. Of course. Shui Miaoxuan nodded with a smile. When I entered the secular world to practice cultivation, because of a momentary thought, I had a love affair with a secular man who ran a small businessman. Bai Yining said slowly. Shui Miaoxuan was surprised for a moment and asked, what happened next? Bai Yining's thoughts drifted away, and she said quietly, I wanted to reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship, and I felt that emotions would become a constraint for me in the future. Plus, he was just an ordinary person, and we were not the same kind of people. So one time when we were climbing a mountain, I pretended to fall into a deep valley, and quietly left him. Shui Miaoxuan felt a little emotional after hearing this, and she could especially understand Bai Yining. Thinking back to when she left her husband for Du Hongqian, she had a similar mentality to Bai Yining. You thought you could let him go, but in fact you overestimated yourself. As the years passed, he seemed to be becoming a demon in your heart, Shui Miaoxuan said. That's right. Bai Yining said bitterly, took a deep breath, and said, so I want to go to Qingling and meet him secretly, maybe I can let it go. I can't let it go even if I haven't seen you, so shouldn't it be even harder to let it go after we meet? Shui Miaoxuan asked doubtfully. I was 18 that year, and he was 27. Now 9 years have passed, and he is definitely not as handsome as he used to be. According to my estimation, he may be pot-bellied, even bald, and should have married and had children. When Bai Yining said this, his expression gradually became a little strange. If I saw him, my dream would probably be shattered, and I would naturally let it go. It seems to make some sense. Shui Miaoxuan said. Bai Yining's mood improved a little. She looked at Shui Miaoxuan and said, 5th junior sister, I've told you my secrets. Shouldn't you also tell me something about yours? What secrets could I have? Shui Miaoxuan's eyes flickered. Don't hide it from me. Bai Yining seemed to have seen through everything. She stared at Shui Miaoxuan and said, you are a cultivator. Your aura should be pure and flawless, but I can sense that your aura is tainted by the world. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck, so I wanted to learn from the seniors in the sect and break through the realm of cultivation by overcoming the calamity of the mortal world. So I found a man I like and married him. Shui Miaoxuan knew she could no longer hide it, so she told the truth. No wonder Bai Yining suddenly realized, and then felt a little sorry for her, but 5th junior sister, you have improved your cultivation level by perceiving the profound truths of the saints. In other words, you have entered the mortal world and have been wasted in vain. How can you say that? We have prayed to heaven and earth and are a legitimate couple. This is a matter of mutual consent. Shui Miaoxuan corrected hurriedly. Bai Yining was speechless for a while. So, 5th junior sister, do you mean that you will take care of your husband and children and be a good wife and mother in the future? Why not? I am a cultivator, but I am not a monk. Shui Miaoxuan said. 5th junior sister, even if you have paid homage to heaven and earth, you have not paid homage to your parents. It will not be easy for you to pass the test of the sect leader, the senior sister. Bai Yining was worried for her. That's a matter for the future. What worries me most right now is something else. Shui Miaoxuan said worriedly, I left without saying goodbye, and he resented me very much. He didn't even consider me his wife. Upon hearing this, Bai Yining didn't know what to say to comfort her junior sister. After all, she is not good at dealing with emotional conflicts between men and women. The only relationship she had was one in which she was treated like a treasure. Every time she was angry, she was comforted by the other person. She never felt any pressure at all. The two were speechless for a moment, and the room fell into silence. The next day, Bai Yining, Shui Miaoshuan and Yi Junlin embarked on a journey to Qingling. Leng Qinghan picked up the two senior masters at the airport and arranged for them to stay in the villa he had purchased. This villa has 5 floors and many bedrooms. Not to mention the arrival of 2 more senior uncles. Even if all the senior uncles came, there would be room for them to stay, and it wouldn't be crowded at all. After arranging for Bai Yining and Shui Miaoshuan to stay, Leng Qinghan bought a lot of daily necessities. Yi Junlin helped diligently, working as a porter and was busy for most of the day. In the evening, Yi Junlin personally cooked a sumptuous dinner for his master Yun Qianchen, senior sister Leng Qinghan and 3 uncles as a welcome dinner. Yun Qianchen and others readily agreed after hearing this. Yi Junlin is a very good cook, and can be called a master chef. When he is in the sect, he often shows off his cooking skills. Among everyone, the foodie Mu Linger was the happiest. Let's call Xiao Wang over to have dinner together. Mu Linger didn't forget Wang Zhenxing even though she had something delicious to eat, so she suggested to everyone. Chapter 286 Dinner Invitation. Yun Qianchen knew that the little Wang that Mu Linger mentioned was Wang Zhenxing. When she heard Mu Linger's proposal, she agreed in her heart, but on the surface she said calmly. Then ask him to come over. It's just adding another set of bowls and chopsticks anyway. Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining didn't like eating with strangers, but when they heard that Mu Linger and Yun Qianchen were willing to let this little Wang come, they didn't say much. Yi Junlin was busy in the kitchen at the moment, and no one in the hall objected. Mu Linger immediately called Wang Zhenxing. Hello, Xiao Wang, what are you doing? Mu Linger asked after the call was connected. When Wang Zhenxing heard Mu Linger addressing him, he knew there must be someone around her, because if Mu Linger was alone, she would use the nickname, Dear, instead of calling him, Xiao Wang, in a senior manner. We're getting ready for dinner. Is there anything wrong? Wang Zhenxing was in the living room of Lin Keqing's house at this moment, with the absent-minded Lin Nanshuang sitting next to him. Who are you having dinner with? Mu Linger asked. Wang Zhenxing deliberately lit a cigarette, then walked to the balcony naturally, avoiding Lin Nanshuang, and then replied, I'll eat alone. That would be so boring. Why don't you come over to my place? I have a chef cooking here and there are many delicious dishes. Mu Linger said. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing thought for a while. Mu Linger and Yun Qianchen can't cook, so this so-called master is most likely Yi Junlin. Wang Zhenxing had used the detection technique on Yi Junlin a long time ago. Yi Junlin has almost maxed out all his life skills, and cooking is one of them. And if you calculate the time, Yi Ruiming's 7th day of death has already passed. Okay, I'll be there right away. Wang Zhenxing replied. After hanging up the phone, he put out his cigarette and walked towards the kitchen. Are you hungry? Dinner will be served soon. Lin Keqing, who was cooking, heard footsteps, looked back and said. I have a dinner party to attend and won't eat at home, said Wang Zhenxing. Ah, but I cooked a lot of dishes that you like. Lin Keqing pursed her lips and sighed, saying helplessly. Socializing is more important, so go ahead and don't keep people waiting. Wang Zhenxing saw that Lin Keqing was a little jealous, so he approached her with ease and said some sweet words. Lin Keqing soon smiled happily, and for a moment she even forgot to cook the dishes. Her arms involuntarily hooked around Wang Zhenxing's neck. Why does it smell like burning? Lin Nanshuang smelled something, so she walked towards the kitchen and soon saw a scene of 2 people facing each other. Lin Keqing felt a little embarrassed and quickly let go of Wang Zhenxing. I didn't see anything. Lin Nanshuang lowered her head and walked away. Lin Keqing was a little embarrassed. She stir-fried the burnt-smelling dishes, and then considerately wiped off some lipstick marks on Wang Zhenxing's mouth and face. Wang Zhenxing left Xingfu community and drove to the villa where Yun Qianchen and others lived. It seems to be coming. Mu Linger heard the doorbell in the living room and prepared to get up. 6th Master, I'll go. Leng Qinghan took the initiative to speak. He came to the big iron gate outside the villa and opened a small door. Is your junior brother Yi Junlin back? Wang Zhenxing asked Leng Qinghan after entering through the small door. Well, there are also my 4th uncle and 5th uncle. Leng Qinghan added. This so many people, Wang Zhenxing's face twitched. Although I had guessed this a long time ago and felt that Shui Miaoxuan and Bai Yining would most likely come to Qingling, I couldn't help but feel a little panicked when I really had to face them. If anyone lets the cat out of the bag, they won't be able to eat their meal in peace tonight. For a moment, Wang Zhenxing wanted to back out. But it was just a thought that flashed through my mind. After years of experience in the business world and society, his psychological quality is exceptionally good. And some things are always unavoidable, and escape is not a solution. Of course, if you have to face it, you still need to understand some situations. After the day I met your master, did she say anything to you? Wang Zhenxing asked Lang Qinghan. Master said that you had a conflict and then competed. She suffered a loss because she held back. Isn't that right? Lang Qinghan said. Yes, that's right. Wang Zhenxing nodded and had a deeper understanding of Yun Qianshan's mentality. Yun Qianshan was obviously not mentally prepared to reveal her relationship with him in front of her apprentice Lang Qinghan. He didn't dare say it in front of his apprentice, let alone in front of his senior sister. In other words, Yun Qianshan will definitely not make their relationship public for now. As for Mulinger, she took advantage of the peach blossom cigarette incident and lied that something had happened, so she established a relationship with him. Yi Junlin knew about this. But Mulinger had warned Yi Junlin to keep it a secret, as she didn't want the matter to be reported back to the sect and cause him any trouble. To sum up, Yun Qianshan and Mulinger will not expose their affairs with him in the short term. Wang Zhenxing doesn't need to worry about this for the time being. As for what Shui Miaoxuan and Bai Yining were thinking, he couldn't guess for the time being and could only act according to circumstances. Don't stand here, go inside. Lang Qinghan said when he saw that Wang Zhenxing seemed to be in a daze. Wang Zhenxing nodded slightly and walked forward with her. Have you told anyone else about our relationship besides your master? Wang Zhenxing asked in a low voice on the way. Of course not. Without your order, I wouldn't dare to say these things. Lang Qinghan muttered. That's good. Wang Zhenxing praised. As they walked, they got closer and closer to the entrance of the villa and stopped talking. Moreover, outside the eaves at the door, there was a figure wearing a moon-white Taoist robe. It's really my husband. Shui Miaoxuan had come out of the house to get some fresh air and accidentally saw a familiar figure. After taking a closer look, she found that it was indeed Wang Zhenxing. She was originally wondering where to find Wang Zhenxing in Qingling, but she didn't expect to meet him like this. This must be our fate. Shui Miaoxuan's heart was surging, and her delicate cheeks were flushed with excitement and joy. It's just that the light outside is dim and not conspicuous. Fifth uncle, what are you doing standing outside? Lang Qinghan stopped immediately and asked respectfully when he passed by Shui Miaoxuan. Get some fresh air. Shui Miaoxuan smiled, her eyes moving away from Lang Qinghan's face and falling on Wang Zhenxing. What disappointed Shui Miaoxuan was that Wang Zhenxing looked cold and didn't even look at her. Then I'll go in first, fifth master. Lang Qinghan followed Wang Zhenxing's footsteps. My husband still resents me looking at Wang Zhenxing's back. Shui Miaoxuan felt a sharp pain in her heart and sobbed silently a few times. Chapter 287 Dinner Party Incident. Wang Zhenxing didn't look back, but he could roughly guess what Shui Miaoxuan was feeling. It is inevitable to reconcile with Shui Miaoxuan, but definitely not now. After many years in the business world, Wang Zhenxing summed up a truth when negotiating contracts with others, which is that one must not be impatient, because if one party is impatient, he will lose the initiative and will definitely suffer a loss. You must know how to use the advantages you have in order to gain the greatest benefits. Of course, there are differences between talking about business and talking about relationships, but the principles behind both are the same. Temporarily ignore Shui Miaoxuan for a while. The more anxious Shui Miaoxuan is, the better he can take the initiative. Walk into the bright house. Wang Zhenxing glanced around and saw Yun Qianshan, Mulinger and a strange yet familiar woman. The woman was dressed simply, but her proud demeanor could not be concealed. The slightly immature face in Wang Zhenxing's memory gradually overlapped with that of this woman, and he quickly determined that this woman was Bai Yining. Is it him? No, that can't be. When Bai Yining saw Wang Zhenxing, her heart was immediately stirred. The person in front of her looked so much like her former lover. However, Bai Yining quickly denied it secretly. Because this was completely different from the greasy middle-aged man she had expected. And the temperament between the two is also very different. He looked honest back then, but the man in front of him had sharp eyes, a strong aura, and his every move was full of confidence, very masculine. Sixth junior sister, is he the little Wang you mentioned? Bai Yining was suspicious and wanted to find out whether the man in front of her was her former lover, so she pretended to ask Mu Linger casually. Yes. Mu Linger ate the candy with her mouth puffed up, looking cute and lovely. But I think he's not small. Bai Yining said. I call him Xiao Wang, just casually. Mu Linger smiled. So what's his full name? Bai Yining felt that it was about right, so she asked. Wang Zhenxing. Mu Linger replied. It's really him. Bai Yining was stunned for a moment. Wang Zhenxing is very different from what he was back then. She couldn't even imagine that this was her honest boyfriend back then. But the appearance and the name match, there's no doubt about it. I thought he had turned into a greasy middle-aged man after so many years, but unexpectedly he became even more charming. Bai Yining looked at him a few more times, her heart even trembling slightly. Why doesn't he seem to recognize me? Bai Yining and Wang Zhenxing looked at each other for a few seconds, and when they noticed that there was nothing unusual in his expression, they felt a little jealous. Compared to when she was 18, Bai Yining has completely lost her youthfulness and her figure is even more impressive, but the contours of her facial features have not changed much. But he didn't recognize it. Bai Yining felt a little disappointed and a little angry. I have only been dead for 9 years. Has he forgotten me completely? Bai Yining complained in her heart for a while, but then she thought that she was the one who was unfaithful. How can you blame him? At this time, Shui Miaoshuan walked in silently from outside and sat down in the hall. Her beautiful eyes would glance at Wang Zhenxing intentionally or unintentionally. Yun Qianqin held her breath and didn't even dare to look at Wang Zhenxing, for fear that her senior sisters would notice something. As a junior, Leng Qinghan felt a little restrained in such situations. Plus, she had a cold personality and didn't talk much, so naturally she didn't say a word. Everyone in the hall had their own thoughts, and for a moment, they fell into a strange silence. Even Mu Linger, who was the most talkative and active, remained silent. Why do you all look so strange? Did they find out about me and him? No way. Mu Linger glanced at Wang Zhenxing with a guilty conscience, feeling a little uneasy. This weird atmosphere lasted for a long time. Until it was broken by Yi Junline's cheerful voice, it's time to eat. Why are you here? Yi Junline was busy in the kitchen and had no idea that Wang Zhenxing would come. Not welcome, Wang Zhenxing smiled. How could that be? Uncle Wang, please take a seat. Yi Junline felt unhappy, but seeing the masters present, he could only force a smile to welcome them. After all, Wang Zhenxing is the benefactor of the 7th master Yun Qianqin, and he is an underground lover of the 6th master Mu Linger, and he also has an unclear relationship with the 5th master Shui Miaoshuan. Yi Junline certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to embarrass Wang Zhenxing and draw the contempt and blame from several masters. Everyone came to the restaurant and prepared to sit down. Wang Zhenxing randomly picked a last seat. 4th master, please take a seat. Yi Junline said. Bai Yining has the highest status here, so he should sit in the main seat. Let your 5th master sit in the main seat. Bai Yining refused, and subconsciously glanced at Wang Zhenxing who was sitting at the last seat. The last seat is the farthest from the main seat. She wanted to get closer to Wang Zhenxing so that this guy could see more clearly and see if Wang Zhenxing really had forgotten her at all. 5th master, would you please? Yi Junline looked at Shui Miaoshuan. Hearing this, Shui Miaoshuan shook her head slightly. How can a wife decide where to sit when her husband is present? It's just that these words are not convenient to say. Ling please sit down. Shui Miaoshuan said to Mu Ling Me. Forget it, Qianqin, you just sit there. Mu Linger refused and looked at Yun Qianqin and said. No, you should sit here, senior sister. Yun Qianqin and Shui Miaoshuan had similar thoughts. They wanted Wang Zhenxing to sit in the main seat, but they didn't dare to say it out loud. Why don't you all want to sit there? Mu Ling didn't think too much about it. She just didn't want to sit there. Because the table was a long table, it was not so convenient to pick up food when sitting at the main seat. After seeing that everyone refused, she simply said to Wang Zhenxing. You sit there. Me. That's not a good idea. Wang Zhenxing said politely. The house is poor, you are the one who says it's poor. Mu Linger just wanted to eat quickly. Just think of it as a guest following the host's wishes. You can sit in the host seat. Leng Qinghan said. Well, okay. Wang Zhenxing nodded reluctantly and sat down in the main seat. Afterwards, Mu Linger, Yun Qianchen and others gradually took their seats in an orderly manner. Yi Junlin brought all the dishes up. Yun Qianchen, Shui Miaoshuan, Leng Qinghan and Bai Yining did not pick up their chopsticks. Mu Linger didn't think too much and picked up the chopsticks to start eating, but suddenly she felt the atmosphere was a little weird and put down her chopsticks for some unknown reason. Why aren't you eating? Don't you have an appetite? Yi Junlin, who was the youngest, sat at the last seat. He was a little confused after seeing everyone's reactions. These dishes are delicious and he put a lot of thought into them. But after he spoke, no one responded and there was silence for a moment. Xiao Zi, your cooking skills are really good. I didn't expect you to be such a good cook. You are really virtuous. Wang Zhenxing picked up a shrimp with chopsticks and put it into his mouth. He praised Yi Junlin and then said to everyone in the room. Everyone, eat. Virtuous. Hearing this compliment, Yi Junlin felt particularly uncomfortable and wanted to say something. But to their surprise, they saw that after Wang Zhenxing spoke, the four masters and sisters obediently picked up their chopsticks and started eating. This scene gave people a sense of déjà vu as Wang Zhenxing was the head of the family. 5th Master Shui Miaoshuan and 6th Master Mu Linger have a close relationship with Wang Zhenxing, so it is understandable that they are like this, but what about the others? Could it be? Yi Junlin had a bad premonition and couldn't help but take a breath, but soon denied it secretly. Wang Zhenxing is the only outsider here. The rest are fellow disciples, like a family. The master and the senior sister must be just being polite. That must be the case. Chapter 288 You are a fool. By the way, I brought some things from Guangling. Uncle Wang, remember to take them with you when you leave later. Halfway through the meal, Yi Junlin remembered something and said it to Wang Zhenxing. Who gave it to me? Wang Zhenxing knew that it couldn't be Yi Junlin's gift to him, and it was most likely Luo Zishuan. However, he didn't point it out. Instead, he wanted to use this opportunity to test Yi Junlin's attitude. You a friend. Yi Junlin didn't dare to say it was his mother Luo Zishuan. Wang Zhenxing is a philandering guy. If Shui Miaoshuan and Mu Linger get angry and beat him to death, Luo Zishuan will cry her heart out. Although he was very unhappy with Wang Zhenxing, Yi Junlin did not want to deal with him in this way. Yi Junlin's plan was to wait until Wang Zhenxing's body was gradually drained and he would be unable to cope with the women around him, thus causing Luo Zishuan to become alienated, and then break up with Wang Zhenxing. By then, Yi Junlin would have nothing to worry about and would not have to worry about Luo Zishuan committing suicide. So it was given to me by my friend. What is it? After Wang Zhenxing felt out Yi Junlin's attitude, he suddenly became fearless. It's medicinal wine. Uncle Wang, you are old, so you must take care of your health. Yi Junlin said with a malicious smile. Really? Then Xiao Yi, please pour me a cup and try. I'm old now, and sometimes I really can't do it. Wang Zhenxing sighed. Yi Junlin was startled. He did not expect Wang Zhenxing to not hide his feelings. He was delighted and stood up and said, I'll be there right away. Yi Junlin checked the medicinal wine and found that it was just an ordinary health-preserving wine for men. Its effect was very limited and it could not save a middle-aged man from his weakness. At the dining table, after hearing what Wang Zhenxing said, Yun Qianchen and Shui Miaoshuan looked at him strangely but did not say anything. After all, there are some things that they just need to know in their hearts and cannot be discussed openly. Soon, Yi Junlin poured a cup of medicinal wine and placed it on the table in front of Wang Zhenxing. Not bad. Wang Zhenxing picked up the cup and took a sip. After hearing this, Yi Junlin subconsciously wanted to say, of course, this was brewed by my mother. But when the words came to his lips, he quickly realized that something was wrong, so he swallowed the words back. Don't just drink, eat some food. Mu Linger took the initiative to pick up some food for Wang Zhenxing. Since you are sitting at the main seat, some dishes cannot be reached even if you are sitting. Thank you. Wang Zhenxing smiled, glanced at Mu Linger, and reminded her, there are oil stains on your face. Really? Mu Linger reached out and wiped it several times, but failed to wipe it off. Let me help you. Wang Zhenxing reached out and pulled out a piece of tissue from the table to help Mu Linger wipe the oil stains off her face. Thank you. Mu Linger was very happy and gave Wang Zhenxing a sweet and lovely smile. Then she suddenly noticed that everyone around was looking at her. Mu Linger felt very guilty, afraid that others would notice something, so she pretended to eat to hide her emotions. In fact, except for Yi Junlin who knew the inside story, Yun Qianqun and others didn't think much about it. Everyone thinks that Mu Linger is a child, playful and greedy, and doesn't know how to talk about love. The reason why they all looked at Mu Linger was simply because they envied the friendly interaction between her and Wang Zhenxing. After Bai Yining saw this, she felt even more jealous. Because she saw the actions of Wang Zhenxing and Mu Linger, she recalled some loving and sweet memories with Wang Zhenxing. The dinner ended quickly in such a strange atmosphere. Wang Zhenxing drank some wine and seemed a little tipsy, staggering slightly as he walked. If you can't drink, don't drink so much, Yi Junlin complained, fearing that something might happen to Wang Zhenxing if he went back like this, so he said, "Let me take you back." "You," Wang Zhenxing looked at Yi Junlin with a confused look, "do you have a driver's license?" "No, but I can drive," Yi Junlin said. "No, I can do it myself." Wang Zhenxing patted his chest. Yi Junlin looked at him suspiciously and stretched out a finger. "Uncle Wang, what's this?" "You're stupid, aren't you?" Wang Zhenxing pointed at him. Yi Junlin felt that Wang Zhenxing was cursing, but he had no evidence. He patted his forehead and said helplessly, "You'd better not go back. Just stay here for one night." Although he was very reluctant, he didn't want Wang Zhenxing to drive the car into the river. If this person drowned, wouldn't Mother Luo Zhuxuan collapse? Also, Yi Junlin noticed that Mu Linger and Shui Miaoshuan looked concerned. Even if he didn't mention it, Mu Linger and Shui Miaoshuan would probably tell him. It would be better if he said it himself, at least this way he could win the kindness of the two masters. As Yi Junlin spoke, Mu Linger and Shui Miaoshuan showed some relief on their faces, as if they were thinking that Yi Junlin was not accepted in vain as a disciple, as he knew how to share the worries of his master. "Master, fellow senior brothers, I'll take my leave first." Leng Qinghan felt awkward staying here. Besides, with her master Yun Qianqun here, it would not be her turn to secretly take care of Wang Zhenxing. She might as well go back to the apartment. "Qinghan, you bought this house, why don't you live here?" Yun Qianqun said. "I'm teaching at the university, so it's more convenient for me to live over there in the apartment." Leng Qinghan knew that under the watchful eyes of his master and uncle, it would be difficult for him to get along with Wang Zhenxing, so it was naturally impossible for him to live here. Living in the apartment, Wang Zhenxing can visit her at any time and it is more convenient for him to do anything. But it's different living here. With the cultivation level of master and uncle, if she hums at a critical moment, master and uncle will notice it. "Senior sister, the villa you bought is nice. It is so spacious. Unlike the place where I live, which is narrow and small." Yi Junlin rubbed his hands and hinted. After coming to Qingling, he has been renting a house. A small house is cozier, which is not bad. Leng Qinghan understood Yi Junlin's hint, but pretended to be confused. "Senior sister, what I mean is, can I live here too? You see, there is no one to serve me here. If I live here, I can also serve my master at his service." "What do you think?" Yi Junlin said in a high-sounding manner. In his opinion, this was just a small request. There is no reason for senior sister not to agree, right? "You can ask the master and several senior uncles." Leng Qinghan couldn't refuse, so he said this. Yi Junlin smiled and nodded, then looked expectantly at Yun Qianqun, Mu Linger, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining, waiting for their response. "If you need someone to do things for you, just find a nanny. You are not needed. Besides, there are only women here, so it's not convenient for you to live here." Wang Zhenxing interrupted. Hearing this discordant voice, Yi Junlin was stunned. This guy must be drunk, why is he speaking so fluently now? Chapter 289 The Real Outsider. "I asked my masters, not you," Yi Junlin said to Wang Zhenxing with a squint. There was a hint of blaming Wang Zhenxing for meddling in other people's affairs in the tone. But as Yi Junlin finished speaking, Yun Qianqun and the others looked at him. Yi Junlin suddenly felt like a thorn in his back. "He's right. It's inconvenient for you to live here, my little disciple," Mu Linger said. Yun Qianqun, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining didn't say anything, but judging from their expressions, they obviously felt the same as Mu Linger. "Then it's not appropriate for him to stay here tonight, right?" Yi Junlin said, looking at Wang Zhenxing. "He was drunk, that's different," Yun Qianqun continued. Yi Junlin looked at Wang Zhenxing and guessed that he was pretending to be drunk, otherwise he would not have spoken so fluently just now. But there's no point in worrying about it now. I originally thought that Wang Zhenxing was the outsider, but from the current situation, it seems that this outsider is myself. This hurt Yi Junlin somewhat. But Yi Junlin soon figured it out. No matter how charming Wang Zhenxing is, it will be of no avail. After all, his body is not made of iron and will collapse sooner or later. Even if Wang Zhenxing is destined to be an emperor, he cannot escape one rule. Ancient emperors were busy with many affairs and most of them had short lives. The main reason, of course, needs no further explanation. After adjusting his attitude, Yi Junlin left peacefully. Wang Zhenxing lived in a bedroom on the third floor of the villa. At night, Mu Ling, who was wearing cartoon pajamas, was afraid that Wang Zhenxing would drink too much and kick off the quilt and catch a cold, so she sneaked into the bedroom. Sure enough, there's no quilt. It really makes me worried, Mu Ling said in a condescending manner and pulled the quilt over to cover Wang Zhenxing. The moonlight outside the window shone softly into the room and fell on Wang Zhenxing's sleeping face. That face, which looked like it was carefully carved, made people feel their hearts beat faster. Mu Ling rolled her big eyes stealthily, then pouted her lips slightly and slowly moved her little face closer. But just when their skin was about to touch, footsteps were heard in the corridor outside the door. After listening carefully for a while, Mu Ling noticed that the footsteps were getting closer. Oops. Mu Ling felt guilty and looked around in panic, then hid in the closet in the room. Not long. The footsteps outside reached the bedroom door and suddenly stopped. The half-open room was gently pushed open, and Yun Qianshen's figure appeared. I wanted to chat with you, but you were sleeping so soundly. Yun Qianshen muttered. She knew that Wang Zhenxing had cultivated his Zhodian Shenjiao Gong to the third level and would not catch a cold easily, nor would he get drunk easily. When Yun Qianshen saw Wang Zhenxing look drunk, she knew he was probably pretending, but she didn't point it out. Yun Qianshen felt that Wang Zhenxing wanted to spend more time with her, so he took the opportunity to live here. So Yun Qianshen came over to take a look when it was late at night and everyone was asleep. But I didn't expect that this guy had already fallen asleep. Yun Qianshen sighed, lowered her head and moved towards Wang Zhenxing's profile, ready to kiss him and leave. Mu Ling saw this scene through the gap in the wardrobe and immediately opened her mouth in shock. At the same time, the restrained breath leaked out for a moment. Although it was only a moment, it could not be hidden from a master like Yun Qianshen. Who is it? The door of the wardrobe was pulled open by a suction force, and Yun Qianshen was in front of Mu Ling in an instant, ready to take action. But when he saw clearly that it was Mu Ling, he was completely stunned. Sister Qi, Junior Sister Qi, good evening. Mu Ling waved her hand while hiding in the closet, looking embarrassed. Sixth Senior Sister, why are you here? Yun Qianshen blushed. If I say that I was hungry in the middle of the night and went to the kitchen to find something to eat, and then I went to the wrong door and ended up here, would you believe it? Mu Ling said with a forced smile. What do you think? Yun Qianshen was not stupid, so of course she wouldn't believe such words. Hey, wait, that's not right. Mu Ling suddenly realized that she was the one who was legal and compliant, so she swaggered out of the closet and asked. Seventh Junior Sister, you came here late at night and kissed my boyfriend. Should I be the one to torture you? Your boyfriend? Yun Qianshen was surprised. Yes, Mu Ling said with her head held high. Where do you get that from? Yun Qianshen knew that Mu Ling was playful and suspected that she was playing a prank. Mu Ling hesitated for a moment, then told Wang Zhenxing how he was poisoned by peach blossom smoke and how he was rescued. Yun Qianshen's brain short-circuited for a moment after hearing this, and she lowered her voice and said, didn't I ask Sixth Senior Sister to keep an eye on him? Why did this happen? That's true, but I can't follow him all the time, right? Mu Ling muttered. Why is this happening? Yun Qianshen felt dizzy. It would have been fine if there was just one more disciple, Leng Qinghan, but Sixth Senior Sister Mu Ling was also involved. Junior Sister, when did you and him start this relationship? Mu Ling asked. When you, Sixth Senior Sister, first arrived in Qingling. Yun Qianshen replied. Before me. Mu Ling said sullenly. Now it's not a question of who comes first, but what should be done about this matter. Yun Qianshen said. It's very simple. If you feel unhappy, just dump him. There's nothing good about him. He's just an old man. Mu Ling said with pretended disdain. What I want to say is, Sixth Senior Sister, is it possible for you to quit? Yun Qianqun has been loyal to Prince Ding, and there is no way she would quit even if she died. Why did I quit? First come, first served. And he was not rescued by you, sixth senior sister. You can't lie to me about this. Yun Qianqun knew that Mu Ling didn't finish her words. Mu Ling's cultivation technique is special. If she really saved someone, then her cultivation would probably stagnate forever. It will never be like it is now, with an aura that is unfathomable and the skills he is practicing showing signs of approaching perfection. It's not entirely my fault, but I did help. Anyway, I am too embarrassed to marry, so he must take responsibility. Mu Ling looked at Yun Qianqun and said. But you came here first, junior sister. Logically, you have priority. If you disagree, I can only ask for some interest from him and then withdraw. What interest? Yun Qianqun asked in surprise. Of course Mu Ling made a knife-wielding gesture towards Wang Zhenxing from a distance. This won't work, absolutely not, Yun Qianqun said anxiously. If that's the case, then we can just talk our separate ways. I'll call you sister, and you'll call me senior sister. Mu Ling naturally couldn't bear to wield the knife at Wang Zhenxing, she just said it casually. Yun Qianqun was depressed for a while, then asked, besides you, sixth senior sister, who else saved him? Her name is Shu Union, and she is our little disciple's aunt. Mu Ling replied. What? Yun Qianqun's mind was in a mess. My young disciple also knows about this, but I have warned him not to tell anyone. Mu Ling added. I really shouldn't have gone to southern Xinjiang. Yun Qianqun regretted it so much that her intestines turned green. It's all the fault of that damn black-hearted old devil. He insisted on poisoning people with peach blossom smoke. I curse him to never have children, Mu Ling said viciously. Shish. Yun Qianqun suddenly made a gesture to keep quiet. Mu Ling was stunned for a few seconds and noticed the sound of light footsteps. It seems that someone else has come. Chapter 290 Late Night Visitor. Someone is coming. Is it the fourth senior sister or the fifth senior sister? Mu Ling asked Yun Qianqun in a low voice. Your fourth senior sister. Stop talking and leave quickly. Wang Zhenxing said silently in his heart. In fact, he didn't sleep at all, and even heard the entire conversation between Mu Ling and Yun Qianqun clearly. Before staying overnight, he specially told fortunes for himself. Staying here for a night will bring you unexpected and wonderful gains. This was the main reason why Wang Zhenxing took the risk and pretended to be drunk and stayed here overnight. Of course, divination is not 100% accurate, and small, unforeseen circumstances may affect the way things turn out. Although the probability of this happening is extremely low, it is still possible. For example, at this moment, after Wang Zhenxing saw Bai Yining's figure through perspective, he felt something was wrong. Mu Ling and Yun Qianqun had just reached an agreement. If Bai Yining suddenly intervened, perhaps the two of them would not change their minds. But after Bai Yining learned about this, she would probably keep her distance from him. After all, Bai Yining just couldn't forget about it, and if she was really angry, she could let it go. Wang Zhenxing's goal is to catch them all in one fell swoop, and he doesn't want any fish to slip through the net. It seems to be the fourth senior sister. Yun Qianqun's cultivation level is higher than Mu Ling's, and she quickly made the judgment. Junior sister, what should we do? Can we let fourth senior sister know about this? Mu Ling was at a loss and asked Yun Qianqun. This guy is playing around with multiple women. Given fourth senior sister's temper, she might vent her anger for us and kill him in one blow. You and I should keep this a secret for now. Don't tell anyone. Yun Qianqun made a prompt decision and said, let's go. After saying that, Yun Qianqun flashed and flew out of the window. Mu Ling felt that what the junior sister said made sense, and quickly followed Yun Qianqun to escape. Qianqun is still smart. I will be nicer to you in the future. Wang Zhenxing secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, footsteps came to the door and then stopped. The door was half open. Bai Yining looked into the bedroom and saw Wang Zhenxing sleeping peacefully. After hesitating for a moment at the door, she quietly walked into the room and sat down gently on the edge of the bed. Bai Yining just stared blankly at Wang Zhenxing's sleeping face, her mind inadvertently recalling every little detail of their past. And from time to time, he would smile. It was not until the memories reached the end of parting that the smile on my face gradually disappeared. Bai Yining took a deep breath, and her complicated expression gradually calmed down. Since he's gone, why bother disturbing his life now? Let the past go with the wind. I was able to leave him 9 years ago, and I can still cut off the ties of love now. Anyway, this guy has forgotten me. At the end, there was obviously some resentment in Bai Yining's tone. Bai Yining stood up, ready to take a last look at Wang Zhenxing as a farewell. But just as he turned around, he suddenly heard Wang Zhenxing's faint mumbling in his sleep. Ning Yi. Bai Yining heard the name. When she met Wang Zhenxing, she was using the fake name, Ning Yi. Bai Yining stopped and listened for a while, and realized that Wang Zhenxing seemed to be dreaming. What he dreamed about was the time when she fell into the abyss. Because just from Wang Zhenxing's mumbling in his sleep, Bai Yining could feel how helpless and desolate he was. Not to mention, tears continued to flow from the corners of his eyes. Bai Yining's heart was broken, and at the same time she felt annoyed and self-blame. In fact, thinking back, even if they were separated at the beginning, they could have chosen a better way instead of pretending to fall into a valley and letting him experience the grief of his lover's death. Sorry, Bai Yining murmured, and was also touched, with tears rolling down her eyes. Heroine Bai Yining's favorability towards the host +10, current total favorability is 70, unwavering love. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 1000 counterattack points. The protagonist Yi Junline's luck value is -100, and the host's luck value is +100. Bai Yining had finally made up her mind to leave, but it was shattered by Wang Zhenxing's mumbling in his sleep. I won't leave you again. Bai Yining whispered to herself and sobbed a few times. At this moment, she did not have any of the cold and arrogant demeanor of the sword fairy. Snap! The sound of porcelain breaking when it fell to the ground woke Bai Yining up instantly. Turning around, I saw Shui Miaoshuan standing at the door. Shui Miaoshuan had a look of astonishment on her face. It looked like she had not just arrived, but had been here for a while. Bai Yining blamed herself for being so absorbed in the subject that she didn't even notice Fifth Junior's sister arriving at the door. But she couldn't think too much at this moment, because the person sleeping on the bed showed signs of waking up because of the sound of the bowl breaking. Wang Zhenxing opened his sleepy eyes and glanced around the bedroom. There was no one in sight, only some broken pieces of porcelain bowls at the door. As expected of an expert, he ran really fast and disappeared in an instant. Wang Zhenxing said something silently. He originally wanted to continue pretending to be asleep, but the porcelain bowl fell to the ground with such a loud noise that if he didn't react at all, it might arouse suspicion. That's why he pretended to be disturbed and woke up. As for the dream talk just now, Wang Zhenxing thought for a while and gave his acting skills a score of 9, leaving 1 point for improvement. As a man with the acting skills of an award-winning actor, he must be strict with himself. After turning on the perspective and taking a look, Wang Zhenxing discovered that the two masters who disappeared in an instant had hidden in an empty room on the 3rd floor. At this moment, Shui Miaoshuan looked at Bai Yining with a complicated expression. She got up at night and secretly made a bowl of sobering soup, intending to secretly bring it to Wang Zhenxing, but unexpectedly ran into Bai Yining. What did you hear? Bai Yining asked Shui Miaoshuan tentatively. 4th senior sister, the ex-boyfriend you abandoned is him, right? Shui Miaoshuan asked back. Hearing this, Bai Yining knew she could no longer hide it and nodded. Things in this world are too coincidental. Shui Miaoshuan said with a complicated tone. It's such a coincidence. I didn't expect that your husband, 5th junior sister, is the same person as my ex-boyfriend. Bai Yining said sullenly. While having dinner, she felt that Shui Miaoshuan looked at Wang Zhenxing in a strange way, but she didn't think much about it at the time. But after seeing Shui Miaoshuan's strange expression, he naturally understood everything. The two sisters looked at each other for a while and were silent for a long time. Shui Miaoshuan said, 4th sister, I beg you not to tell anyone. I don't want to cause trouble for him. I understand. If senior sister knew that you had secretly gotten married to someone, she would probably be furious. Bai Yining said. 4th senior sister, now that you have met him, have you let it go? Shui Miaoshuan asked. Bai Yining smiled bitterly and shook her head. Your words have come true. I can't let it go. I hurt him before, and I want to make up for the mistakes I made. Otherwise, I will be bound by my inner demons forever and suffer for the rest of my life. Chapter 291 Goodbye Qin Yi. It's a prophecy. Shui Miaoshuan was secretly annoyed at herself for being such a jinx. Why did she say that in the first place? 5th junior sister, you are married to him after all. If you mind this, then I can stay away from him and let me be trapped by my inner demons for the rest of my life and suffer the consequences of my own actions. Bai Yining looked sad. Fourth senior sister, I will be very sad if you do this. Shui Miaoshuan couldn't bear it. Then what do you think we should do? Bai Yining's eyes lit up. Shui Miaoshuan hesitated for a moment and said, if we want to live together peacefully in the future, we must get through the hurdle of the senior sister. It's better for two people to be scolded than for one person to be scolded. Sister. Bai Yining took Shui Miaoshuan's hand, breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Senior sister, Shui Miaoshuan was a little slow to react, then she smiled at her. After laughing for just a few seconds, Bai Yining suddenly became worried. You and him have a relationship as husband and wife. After he calms down, he will definitely forgive you. But it's different for me. I faked my death to deceive him and left for 9 years. Don't worry, I will plead for you when the time comes. Shui Miaoshuan promised. That's good. Bai Yining felt relieved, and then said, then only the senior sister is left. Fifth junior sister, if the senior sister knew about it, she would definitely be disappointed in us, right? Will she even hurt him in anger? I can't say for sure. Shui Miaoshuan shook her head, with some worry on her face. The eldest sister they referred to was, strictly speaking, half their master. Because when they entered the sect, the eldest sister's cultivation had already surpassed that of the previous head, who was also their master. At that time, the master did not have much time left, so all the matters of passing on the skills were done by the eldest sister. Bai Yining and the others had been punished many times during their apprenticeship, and naturally they developed a fear of the senior sister over time. After the master passed away, the eldest sister, who was extremely powerful, became the new leader without any dispute. Bai Yining and other junior sisters have great respect for the senior sister, and can be said to regard her as a parent. The eldest sister was also very worried about these younger sisters, fearing that they might be abducted and led astray. After all, there are too many bad guys in the world, especially some evil monsters who are dedicated to abducting righteous female heroes, and their methods are hard to guard against. Therefore, the eldest sister is very concerned about the emotional affairs of her younger sisters. Although the junior sisters are not prohibited from dating, the eldest sister has set a rule that before the junior sisters confirm a relationship with someone, they must bring the person back to the sect for her to observe. Bai Yining and others have also stated that they will strictly abide by it. But now, it seems that the divination was not wrong. Things are indeed developing in a good direction. Wang Zhenxing read the lips through perspective and learned about the conversation between Bai Yining and Shui Miaoshuan. He was secretly delighted. The fact that things were able to develop so smoothly was undoubtedly due to Wang Zhenxing's high level of peach luck and his own extremely high luck value. The worried rollover incident did not happen. Instead, because they each visited the bedroom at night one after another, Yun Qianchen and Mu Ling'er accepted each other and became a group, and Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining became a group. Although they are currently divided into two groups, they can accept each other, which is a good start. Anyway, they are all senior sisters, and it is not impossible for them to become a family in another sense from being one family. Moreover, their becoming a family actually has a potential condition for success. Because all of Yi Junline's masters are female protagonists. If it weren't for Wang Zhenxing's intervention, which affected the direction of the plot, Yi Junline's plot would have been able to develop smoothly. Then these heroines will definitely live happily together with the protagonist in the end. As for the senior sister, Wang Zhenxing was not worried for the time being. As the saying goes, things will work out when the time comes, and there is no point in thinking too much about it now. The moon sets and the sun rises, and a night passes just like that. Early in the morning, Yi Junline came over diligently and prepared breakfast to honor the four masters and Wang Zhenxing. When we were halfway through breakfast, an uninvited guest suddenly arrived. It was Qinyi who heard the news and rushed here to pay his respects to his master and uncle. Qinyi was previously plotted against by Yi Junline, and lost some of his abilities, and has been depressed ever since. But now Qinyi is full of energy and vigor. Qinyi seems to be blessed by heaven recently, and his cultivation has increased rapidly. He has already practiced the Zhoudian Shenjiao Gong to the first level, and his understanding of medical skills has also become deeper. The improvement of his cultivation allowed Qinyi's damaged kidney meridian to slowly recover. If we continue at this pace, we should be able to regain our lost abilities within 3 months. Wang Zhenxing was amazed. Qin Yi's luck value should have dropped to an extremely low level, so how come it is rejuvenated now? With this doubt, Wang Zhenxing checked and was surprised to find that Qin Yi's luck value had increased significantly, even exceeding the value when he first appeared. If the protagonist follows the trajectory of the original plot, his luck value will gradually increase. But Qin Yi's original plot was already a mess. Not to mention, most of Qin Yi's luck was sucked away. Wang Zhenxing took advantage of the break to go to the bathroom and made a phone call to ask Qin Yi's mother Xu Yuro, wanting to know if Qin Yi had any special experience. But the reply he got was that Qin Yi had been staying at home in depression before, but he suddenly cheered up a few days ago. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing ruled out the possibility that Qin Yi absorbed the luck of other protagonists and calculated the date. It happened to be the second day after I received the blessing of the sages in Luodu. It turns out that this kid benefited from my help. Wang Zhenxing quickly determined the reason. He has a harmonious relationship with Xu Yuro. As Xu Yuru's only son, Qin Yi can also be blessed by the good fortune of the saints. In fact, not only Qin Yi, but even Yi Junlin was blessed by the good fortune of the sage. However, because Yi Junlin killed Su Ming, he absorbed a lot of Su Ming's luck, and at the same time obtained the blessing of the sages, which resulted in his basic luck being very high. Although he was blessed by Wang Zhenxing's sagely luck, it was not very obvious. But Qin Yi was different. He was almost forgotten by the crowd, but suddenly he gained good luck, so he had this trend of reviving from the ashes. Qin Yi respectfully paid his respects to his master Yun Qianqun, as well as Mu Ling'er and other three uncles. Then, when he saw Wang Zhenxing, he didn't even say hello and pretended not to see him. Obviously, Qin Yi felt that he was back to normal and had regained his former confidence. Wang Zhenxing secretly found it a little ridiculous. Qin Yi's luck suddenly changed, but he didn't know who this good luck came from. If one wants to cut off the luck given to Qin Yi, severing ties with Xu Yuro is one way. However, Xu Yuro is gentle and obedient, mature and beautiful, and she is willing to work hard without complaint. Wang Zhenxing was a little reluctant. But it is inevitable to discipline Qin Yi, and this worry must be eliminated. After all, Qin Yi changes his attitude faster than turning the pages of a book. Then, Qin Yi and Xu Yuro can only sever their relationship. Although Qin Yi and Yi Junlin are both filial, there are still some differences between them. Qin Yi dared to be angry with his mother Xu Yuro, but Yi Junlin did not dare to anger his mother Luo Zhuxuan at all. It is not difficult to alienate the relationship between Qin Yi and Xu Yuro. Wang Zhenxing decided to find Xu Yuro. 2 months ago, he handed over an entertainment company to Xu Yuro. So much time has passed and no one has paid any attention to it. During this trip, I can also go and see how Xu Yuro is managing the company. Wang Zhenxing made up his mind and went to the restaurant, smiling brightly towards Yun Qianqun and the others. I'm going to work, bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. Bye bye. 4 responses came almost simultaneously. Yun Qianqun, Mu Ling'er, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining were all stunned for a moment, and then looked at each other. Chapter 292 Perfume Lily. After seeing the reactions of Yun Qianqun and the other 4, Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a moment. He thought it would be inappropriate to greet anyone alone, so he looked in the direction of Yun Qianqun and the other 3 and said this vaguely. Originally, I thought Yun Qianqun and the others understood in their hearts that these words were meant for her. And in fact, it is true. Yun Qianqun and the others thought that Wang Zhenxing came specially to say goodbye to them. But what was somewhat different from what Wang Zhenxing expected was that Yun Qianqun and the others responded immediately in unison. For a while, Yun Qianqun was with Mu Ling'er, Shui Miaoshuan was with Bai Yining. The 2 groups looked at each other, and then cast suspicious glances at Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing thought about how to make amends, and soon smiled and said to Yi Junlin, "Little Yi, bye." "Goodbye, Uncle Wang," Yi Junlin replied reluctantly. After hearing this, Yun Qianqun and Mu Ling'er thought that Wang Zhenxing must love the people around them and wanted to maintain good relationships with them, so they didn't think much about it for the time being. Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining had similar thoughts. The former was even more delighted to feel that her husband's anger should have subsided a little, and they could expect to be back to normal. After Wang Zhenxing finished speaking to Yi Junlin, he subconsciously looked at Qin Yi, but felt that there was no need, so he did not greet him. Qin Yi was also looking at Wang Zhenxing at this moment, with some unkindness in his eyes, and he was even cursing in his heart, hoping that Wang Zhenxing would get into a car accident on the way to work. Wang Zhenxing caught some malice in Qin Yi's eyes and sneered secretly. After leaving the villa, Wang Zhenxing first went to Zhenxing Group to deal with some work matters. During this time, he called the flower shop and ordered a bouquet of lilies. 10 o'clock in the morning. Joy Entertainment Media Company building. Knock knock. The female assistant came to the president's office. Come in. A voice came from inside the door, and the female assistant pushed the door open and walked in, holding a bunch of scented lilies. She came to a desk and said to the woman working at the desk, "Mr. Xu, someone sent you a bouquet of flowers." The woman looked up when she heard this, revealing a mature and charming face. It was Xu Yuro. She pushed up her glasses on her smooth nose and said, "Didn't I tell you not to bring flowers to the office?" "Mr. Xu, the female assistant looked embarrassed. Whether Xu Yuro accepts it or not is one thing, whether she passes it on is another. The suitor who sent flowers to Xu Yuro was either rich or noble. How could a small assistant like her dare to offend him? Forget it." Xu Yuro looked at the female assistant's expression and could understand her difficulties. The female assistant was relieved and asked, "Boss Xu, that's your favorite lily, should we still throw it in the trash can?" "What else?" Xu Yuro had no expression on her face. She likes lilies, but it also depends on who gives it to her. "Yes, Mr. Xu." The female assistant nodded quickly. Although she felt a little sorry, she still threw the bunch of lilies into the office trash can. Xu Yuro continued to handle her work. Not long after, the female assistant came in again and said that someone wanted to see Xu Yuro. "Do you have an appointment?" Xu Yuro asked. "No." "Then ask the other party to wait. I have a meeting in 10 minutes. "But Mr. Xu, he said he was." "No matter who it is, wait until I finish the meeting. You take them to the reception room first. Those who come to see someone on their own initiative are probably asking for a favor or discussing some business." Xu Yuro also has some experience, so she left the other party alone for a while before talking. In this way, it will be easier to take the initiative when discussing things later. "Okay, Mr. Xu." The female assistant nodded. It was half an hour later when Xu Yuro finished the meeting. "Is the person still here? If so, bring him in," Xu Yuro said to the female assistant. "Yes." The female assistant nodded and quickly took the person to the president's office. When Xu Yuro saw the person coming, she was stunned for a few seconds, and then said to the female assistant, "You go out first." The female assistant left the office and closed the door. Xu Yuro could no longer suppress her excitement and threw herself into Wang Zhenxing's arms. After greedily feeling the long-lost warmth, she spoke out. "Why didn't you just tell me you were here? Did I keep you waiting for so long? Did you receive the flowers? I thought you would guess it was from me." Wang Zhenxing said. "So the lily was given by you?" Xu Yuro was surprised and quickly took the lily out of the trash can in the office. "If it's dirty, throw it away," Wang Zhenxing said. "The garbage bag is new, it's not dirty." Xu Yuro held it and sniffed the scented lily. Her red lips outlined a charming and intoxicated smile. "It smells very good." Wang Zhenxing looked her up and down. Compared to before, Xu Yuro has the temperament of a strong woman and looks more charming. "So why are you looking at me?" Xu Yuru's face turned a little red. "You are indeed very feminine. No wonder someone gave you flowers." Wang Zhenxing smiled. Xu Yuro is mature and beautiful, and she is extremely attractive, especially to older men. Previously, Xu Yuro was a housewife with a very small social and work circle, but after taking the position of president of an entertainment company, her circle gradually expanded. With outstanding appearance and good status, it is inevitable that she will attract some suitors. Others don't know that I'm taken. If they knew, they definitely wouldn't give me the girl away. Xu Yuro smiled, with some deep meaning in her words. But as soon as she said it, she regretted it. The reason why Wang Zhenxing did not come personally with flowers but asked someone to deliver them on his behalf was obviously that he did not want to make their relationship public. How could Xu Yuro not understand? Saying such suggestive words at this time would only make him feel embarrassed. "What I mean is, I'll buy a wedding ring and wear it when I have time. That way, when others see me wearing the wedding ring, they'll naturally understand that I have a husband and won't send me flowers anymore," Xu Yuro added. Wang Zhenxing picked up Xu Yuru's fair and slender fingers and looked at them carefully. "I'll buy you a ring." Xu Yuro was stunned. She didn't have any extravagant expectations of having a wedding with Wang Zhenxing, but deep down she was looking forward to a simple little ceremony. For example, wedding rings. You are not kidding, right? Xu Yuro asked excitedly. Of course not. It would be a shame to have such beautiful hands without wearing anything. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Husband. Xu Yuro looked at him with her big watery eyes. No one will come for a while, right? Wang Zhenxing asked, looking at the closed door of the office. I'd better go back. Xu Yuro was not so bold, but she didn't want to spoil Wang Zhenxing's fun, so she changed her words and said, I am meeting an important guest, and the female assistant will not disturb me rashly. She will knock on the door if she has something to say. As she spoke, Xu Yuro took off the black framed glasses on her nose. You look quite good wearing glasses. Wang Zhenxing suddenly praised. Xu Yuro was stunned for a moment, then smiled and put her glasses back on. Chapter 293 Severing Relationship. Female supporting character Xu Yuru's favorability towards the host +8, current total favorability is 100, life and death together. Senior is indeed a top student who graduated from a prestigious university. She has put the company on the right track in just over 2 months of taking over the entertainment company. At this moment, Xu Yuro was dressed appropriately, standing in front of the desk, reporting to her boss Wang Zhenxing, who was sitting on a chair. Don't laugh at me. In fact, you can find someone more capable to run this company. Xu Yuro pushed her glasses and said with some embarrassment. You are too modest. If I really want to find a professional manager, he may not be able to manage it better than you. Wang Zhenxing said. Thank you for your appreciation, boss. Xu Yuro was very happy to be praised. Does Qinyi know that you helped me manage the company's affairs? Wang Zhenxing asked. I listened to you and didn't tell him about this. He only knew that I found a job outside, but he didn't know what I did. But Xu Yuro hesitated for a moment and continued. He seems to be a little suspicious of me recently. You gave me a luxury car to go to work. One day when I was returning to the community, he accidentally saw me. I'm sorry. It doesn't matter. Wang Zhenxing shook his head and then asked, aren't you curious why I asked you to lie and tell Qinyi that we have broken up? You must have your reasons, no need to tell me. Xu Yuro smiled. Wang Zhenxing was very pleased. Mature women are more sensible. There's one more thing I want to ask you. A male artist that the company was planning to promote was implicated in a case, but he has been basically cleared of suspicion. However, there are a lot of gossips online. Should we help him with public relations to quell the storm, or what should we do? Xu Yuro said. What case? A murder case. Is this case over? Wang Zhenxing frowned. No. Xu Yuro shook her head. Since the case is not over yet, don't rush to do public relations. If there is a reversal, it will definitely affect the company's reputation. Wang Zhenxing said. I see. Do you have the basic information of the case? Let me see it. Some. All the blood in the body has been drained. After Wang Zhenxing browsed some keywords, his pupils suddenly shrank. Because he subconsciously thought of Lu Chu. Lu Chu has now become his puppet and must obey his orders absolutely. But when he did not receive instructions from Wang Zhenxing, Lu Chu's behavior was dominated by normal consciousness. Foraging for food is a natural need. But after thinking about it, Wang Zhenxing ruled out this possibility. According to the information, the deceased woman was just a pretty college student with a normal social circle. She could not be an unforgivable evil person. As the protagonist, Lu Chu, with normal consciousness, will only hurt bad guys and will not attack ordinary people. While I was thinking, there was a knock on the door. Mr. Xu, Hu Dongjun wants to see you and wants to know when he can receive notifications normally. The female assistant said through the door. Xu Yuro did not respond immediately, but looked at Wang Zhenxing. Hu Dongjun is the male artist that the company is going to promote. Let him in. Wang Zhenxing wanted to see him. Xu Yuro nodded, repeated Wang Zhenxing's words, and told the female assistant. After a while, the female assistant walked into the office with a young man of good appearance and temperament, and then left. In the office, Wang Zhenxing sat on a chair and Xu Yuro stood beside him. Hu Dongjun was stunned for a moment after seeing it. Mr. Xu, this is the boss behind our company, his surname is Wang. Xu Yuro gave a brief introduction. Hu Dongjun looked at Wang Zhenxing and was surprised. If Xu Yuro hadn't said it herself, he would have thought that this was another male artist that the company was planning to promote. Because this person's image and temperament are simply too good. Hu Dongjun thought he was very handsome, but compared to the man in front of him, he was far inferior and felt like a country bumpkin. Hello, Mr. Wang, my name is Hu Dongjun, and I was a trainee in Korea for 2.5 years. Hu Dongjun said. She has a good image and her skin is very white, whiter than that of ordinary women. Wang Zhenxing commented casually, with a subtle gleam in his eyes. Hu Dongjun's surprisingly fair skin reminded him of another person. For an artist, image is very important, so I pay attention to sun protection when I go out. Hu Dongjun looked at Wang Zhenxing with a smile, his eyes full of greed. Of course, this kind of salivation is not due to any special hobby, but the kind of salivation that comes from seeing delicious food. When can I receive notifications normally? Hu Dongjun asked. The case you were involved in should have nothing to do with you, right? Wang Zhenxing looked at him. Hasn't everything been investigated clearly? Of course it has nothing to do with me. The government concluded that the deceased encountered an unknown monster, but they kept it secret because they were afraid of causing panic among the people. Hu Dongjun said. The company will do public relations for you and calm down the online disturbance. You just need to wait at home and treat it as a holiday. After the disturbance is over, you can naturally work normally. Since the company is supporting you, of course it will spare no effort. Wang Zhenxing vowed. Thank you boss for your cultivation. I will work hard to repay the company in the future. If there is nothing else, I will leave first, Hu Dongjun said humbly. Go ahead. Goodbye, boss. Goodbye, Mr. Shu. Hu Dongjun had a smile on his face, but after he turned around, the smile quickly disappeared. Didn't you say to wait until the case is over? Why after Hu Dongjun left, Shu Yuro asked Wang Zhenxing in confusion. I just said it casually. So you're just trying to buy time and wait for the case to be over, right? But what if the case isn't closed in a long time? How can it not be resolved? I trust the government. Wang Zhenxing smiled, with something brewing in his mind. This matter is a bit weird. I heard that the government has even hired an exorcist to assist in the investigation. I don't know whether it's true or not. Shu Yuro said. Exorcist Wang Zhenxing's expression changed slightly. Hu Dongjun is most likely the villain of Lu Chu's plot, and he is also a vampire zombie, so it is reasonable for an exorcist to appear to oppose him. I hope the case can be concluded soon. Shu Yuro sighed. Afternoon. Wang Zhenxing went to a jewelry store and bought 10 rings at once. 9 of them were kept as reserves, and 1 was given to Shu Yuro. Wang Zhenxing put the ring on Shu Yuro's finger personally. Shu Yuro was so moved that she burst into tears. A Bentley was parked downstairs in an ordinary residential area. This Bentley was Wang Zhenxing's previous car. After he bought the Phantom, it was left unused, so he gave it to Shu Yuro as a means of transportation so that she could go to work more conveniently. It turns out you are still in contact. Qinyi was very angry when he saw Wang Zhenxing and Shu Yuro walking into the house hand in hand. Shu Yuro tried every possible means to make Qinyi accept Wang Zhenxing. However, Qinyi is now strong enough to rely on his master and uncle in Qingling, and his cultivation is increasing rapidly. He does not take a small character like Wang Zhenxing seriously at all. Although Wang Zhenxing, Yun Qianchen and others also knew him, no matter what, they were not as close as him as his apprentice or nephew. Therefore, he sternly rejected Shu Yoru's idea of finding a stepfather for him, leaving no room for negotiation. In the end, Shu Yuro and Qinyi had an unpleasant argument. Qinyi was furious and asked Shu Yuro to choose between her son or her lover. Shu Yuro chose Wang Zhenxing without even thinking. Qinyi was very disappointed with Shu Yuro and felt it was shameful to have such a mother. Mom, this is the last time I'm going to call you this, I hope you don't regret it. After saying this, Qinyi slammed the door and left. Chapter 294, Dr. Qin. Qinyi walked out of the residential area and was hit by a gust of cold wind. The temperature was low at night in late autumn, and with some drizzling rain, it felt a bit chilly. However, no matter how cold the wind was, it was not colder than Qinyi's heart at this moment. For a man, she even gave up her own son. Qinyi was angry and aggrieved. After leaving the community, he walked aimlessly until he crossed a road. A car suddenly whizzed past. Fortunately, Qinyi was agile and dodged in time. The car rushed out a short distance and then stopped suddenly. Fuck you, are you driving so fast in your hurry to reincarnate? Qinyi was in a bad mood and was almost hit by a car again. He immediately started cursing angrily. Are you blind, you little brat? Didn't you see the red light? the car window rolled down, and a middle-aged man's head popped out, cursing at Qin Yi. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment, looked up, and then realized that he had run a red light. So what if it's a red light? How the hell did you get your driver's license? Don't you know how to give way to pedestrians? Although he was in the wrong, Qin Yi was still a little angry and argued with others. You little brat have no manners, didn't your mother teach you to be civilized and polite? The driver replied. Say that again, you bastard. Qin Yi rolled up his sleeves and wanted to go forward to argue. Seeing that Qin Yi was just a street urchin, the middle-aged driver thought it was pointless to chat with him, so he stepped on the accelerator and drove away. Seeing the driver walk away dejectedly, Qin Yi snorted coldly and continued walking on the street. Until I passed by a hotel and walked in. He recently made millions treating patients. Even if Xu Yuro hadn't raised him, he wouldn't have to sleep on the streets, let alone starve to death. This was one of the reasons why Qin Yi and Xu Yuro had a falling out. Qin Yi stayed in the hotel for one night. The comfortable environment made him feel better. I must make a career and let those who look down on me take a good look at me. Qin Yi's depressed mood was somewhat relieved, and he cheered up again, full of yearning and enthusiasm for the future. The next day, Qin Yi went to a medical appointment and came to a mansion. There are some wedding characters left inside and outside the mansion, and it seems that the owner has recently gotten married. Are you the Qin Dr. Qin that Boss Zhang introduced? Lu Xiaofan said in disbelief after seeing the young Qin Yi. That's right, is there any problem? Qin Yi said. Please come in. After hesitating for a moment, Lu Xiaofan stretched out his hand and invited Qin Yi into the house. It's so magnificent. Qin Yi walked into the house and looked around, a little surprised, thinking how nice it would be to have such a mansion. Lu Xiaofan made 2 cups of tea and brought them over to entertain Qin Yi. Are you the famous martial arts novelist Lu Xiaofan, the one who married Zhou Ninggran, the daughter of a textile tycoon? Qin Yi put down the medical box he brought, looked at Lu Xiaofan for a while, and quickly recognized him. That's right. Lu Xiaofan nodded with a smile. You are young and successful, and you have a beautiful wife. I really envy you, Qin Yi said sincerely. Lu Xiaofan knew his own suffering, and tried hard to force a smile as a response to Qin Yi's envy. Hey, you don't look well and seem weak. Is there something you can't tell me? Qin Yi said quickly after observing Lu Xiaofan's face. I have been working so hard for a long time that my health is not good, so I would like to ask the doctor to help me to recuperate. Lu Xiaofan said. Tell me about your symptoms first. Qin Yi said. After getting married, I've always felt a little overwhelmed. Lu Xiaofan found it difficult to speak. Is it just that you are unable to do it? Since you want me to treat you, don't hide it. Qin Yi said solemnly. Zhou Ninggran went to work and was not at home. Lu Xiaofan was not afraid of his wife knowing, and after hesitating for a while, he said, I used to be quite normal, but before I got married, when I went to the bridal shop, my wife kicked me by accident, and soon after that, I became ill. I also went to a big hospital for a checkup, but the doctor said that my problem was not directly related to being kicked. That is to say, you and your wife Zhou Ninggran are still not married. Qin Yi couldn't help but gossip a little, thinking that if this matter were to be leaked, it would definitely be huge news. Yes, Lu Xiaofan said with a stiff face. Everyone outside is envious of you for marrying Zhou Ninggran, the daughter of a textile tycoon. I didn't expect there to be such a hidden story. Qin Yi sighed. Divine Doctor, are you off topic? Lu Xiaofan felt like he was laughing at him. Excuse me, let's get back to business. Qin Yi coughed lightly and said seriously, I can cure your disease, but I don't usually treat others easily. Lu Xiaofan understood, don't worry about the reward. As long as you can cure my illness, my wife will be happy and I'll pay you any amount. Just name your price. Why do you let your wife give the money instead of you giving it yourself? Qin Yi was a little curious. Almost all of Lu Xiaofan's novels became hits, and he had long since achieved financial freedom, with at least a few billion in assets. You will understand it naturally after you get married, said Lu Xiaofan. So your wife is in charge of the money. Are you so afraid of her? Qin Yi looked at him with disdain, totally unable to understand. This is called loving your wife, not being afraid of her, Lu Xiaofan corrected. To put it nicely, it's love, but in reality, it's still fear. No, Lu Xiaofan, the protagonist of a single female lead novel, and Qin Yi, the protagonist of a multi-female lead novel, argued about this for a while. In the end, Lu Xiaofan felt that Qin Yi's explanation was really not making sense, so he got back to the point. In a word, as long as you can cure my illness, the money issue can be discussed. Lu Xiaofan said. Your illness is not a problem. Let's discuss the compensation first. Make it clear how much it is. Qin Yi said with confidence. Are you so sure? Lu Xiaofan was a little unconvinced. I cured Boss Zhang's unspeakable secret that he had suffered for 20 years. Don't think I can cure a young man like you, Qin Yi stated the facts. When Lu Xiaofan heard this, he felt that it made some sense. Boss Zhang works in the publishing industry, is around 50 years old, and is a friend of Lu Xiaofan. The reason why Lu Xiaofan knew Qin Yi was because Boss Zhang introduced him to him. Then just name a price. Lu Xiaofan was a little anxious and didn't want to bother with Qin Yi, so he said directly. 10 million, Qin Yi opened his mouth loudly. I only received 1 million yuan for helping Boss Zhang cure his hidden illness. The price offered to Lu Xiaofan was 10 times higher. Okay, then 10 million, Lu Xiaofan wanted to cheer up so much that he could totally accept this price. Damn, that's too little. Seeing that he agreed so readily, Qin Yi felt a little regretful, thinking that he had underestimated the generosity of rich people. But the words have been spoken, and it would be unkind to go back on them now. And the price of 10 million is considered very high. Deal. Qin Yi took out a wrist pillow from the medical box and gestured to Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan placed his wrist on the wrist rest. Qin Yi began to feel Lu Xiaofan's pulse with confidence and composure, but within a few seconds, his face gradually stiffened. Chapter 295 The Miracle Doctor Failed. What's wrong? It should be okay, right? After seeing Qin Yi's stiff expression, Lu Xiaofan felt a little unsure and asked. Qin Yi was somewhat shocked and did not respond. Like him, Lu Xiaofan's kidney meridians were also severely damaged, which resulted in the loss of his male ability. Are you sure you can cure me? Seeing that Qin Yi didn't say anything, Lu Xiaofan urged him again. It can be cured, but it's a little tricky. Qin Yi said. The words have just been spoken and the price has been agreed upon. If you say now that it cannot be cured, wouldn't that be slapping yourself in the face? Moreover, the cause of Lu Xiaofan's illness is similar to his, so he could use Lu Xiaofan for the experiment. Then how to treat it? Lu Xiaofan asked anxiously. Acupuncture plus some medicinal herbs to regulate the body will definitely be effective in a year. Qin Yi is confident that his medical skills will improve greatly in a year, and by then he may be able to cure Lu Xiaofan. A year is so long, Lu Xiaofan felt it was too slow. There are also treatments that show results quickly, but they will damage your body. However, they can make you extremely strong for a few years. However, when you are over 30 years old, you may not be able to do it. Do you want to choose this? Qin Yi made up some nonsense in order not to affect his image as a miracle doctor. He himself has problems and knows Lu Xiaofan's mentality very well. A man is in his prime after he turns 30, and he believes that Lu Xiaofan will not lose the big picture for the small. Can it really be completely cured after a year? Lu Xiaofan wanted to confirm it again. Absolutely. Qin Yi said sincerely. Okay, then I'll trouble you, the genius doctor, to treat me. Lu Xiaofan made the decision. I will give you acupuncture first, and then prescribe some medicine to strengthen your body. Qin Yi said as he took out the silver needles from the medical box. After Lu Xiaofan took off his shirt, Qin Yi began to give acupuncture to the skin outside his kidneys on both sides. I feel like there is a warm current on my waist, it's quite comfortable. He is truly a young miracle doctor. After several silver needles were inserted, Lu Xiaofan felt something and immediately trusted Qin Yi. It's just a trifle. Qin Yi looked indifferent. He infused his true energy into the silver needles to warm and nourish Lu Xiaofan's weak kidneys and surrounding meridians. Lu Xiaofan certainly felt comfortable. But in reality, this is not of much use. If there is any saying as to its only use, perhaps it is to give Lu Xiaofan some illusions and hope. The mental state can affect the body to some extent. A happy mood is good for your health, while a depressed mood is harmful to your health. After giving Lu Xiaofan acupuncture on both sides of his waist, Qin Yi asked Lu Xiaofan to take off his shoes and socks. As a big foot appeared, a slightly strong smell instantly came to the face. Qin Yi covered his nose subconsciously. I'm sorry, doctor. I've been working too late and too busy these few days. Lu Xiaofan was a little embarrassed. He and Zhou Ninggran have always slept in separate rooms, so of course he doesn't have to be so particular when alone. This last silver needle will be inserted into the Yongquan point of your foot Shaoyan kidney meridian. It may be noticeably painful, so you must be mentally prepared. Qinyi said to Lu Xiaofan, suppressing the urge to vomit. Go ahead. I'd be unmanly if I made a sound, said Lu Xiaofan. Qinyi nodded, then aimed the silver needle at the Yongquan point on the sole of Lu Xiaofan's foot and pierced it. Ouch! Lu Xiaofan couldn't control himself and cried out in pain. At the same time, there were bursts of severe pain in both sides of the kidneys. Divine Doctor, why does it hurt so much? Lu Xiaofan broke out in a cold sweat. Some fine beads of sweat also appeared on Qinyi's forehead. That needle just now was too much. Lu Xiaofan's renal vein damage worsened and became more serious. Qinyi made this kind of low-level mistake in acupuncture twice. One time, when he was treating Tang Qingya's father, Tang Zheng, he gave the wrong injection because of shaking hands. Another time is right now. Qinyi secretly said that he was unlucky, then quickly adjusted the silver needle and said to Lu Xiaofan. It's a normal reaction, don't panic. Lu Xiaofan recovered a little, but there was still a dull pain in both sides of his waist, but it was still bearable. It must be because his feet are too smelly that they affect my performance. Qinyi quickly found a suitable reason for his mistake in his mind. A few minutes later, Qinyi took back the silver needle and prescribed a prescription for Lu Xiaofan to strengthen his body and replenish his energy. Qinyi originally planned to ask for part of the treatment fee after this treatment, but because he aggravated Lu Xiaofan's kidney damage, he felt very guilty and did not dare to ask for money. Therefore, after the treatment was completed, Qinyi said goodbye and left. In the evening, near the end of the workday, Qinyi came to stake out near Zhenxing Group. Xu Yuro was originally gentle and kind, but now she has become so ruthless that she even gave up her son for her lover. Wang Zhenxing should bear the main responsibility for this. Of course Qinyi couldn't swallow this. Destroy Wang's ability in that area and see if he has any ability to please that woman, Qinyi thought sinisterly. After squatting for a while near the Zhenxing Group's office building, Qinyi saw Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing did not drive. He walked out of the company building and went to the nearby Xingfu community. Not far away from Wang Zhenxing, there are two beautiful women. Qinyi knew one of them, her name was Lin Keqing. Qinyi followed for a while and saw Wang Zhenxing and Lin Keqing walking into a building in Xingfu community one after another. The Wang family has a mansion, it's impossible for them to live in this kind of community, Qinyi thought for a moment, and soon realized the Wang family is living together with Lin Keqing. Lin Keqing was Wang Zhenxing's secretary, and Qinyi had known this for a long time. At first, Qinyi wanted Wang Zhenxing to introduce Lin Keqing to him. I should have guessed it earlier. How could the old pervert named Wang let go of the beautiful female secretary beside him? Qinyi slapped his thigh in anger, wishing he could rush into the building and destroy Wang Zhenxing's manly ability to prevent him from harming women. However, he was still somewhat wise. If he went to Wang Zhenxing so blatantly, he would definitely get into trouble afterwards. After all, this guy is the boss of a listed company and the benefactor of Master Yun Qianqin. To destroy Wang Zhenxing's ability, we must do it secretly. Qinyi pretended to be a courier and found out the room number on the floor where Lin Keqing lived. He then visually inspected the structure and layout of the exterior of the 7th floor of the building. With my current qinggong and cultivation, it won't be difficult to sneak in. Mr. Wang, cherish your last night of happy life. After Qinyi took a few glances, he quickly figured it out and left the Xingfu community with a sneer. Little did he know that somewhere in the building he had just observed, a pair of eyes with strange colors had already locked onto him. Brother-in-law, what are you looking at? It's time to eat. Lin Nanshuang shouted. Here I come. Withdrawing his gaze, Wang Zhenxing walked towards the restaurant. Late at night, Qinyi, who had been lurking near the Xingfu community, came to the building where Lin Keqing lived. He then circulated his true energy to perform light skills, and with the help of the air conditioning unit outside the building, he quickly leapt upwards. Soon, Qinyi's feet landed on a balcony and he was startled. Because there was a figure on the balcony. Under the moonlight, Qinyi could vaguely see that this was a young and handsome man with blue eyes. Hello. The blue-eyed young man said jokingly, his fangs faintly visible in his mouth. What the hell? Qinyi was shocked and felt a chill down his spine. Chapter 296, No Escape. Qin was sure that this was the first time he saw this blue-eyed young man. But judging from the attitude of the blue-eyed young man, he was obviously waiting here, as if he knew he would come. In such a short period of time, Qin couldn't think too much. Because the blue-eyed young man stretched out his hand and grabbed his shoulder with such force that a faint sound of breaking wind could be heard. Qin dodged for a moment, then struck out as fast as lightning, pressing the blue-eyed young man's sleepiness point. Monsters really don't have much brains. The corners of Qin lips curled up, a little proud. But the next moment, the smug look on his face turned into shock. The blue-eyed young man was knocked unconscious by the pressure on his sleeping point, but he looked normal and there was no sign of him falling asleep. This monster looks different from humans. Qin quickly determined this. The blue-eyed young man punched him. Qin collided with his opponent with a punch, and his entire arm became numb instantly, and his body kept retreating. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. He runs first and talks later. Qin took advantage of the momentum of retreating and fell from the balcony. When he was about to hit the ground, he turned his body upside down and landed steadily on his feet. There was a whistling sound above my head. Qin rolled over and dodged. With a loud bang, the blue-eyed young man landed heavily on the place where Qin had just been. This monster is so strong, I don't believe he can keep up with me. Qin used his Qinggong skills to run away. The blue-faced young man followed closely. Inside Lin Keqing's residence, there seems to be some movement on the balcony outside. What's going on? Lin Keqing was a little scared and came to Wang Zhenxing and said. Really? Wang Zhenxing pretended not to know, opened the door and looked out onto the balcony, then turned back to Lin Keqing and said, there's nothing. Lin Keqing also came to take a look, only to see that the balcony was empty. She scratched her head and said, maybe I heard it wrong. Wang Zhenxing smiled, then took out a cigarette box from his pocket and took a look at it, and suddenly said, I'm out of cigarettes. I'm going out to buy a pack of cigarettes. Do you want a secretary to run errands for you? It's dangerous for a girl like you to go out at night. Go take a shower first. I'll be back soon. Lin Keqing nodded and said, okay, I'll wait for you. Hash carrot. Carrot hash. Under the moonlight, the sound of wind whistled past Qin's ears, and he circulated his true energy and performed light skills to escape. After leaving the young man some distance behind, he was quickly pulled closer. Qin's heart also began to fluctuate. When the moon is visible, the monster's speed and strength will increase. When the moon is covered by dark clouds, I will leave him behind. After chasing for a while, Qin cleverly discovered a pattern. But even so, he could not control whether the moon appeared or disappeared. The only thing they could do was to pray that the moon would be covered by dark clouds for a while longer, so that the power of the blue-eyed young man would be weakened. During this period of time, Qin can completely get rid of the other party. But Qin's luck is really not very good. The dark clouds gradually dissipated and a full moon hung high in the sky. Just like that, when Qin's true energy was almost used up, he was caught up by the blue-eyed young man and knocked unconscious on a road without street lights. The blue-eyed young man waited for a while. Wang Zhenxing came here. Master, I caught him. The young man's eyes returned to normal color, and the fangs in his mouth disappeared. He returned to his normal appearance as Lu Chu, knelt on one knee and said to Wang Zhenxing. Well done. Wang Zhenxing praised casually, his eyes fell on the fainted Qin, and he sneered slightly. Master, how should we deal with him? Lu Chu asked. No rush. Go and find me another person. No, to be exact, someone of your kind. His strength is at the 5th generation, one level lower than yours. Go and deal with him. Wang Zhenxing gave an order, and then told Lu Chu an address. Yes, master, Lu Chu excitedly carried out the order. The blood of the same kind could help him evolve. After Lu Chu left, Wang Zhenxing sealed Qin's true qi and then woke him up. Why is it you? Qin found that he had no strength in his body and looked terrified. Don't worry, the monster chasing you just now was not me, but my men. Wang Zhenxing smiled. You, what do you want? Qin's face turned pale. I should ask you, what do you want by coming to see me in the middle of the night? Wang Zhenxing said jokingly. Qin couldn't give a reasonable explanation. I can guess it even if you don't tell me. But you obviously know divination, so why don't you divine your own fortune before taking any action? Wang Zhenxing said. Qin Yi thought it was a sure thing at the time and didn't think too much about it, but now that things have come to this, there is no point in regretting. You hid it so well. I really underestimated you. My kidney meridian was damaged. It must be your fault, right? Qin Yi asked with doubt in his heart. This has nothing to do with me. According to my estimation, it should be Yi Junlin. Wang Zhenxing said. Qin Yi thought about it and felt that Yi Junlin was a little suspicious. He suddenly realized, this bastard must have thought that I was the one who broke Lang Qinghan's heart, so he secretly tampered with me while treating me. Oh, if that's the case, I am half responsible for the damage to your kidney veins, said Wang Zhenxing. Qin Yi was stunned for a moment before he realized, it turns out that the person who ruined Lang Qinghan's Dao heart is you. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged, and obtained 200 counterattack points. How should I describe you? Sometimes you are smart, sometimes you are stupid. Wang Zhenxing commented. I'm not stupid, Qin Yi retorted. Really? Your luck has suddenly changed recently, haven't you ever done divination? What's the reason? Wang Zhenxing said. Qin Yi was stunned. You might as well try divination now. Wang Zhenxing reminded. Divination will damage your luck, but now you are like a fish on the chopping board, at the mercy of others, so you don't care about that anymore. Qin Yi divined what Wang Zhenxing had reminded him of, and also divined whether he could escape the disaster today. After getting the divination results, Qin Yi felt like he had lost his soul. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged, and obtained 300 counterattack points. Wang no, Dad, please give me another chance, I will definitely be filial to you and Mom, Qin Yi forced a simple smile and begged. No matter what, you are Aru's son after all. How could I possibly kill you? Wang Zhenxing touched Qin Yi's head. Real. Fake. The host caused the protagonist Qin Yi's mentality to be damaged, and obtained 400 counterattack points. You, Mr. Wang, will be in trouble. Qin Yi knew that he was doomed, and wanted to curse and vent his anger, but just as he opened his mouth, he felt a pain in his neck, lost consciousness and fainted. 3 o'clock in the morning. A villa in Jinxiu home caught fire. The fire was so intense that it soon engulfed the entire villa. Early the next morning, the news that a fire broke out at the residence of rising singer Hu Dongjun dominated the headlines of many news sections. Chapter 297 Ma Xiaoyu. 8 o'clock in the morning. A cordon was set up around the ruins of a fire in the Jinxiu home villa complex. Reporters from many media outlets were waiting outside the cordon, hoping to get the latest news. Deputy Chief Constable Shen Yu and some of his colleagues were investigating the scene, each doing their own job. Among them, there is also a young female special consultant. This female special consultant was named Ma Xiaoyu. She was in her early 20s and had an outstanding appearance and figure, in no way inferior to Shen Yu. There were 2 charred bodies in the ruins of the fire. After checking, Ma Xiaoyu determined that one of them was a vampire zombie. Shen Yu said, judging from the height and body shape, this should be the new singer Hu Dongjun. He was previously involved in a murder case. Consultant Ma previously concluded that the murderer was a vampire zombie. It seems that Hu Dongjun is closely related. But Hu Dongjun is already dead, so it is impossible to make him confess, and the previous case will never be closed. Quote. After sighing, Shen Yu asked Ma Xiaoyu. Advisor Ma, where is the other body? It's a human, and judging by the bones, he should be a cultivator, and he should be quite powerful. Both this person and the vampire zombie have signs of broken bones, and both suffered serious injuries before death. Ma Xiaoyu replied. Shen Yu nodded, and then got some clues collected from the crime scene from other colleagues. After taking all the factors into consideration, Shen Yu came to a preliminary conclusion. That is, there was a fierce fight here, which led to a gas leak and fire. The 2 people who were involved in the fierce fight were most likely the 2 victims. Of course, this is just a guess. Whether this is the truth is still uncertain. This fire destroyed so many traces that there is no place to find them. Just like the fire that broke out in the home of Su Yucheng, the richest man in Luodu not long ago, there were many suspicious points. But even the 6 gates were unable to find out anything. Look at the characteristics of the other deceased and confirm his identity as soon as possible. Shen Yu said to one of his men. Yes, Captain Shen. The work on the fire ruins was almost finished. Shen Yu turned to Ma Xiaoyu and said, Consultant Ma, thank you for your help. You're welcome. You gave me the money. Ma Xiaoyu looked like a money grubber. Consultant Ma, a master like you, why do you value material things so much? Shen Yu was a little curious. Saving for a dowry. Ma Xiaoyu is cheerful and lively, and does not hide it. Shen Yu couldn't help but smile when he heard this answer. But he soon remembered something and felt sorry for Ma Xiaoyu. The Ma family is a family of exorcists, and their skills are passed down to daughters, not sons. Almost every exorcist is beautiful but unlucky, and does not live past the age of 25. There must be something hidden behind this, it is definitely not a coincidence. As the only child of the Ma family, Ma Xiaoyu is currently 21 years old. Shen Yu was somewhat puzzled, but since this matter concerned the Ma family's secret, she did not dare to ask too much. Advisor Ma, if you need any help, you can tell me. I think we should be friends. Shen Yu took the initiative to show goodwill. That's what you said. If something really needs your help, you can't refuse. Ma Xiaoyu said with a smile. Of course, Shen Yu said solemnly. 10 o'clock in the morning. Joy Entertainment Media Company Building. President's Office. The host directly caused the death of the protagonist Xin Yi, and obtained 2,000 counterattack points, 200 luck points, and 200 villain aura points. Wang Zhenxing checked the message he received early yesterday morning, then opened his phone to browse the news and saw the news that a fire had broken out at the residence of the company's artist Hu Dongjun. Xu Yuro made a cup of tea and placed it next to Wang Zhenxing's hand, then glanced at the interface of Wang Zhenxing's mobile phone. I was just about to tell you this. Hu Dongjun is dead, and all the resources the company spent on him are completely wasted. Xu Yuro received the news early in the morning and said to Wang Zhenxing apologetically. This was an accident, no one wanted it to happen. And it's just a loss of tens of millions of resources, which is no big deal. Let alone this small amount of money, even if you bankrupt this entertainment company, I won't blame you. Wang Zhenxing said generously. Husband Xu Yuro pursed her lips slightly, very touched. Okay, it's okay. Wang Zhenxing comforted again. If the company wants to develop, it still needs a signboard, said Xu Yuro. In addition to Hu Dongjun, how many other artists has the company signed? Wang Zhenxing asked. There are 3 female artists, but none of them are particularly outstanding, and they are all newcomers. Xu Yuro said, opening some information on the computer for Wang Zhenxing to review. Wang Zhenxing took a look and found that these 3 female artists were good-looking. If they were to give a score, it would be around 80 to 85 points. As for talent, it's just average, not particularly outstanding. But as long as you put your best effort into promoting it, you will most likely be able to make it famous. But after thinking about it, I feel that this is not necessary. To make a newcomer famous, it takes a lot of time and resources, and the cycle is too long, said Wang Zhenxing. Of course I have thought about signing a popular artist, but the company's reputation is limited, and the signing fee is also a big problem. Xu Yuro said. Don't think about the signing fee for now. If you sign a popular artist, who do you think is the best right now? Wang Zhenxing asked. As far as I know, there are only a few people in this circle who are free agents or whose contracts are about to expire. If I have to choose one, it would undoubtedly be the queen singer Ji Yufeiyao. Is Ji Yufeiyao a free person now? Yes, her contract just expired. However, considering her size, she is unlikely to sign with an entertainment company in the future. She may choose to be her own boss and run a studio. Or she may directly register an entertainment company to serve her completely. Go contact Ji Yufeiyao, maybe she's willing to sign with our company. Honey, how much signing fee are you going to give her? I'll go and negotiate. Don't make an offer, let her do it. And remember to tell me my name. Oh, I understand, so you know her. But friendship is friendship. She may not offer less for the signing fee. Xu Yuro was not optimistic. Wang Zhenxing smiled and said nothing. Evening. Ji Yufeiyao was invited by Qingling TV station to record a music program. The host of this music program is Feng Qianqin. The recording process lasted nearly an hour and was very relaxing and enjoyable. After the program was recorded, Ji Yufeiyao said goodbye to the host Feng Qianqin, then got on a special car and prepared to go to the hotel where she was staying. Feiyao, a company called Joy Entertainment Media contacted me and said they wanted to sign you. In the car, the female agent said to Ji Yufeiyao. Sister Li, I'm planning to set up my own studio. I don't want to sign with an entertainment company. Although running my own studio may not be as good as an entertainment company in terms of operation, it is much more free. Ji Feiyao took off her sunglasses, revealing a charming face. I understand. Sister Li nodded and took out her phone to reject the call, but suddenly she remembered something and added. By the way, judging from the tone of the female president of that company, it seems that the boss behind that company is your friend, and his name is Wang. Ji Feiyao interrupted her, so what if we're friends? There's no room for negotiation. I don't want to work for others anymore. Okay, I'll reject the other party immediately. Sister Li quickly dialed a number. Chapter 298 Contract Signing. After the agent Sister Li made a call, she waited for the other party to answer. Ji Feiyao suddenly remembered that among her friends, there seemed to be no one who ran an entertainment company. But since the other party said that, he is definitely not fooling people. Sister Li, what was the name of the boss of that company you mentioned just now? Ji Feiyao asked again. It's a rather unfamiliar name. I've never heard of this person in the entertainment industry. His name is Wang Zhenxing. Yes, that's right. At this time, the call was connected. Sister Li is preparing to reply to the female president of Joy Entertainment Media. We can talk about this, don't refuse yet. Ji Feiyao changed her tone. Ah, Sister Li was stunned for a moment. We are friends after all, so we should give him some face. Can you please see when my schedule is convenient for me tomorrow so I can talk to him? Ji Feiyao said. Didn't you say that you can't discuss things with friends? Sister Li was a little confused when she saw Ji Feiyao change her mind so quickly. Just do as I say. Ji Feiyao smiled with her eyes curved. You can't discuss with friends, but you can definitely discuss with your boyfriend. But this matter is currently kept confidential and she is unwilling to reveal it to others easily. Okay. Sister Li nodded, took her hand away from the phone, and started the call normally. After the call ended, Sister Li agreed with the female president of the other company to meet at the hotel where Ji Feiyao was staying at noon tomorrow. The next day, after finishing her work in the recording studio in the morning, Ji Feiyao returned to the hotel and successfully met a graceful and mature beauty. Hello, Miss Ji. I'm the executive president of Joy Entertainment Media Company. My name is Xu Yuro. Nice to meet you. You are more beautiful in person than on camera. Xu Yuro said, extending her white hand in a friendly manner. Ji Feiyao felt a little disappointed when she saw her coming alone, but she hid it very well. Hello, Mr. Xu. Ji Feiyao stretched out her hand and shook hands gently with Xu Yuro. Her eyes inadvertently caught a glimpse of the diamond ring on her left ring finger. The style of the ring seems to be a wedding ring, and it is worn on the ring finger of the left hand, which has special meaning, obviously showing that she is married. Looking up, Ji Feiyao looked at Xu Yuru's expression. She looked rosy and radiant, and I guess her marriage life was very happy. Ji Feiyao suddenly felt inexplicably envious and said sincerely, Mr. Xu, your husband must love you very much, right? Xu Yuro was stunned for a moment. She didn't expect Ji Feiyao to suddenly say this. After she realized what was going on, she smiled happily. Yes, he loves me very much, and I love him too. When Ji Feiyao saw Xu Yuru's smiling face, she suddenly became curious about her husband's personality and appearance. After chatting about something off-topic, the two got down to business. Happy Entertainment Media Company has a complete and mature model to serve singers and artists. Hu Dongjun, a former newcomer in the music industry, has entered the public eye and become a rising star in the music industry, which shows the company's operational strength. There is absolutely no problem in developing the careers and providing services for singers and artists. Xu Yuro talked with Ji Feiyao for a while, and the latter was quite satisfied. Ji Feiyao wants a good environment to concentrate on making music, while maintaining a certain degree of freedom. Xu Yuro said that all of these can be done. After discussing the basics, we naturally came to the topic of a sensitive issue, which is the signing fee. Xu Yuro was a little nervous, so she followed Wang Zhenxing's instructions and asked Ji Feiyao to make an offer. I want to talk to your boss in person about the signing fee. Ji Feiyao said. Okay, I'll talk to him. Xu Yuro was already unsure and didn't know how much the signing fee would be. In the end, Wang Zhenxing would have to make the decision. In that case, it would be better to let Wang Zhenxing do the talking. Xu Yuro called Wang Zhenxing and explained the matter. After receiving a reply, she asked Ji Feiyao. My boss asked, when is Miss Ji free? Tonight, Ji Feiyao replied with a smile. Xu Yuro was surprised to see her overly happy reaction. I have to record songs during the day and only have time at night. Ji Feiyao quickly suppressed her smile and explained seriously. Okay. Xu Yuro nodded and relayed Ji Feiyao's words to Wang Zhenxing. After receiving a reply, she ended the call. What did your boss say? Ji Feiyao asked with concern. My boss said yes and will contact Miss Ji in the evening. Xu Yuro said, looking at her deeply. After receiving the reply, Ji Feiyao showed obvious joy on her face. But when she realized that she was being watched, she looked guilty, lowered her eyes and took a few sips of the coffee. 9 o'clock in the evening. Ji Feiyao successfully met Wang Zhenxing in the same private room of the cafe in the hotel where she was staying. Heroine Ji Feiyao's favorability towards the host +10, current total favorability is 81, unwavering love. I haven't seen you for more than 2 months. Why do I feel like you seem a little different? Ji Feiyao looked at Wang Zhenxing with her beautiful eyes. What's the difference? It's more beautiful. You're even more beautiful now. Wang Zhenxing couldn't help but reach out and gently pinch Ji Feiyao's soft face. Ji Feiyao smiled so much that her eyes curved. Thinking of what happened during the day, she said with some jealousy, you opened an entertainment company. Why didn't you come to me directly if you wanted to sign me? Why did you let someone else talk to me? I don't know the details of the artist's contract. It also involves some professional matters. Of course, I need to find a professional to talk to you. Wang Zhenxing said. So how much signing fee are you going to give? Ji Feiyao asked with a smile, supporting her face with her hands. What you discussed during the day should be a 3-year contract, with a signing fee of 300 million yuan. For a top singer, this signing fee is not high but not low either. What do you think? Wang Zhenxing said. After hearing this, the smile on Ji Feiyao's face gradually disappeared and she looked a little disappointed. Why are you still not happy? Wang Zhenxing reached out and pinched her face again. The soft touch made him unable to let go. Do you really consider me as your girlfriend? Ji Feiyao said angrily. Of course. Then why are you talking to me like that? If you have any objection to the signing fee, then you can speak up for yourself. Just give this much. Ji Feiyao stretched out a finger. 100 million, Wang Zhenxing asked tentatively. 1. Have you really thought it through? Don't regret it. Wang Zhenxing guessed that Ji Feiyao would not ask for too high a price, but the number of 1 yuan really surprised him. I have been financially independent for a long time. I actually have no interest in making money. Besides, even if you give me more money, it will only make my dowry richer in the future, unless you have never thought of marrying me. Ji Feiyao said sullenly. How is that possible? Of course I have thought about marrying you. Wang Zhenxing continued. Really? Ji Feiyao's face was full of doubt. Wang Zhenxing was thinking about how to answer, and suddenly he had an idea. He took out an exquisite and gorgeous small box he carried with him and slowly opened it in front of Ji Feiyao. Inside the box, there lay a large, sparkling diamond ring. Ji Feiyao was stunned for a moment, and mist quickly gathered in her eyes. Chapter 299 Host. During the day, when Ji Feiyao saw the diamond ring on Xu Yuru's hand, she hoped that one day she would receive a diamond ring from her boyfriend. What Ji Feiyao never expected was that this day would come so soon. Is this really given to me? Ji Feiyao felt as if she was dreaming and found it hard to believe. Of course. Wang Zhenxing took out the diamond ring. Ji Feiyao cried with joy and stretched out the ring finger of her left hand. Wang Zhenxing put it on her and found that it matched perfectly. When I went to buy a diamond ring for Xu Yuro, I bought 10 in bulk. The women around me almost all have slender fingers, and there isn't much difference. Therefore, the sizes of these diamond rings are basically the same. It's just right. Ji Feiyao stretched out her hand to show it and said happily. As long as you like it. Is this supposed to be a proposal? Of course, but the wedding date. I understand. You arrange it. I'll just wait to marry you. Ji Feiyao knew that it was not easy to hold a wedding. After all, besides Sister Yunyun, there was also Mu Ling whom she had never met. It's great that you can understand me. Wang Zhenxing was very pleased after successfully fulfilling his promise. As the luck value and the aura of the villain become higher and higher, the tolerance and acceptance of the heroine are also getting higher and higher. No need to be so cautious and tread carefully like before, always worrying about a fire in the backyard. Of course, even so, it is definitely not possible to reveal everything all at once. We can only proceed step by step and test things out gradually, otherwise there will still be a big fire in the backyard. Did you also give diamond rings to Sister Union and Ling? Jiu Feiyao asked in a low voice. Of course I'll give it to you first, Wang Zhenxing said. Hearing this, Jiu Feiyao was a little excited, thinking that she was indeed favored, and continued to admire the diamond ring on her hand with a smile. Hey, why does the style of this ring look familiar to me? Jiu Feiyao looked at Wang Zhenxing suspiciously. Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a moment, then said calmly, as a man, I don't really understand what kind of rings you women like, so I found an experienced person to give me some advice. The president of your company, Shu Yuro, Jiu Feiyao said. Yes, how do you know it's her? Wang Zhenxing smiled. The diamond ring on her hand is a bit similar to mine, said Jiu Feiyao. If you don't like it, I'll change it for you another day. No need, Mr. Shu has good taste. This diamond ring is very beautiful. I like it very much. The two chatted intimately for a while. At this time, Jiu Feiyao received a call. She had participated in the recording of a music program on Qingling TV before. Now the edited version of the program is out and needs to be given to her for review. If Jiu Feiyao is not satisfied with something, modifications and adjustments will be made later before the final program is broadcast. Oh, it's a headache. I have to deal with official business so late at night. Jiu Feiyao felt a little depressed as she was interrupted while chatting with her lover. You should take care of your work first. There's no need to rush. Wang Zhenxing probably heard something, and even recognized that the voice of the woman who was talking to Jiu Feiyao sounded familiar. Well, it shouldn't take long. Jiu Feiyao responded, and then asked, do you want to avoid it? Who is the person who called you? Wang Zhenxing asked. The hostess of Qingling TV is Feng Qianqin. Have you heard of her? Feng Qianqin. Wang Zhenxing suddenly realized after hearing it, and thought to himself that no wonder the voice sounded so familiar. Feng Qianqin graduated from the Department of Media, and it was he who introduced her to the TV station. I originally thought Feng Qianqin was just a pretty face, but I didn't expect she had excellent business skills. There's no need to avoid it. I'm just discussing the contract with you, a big star, as the boss of an entertainment company. If others insist on thinking too much, then I can't do anything about it. Wang Zhenxing finally responded to Jiu Feiyao's previous question. That's true. Jiu Feiyao raised the diamond ring on her left hand and said with a half smile, do I need to put this away? You'd better keep this to yourself. As a big star, you have too many fans and I'm afraid it will be exposed online. And if your relationship is exposed, it will also affect your career, said Wang Zhenxing. I know. I was just trying to scare you. Jiu Feiyao smiled, took off the ring on her ring finger and put it in a small box. Then she solemnly put the small box in her bag. Taking out her cell phone, she sent the location to Feng Qianqin. After waiting for about 20 minutes, a sweet and lovely beauty pushed open the door and walked into the private room. When she saw Wang Zhenxing, Feng Qianqin was stunned for a moment, and then felt very surprised. However, she was afraid of causing trouble for Wang Zhenxing, so she did not say hello and pretended not to know him. Ms. Feng, please take a seat. Jiu Feiyao gestured, then briefly introduced Wang Zhenxing, and in her words, she made it clear that she and Wang Zhenxing were just friends, and that they had met here to discuss contract matters. Feng Qianqin didn't think much about it after hearing this. She took out the edited program on her mobile phone and showed it to Jiu Feiyao. Jiu Feiyao fast-forwarded through the video and found nothing unsatisfactory about it. She finally said, not bad. Let's just broadcast it like this. After saying that, she returned the phone to Feng Qianqin. Okay. Feng Qianqin took the phone with a smile, and after a moment's hesitation, she continued, Ms. Jiu, our music column would like to invite several singers to do a live show at the same time. Are you interested? The music program hosted by Feng Qianqin has received rave reviews and is extremely popular. There are many singers lining up to be on this show. Doing one more episode will only benefit Jiu Feiyao and not harm her. It's just that Jiu Feiyao had just received a marriage proposal and was a little excited. She wanted to spend more time with her lover and try to reduce her working hours. I'm very busy lately, I'm really sorry. Ji Feiyao declined. Well, okay. Feng Qianchen felt a little regretful, but she couldn't force it. The host indirectly affects the plot direction and obtains 600 counterattack points. Wang Zhenxing, who was drinking coffee silently, suddenly received a message. Ms. Feng, excuse me for asking, in addition to Ji Feiyao, who else was invited to the show you just mentioned? Wang Zhenxing asked Feng Qianchen. Feng Qianchen felt a little uncomfortable seeing Wang Zhenxing being so polite to her. She paused for a moment before answering, and listed the names of several popular singers who had all been confirmed to participate in the show. Wang Zhenxing felt very strange and didn't recognize any of the people. Is Shen Haoyu also participating in this episode? He is quite talented. Ji Feiyao suddenly said. Is Shen Haoyu more talented than you? Wang Zhenxing asked. He won numerous awards on music charts with just one song, which made me lose all the awards that I thought were a sure win. Ji Feiyao said helplessly. So powerful, Wang Zhenxing said. Yes, I'll play it for you. Ji Feiyao opened a music app, clicked on the number 1 song on the list and started playing it. After the brisk prelude, the vaguely pronounced lyrics began to sound. A swarm of bloodthirsty ants, attracted to carrion. Chapter 300, The Singing Thief. This is a nocturne. After hearing the familiar prelude of the song, Wang Zhenxing made his judgment. This song has won numerous music awards in its original world. There is also a line about this song, when the nocturne starts, go on stage to receive the award. This shows how powerful this song is. Wang Zhenxing was certain that Shen Haoyu was a big thief in the music world. Like the literary thief Lu Xiaofan, they are all his fellow villagers. When investing in an entertainment company, Wang Zhenxing thought about bringing popular songs from another world to this world. It's just that he was too busy, and these things were time-consuming and laborious, so he didn't do them. Whether it is Lu Xiaofan or Shen Haoyu, this type of plagiarist heroine poses no threat to Wang Zhenxing now. More suitable is a cash cow. While I was thinking, a song was finished playing. Feng Qianchen's matter was settled, and she said goodbye to Ji Feiyao and left. However, Wang Zhenxing noticed that Feng Qianchen did not leave the hotel, but went to the hotel front desk and checked into a room. Ji Feiyao and Wang Zhenxing continued chatting for a while, and then they entered the same room one after another. Heroine Ji Feiyao's favorability towards the host +9, current total favorability is 90, unwavering until death. The host influences the plot and gains 1000 counterattack points. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Wang Zhenxing received some rewards. I'm a little hungry. I'm going out to eat something. Do you want to come with me? Wang Zhenxing asked. Go eat, and just bring me something to eat when you come back. Ji Feiyao's snow-white face was covered with red clouds. She was too lazy to even move her fingers, so how could she have the strength to walk? And there are so many people who know her. If someone saw her and Wang Zhenxing eating at this time and then took a picture of them, there might be a scandal tomorrow. Okay, then you take a rest. I'll bring you some food later. Wang Zhenxing had guessed that Ji Feiyao would not be able to go with them. After leaving the room, he took out his phone and opened a message he had received half an hour ago. It was sent by Feng Qianchen. The message also included a room number. Wang Zhenxing came to the designated room and knocked on the door. Feng Qianchen seemed to have been waiting. After hearing the knock on the door, she quickly came over to open it. After Wang Zhenxing made sure that no one noticed him, he walked into Feng Qianchen's room. Is there anything you want to talk to me about? Wang Zhenxing asked Feng Qianchen after sitting down. No, nothing, I just want to talk to you. Feng Qianchen spoke cautiously, completely lacking the confident and sunny demeanor of the host in front of others. As she spoke, Feng Qianchen looked straight at Wang Zhenxing, her heart overwhelmed with longing. She had many things she wanted to say, but when the time came, she couldn't say them. Female supporting character Feng Qianchen's favorability towards the host +5, current total favorability is 70, unwavering love. You are quite capable. In just a few months, you have become a popular host of the TV station. Wang Zhenxing spoke first. Feng Qianchen was secretly delighted when she heard the compliment. She didn't know that Wang Zhenxing was on a business trip and thought that Wang Zhenxing hadn't come to see her for a long time because the novelty had worn off. Therefore, She worked extra hard, wanting to do something to be proud of and to win Wang Zhenxing's attention. It's mainly because you introduced me to the TV station. Everyone in the station knows that I have a background, so they will consider me first when there is a chance. Feng Qianchen said shyly. Your ability determines your lower limit, while opportunity determines your upper limit. Your ability to reach this position so quickly has something to do with me, but it is also inseparable from your own ability. Wang Zhenxing said impartially. Feng Qianchen listened quietly and nodded. She was very confused after graduating from university, and it was only with the guidance and enlightenment of Wang Zhenxing that she embarked on the wrong path. Of course, Feng Qianchen has no regrets, and does not even feel that she has gone astray, but has chosen the right path. Wang Zhenxing is her life mentor and the lighthouse that guides her out of the maze. This is for you. Feng Qianchen suddenly took out a box from her bag. Judging from the logo on the box, it was a famous watch. Wang Zhenxing opened it and took a look. This should cost at least 100,000 yuan, right? More or less. I bought it with my own money, Feng Qianchen explained. You sent me a message saying you wanted to talk to me, and I thought you wanted to distance yourself from us. Wang Zhenxing looked at the famous watch in his hand, feeling a little surprised. The reason why I was with Feng Qianchen was just a transaction, each getting what they wanted. Wang Zhenxing wanted to get close to Lin Keqing through Feng Qianchen. Feng Qianchen hopes to take a shortcut to obtain good living conditions and a good job. The two people's original goals have now been achieved. When Wang Zhenxing met Feng Qianchen, he originally had the idea of drawing a clear line between them. But judging from Feng Qianchen's attitude and actions, it seems that she has no such intention at all. This made Wang Zhenxing sigh that being too charming is also a kind of trouble. It was originally just a transaction, but now Feng Qianchen is actually serious about it. It's not like that, Feng Qianchen was a little speechless. I understand what you mean. As long as you don't cause me trouble and are loyal enough, it's fine for you to stay in this state with me. Wang Zhenxing said. Feng Qianchen is now a popular host. Her fame has made her more attractive, and she may be of use in the future. It would be a pity to cut off ties with her. I will be very good and will never cause you any trouble. I will listen to you in everything. Feng Qianchen knew that she could not be compared with Lin Keqing, and she did not ask for anything excessively. Then why are you still standing there? Wang Zhenxing gave her a look. Feng Qianchen reacted quickly and asked quietly, I sometimes wear a skirt when recording a show, and it would look unsightly if my knees were red. As she spoke, she glanced at the pillow not far away. Wang Zhenxing nodded slightly, indicating that he agreed. Female supporting character Feng Qianchen's favorability towards the host +10, current favorability is 80, unwavering love. Host influences the plot direction and obtains 300 counterattack points. After a long time, Wang Zhenxing received some news and was slightly surprised. Feng Qianchen was originally the supporting actress in Qinyi's story. According to the normal plot development, she would fall in love with Qinyi. However, it was intercepted by Wang Zhenxing. Now that Qinyi is out of favor, she seems to be dragged into the plot of other protagonists. And the protagonist should most likely be Shen Haoyu. However, Feng Qianchen's heart is now on Wang Zhenxing, so even if she is involved in the plot, it is impossible for her to follow Shen Haoyu's plot. 12:30 in the morning. Wang Zhenxing returned to Jiyu Feiyao's room carrying a few packing boxes. Jiyu Feiyao was eating a midnight snack. While lighting a cigarette, Wang Zhenxing went to the balcony and called Lu Chu. Instruct Lu Chu to check Shen Haoyu's background, social connections and personal connections. At this time, Shen Haoyu was practicing singing while playing the guitar in the rented house. He agreed to participate in the music program hosted by Feng Qianchen tomorrow. This show is quite popular and it is a good opportunity to increase popularity and fame. Of course, you need to make some preparations in advance. You can even release your own new song and use the show as a free promotion. At the same time, it also makes some people who lack vision regret. Because the style of the songs they chose was relatively novel, people said that the words were unclear and the songs were out of place. When Shen Haoyu was signing with the company, he encountered obstacles everywhere, so he was holding his breath. Tomorrow's recording of the show will be a good opportunity for revenge. Chapter 301, The Cusp. The next afternoon, Wang Zhenxing came to Joy Media Company. How on earth did you do it? Gu Feiyao only asked for $1 as a signing fee. Xu Yuro couldn't believe it after hearing the news. It's a friendly price, and the revenue share offered to Gu Feiyao is also relatively high. What's so strange about this? Wang Zhenxing explained calmly. But even so, it still feels a little unreal. Xu Yuro looked at Wang Zhenxing suspiciously. What's that look? Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile. I feel that Gu Feiyao should be interested in you and not just treat you as a friend, otherwise she would not agree to such conditions. Xu Yuro said. Wang Zhenxing forced a smile and didn't respond. What a pity. If we had signed Shen Haoyu earlier, it would have been a great success. If the company had two talented creative singers as its mainstays, it would have been hard for it not to rise. Xu Yuro sighed. Where do you come from? Wang Zhenxing asked. Shen Haoyu initially approached our company and wanted to sign a contract with us, but his music style was different from the mainstream market, so the professionals in our company judged that he was not worth signing and rejected him. I didn't expect that he is so popular now. If he is given some more time, he will definitely become a superstar on the level of Gu Feiyao. There was some regret in Xu Yuro's words. This actually happened, Wang Zhenxing muttered to himself. It's my responsibility, I'm sorry, Xu Yuro apologized. You don't understand music, so this is not your fault. Wang Zhenxing paused and said thoughtfully, who identified Shen Haoyu's songs in the first place? Call that person over and I'll ask him. A very famous music instructor named Wang Baifeng, who has been a judge on many music talent shows and serves as a special consultant for music production in our company. Xu Yuro responded and then made a phone call. About half an hour later, Wang Zhenxing met the music instructor in the office. Wang Baifeng is a middle-aged man, slightly overweight, with hair as long as a woman's. He looks a bit artistic, but more greasy. Wang Zhenxing asked Wang Baifeng to tell him all the details of his meeting with Shen Haoyu that day. Wang Baifeng was a little evasive when answering, and obviously left something out. Wang Zhenxing had to pressure Wang Baifeng to tell the truth. Wang Baifeng is well known for his sharp tongue. He often scolds contestants on talent shows and denigrates them to the point of being worthless. Of course, Shen Haoyu couldn't avoid being bombarded with harsh words. After listening to this, Wang Zhenxing remained relatively stable. Wang Baifeng is obviously a minor villain, so it is normal for him to have conflicts with Shen Haoyu. With the rise of Shen Haoyu, he is destined to be slapped in the face. I'm afraid Shen Haoyu is jealous of our company, so it's probably impossible to sign a contract with him. After Wang Baifeng left, Xu Yuro sighed. Jealousy doesn't matter, but I'm afraid of people saying bad things about our company. Wang Zhenxing had a hunch that Yuyu Media might also become a target of Shen Haoyu's slap in the face. No way, Xu Yuro was stunned. We are just a small company now, and the scale is not large. With Shen Haoyu's current fame, why should we be afraid? I hope you're overthinking it. 8 p.m. prime time. After Xu Yuro finished taking a shower and turned on the TV, she saw Qingling TV was broadcasting a live music program. Shen Haoyu was one of the invited guests. Xu Yuro looked at it for a while. In the program, Shen Haoyu talked about his life before he became famous and told a sad story about being rejected by an entertainment company for a contract. After seeing this, Xu Yuro felt something was wrong. Because of the fire that killed Hu Dongjun at his residence, Yuyu Media was already in a sensitive period. Although Shen Haoyu did not directly name which entertainment company it was, anyone who is interested would know that it was Joy Media that rejected him. Could it be that my husband is right? Xu Yuro felt a little nervous. Sure enough, when I woke up early the next morning, the news began to report it. The company that rejected Shen Haoyu was Yuyu Media. As Shen Haoyu spoke out, some audition contestants who had been verbally abused by Wang Baifeng, or artists who had terminated their contracts with the former Joy Media, came forward to recount their grievances and injustices. It is a normal human habit to kick someone when he is down, or to push someone down when he is down, and this is compounded by the fact that colleagues in the entertainment industry are adding fuel to the fire. The incident of Joy Media artist Hu Dongjun dying in a fire was used to make a fuss. It is rumored everywhere on the internet that Hu Dongjun committed suicide by burning charcoal due to depression caused by too much pressure from the company. For a time, Yuyu Media was pushed to the forefront. There are many people on the internet condemning Joy Media, and some extreme people even throw garbage directly at the entrance of the entertainment media building. Xu Yuro hired someone to do public relations in an attempt to calm the storm, but unfortunately the effect was minimal. Seeing that public relations was useless, she contacted Shen Haoyu again, trying to make Shen Haoyu change his tone through negotiation. But Shen Haoyu didn't even give him a chance to negotiate. Xu Yuro has been the executive president for more than 2 months. She is very capable, but she has never experienced any major storms, so she doesn't know how to deal with this situation. In desperation, he could only ask Wang Zhenxing for help. Wang Zhenxing frowned when he got the news. He had originally planned to train Shen Haoyu into a cash cow, but now it seems that there is no need for this. If you really want to criticize, just find Wang Baifeng. He actually dragged Yuyu Media into this. If someone comes to the company to cause trouble, just report it to the police. I will find someone to deal with the rumors online. Wang Zhenxing was in the Zhenxing Group building at the moment. He told Xu Yuro this on the phone, asking her not to panic. After ending the call, he went directly to the Information Security Department and found the computer genius Lin Nanshuang. Wang Zhenxing wanted to find the person behind the rumors through Lin Nanshuang. After receiving the task, Lin Nanshuang said it was no problem. Wang Zhenxing nodded with satisfaction. At this moment, Lu Chu received news of Shen Haoyu's investigation results. Shen Haoyu comes from a very ordinary family. His parents died in a car accident and he now has only one relative, his younger sister, Shen Xintong. Shen Xintong is just 20 years old and is currently a sophomore at Qingling Academy of Fine Arts. She is the adopted daughter of the Shen family and has no blood relationship with Shen Haoyu. And according to Shen Haoyu's neighbors, the siblings have had some conflicts since Shen Haoyu's parents passed away. But the specific contradiction is still unknown. Lu Chu had limited time and couldn't check too much details. Qingling Academy of Fine Arts, Shen Xintong, sophomore student. Wang Zhenxing remembered these key words, left Zhenxing Group, and drove to Qingling Academy of Fine Arts. At the same time, Shen Haoyu also took a car to go to the Academy of Fine Arts to visit his sister Shen Xintong. You look down on people with your eyes, Joy Media deserves what it gets. It's probably not far from bankruptcy, haha. On the way, Shen Haoyu was playing with his mobile phone when he saw the comments online and couldn't help but gloat over the misfortune. Chapter 302, Deceiving the World and Stealing Fame. A Rolls-Royce Phantom drove into Qingling Academy of Fine Arts, attracting many surprised and curious eyes. The college students at Qingling Academy of Fine Arts all study painting. It's not like Qingling Art College, which is full of beautiful girls. Luxury cars can be seen everywhere at Qingling Art College. And especially in the evening, there are often piles of luxury cars at the door. It was a bit strange to see a phantom appear at the Academy of Fine Arts. Wang Zhenxing asked the driver to find a place to stop and then got out of the car. Mr. Wang, why are you here? A middle-aged man happened to pass by and saw this, and handed Wang Zhenxing a cigarette with a smile on his face. This middle-aged man is Lu Jiwei, a well-known painter and professor at Qingling Academy of Fine Arts. Wang Zhenxing once met him at a cocktail party. I don't smoke. Waving his hand, Wang Zhenxing showed no interest in dealing with him and prepared to go find Shen Xintong. But after taking a few steps, he suddenly thought that even if he wanted to find Shen Xintong, he had to find someone to ask. As a professor at the Academy of Fine Arts, Lu Jiwei must be more familiar with this place. Maybe Shen Xintong is Lu Jiwei's student. But this is not the place to talk. Professor Lu, let's find a place to talk. Wang Zhenxing said to Lu Jiwei. Okay, Mr. Wang, please follow me. Lu Jiwei, with a face full of enthusiasm, led the way and brought Wang Zhenxing to the studio where he usually worked. There are some artworks displayed in the studio. Wang Zhenxing has won a talent package, and his painting and art appreciation levels are both master level. When I walked into the studio and saw these works of art, I subconsciously looked at them. However, there was nothing eye-catching about the artworks in the studio. As a well-known painter, Lu Jiwei's fame is actually greater than his ability. This painting, just as Wang Zhenxing was about to stop looking, his attention was suddenly attracted by a painting. Boss Wang really has good taste. This painting is my recent work and has won a big award. Someone offered me 50 million to buy it, but I refused. Lu Jiwei showed off complacently. He felt that Wang Zhenxing seemed to be interested in this painting, and then he said, If you are sincere, Mr. Wang, I am willing to give up my love for you. Wang Zhenxing glanced at Lu Jiui and said nothing. He was not interested in Lu Jiui's painting, but felt that the style, composition and techniques of this painting were somewhat different from Lu Jiui's other works. Besides, he had no interest in collecting paintings, not to mention that he already had many paintings by famous artists at home. Mr. Wang, if you are really interested, you'd better hurry up. Several bosses have expressed interest in collecting this painting of mine. Seeing that Wang Zhenxing didn't say anything, Lu Jiui said this. What is the highest bid right now? Wang Zhenxing asked. 50 million. But you and I hit it off right away, Mr. Wang. If you want, I can sell it to you at a price. Lu Jiui lied without blushing at all. Of course, Wang Zhenxing would not believe what he said, and he had no intention of buying the paintings. He just wanted to ask Lu Jiui some questions. But based on his experience in dealing with people, he knew that Lu Jiui would definitely not take it seriously if he said this directly. Let me think about it. Wang Zhenxing said hypocritically. Lu Jiui thought there was hope, and said happily, please wait a moment, Mr. Wang. I'll have someone make a pot of good tea and we can sit down and talk slowly. The highest price offered for the painting was 30 million, but Lu Jiui felt that was too little, so he did not sell it, hoping to catch a sucker. Wang Zhenxing walked to the door of the studio and looked at the environment of the Academy of Fine Arts. At this moment, someone rudely broke into the studio and bumped into Wang Zhenxing's arms. The soft and elastic touch comes with a natural fragrance that penetrates into the nose. Wang Zhenxing didn't move at all, and the person who bumped into him was shocked and was about to fall backwards. Wang Zhenxing did not immediately offer a helping hand, but instead took a closer look. Soon, the panicked look of a beautiful woman without makeup came into view. After Wang Zhenxing saw it clearly, he reached out and grabbed the beauty. The beauty stood up straight and crashed into his arms again. As if afraid of falling again, the beauty subconsciously put her arms around Wang Zhenxing's waist. Wang Zhenxing knew that this was another case of high-level luck, and he was somewhat happy, but he appeared to be normal on the surface. I'm sorry. After the beautiful woman reacted, she hurriedly took a step back to apologize, her beautiful eyes casually looking at the man in front of her. The man has a noble temperament, sword-like eyebrows and star-like eyes, and his features seemed to be carefully carved. It felt like the man in front of her looked just like the one she liked best. The heroine Shen Xintong fell in love with the host at first sight, and her favorability increased to 60 admiration. The host influences the plot direction, and obtains 1200 counterattack points. The protagonist Shen Haoyu's luck value is -120, and the host's luck value is +120. Wang Zhenxing was surprised when he received the message, and then responded to Shen Xintong's words. It doesn't matter. Shen Xintong smiled slightly, looked at Wang Zhenxing nervously for a while, and then remembered the purpose of her visit. Professor Lu, shouldn't you give me a reasonable explanation? Shen Xintong walked past Wang Zhenxing and spoke solemnly to Lu Jiui. I have to entertain guests. I will talk to you when I am free tomorrow. Lu Jiui smiled. It's tomorrow again. I've waited for too many tomorrows. Now I want an explanation. Shen Xintong said with a tense face. When Wang Zhenxing heard the conversation between the two, he looked a little puzzled, but did not ask any questions. Seeing Shen Xintong's expression, Lu Jiui knew that it would not be so easy to get rid of her this time. After thinking for a while, he said to Wang Zhenxing. Mr. Wang, my student wants to tell me something. I wonder if you guys chat, I'll go out for some fresh air. Wang Zhenxing said cooperatively. He walked out of the studio slowly, but did not walk far. Instead, he eavesdropped at the door. Professor Lu, as a well-known painter, don't you feel shameful at all for stealing your students' works? Shen Xintong said. Don't say such harsh words. I was the one who modified your painting, and it's not as famous as me. Do you think that painting can win an award? Lu Jiui said shamelessly. Just by changing a few strokes, it becomes your work. You are simply a robber, Shen Xintong said angrily. Think about it. If I tell people that it was my student's work and I changed a few strokes, then people's evaluation of the painting will definitely drop a lot, and it will definitely not win an award. The art world is also about human relationships and social etiquette. Lu Jiui said patiently. Shouldn't you be happy when you see your work win an award? It would be fine if you didn't thank me, but you actually blamed me instead. I'm sorry, I can't understand this kind of behavior of deceiving the world and stealing reputation. Shen Xintong said. After saying so much, you just want money, right? I'll give you money. Is 1,000 enough? Lu Jiui said in the tone of sending away a beggar. I want an explanation, not money. What do you mean? That painting is my work, not yours, Professor Lu, Shen Shintong said, pointing at the painting in the studio that Lu Jiui wanted 50 million yuan for. Chapter 303 Shen Shintong asks for help. You say it's your work, but who would believe it if I told anyone else? After hearing what Shen Shintong said, Lu Jiui sneered and said fearlessly. Some classmates saw me drawing this picture, and they can prove for me that the painting you won the award for is mine, said Shen Shintong. Then go and ask them if they are willing to testify for you, said Lu Jiui. Shen Shintong was speechless. It's not that she didn't look for those people, but no one was willing to step forward. To put it bluntly, you just think the money is too little. Let me tell you this, I'll give you 10,000 yuan, and you can just keep the painting to yourself. Lu Jiui smiled complacently. I've already said it, I'm not asking for money, Shen Shintong repeated. That painting has won an award, and it was in the name of Lu Jiui. If Lu Jiui admitted it publicly, his reputation would be ruined. Shen Shintong knew that it was impossible and unrealistic to ask Lu Jiui to tell the truth to the public. What she asked for was just to get the painting back and for Lu Jiui to apologize privately, nothing more. Because the couple in the painting are actually Shen Shintong's parents, and they mean a lot to her. But Lu Jiui never felt ashamed of stealing students' works. 10,000 yuan is not enough. In that case, don't even think about giving a penny. Lu Jiui was a miser, and 10,000 yuan was the maximum he was willing to give Shen Shintong. I will announce the truth to everyone, Shen Shintong said angrily. Hearing this, Lu Jiui sneered, if you want to graduate successfully and achieve success in the painting world in the future, I advise you to think twice before you act. He dared to steal Shen Shintong's works without fear of the consequences, because Shen Shintong was just a poor student with no background at all. People like you being called painters is simply a disgrace to this profession. Shen Shintong felt very aggrieved, her eyes were red, but she forced herself not to let the tears fall and make others laugh at her. I still have guests to entertain. Don't waste my time. Lu Jiui made a gesture to chase people away. Shen Shintong wanted to reveal the truth, but was afraid that she could not defeat Professor Lu. Eventually, she was expelled from the Academy of Fine Arts and could not pursue her dream. In such a tangled mood, she was worried about gains and losses, and walked out of the studio with her fists clenched. When I arrived at the door, I saw Wang Zhenxing. Shen Shintong couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Wang Zhenxing looked indifferent. He didn't say anything to Shen Shintong and just walked into the studio. When Lu Jiui saw Wang Zhenxing suddenly walk into the studio, he was a little surprised for a moment and couldn't tell whether he was just outside the door or just happened to come in. Mr. Wang, shall we continue talking about what we just discussed? Lu Jiui said with a smile. I have something urgent to do. Let's do it another day. Wang Zhenxing looked indifferent. After saying this, he turned and left. Upon hearing this, Lu Jiui guessed that Wang Zhenxing might have heard something, and was somewhat angry that Shen Shintong had ruined his good fortune. He thought that he would make things difficult for Shen Shintong if he had the chance. After leaving the studio, Wang Zhenxing walked slowly. Shen Shintong followed him for a while, and finally plucked up the courage to step forward and stop him. Hello. Shen Shintong stood straight, then bowed towards Wang Zhenxing and greeted him respectfully. Is there anything wrong? Wang Zhenxing had guessed that Shen Shintong would follow, but he pretended to be confused. Did you hear anything when you were outside the door just now? Shen Shintong asked in a low voice. I heard something vaguely. Wang Zhenxing nodded slightly. Then, can you help me? Shen Shintong pleaded. The reason why Lu Jiui dared to bully her was that he was sure that she was a poor college student with no background or connections. If Wang Zhenxing had helped, Lu Jiui would definitely have a different attitude. This matter has nothing to do with me, and there is no need for me to offend a famous painter because of a stranger. Wang Zhenxing said lightly. Shen Shintong bit her naturally rosy lips, thought for a moment, and then mustered up the courage to say, that painting shows the appearance of my parents in my memory. It has a special meaning to me. I know you are a philanthropist who has helped many people. But please don't get me wrong, I don't want to blackmail you morally, I just want to use an equal exchange method to get your help, because if you help me for nothing, I won't feel at ease. Quote. Wang Zhenxing felt relieved after hearing her words. Then tell me, what equivalent exchange can you offer me to help you? The main reason he came here was because of Shen Shintong. In fact, he had no intention of standing idly by. However, if he rashly helped Shen Shintong, it might arouse her suspicion, so he used this method of playing hard to get. Just as he expected, Shen Shintong caught up with him. I work part-time as a teaching assistant in a pre-exam training studio. I earn 6,000 yuan a month. Although it's not much, I work hard and will definitely get better in the future. Shen Shintong noticed that Wang Zhenxing showed some inexplicable smile, and gradually she understood something, so she spoke softly, until finally she was silent. Since you know me, you must know that I don't need this little money, so the return you mentioned is meaningless. Wang Zhenxing said. I can draw, I can. What a coincidence, I can do it too. I've seen the painting you drew, and there are 3 places in it that could actually be done better. Wang Zhenxing listed them out slowly. Shen Shintong was stunned. She discovered 2 of the 3 places mentioned by Wang Zhenxing herself, but since they could not be changed, they were put aside. Overall, the painting is still very good, and its flaws do not outweigh its merits, Wang Zhenxing added. Besides painting, Shen Shintong racked her brains, trying to find something valuable from herself to exchange for Wang Zhenxing's reward, but after thinking hard for a while, she really couldn't think of anything. Wang Zhenxing has no shortage of the most direct money. And the painting skills that she was proud of were not something particularly remarkable in Wang Zhenxing's eyes. Okay, our chat ends here. Wang Zhenxing looked at his wrist, the famous watch Feng Qianchen had given him, revealing that he was very busy. As soon as he finished speaking, he walked slowly forward. Shen Shintong stood there feeling a little anxious, but suddenly an idea flashed in her mind, so she came to Wang Zhenxing again. Me, Shen Shintong said. What's the meaning? I should look pretty good, not bad. Shen Shintong stretched out her hand to smooth her hair, revealing her beautiful face without makeup. As long as you help me, I can be your girlfriend. Wang Zhenxing was somewhat relieved, thinking that he had finally gotten to the point, but he appeared calm and asked calmly, do you think I am such a person? Of course not. Qingling, everyone knows that you are an upright person and you are not interested in women. Shen Shintong shook her head vigorously, as if she felt that she had seen through Wang Zhenxing. Her bright eyes flashed with wisdom, and she said, there are so many people in this world who need help. Even if you are a kind person, you certainly can't help them all. And it's not that you don't want to help me, you just lack a reason to help others. Those who ask for help should save themselves first, am I right? Chapter 304 Love Comes Too Fast. After Shen Shintong finished speaking, she waited quietly for Wang Zhenxing's answer. Your words make sense, and you are also very interesting. Wang Zhenxing smiled after hearing this, and in front of Shen Shintong's stunned eyes, he stretched out his hand and pinched her delicate face, then from now on, you are mine. Ah, Shen Shintong's brain short-circuited for a few seconds, are you serious? I may change my mind at any time. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Okay, as you said, I will be yours from now on. Shen Shintong couldn't tell whether he was joking or teasing her, but no matter which possibility it was always right to agree first. If I hesitate any longer and he suddenly changes his mind, then I will really have no hope of getting help. Of course, the main reason why Shen Shintong made the decision quickly was that when she heard the words, from now on you are mine, she did not resist in her heart, but was slightly happy. Then follow me. Wang Zhenxing turned around and walked towards Lu Jui's studio. Shen Shintong was stunned for a moment, then she smiled with joy and followed Wang Zhenxing in small steps. In the studio, Lu Jui was still angry because Shen Shintong had interrupted his good deeds and let the victim get away. But at this moment, Wang Zhenxing suddenly turned back. Mr. Wang, have you changed your mind? A smile instantly appeared on Lu Jui's gloomy face, but when he saw Shen Shintong following behind Wang Zhenxing, the smile suddenly disappeared and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Return the painting to its original owner and publicly apologize to Shen Shintong. Wang Zhenxing stated his purpose directly. I should have known that you, Mr. Wang, are willing to help others. But after all, we are old acquaintances. Please give me some face and don't interfere in this matter. Lu Jui said with a smile. I'm not discussing this with you now. I've already told you. If you don't do as I say, you'll be responsible for the consequences. Wang Zhenxing didn't want to waste his breath. A powerful aura, coupled with the use of mind control techniques. Lu Jiahui had no intention of resisting, and said with a look of death, I will do as you say. Wang Zhenxing looked behind him at Shen Shintong, who was still in a daze. You're not waiting for me to get it for you, are you? No, it's not. Shen Shintong reacted, walked to the painting excitedly, and picked up the frame carefully. Lu Jiahui said nothing, not daring to say a single word. Just like that, Wang Zhenxing walked out of the studio with Shen Shintong in a swagger. Shen Shintong's gloomy mood for the past few days suddenly turned bright. It feels so good to have someone supporting you. Lu Jiahui had previously bullied her because she was a poor student, brazenly stealing her works and acting condescending. But in front of Wang Zhenxing, he was servile and fawning, and didn't even dare to speak loudly. Shen Shintong's adoptive parents had been gone for several years, and she suddenly felt such long-lost care and love. Her nose felt sore for a moment, and she tried hard to hold it back but failed, and tears burst out of her eyes. Heroine Shen Shintong's favorability towards the host +10, current total favorability is 70, unswerving love. The host influences the plot direction, obtains 1000 counterattack points, the protagonist Shen Haoyu's luck value -100, the host's luck value +100. The host intercepted the plot of the protagonist Shen Haoyu and obtained 800 counterattack points. The protagonist Shen Haoyu's luck value was -80, and the host's luck value was +80. After receiving a large wave of rewards, Wang Zhenxing smiled secretly, then reached out and gently wiped away the tears from Shen Shintong's face. Wang Zhenxing and Shen Shintong came to a tree-lined avenue lined with maple trees at the Academy of Fine Arts. The maple leaves in late autumn are orange-red. Many leaves fell on the tree-lined avenue, making the road romantic and beautiful. Putting the picture frame on the chair beside the boulevard, Shen Shintong looked at Wang Zhenxing, bent over and said sincerely, Mr. Wang, thank you for your help. You are already mine, why do you have to be so polite to me? Wang Zhenxing leaned forward a little, looked at Shen Shintong, and smiled gently and warmly. Shen Shintong was infected by this smile and was stunned for a moment. Her snow-white cheeks, which were reddened by the autumn wind, became even redder. Is he not just joking with me, but serious? Hearing Wang Zhenxing say this again, Shen Shintong felt happy, but more fear and uneasiness. After all, the two of them just met today. Shen Shintong, stop fantasizing. He must be joking with you. Such an outstanding person must be surrounded by many outstanding people of the opposite sex. How could he be interested in you, even though you seem to be pretty? Shen Shintong talked to herself in her heart, trying to keep herself awake. While thinking, Wang Zhenxing's face moved closer. Shen Shintong's heart was beating wildly. If you want to know whether he is serious or joking, just test him and you will know. At most, it will be embarrassing. With this thought in mind, Shen Shintong took a deep breath, pinched the corner of her clothes, then closed her eyes and slightly raised her bare face. Shen Shintong counted the time silently in her heart. After about 3 seconds, she suddenly felt a warm feeling on her cold lips. A variety of emotions such as surprise, astonishment, confusion, and joy were mixed in her heart. Shen Shintong's hands froze in midair, and her mind gradually went blank. The autumn wind is bleak and it feels a little cool when it blows on people's bodies. Shen Shintong couldn't help but move closer to the warm embrace in front of her. Soon, Shen Shintong forgot when and where she was, and passionately hugged a strong waist. Intel. Shen Shintong, what are you doing? A sudden angry shout came from the side, instantly bringing Shen Shintong back to reality and opening her beautiful eyes. Shen Shintong turned around and saw a familiar figure. The man was wearing sunglasses and a hat, as if he was afraid that people would see his appearance. Soon, the man walked over angrily, came in front of Shen Shintong and Wang Zhenxing, took off his sunglasses, and stared at the latter viciously. Shintong, he is Wang Zhenxing, asked Shen Shintong with a smile. I'm his brother, who are you? Shen Haoyu interrupted and questioned. I'm your sister's boyfriend. Wang Zhenxing replied. When Shen Shintong heard him admit it in person, she was very happy. She held hands with Wang Zhenxing and her face was filled with a happy smile. When Shen Haoyu saw this scene, he suddenly felt a little dark in front of his eyes. The host caused the protagonist Shen Haoyu's mentality to be damaged, and obtained 400 counterattack points. Shen Shintong, this guy doesn't look like a good person. How can you be with him? Shen Haoyu said painfully. Although it was only the first time he met Wang Zhenxing, Shen Haoyu felt inexplicably disgusted, and he also had a hunch that this guy was definitely not a good person. Chapter 305 Dealing with Fellow Villagers. You have no right to blame others. Do you think you are a good person? Seeing her boyfriend being slandered, Shen Shintong immediately hit back at Shen Haoyu. Hearing this, Shen Haoyu was stunned for a moment, thinking, what does this have to do with me? However, he soon realized that he was a soul that traveled to this world and merged with the original owner's memories. He knew that the original owner was indeed not a good person. Shintong, what happened in the past is over. I have changed for the better now. Can't you really forgive your brother? Shen Haoyu played the emotional card and spoke in a gentle tone. I hope you have really changed. Of course Shen Shintong had also read the news and knew that Shen Haoyu had become a singer now and was indeed no longer as idle as before. Of course it's true. I will take good care of you in the future and won't let you be bullied again. Shen Haoyu said to his sister and glanced at Wang Zhenxing with an unfriendly look. I'm already 21 years old and don't need your care. Shen Shintong never thought of taking advantage of her brother. Otherwise, when she was wronged, she would have gone directly to her brother instead of trying to solve it herself. You and him. Shen Haoyu glanced at Wang Zhenxing. Shen Shintong understood what he meant and interrupted him, saying, you don't have to worry about or teach me about relationships. You've had at least 8 girlfriends in the past, so you have no right to dictate my relationship decisions. When Shen Haoyu saw Shen Shintong's attitude, he knew that it was impossible to break up the two of them with a few words, so he remembered Wang Zhenxing's appearance and prepared to check on him later. As long as we can find evidence of his misconduct, Shen Shintong will naturally leave him. Wang Zhenxing has a face like a sea king, and Shen Haoyu is sure that he definitely cannot have only his sister as his girlfriend. At this time, some college students passing by noticed Shen Haoyu and stopped not far away to watch him. Shen Haoyu noticed this and was afraid that others would come over to ask for autographs or take photos, so he quickly put on his sunglasses and said to Shen Shintong, I have some announcements these days. When I'm done, we can go home and have a good chat. After saying that, Shen Haoyu stared at Wang Zhenxing fiercely through his sunglasses before leaving. It's almost time for lunch, let's find a place to eat. Wang Zhenxing said to Shen Shintong. As a man with rich experience, he said this sentence in a very elegant way. He did not use a questioning tone, but made arrangements directly. If there is an emotional foundation, unless the woman is the type who is strong and likes to dominate everything, she will generally listen to her boyfriend's arrangements. Shen Shintong is certainly not a strong woman. After hearing what Wang Zhenxing said, even though she had some concerns in her heart, she still nodded obediently. Wang Zhenxing took Shen Shintong in a Rolls-Royce, went to a couple's restaurant, and came to a luxurious private room. It was Shen Shintong's first time to eat at a place like this, so she felt a little nervous. After seeing the menu, she had no idea what to order. Wang Zhenxing asked Shen Shintong about her taste and preferences, gave her some advice, and ordered some dishes. Shen Shintong felt very comfortable during the process, and coupled with the atmosphere of the couple restaurant, she inadvertently put herself into the role of girlfriend. The feeling of first love is novel and exciting. Shen Shintong just felt a little dizzy and her face was a little hot. Just like my brother Shen Haoyu sang in a song, love comes too fast, like a tornado. You and your brother don't seem to have a good relationship, what's going on? While waiting for the food to be served, Wang Zhenxing suddenly asked. My brother was a bad student since he was young, and he always made my parents worry. When he grew up, he hung out with some young people from society all day long. A few years ago, he was very brave and got seriously injured. He was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. When my parents heard the news, they drove a tricycle to the hospital to see him, but unfortunately they were in a car accident and both died. Shen Shintong did not treat him as an outsider and told him everything without hiding anything. So you hate your brother and think he indirectly caused the death of your parents? Wang Zhenxing continued. Yes, if he hadn't been fighting with others and had not been sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, my parents wouldn't have rushed there and they wouldn't have had a car accident. Shen Shintong felt a little heavy-hearted as she recalled the past. Wang Zhenxing patted her hand gently to comfort her, and then said casually, although your brother is a social idiot, he has a talent for music and has become a singing star now. Shen Shintong said, I also find this incredible. My brother never showed any musical talent before, and after my parents passed away, he stayed quiet for a while, and then continued to interact with young people in society, but a few months ago, he suddenly changed his nature and started to compose music. I thought he was just joking at first, but I didn't expect him to become famous and a singing star. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing said lightly, I have heard some comments online saying that Shen Haoyu plagiarized and stole other people's achievements, but I don't know whether it is true or not. Stealing other people's achievements. Shen Xintong frowned slightly. Perhaps it was because she had experienced the incident of having her paintings stolen and had been a victim, so she was particularly disgusted with people who stole other people's achievements. It's just that most of the comments on the internet are false and cannot be trusted. And out of curiosity, she also listened to Shen Haoyu's songs on music software. Although Shen Haoyu's singing style is somewhat different, his singing skills are still very good. Wang Zhenxing looked at the change in Shen Xintong's expression, and after mentioning the issue of plagiarism, he did not continue the topic. After a while, the food came. During the meal, Wang Zhenxing asked Shen Haoyu about his life experience in a casual manner, such as where he went to school, where he worked, and what friends he made in society. Shen Xintong listened to the questions and answered them without reservation. Wang Zhenxing wrote them all down. After dinner, Shen Xintong felt a little nervous, wondering if he suddenly suggested going to a hotel, what should she do? Although it was love at first sight, Shen Xintong felt that it developed too quickly and she was not mentally prepared for it. But what if I refuse and he breaks up with me on the spot? Shen Xintong became worried and anxious. I'll take you back to the Academy of Fine Arts, Wang Zhenxing said to Shen Xintong. He didn't have any thoughts in that regard at the moment because he was busy doing other things. Thank you for your help. Shen Xintong smiled and secretly breathed a sigh of relief, but at the same time, she felt a little lost for some reason. Wang Zhenxing sent Shen Xintong back to the Academy of Fine Arts, and then contacted Lu Chu, asking Lu Chu to act as a digger of black material and find those who knew Shen Haoyu. After leaving the Academy of Fine Arts, Wang Zhenxing returned to Zhenxing Group and visited the information department to check on the situation. In just one afternoon, Lin Nanshuang single-handedly stopped the fermentation of online comments that were unfavorable to Happy Media. After get off work in the evening, Wang Zhenxing came to visit Lu Xiaofan's home. Lu Xiaofan came to open the door with his hand on his waist. When he saw Wang Zhenxing, he felt very unwelcome, but because Wang Zhenxing had the upper hand over him, he couldn't help but force a smile to greet him. My fellow villager, what's wrong with you? Wang Zhenxing walked into the hall and sat down, as if he was back home. I often sit for long periods of time, and my waist has some problems, so I found a crappy doctor to treat it a few days ago, but I didn't expect it to get worse. Lu Xiaofan got angry when this matter was mentioned, but he didn't dare to say that it was kidney damage, so he lied and said it was waist pain. If you are sick, you should go to a big hospital for treatment. Don't trust any quack doctors. Wang Zhenxing didn't point it out. What do you want to talk to me about? Lu Xiaofan didn't want to chat with Wang Zhenxing, so he asked directly. Wang Zhenxing didn't want to be in the spotlight, and he didn't want to show up in front of the media, so he wanted to expose Shen Haoyu's plagiarism in the name of Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan is a famous talent. With his fame, his words will be more credible. That fellow villager is quite angry. I know him, but I have no grudge against him, so there is no need for me to do such a thing. Lu Xiaofan said. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. I'll talk to your wife. Wang Zhenxing had already guessed that it wouldn't go so smoothly. When Lu Xiaofan heard this, he became anxious and was about to say something. But at this moment, there was a sound of a door opening outside. It was Zhou Ninggran who returned home from get-off work. Husband. Walking into the living room, Zhou Ninggran couldn't contain her joy when she saw the person she had been thinking about day and night, and blurted out a shout. Chapter 306 Show me your skills. Oh no, that's not good. After Zhou Ninggran called her husband, she realized that she had said something wrong and suddenly became nervous. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing and Lu Xiaofan looked towards Zhou Ninggran at the door and were both stunned. Ran is back. Wang Zhenxing spoke and smiled at Zhou Ninggran. Could it be that my husband came here today to confront Lu Xiaofan? Zhou Ninggran was a little excited. She had been waiting for this day for a long time. My wife is calling me. Why are you making noise? After a moment of stunned silence, Lu Xiaofan finally reacted and turned to Wang Zhenxing and said. When Zhou Ninggran heard Lu Xiaofan say this, she immediately understood that Wang Zhenxing had only come to see her and was not going to confront Lu Xiaofan. She felt a little disappointed, but Zhou Ninggran concealed it well and didn't show it. Lu Xiaofan was as happy as if it was New Year's Day, and at the same time he was very touched, because this seemed to be the first time Zhou Ninggran called him husband. Ranran is back. Was it hard working today? Lu Xiaofan walked happily to Zhou Ninggran and stretched out his hand, then asked with a smile. We have guests at home, why don't you even make a cup of tea? Zhou Ninggran threw her bag to Lu Xiaofan, and saw that there was no hospitality on the tea table in front of Wang Zhenxing. She immediately said to Lu Xiaofan with dissatisfaction. He just arrived. I was just about to go take a bath, but then you came back. Lu Xiaofan explained with a smile. Lu Xiaofan knew that Wang Zhenxing was the boyfriend of Zhou Ninggran's good friend Tang Qingye. Given the friendship between Zhou Ninggran and Tang Qingye, they would definitely not neglect Wang Zhenxing because they love Wang Zhenxing as well. Lu Xiaofan was a little jealous, but it was understandable. Why don't you go and make some tea? Zhou Ninggran said to Lu Xiaofan. Got it, I'll go right away. Lu Xiaofan left the hall. Honey, if you miss me, just call me and I can go out to see you. Seeing that Lu Xiaofan was not around, Zhou Ninggran said in a low voice. I was messaging you before and heard you say you were learning cooking recently. I couldn't wait to try your cooking skills, so I came here. Wang Zhenxing replied in a low voice. But I'm still a beginner, I'm worried you won't be able to get used to it. Zhou Ninggran stuck out her tongue. How could that be? As long as it's made by you, I will definitely love it. Wang Zhenxing said. After chatting furtively for a few sentences, Lu Xiaofan came into the hall carrying a tea tray. Zhou Ninggran immediately restrained her smile so as not to let Lu Xiaofan notice anything. Have some tea, fellow countrymen. After Lu Xiaofan placed the tea tray on the tea table, he handed a small cup of tea on the tray to Wang Zhenxing and said with a fake smile. Wang Zhenxing took the teacup, but did not drink it. Instead, he put it back on the tea table. Lu Xiaofan was slightly disappointed when he saw Wang Zhenxing's actions. He deliberately spit a mouthful of saliva into the cup of tea he gave to Wang Zhenxing, but this guy actually refused to drink it. My fellow countrymen, what do you think about the matter I just told you? Wang Zhenxing brought up the old matter and said to Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan did not answer immediately and hesitated. What's the matter? Zhou Ninggran asked curiously. Plagiarism. Wang Zhenxing explained with a smile. What do you mean by plagiarism? Who plagiarized whom? Zhou Ninggran asked. Wang Zhenxing looked at Lu Xiaofan and gave him a look. Lu Xiaofan gritted his teeth secretly, knowing that this guy was threatening him. If he didn't agree, he would definitely expose it. Recently, a singer named Shen Haoyu plagiarized a song I composed, said Lu Xiaofan. Can you compose songs? Zhou Ninggran looked at Lu Xiaofan in surprise. Then Lu Xiaofan was a little proud. He wrote the lyrics and I composed the music, Wang Zhenxing interrupted. Lu Xiaofan rolled his eyes at Wang Zhenxing, but didn't dare to refute. Wow, it turns out you can compose music. Zhou Ninggran looked at Wang Zhenxing with admiration. I know a little bit. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Lu Xiaofan felt jealous and couldn't help but said, my fellow countrymen, Ranran doesn't seem to believe it. Why don't you sing a few lines for us to hear? That's not necessary, and it would be meaningless if we just sing without doing anything. Wang Zhenxing refused. I have a guitar at home. You can play it, right? Why don't you play a piece for me? Lu Xiaofan said reluctantly. No, forget it. Wang Zhenxing waved his hand. My fellow countrymen, just show us your skills. Don't be shy. Lu Xiaofan said enthusiastically, turned around and went into a room and took out a guitar. Lu Xiaofan secretly bought this guitar for practicing in order to make Zhou Ninggran happy, but he really had no talent for it. After teaching himself for a while, he saw no results at all, so he just left it in a corner. After taking the guitar, Lu Xiaofan forced it into Wang Zhenxing's hands. Lu Xiaofan, the customer is unhappy, what are you doing? Zhou Ninggran was somewhat dissatisfied with Lu Xiaofan's behavior. It's okay, I'll just play it simply. Wang Zhenxing said magnanimously. Then start your performance. Lu Xiaofan urged. What type of songs do you like? Wang Zhenxing ignored Lu Xiaofan and asked Zhou Ninggran. A love song. Zhou Ninggran said. Okay. Wang Zhenxing nodded, holding the guitar and playing it effortlessly. Smooth notes floated out from the guitar strings. When Lu Xiaofan heard the familiar prelude, he immediately recognized which song it was. Qingling River, coffee on the left bank. I hold a cup in my hand, tasting your beauty. Wang Zhenxing faced Zhou Ninggran and started playing and singing. Heroine Zhou Ninggran's favorability towards the host +5, current total favorability is 95, unwavering until death. The host influences the plot direction, and gains 500 counterattack points. The protagonist Lu Xiaofan's luck value is -50, and the host's luck value is +50. Zhou Ninggran was quickly brought into the scene by the song. She looked at Wang Zhenxing with her beautiful eyes, and couldn't suppress the smile on her lips. What a mistake. This guy is really good at this. Lu Xiaofan was so jealous that he never expected Wang Zhenxing to have such a talent. When the first half of the song ended, Lu Xiaofan pretended to cheer and applaud, disrupting the rhythm of Wang Zhenxing's singing and playing. Zhou Ninggran glared at Lu Xiaofan with some dissatisfaction, but did not say any accusation. She thought that she would let her husband sing for her when they were alone. Wang Zhenxing put down the guitar and said to Lu Xiaofan, "That matter? No problem. People who steal other people's works must not be tolerated." Lu Xiaofan felt helpless and could only agree to Wang Zhenxing. It's settled then. Wang Zhenxing made the decision. Well, it's getting late, fellow villager, you are busy, so I won't keep you here. Lu Xiaofan said to drive him away. Lu Xiaofan, if you don't know how to speak, then don't speak. Zhou Ninggran scolded, then said to Wang Zhenxing with a smile, it's time for dinner. If you don't mind, you can stay here and eat. This is not good, Wang Zhenxing said. Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. If Qingye knew that you came to my house as a guest and didn't even have any food to eat, she would definitely blame me. Zhou Ninggran said. Sorry to bother you. Wang Zhenxing smiled shyly. Chapter 307 Dark Cuisine. Of course, you can have him at home for dinner, but I can't cook. Seeing that both of them agreed, Lu Xiaofan knew that it was useless to object, so he found another reason to speak. There is no cook or nanny at home. Zhou Ninggran often has dinner out with her two best friends Tang Qingye and Fang Wanqing, and almost never eats at home. Lu Xiaofan's 3 meals a day are delivered by a nearby hotel. No need for you, I'll cook. Before, when Lu Xiaofan went to pour tea, Zhou Ninggran had already agreed with Wang Zhenxing that she wanted to show off her newly learned cooking skills, and of course she didn't want to miss this opportunity. Ranran, you can also cook, Lu Xiaofan asked in surprise. I recently signed up for a cooking class and learned some things. Zhou Ninggran wants to be a good wife and mother, and cooking is an essential skill. I haven't heard you say this before. You must want to give me a surprise, right? Lu Xiaofan was a little touched. Zhou Ninggran was stunned for a moment, then forced a smile and said, stop talking about this, go buy some groceries. At this time, I don't know if there are any fresh vegetables in the supermarket. No need to go to the supermarket, I'll just call the hotel and ask them to deliver some over. What ingredients do you need? Lu Xiaofan asked. Zhou Ninggran thought about it, then wrote down the list of ingredients on a piece of paper and handed it to Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan took a picture of the writing on the paper with his mobile phone, found the hotel delivery staff in the friend interface, sent the photo, and then edited the message, asking the other party to deliver the ingredients as soon as possible according to the order. After about 15 minutes, the delivery person arrived with a lot of ingredients. Lu Xiaofan took the ingredients and went to the kitchen, helping to prepare them according to Zhou Ninggran's request. As a daughter of a wealthy family, Zhou Ninggran had never done any housework before, but now she has learned to cook. Lu Xiaofan saw this and felt a little distressed, but also felt that he owed Zhou Ninggran. It has been 2 or 3 months since the marriage, and Zhou Ninggran has been living alone in her empty room. She is still a pure girl. Lu Xiaofan was also helpless about this, but he was powerless. Zhou Ninggran was busy in the kitchen for more than an hour and cooked a total of 8 dishes. The 8 dishes include both meat and vegetarian dishes. They look delicious and very appetizing. Ranran, you are really awesome, Lu Xiaofan praised without hesitation. Do I need you to tell me that? Zhou Ninggran didn't care about Lu Xiaofan's praise. She turned around and looked at Wang Zhenxing expectantly. Let me try it first. Lu Xiaofan said eagerly. Let the guests go first. Zhou Ninggran frowned. After hearing this, Lu Xiaofan reluctantly said to Wang Zhenxing, don't be polite, fellow villager. Please come in. Wang Zhenxing picked up the chopsticks and tasted them one by one, without any noticeable change in his expression. How does it taste? Zhou Ningran asked expectantly. Not bad. Wang Zhenxing nodded with a complicated expression, looked at Lu Xiaofan and said, I really envy you for having such a wife. Lu Xiaofan felt strange after hearing this. After a pause, he said proudly, of course. After saying that, Lu Xiaofan picked up the chopsticks and started eating impatiently. However, after putting a mouthful of food into his mouth, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Lu Xiaofan opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but swallowed it back. Holding on to some luck, he continued to try other dishes and suddenly fell silent. Zhou Ningran felt that the atmosphere was a bit strange, so she picked up some food and tried it, her pretty face wrinkled slightly. I didn't know how to cook the first time, so I put a little too much salt. Zhou Ningran smiled awkwardly and then tried other dishes. I found that either there was too much seasoning or the dishes were half-cooked. In short, they were hard to swallow and not a single dish was edible. Zhou Ningran's first cooking attempt ended in failure and she became depressed. It's your first time cooking, and it's great that you can do this. Ranran, you are actually very good. Lu Xiaofan looked at her lost expression and comforted her. In order to make Zhou Ningran believe him, he even took big bites of food and pretended to eat with relish, but in fact he knew the pain himself. After eating for a while, Lu Xiaofan tried hard to hold back his tears and wanted to drag Wang Zhenxing into the water, so he said, eat, let's eat together. Wang Zhenxing looked at him speechlessly. Don't eat anymore. Let the hotel deliver some dishes over. Zhou Ningran couldn't bear to see Wang Zhenxing suffer like this. No, I think it's edible. Lu Xiaofan said against his will. Since you like to eat, then eat more and give me your cell phone. Zhou Ningran stretched out his hand. Lu Xiaofan had no choice but to hand the phone to Zhou Ningran. Zhou Ningran found the delivery person's contact information and ordered some dishes. More than half an hour later, the dishes were delivered and we could finally have our meal. Do you have any wine at home? Halfway through the meal, Wang Zhenxing suddenly said. Yes, there are still quite a lot left from the wedding. But drinking is harmful to your health, so it's better not to drink. Otherwise, if Qingye finds out, she'll probably blame me. Zhou Ningran said. I suddenly wanted to drink something. If you didn't tell her and I didn't tell her, how would she know? Wang Zhenxing said. If you can't drink, don't drink. Have you forgotten that you got drunk at my house last time? Lu Xiaofan interrupted, looking at Wang Zhenxing with contempt. I'm actually not very convinced about what happened last time. Wang Zhenxing said provocatively. Still want to drink with me? Haha. Lu Xiaofan was the winner last time and lasted longer than Wang Zhenxing before getting drunk, so of course he had some capital to be proud of. Do you dare to compete again? You're a defeated opponent. I'm not interested in drinking with you anymore. You can't, can you? Who said I can't do it? Just drink it. Lu Xiaofan was heartbroken by the words and instantly became angry and shouted. Seeing the two people arguing, Zhou Ningran wanted to persuade them, but soon remembered that if Wang Zhenxing was drunk, he would probably stay here overnight, so he didn't say much but quietly took out the wine from home. After 3 rounds of drinking, Wang Zhenxing fell drunk on the table as expected. Tisk, you fell down so quickly, so useless. Lu Xiaofan's face was red from drunkenness, and he felt a little dizzy, but he didn't fall down. He immediately mocked Wang Zhenxing and said to Zhou Ningran as if to take credit. Am I good enough? With your ability, what should we do now that he is drunk? Zhou Ningran said. Let your best friend Tang Qingye pick him up. Lu Xiaofan said. Zhou Ningran nodded symbolically, then took out her cell phone and pretended to make a call. After more than 10 seconds, she took the phone away from her ear. My bestie didn't answer the phone, maybe something happened. Then what should we do with him? Lu Xiaofan pointed at Wang Zhenxing. What else can we do? Should we throw him out? We can only let him sleep here. Zhou Ningran said as a matter of course. This is really troublesome. I will never compete in drinking with him next time. Lu Xiaofan complained, and together with Zhou Ningran, they dragged Wang Zhenxing into a guest room. Lu Xiaofan felt dizzy and soon went to his room to rest. It was not until the middle of the night that he suddenly woke up because he was thirsty after eating too much of the heavily salted dishes Zhou Ningran had made for dinner, and walked out of the room to get some water. After drinking the water, Lu Xiaofan's thirst was relieved and he prepared to go back to his room to continue sleeping. But at this moment, the sound of a woman crying was faintly heard. It seems so. Lu Xiaofan followed the source of the sound and quietly came to the door of Zhou Ningran's bedroom. Chapter 308. Thank you for your hospitality. It was not the first time that Lu Xiaofan heard these strange noises outside Zhou Ningran's bedroom, but he was not particularly surprised. Zhou Ningran is a normal woman. She has been sleeping alone since she got married. It's okay to adjust herself occasionally. Lu Xiaofan could totally understand that, just like when he was normal, he would adjust himself. Although these things are understandable, if they are discovered, it will be very embarrassing for both parties. Of course Lu Xiaofan couldn't disturb them, so he pretended nothing had happened and prepared to go back to his room. But when I was halfway there, an idea suddenly popped into my head. Ranran seems to be quite enthusiastic about Wang Zhenxing, a little beyond the level of normal friends. It's not like she's doing this behind my back. Lu Xiaofan inexplicably felt his head getting heavy. He walked angrily to the outside of Zhou Ningran's bedroom and reached out to knock on the door. But just as he raised his hand, he suddenly hesitated. If this judgment is wrong, then this matter may not end well. To be on the safe side, Lu Xiaofan came to the guest room where Wang Zhenxing was sleeping. The door of the guest room was ajar. Looking through the crack, one could vaguely see the outline of a figure lying on the bed, and the sound of snoring could be heard. Luckily I came here to take a look. I almost misunderstood Ranran. Damn it. How could Ranran, such a pure and kind woman, do such a thing behind my back? Quote. Lu Xiaofan breathed a sigh of relief, feeling ashamed and guilty for misunderstanding Zhou Ningran. He then went back to bed with peace of mind and slept until dawn. The morning sun shines into the red-themed newlywed room. Hubby, it's dawn, wake up. Hearing a soft call in his ears, Wang Zhenxing woke up and slowly opened his eyes. Afterwards, she got dressed, left the bridal chamber, and went to a guest room. Wang Zhenxing lifted the quilt, revealing some pillows. The pillows are arranged to vaguely form the outline of a human figure. Then, he picked up the phone next to the pillow and turned off the recording interface that was playing the snoring sound. Not long after, Lu Xiaofan woke up and asked the hotel to deliver some breakfast. Well, are you convinced now? While sitting around the table eating breakfast, Lu Xiaofan said to Wang Zhenxing with the attitude of a winner. Wang Zhenxing got drunk too quickly last night and he didn't have the chance to make a few sarcastic remarks. Now that he saw the chance, he immediately made up for it. Of course I don't accept it. I will come again when I have time. One day I will be able to get you drunk. Wang Zhenxing said cooperatively. There's some wine left over from the wedding, but no one drank it. If you want to drink, just come here. Zhou Ningran smiled brightly. She didn't have any makeup on her face, but she looked radiant and heart-pounding. Of course, Lu Xiaofan did not welcome Wang Zhenxing to his home, but after hearing what Zhou Ningran said, he couldn't sing a different tune. And the wine at home is really just left there and no one drinks it. Come on, little guy. If I'm afraid of you, I won't call you Lu Xiaofan. Okay, it's a deal. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Zhou Ningran didn't say anything else, but the smile between her eyebrows became even more intense. Lu Xiaofan saw this and guessed that Zhou Ningran was resentful that she, as a husband, had not fulfilled her responsibilities, so she deliberately acted more enthusiastically towards her best friend's boyfriend to remind herself that she had to fulfill her responsibilities as a husband. Of course Lu Xiaofan also wanted to fulfill his responsibilities, but he didn't have the ability to do so at the moment, and there was no improvement after seeing so many doctors. My friend, when are you and your girlfriend getting married? I can't wait to drink at your wedding. Lu Xiaofan suddenly said this, and at the same time reminded Zhou Ningran to give herself a little face and not look at her best friend's boyfriend like that, otherwise she would be embarrassed. We will definitely not get married in the short term. Her father doesn't quite agree with us. Wang Zhenxing said. Visit your future father-in-law more often and buy him some gifts. Remember, Ranran's father was against our relationship back then, but now I have married Ranran, haven't I? Lu Xiaofan gave advice in the tone of an experienced person. You can't drink at my wedding for the time being, but I kind of want to drink at your child's full-month banquet. You've been married for 2 or 3 months, but why is there no movement in Ranran's belly? Wang Zhenxing said with a smile. The host caused the protagonist Lu Xiaofan's mentality to be damaged, and obtained 300 counterattack points. Lu Xiaofan's face turned pale instantly. I'm sorry, I said too much. Young couples nowadays like to have children later. Wang Zhenxing said apologetically, then looked at Zhou Ningran and asked. Of course, you don't want to have a child too early, do you? No, I'm ready to be a mother. It would be great if I get pregnant. Zhou Ningran took the opportunity to express her opinion when talking about this topic. The host caused the protagonist Lu Xiaofan to suffer mental damage, and obtained 500 counterattack points. My fellow villager, so it's you who don't want a child, Wang Zhenxing said to Lu Xiaofan in surprise. Yes, my career is more important. I plan to have children later. Lu Xiaofan forced a smile, which was uglier than a bitter gourd. After prevarication, Lu Xiaofan was afraid that Wang Zhenxing would continue this topic, so he said. My friend, you snore when you sleep, so you should pay attention to it. It is a disease. Zhou Ningran was stunned for a moment. Her husband was obviously very quiet when he slept and didn't snore. How do you know I snore when I sleep? Wang Zhenxing asked knowingly. I was thirsty last night and went to drink some water, and I could hear your snoring from a distance away, said Lu Xiaofan. Ahem. Zhou Ningran, who was drinking water, suddenly choked and her heartbeat quickened. Could he have known this already? Zhou Ningran felt a little uneasy. Because after meeting again after a long separation, she was indeed a little too involved. If Lu Xiaofan really got up to drink water, he might have heard other sounds. Ranran, are you okay? No one is competing with you for the drink, so drink slowly. Lu Xiaofan comforted her. No, it's okay. Zhou Ningran looked strange and said with his eyes lowered. Thank you for your hospitality, fellow villager. I'll go to work first. Wang Zhenxing said after finishing breakfast. You're welcome. Next time you come, you can bring your girlfriend Tang Qingye along. Lu Xiaofan didn't want to compete in drinking with Wang Zhenxing again. After all, his health was not good now and the doctor also told him to drink less. But he refused to bow to Wang Zhenxing. If Wang Zhenxing brought his girlfriend here and proposed a drinking contest, his girlfriend would definitely dissuade him. Okay, I will definitely bring my girlfriend here next time. Wang Zhenxing readily agreed. If Tang Qingye stayed here overnight, she would most likely sleep in Zhou Ningran's room. She felt a little excited just thinking about it. Chapter 309 Entertainment Headlines. After Wang Zhenxing left for work, the restaurant fell into a brief silence. Of course, actually Lu Xiaofan broke the deadlock and mustered up the courage to speak out, but he couldn't say the words when they came to his lips. Zhou Ningran lowered her head. After hearing Lu Xiaofan's words, she knew that some things had to be faced, so she said. You already know that, right? Yes, I also heard it by chance, but this matter is actually my fault. Don't feel burdened. It's a very natural thing, just like eating when you are hungry. Don't think of yourself as a bad woman. Lu Xiaofan said in a gentle and warm tone. Zhou Ningran was stunned for a moment after hearing this, feeling that it was somewhat different from what she expected, so she asked tentatively, what did you know? I noticed that you are adjusting your mentality, Ranran. Lu Xiaofan replied tactfully. Zhou Ningran covered her face, not knowing what to say. Of course, it's nothing. I won't laugh at you. And it's all because of me. Lu Xiaofan hesitated for a moment and said. Remember the last time you kicked me in the bridal shop? I remember. Zhou Ningran recalled and then nodded. It was that time. I got sick after being kicked out by you, so I've been sleeping in a separate room from you. It wasn't intentional to ignore you. Lu Xiaofan confessed. So that's how it is. A doubt in Zhou Ningran's mind was answered. She was glad that she kicked Lu Xiaofan, otherwise, she would have to be on guard against Lu Xiaofan all day long. Ranran, don't blame yourself. I don't blame you. Seeing Zhou Ningran in a daze, Lu Xiaofan quickly comforted her. When I went to the hospital for a checkup, the doctor clearly stated that it had nothing to do with Zhou Ningran's kick. But in order to make Zhou Ningran complain less, he put the blame on Zhou Ningran. I'm glad you don't blame me. Zhou Ningran forced a smile and said, I'm going to work. Don't worry, the doctor said that there is still a chance that my illness can be cured. Lu Xiaofan was afraid of being looked down upon by Zhou Ningran, so he added. That's good. Zhou Ningran nodded, not worried. She has practiced self-defense. If Lu Xiaofan dares to do something stupid after his illness is healed, she will just kick him again. Zhou Ningran took her bag and went out, drove to the garage, and set off to work at the publishing house. Lu Xiaofan, in accordance with Wang Zhenxing's request, prepared to provide ironclad evidence against Shen Haoyu. Haoyu, I found out what you asked me to investigate. The man is called Wang Zhenxing. He is the chairman of Zhenxing Group and the boss behind Joy Media. The male agent told Shen Haoyu some of the information he had found out. Zhenxing Group. Is that the Zhenxing Group that specializes in daily chemical products? Shen Haoyu asked in surprise. That's right. How did you get into a conflict with the boss of a company with a market value of over 10 billion? This is really unwise, the agent said with some concern. This man played with my sister's feelings. He and I are sworn enemies. Shen Haoyu said angrily. Shen Shintong has no blood relationship with her, but in his heart, he actually regards Shen Shintong as his future woman. Wang Zhenxing took away Shen Shintong, which was equivalent to taking away his wife, so of course he couldn't tolerate it. Haoyu, listen to my advice. Although you are a star, he is the boss of a listed company and you can't beat him. The agent still expected Shen Haoyu to make a lot of money, but didn't want to see him make enemies with people of that level. Zhenxing Group is a daily chemical company and it can't extend its reach into the entertainment industry. As for his Yuyu Media, it's just a small company and not worth mentioning, said Shen Haoyu. Then what do you want to do? Asked the agent. Shen Haoyu thought for a moment and said, aren't there several big entertainment companies that want to sign a contract with me? And some of them are worth hundreds of billions. Do I need to be afraid of Wang Zhenxing? Please help me contact them. I will sign a contract with any company that can bring down Joy Media and make it go bankrupt. As the boss of a listed company worth over 10 billion, you have a lot of connections. Are you sure you want to do this? If you fail, you will be the one who suffers. The agent was relatively calm and began to persuade. I've made up my mind. If I don't bring down Joy Media, I won't even have the mood to write songs. Shen Haoyu gave up. Okay, then I'll do as you say. The agent was a little helpless. It must be done as soon as possible, preferably within 3 days. I want to see obvious results. Shen Haoyu added. The agent nodded and gave Shen Haoyu a reply 2 hours later. An entertainment company worth hundreds of billions of dollars has agreed to Shen Haoyu's request and stated that it will do its utmost to suppress Joy Media. After Shen Haoyu got the news, he smiled proudly. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. That evening, Shen Haoyu drove a luxury car to the gate of the Academy of Fine Arts, ready to pick up Shen Shintong who was on vacation. Sister, I'll wait for you at the door and take you to a big meal. After dialing Shen Shintong's number, Shen Haoyu said. What are you doing at the Academy of Fine Arts? Please leave, Shen Shintong replied. What are you talking about? Is it embarrassing for you to have a brother who is a big star? Shen Haoyu didn't understand. Shen Shintong paused, then asked, don't you watch the news? I'm very busy and don't have time to look at these. Please come out soon. I have finally found time to come here just to spend more time with you. Shen Haoyu urged. If you don't want to hurt me, don't tell anyone that I'm your sister. What's the meaning? Just read the entertainment news. Shen Haoyu ended the call with some doubts, then opened his phone to check the entertainment news and found that he almost occupied the headlines of all entertainment sections. The famous martial arts novelist, Jin Ji Yu Wen Liang Huang, made a public statement, saying that he plagiarized the song. They also released dozens of songs with the same creative style as Shen Haoyu on social platforms to prove his point. Many people also revealed that he was a fighter, that he was as bad as going home when he went to the cell, and that he was a scumbag who had caused several women to have abortions. In addition, Feng Qianchen, the host of Qingling TV, also spoke out in public, saying that his quality backstage a few days ago was low, and his performance during the live show was like two completely different people. As for the big entertainment company that was preparing to suppress Joy Media, it was investigated by the Cultural and Entertainment Administration Bureau for suspected unfair business competition. When Shen Haoyu saw the news, he suddenly looked ashen. At this time, the agent called. You've read all the entertainment news, right? It's obvious now that someone is targeting you. I told you not to go against the boss of a listed company, but you didn't listen. Are you satisfied now? The agent said angrily when the call was connected. Brother Bao, then what should we do now? Shen Haoyu was suddenly panicked. The agent said angrily, what else can you do? Isn't your sister having an affair with that guy? Hurry up and ask that guy to apologize through your sister. Whether it means you have to kowtow or kneel down, or do something else, you'd better agree unconditionally. If you still want to continue to be a big star, Chapter 310 Introducing Friends. Of course I still want to be a star. Shen Haoyu immediately expressed his opinion, and then said doubtfully. Although Wang Zhenxing is the boss of a listed company worth tens of billions, he doesn't have that much power to mobilize so many people to target me, not to mention that even people from the Cultural and Entertainment Administration Bureau have intervened. But apart from the conflicts with him recently, have you offended other important figures? Asked Brother Bao. No, Shen Haoyu replied. So many things happened at once, it can't be a coincidence. Go and feel him out, and act accordingly. If it's really him, you should know what to do, without my teaching, right? Brother Bao said earnestly. My ancestor, I originally had 10 artists under my wing, but for you I abandoned them all and put the rest of my life on you. If you fail, I will also be left with nothing. I know my limits. Shen Haoyu is also very grateful to Brother Bao for being his mentor, but he also wants to continue his career as a star. After finishing the call with his agent Bao Zhe, Shen Haoyu made a phone call and told his sister Shen Xintong very kindly to bring her boyfriend to dinner together. Shen Xintong felt a little strange and was unwilling to agree to this, but Shen Haoyu played the emotional card in the name of his brother. Although her relationship with Shen Haoyu is not harmonious, Shen Xintong does not want to make her relationship with Shen Haoyu too strained for the sake of her deceased adoptive parents. I'll ask my boyfriend if he's willing to come. If he doesn't agree, then I can't do anything. Shen Xintong replied on the phone. Okay, then I'll hang up first. You can contact your boyfriend and ask. Shen Haoyu said hurriedly. Joy Media Company Building, President's Office. As one of the industry leaders, Fengxing Entertainment is suppressing a small company like us. This is simply too much. Fortunately, God has eyes, and the Cultural and Entertainment Administration Bureau suddenly intervened in the investigation. Now Fengxing Entertainment is in big trouble. Xu Yuro pressed Wang Zhenxing's shoulders and said with a smile. God has eyes, do you really believe this kind of thing? Wang Zhenxing found it a little funny. Xu Yuro was stunned. So this isn't a coincidence, it has something to do with you. Do you know someone from the Cultural and Entertainment Administration? That's not the case, but she can influence the decisions on Qingling's economic and cultural development to a certain extent. Fengxing Entertainment can become a leader in the industry, so of course it can't be absolutely clean. Wang Zhenxing said. My boss, you are so capable. No wonder you are so confident. Xu Yuro looked at Wang Zhenxing with admiration and asked curiously, can I ask who that person is? Her name is Yang Yuchen, have you heard of her? Wang Zhenxing did not hide it when she asked, because he wanted Xu Yuro to get to know Yang Yuchen later so that Xu Yuro could better manage Yuyu Media. Yang Yuchen, of course I've heard of her. She's a rising star in the system. She's only in her 20s and has a bright future ahead of her. Xu Yuro exclaimed. While they were chatting, Wang Zhenxing's cell phone suddenly rang. You must be thirsty. I'll go get you a cup of tea. Xu Yuro said with a smile and walked out of the office to the tea room outside. Wang Zhenxing looked at the back of her walking away with her waist twisted, and couldn't help but sigh that Xu Yuro was so thoughtful. He actually didn't even think about avoiding it, but Xu Yuro took the initiative to walk away, giving him private space to answer the phone. A sensible and mature woman is really a relief. Wang Zhenxing saw that it was Shen Xintong calling and answered the call. On the phone, Shen Xintong told her that Shen Haoyu invited her to dinner, and also said that Shen Haoyu was a little too enthusiastic. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing smiled knowingly and agreed. A few minutes later, there was a knock on the office door. It was Xu Yuro who came back after pouring the tea. Something urgent happened, so I won't go to your place for dinner today. Wang Zhenxing said. That's perfect. I'm a little tired all of a sudden and don't want to cook. Xu Yuro was a little disappointed, but she forced a smile, paused for a moment, and then continued. Do you have any female friends with good personalities? Can you introduce them to me? Otherwise, it's boring for me to go out to eat and go shopping alone sometimes. Xu Yuro used to have a very small social circle and didn't have many friends. Now as the CEO of Joy Media, her social circle has expanded a bit, but some of the people who know her are utilitarian and not worth making friends with. Are you serious? Xu Yuro was so sensible, and Wang Zhenxing didn't want her to suffer any injustice. Of course I'm serious. For example, Zhang Yi, I've never met her. Xu Yuro said. Xu Yuro knew that Qin Yi had created a marriage calamity that brought together Wang Zhenxing and Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi is still in college. If you want to go out for dinner and shopping with her, it may not be easy to get together in your free time. I'll introduce you to each other when there's a chance. I'll introduce you to someone else. You two are about the same age, so you should have a lot of common topics to talk about. Wang Zhenxing said. Okay, I'll listen to you. Xu Yuro nodded with a smile. She was actually worried that she and Zhang Yi didn't have many common topics and that it would be awkward when they got together. After all, Zhang Yi was about the same age as Qin Yi. I'll tell her your number and let her contact you later. Wang Zhenxing said. What's her name? Xu Yuro was a little curious. I have reserved a table for you in the restaurant. You will know when you meet. Wang Zhenxing smiled strangely. Xu Yuro was a little suspicious and even more curious about who the person Wang Zhenxing introduced to her was. 7 o'clock in the evening. Xu Yuro successfully met a very charming and mature beauty in a private room of a luxurious restaurant. When the two met, they immediately recognized each other, looked surprised, and stared at each other for a long time. The scene became awkward for a while. I don't know how much time passed. I'm sorry for what happened before. I apologize to you. If you mind, I can compensate you. Han Mei was the first to show her goodwill and spoke to Xu Yuro with a smile on her face. What happened in the past is over. Let's not talk about it. Xu Yuro is kind-hearted. When she heard Han Mei say this, she naturally chose to be generous and not care about it. What's more, Wang Zhenxing arranged for her to meet Han Mei, certainly hoping to smooth over their relationship. Please take a seat, let's order. Han Mei gestured with her hand and handed the menu to Xu Yuro. After they ordered their dishes, they were surprised to find that their tastes were very similar. Afterwards, the two talked about each other's preferences and found that they had some similarities, which surprised them a little. But on second thought, I felt that this was reasonable. Because if they didn't have similar interests, they wouldn't be attracted to the same man. At the same time, in another luxurious private room in the same restaurant, Mr. Wang is indeed a man of great reputation. This is one of the most luxurious restaurants in Qingling, and it is very difficult to reserve a seat. As soon as they met, Shen Haoyu changed his arrogant attitude from the last time they met and started to compliment him with a smile. Chapter 311, Fellow Villagers Harming Fellow Villagers. Wang Zhenxing and Shen Xintong sat together, while Shen Haoyu sat opposite them. You specially invited me out for dinner, it must not be as simple as a few words of praise for me. Seeing Shen Haoyu's rude attitude at first but respectful later, Wang Zhenxing naturally had an idea in his mind. My sister is still in college. When I saw you two together before, I was a little impulsive, so I wanted to say sorry to you. Shen Haoyu gave a fake smile and tried to speak in a sincere tone. Anything else? Wang Zhenxing asked with a smile. Also, I'd like to ask, are you the one behind the scenes pushing those online comments against me? Shen Haoyu felt that it was about time, so he asked directly. This is the main reason why you invited me to dinner. Wang Zhenxing said. Is it really you? Shen Haoyu's eyes twitched. Wang Zhenxing smiled and didn't respond. I don't object to you and my sister dating. We will be a family in the future, can we? Shen Haoyu said honestly. Do you think this is something that can be brushed aside with just a few words? Wang Zhenxing put his hand on Shen Xintong's shoulder, very intimately, and said with a smile. Shen Xintong did not resist at all, but just lowered her head shyly. Although Shen Haoyu was angry, he could do nothing but pretend he didn't see it and said, Future brother-in-law, there's no need to be so stingy. I just spoke a little louder and objected to my sister being with you. Is that all? Fengxing Entertainment is suppressing Yueyu Media. Do you think I don't know that you were the one behind it? Wang Zhenxing sneered. Shen Haoyu originally held out a glimmer of hope, hoping that Wang Zhenxing didn't know about this, but now that it was pointed out directly, he naturally knew that he could no longer hide it. I was just impulsive at the moment. My future brother-in-law, please be magnanimous and show mercy. Shen Haoyu said. Is this your attitude when asking for help? Wang Zhenxing asked back. Then what do you want me to do? Shen Haoyu said with a bitter face. You can do whatever you want. Wang Zhenxing said indifferently. Sister, please plead for me. I am your brother, your only relative. Shen Haoyu asked for help. You teamed up with Fengxing Entertainment to suppress my boyfriend's company. Have you ever thought about me, your sister? Now you ask me to beg for mercy, but I can't do it. Shen Xintong was still very fair and didn't plan to interfere in this matter. Shen Haoyu thought of what his agent Bao Zhe said, struggled internally for a moment, then stood up from his seat, walked to Wang Zhenxing, slowly bent his knees, and prepared to kneel down. While kneeling, he hoped that Wang Zhenxing would stop him, but Wang Zhenxing did not utter a word until his knees touched the ground. "I'm sorry." Shen Haoyu knelt on one knee, gritted his teeth and looked at the floor, saying while enduring the humiliation in his heart. The protagonist Shen Haoyu kneels down to the host. "Congratulations to the host for obtaining 800 counterattack points, the protagonist Shen Haoyu's luck value -80. The host's luck value +80. Are you proposing to me?" Wang Zhenxing glanced at Shen Haoyu who was kneeling on one knee and said with a smile. Shen Haoyu took a deep breath, knelt on his knees, looked sincere, and said, "Is this sincere enough?" "That's better." Wang Zhenxing smiled and reached out to touch the top of Shen Haoyu's head. It felt like he was touching a dog's head. Shen Haoyu was very resistant inside, but he didn't dare to show it, and had to force a smile. "Then can I get up?" Shen Haoyu asked. "For Shintong's sake, how could I really care about you? In fact, I was just joking with you. I didn't expect you to give me such a big gift." Wang Zhenxing looked at Shen Shintong affectionately, and then said to Shen Haoyu. Shen Haoyu didn't believe such nonsense. These businessmen were very hypocritical. He thought to himself, "Don't give me any chances in the future, otherwise I will make you pay." But although he thought so in his heart, he still showed an honest smile on the surface and said, "Since you, my future brother-in-law, don't care about this matter, please clear my name as soon as possible and stop letting people slander me." "What do you mean by finding someone to smear you? What are you talking about?" Wang Zhenxing looked confused. "There are so many negative stories about me popping up online. Aren't you the one behind the scenes?" Shen Haoyu was stunned. "I just used my connections to get the Cultural and Entertainment Bureau to investigate Fengxing Entertainment. I have no intention of dealing with you. Everyone in Qingling knows that I, Wang Zhenxing, am a philanthropist. Those things have nothing to do with me," Wang Zhenxing said. This Shen Haoyu felt that he had knelt in vain. "I've also paid attention to the news on the internet. You must have offended someone else. Who was the first person to attack you? Let me help you analyze it." Wang Zhenxing looked like a good guy. Looking at the timeline, it was the famous novelist Jin Jiyu Wenliang Huang who attacked me first, and then others, said Shen Haoyu. "This is what they call, fame brings trouble. If someone comes out to attack you and succeeds, there will naturally be people who will take advantage of your misfortune." "Do you have a grudge against him?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "I don't even know him. There must be some intersection. If you don't know each other, why would they attack you?" After hearing this, Shen Haoyu seemed to be thinking about something. "If we have to say there is some overlap, it is that we are fellow villagers from each other's hometown." Thinking back to when Shen Haoyu first learned about this literary thief, he felt a little unhappy and even thought about reporting him, but there was no suitable opportunity. Perhaps, Jin Jiyu, Wenliang and Huang had the same idea. When fellow villagers meet, they stab each other in the back. Shen Haoyu still understands this principle. "My future brother-in-law, you have a wide network of contacts. Can you get the contact information of Jin Jiyu Wenliang Huang? Please help me." Shen Haoyu wanted to find this fellow villager, to have a chat. Actually, the two of them have something on each other. Shen Haoyu felt that he could turn the tables and threaten the other party to remove the hard evidence posted online. "I'll ask my friend." Wang Zhenxing nodded, then pretended to make a phone call, and soon got the result. "What happened?" Shen Haoyu asked impatiently after the call ended. "This Jin Jiyu Wenliang Huang's real name is Liu Xiaofan, and he lives in Qingling." Wang Zhenxing gave an address. Shen Haoyu was delighted after hearing this. A face-to-face conversation would definitely be more effective than a phone conversation. After the dinner, Shen Haoyu said goodbye and left, and went to find Liu Xiaofan according to the address given by Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing watched Shen Haoyu leave, smiled meaningfully, took out his cell phone and called Liu Xiaofan, ordering him how to respond. After hearing this, Liu Xiaofan was somewhat reluctant to agree, but he could not resist the threat and had to agree under duress. When Shen Haoyu came to his house, Liu Xiaofan deliberately provoked him. They first had a verbal conflict and then started to fight. Liu Xiaofan was not strong to begin with, and could even be said to be rather weak. Shen Haoyu has been hanging around in society and has acquired some pretty good skills. After the two men fought, Liu Xiaofan suffered a great loss. "It's all your fault. I got beaten." After Shen Haoyu left, Lu Xiaofan called Wang Zhenxing to complain. Wait a moment, I'll come to see you right away. Wang Zhenxing sent Shen Xintong back to the Academy of Fine Arts, and then drove to Lu Xiaofan's home. It's already 9 o'clock in the evening. Zhou Ninggran was not at home, she went to stay at her good friend Tang Qingya's house. What's going on? How come another fellow villager shows up? This guy threatened to expose me as a literary thief. What should I do now? Lu Xiaofan said with some concern. I have a way that will prevent him from exposing you. Wang Zhenxing narrowed his eyes slightly. You mean, hire someone to kill him? Don't joke like that. I'm a serious person and I won't do that. Lu Xiaofan shook his head hurriedly. Of course I'm not hiring a killer, and I promise that I will never let you break the law, said Wang Zhenxing. Tell me quickly what the solution is. Lu Xiaofan asked hurriedly. By the way, he hit you there, is the injury serious? Wang Zhenxing suddenly changed the subject, looking concerned. Here, I got punched. Lu Xiaofan pointed to an area outside the left ribs. Wang Zhenxing nodded, glanced around, and then found a thick book and said, Here, put it where it hurts. What does this mean? Lu Xiaofan was surprised, but still did it subconsciously. Without waiting for him to react, Wang Zhenxing punched the book. There were several crackling sounds of broken bones, and Lu Xiaofan stepped back and fell to the ground, fainting from the pain. It took a while before I came to my senses. Are you crazy? Why are you hitting me? Wang Zhenxing suppressed his laughter, folded his arms and corrected, It wasn't me who hit you, it was Shen Haoyu who hit you. Chapter 312, The Pill is Out. After hearing Wang Zhenxing's words, Lu Xiaofan was stunned for a moment, and immediately understood his intention, but he was still a little indignant. Just tamper with the injury assessment process. What are you really doing here? Lu Xiaofan suspected that this guy was taking the opportunity to beat him up. You are an official who eats nothing. It is not easy for you to tamper with the injury examination. Wang Zhenxing curled his lips and comforted him. Don't worry, I was very careful. You only broke 3 ribs. Your life is not in danger. It's just 3 broken ribs, you put it that lightly. Lu Xiaofan broke out in a cold sweat. If you want to get rid of your worries, this is the best way. You don't want to worry all day about being exposed by Shen Haoyu as a literary thief, right? Wang Zhenxing said. Stop talking. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Please call an ambulance for me. Lu Xiaofan's face was as pale as paper. Wait a minute, where is your home surveillance record stored? I want to delete the record of entering your home, otherwise it will be exposed. Wang Zhenxing said. Lu Xiaofan was stunned for a moment and thought that this guy must do bad things often, otherwise he wouldn't be so professional. But now is not the time to dwell on these things. Since we have been beaten, we certainly cannot let it be in vain. With Lu Xiaofan's cooperation, Wang Zhenxing successfully deleted the surveillance records and filled the gap with another intercepted record. Remember, I haven't been here today, let alone seen you. Before leaving, Wang Zhenxing added one more sentence. Lu Xiaofan called the emergency number himself and waited for about 15 minutes. The ambulance arrived and he was successfully lifted onto a stretcher and sent to Qingling First Hospital. After Lu Xiaofan received treatment, his pain was relieved and he then reported the case to the authorities. Lu Xiaofan is also a celebrity, so the case attracted great attention. Shen Haoyu was arrested overnight and interrogated. The next day, Wang Zhenxing came to the hospital ward to visit Lu Xiaofan and asked about his condition. In order to avoid suspicion, he didn't want to ask about the results of Shen Haoyu's interrogation, so he wanted to ask Lu Xiaofan. Lu Xiaofan told Wang Zhenxing the news he learned from his lawyer. Shen Haoyu has a criminal record, and he also admitted to having a fight with Lu Xiaofan, so the evidence is solid, and he is expected to spend about 3 years in prison. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing nodded with satisfaction. The host designs a trap to frame the protagonist Shen Haoyu and obtains 50 villain halo points. The host greatly affects the plot, and gains 1500 counterattack points. The protagonist Shen Haoyu's luck value is -150, and the host's luck value is +150. Soon, Wang Zhenxing received the news. Shen Haoyu has only been in prison for about 3 years. If he comes out after 3 years, how should we deal with him? Lu Xiaofan was still a little worried. You worry too much. He may not have the chance to come out, Wang Zhenxing said. Oh, do you have connections that can get someone to kill him in the trading floor? Lu Xiaofan asked in surprise. Of course not. Don't think so bad of me. Wang Zhenxing shook his head. Lu Xiaofan secretly looked down upon them, thinking that you businessmen are all very black-hearted and full of evil intentions. But I only dared to mutter these words in my heart and dared not say them out loud. Then why do you think you don't have to worry about it? Lu Xiaofan asked. Think about it carefully. Shen Haoyu is so handsome and tender-skinned. Can he live safely in a place like that? It's hard to say whether he can survive 3 years. Wang Zhenxing said. Yes, that makes sense. Lu Xiaofan's eyes lit up, and he imagined the scene of Shen Haoyu being tortured, and he was immediately overjoyed. He was just laughing when his injury suddenly became agitated. He grimaced in pain and his ordinary face wrinkled into a bitter gourd. You should take good care of your injuries. I'm leaving first. After you are discharged from the hospital, I will bring my girlfriend to your house for dinner. After Wang Zhenxing said this, he turned and left the ward. In the next few days, Wang Zhenxing went to work as usual during the day and returned to his mansion alone at night. In a secret room in the basement, he started to refine elixirs for beauty and longevity. After several days of hard work, the first pot of pills was successfully produced. To be on the safe side, Wang Zhenxing tested it on mice and confirmed that there was no problem with the pill. After work that day, Wang Zhenxing invited Xu Yuro and Han Mei to have dinner together. After a few days of getting along and getting to know each other, Xu Yuro and Han Mei have become good friends. Wang Zhenxing felt relieved to see that the two of them got along well. However, in Wang Zhenxing's opinion, there is still room for improvement in the relationship between Xu Yuro and Han Mei. After dinner, Xu Yuro and Han Mei discussed going shopping together. Wang Zhenxing came out to meet the two of them, and specially prepared sunglasses, a hat and a scarf to cover his face tightly. Unless you meet someone you know very well, you won't be recognized. After walking around the street for an hour, Xu Yuro sympathized with Wang Zhenxing and was afraid that he would feel bored, so she ended their shopping trip. And more importantly, it's 10 o'clock in the evening. It's getting late. Xu Yuro and Han Mei were preparing to go back to their respective homes, but they looked at Wang Zhenxing with anticipation, wanting to see who he would choose to send back. You all drove here, so I won't see you off. Bye. To their surprise, after Wang Zhenxing finished speaking, he drove away. Xu Yuro and Han Mei looked at each other with different expressions. See you tomorrow. I'm going home too, Han Mei said. Well, see you tomorrow. Xu Yuro waved her hand. Shortly after Wang Zhenxing returned home, he heard the doorbell ringing outside. At the door, a graceful figure was waiting. It was Xu Yuro. Maybe you came to the wrong place. You don't live here, do you? After seeing Xu Yuro's figure, Wang Zhenxing said jokingly. Come and visit, aren't you welcome? Xu Yuro said with a smile. Of course you are welcome, please come in. Wang Zhenxing extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. About 5 minutes later, someone rang the doorbell again. It was Han Mei who came. Wang Zhenxing also invited her to the hall. When Xu Yuro and Han Mei met in the hall, they were both stunned and a little embarrassed. We agreed to meet tomorrow, but I didn't expect to meet this soon. But since it has come to this, we can only make the best of it. 12 o'clock in the morning. Hermit female character Han Mei's favorability towards the host +11, current total favorability is 90, unwavering until death. The atmosphere became very harmonious. Wang Zhenxing lit a cigarette, then took out 2 pills and gave them to Xu Yuro and Han Mei respectively. Out of trust in Wang Zhenxing, the two men took it without asking any questions. This pill has multiple effects such as maintaining beauty, strengthening the body, and prolonging life. I bought it at a high price and gave it to you specially. Wang Zhenxing said. Is there such a magical pill? Han Mei was a little skeptical. Yeah, this is too exaggerated. Xu Yuro also felt incredible. Chapter 313 Silver-Haired Beauty. Wang Zhenxing extracted a component with medicinal value from Lu Chu's blood, which was in the form of light blue powder. This blue powder is used together with a variety of expensive medicinal materials and goes through more than a dozen processes before it is finally refined into a pill. According to preliminary estimates, it can keep an ordinary person young and beautiful, and allow him to live to at least 300 years old. To some extent, it can be regarded as a low-end version of the elixir of life, which is a little bit like the elixir of life. You know, even for top-notch martial artists, the normal lifespan is only over 100 years. Wang Zhenxing was not sure whether there were any immortal cultivators in this world, but for now, in the realm of martial arts, this elixir was absolutely astonishing. This is also why Wang Zhenxing lied and said that he bought it at a high price instead of making it himself. Although Xu Yuro and Han Mei would never betray him given their good impression of each other, it would be better to keep it a secret in order to save time and effort in explaining. This elixir was made by a hermit master who has a good relationship with my ancestors. He must be trustworthy. Wang Zhenxing responded to Xu Yuro and Han Mei's doubts. Early the next morning, Xu Yuro and Han Mei woke up and were surprised to find when they looked in the mirror that the fine lines at the corners of their eyes had disappeared, their skin had become whiter and more delicate, and they looked several years younger. Although both of them are well maintained, they have always had age anxiety. I'm afraid that after 5 to 10 years, I won't be as pretty anymore and will gradually fall out of favor. Now that this worry has disappeared, you can imagine how happy I am. Wang Zhenxing was about to go out to work, but was pulled back to do some morning exercises. A total of 20 pills were refined in the first batch, 5 of which were waste pills. Among the 15 finished pills, 2 were used for experiments, and 2 were given to Xu Yuro and Han Mei. There are currently 11 pills left. On his way to work, Wang Zhenxing was thinking about delivering it to Yun Qianchen and others later. In addition to its effects of nourishing the skin and prolonging life, this elixir is also of great benefit to those who practice martial arts and can improve their cultivation to a certain extent. Wang Zhenxing contacted Mu Ling, told her that he would go there for dinner in the evening, and also brought a gift for her. Mu Ling hadn't seen Wang Zhenxing for several days and missed him a lot. She was very happy when she got the news and notified her little apprentice Yi Junlin to come over and cook at the appointed time. After ending the call, Mu Ling returned to the living room from the garden of the villa, ready to secretly share the news with Yun Qianchen. But at this moment, the atmosphere in the hall seemed a little solemn. Yun Qianchen, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining all had slightly tense faces. Why is no one talking? What happened? Mu Ling asked puzzledly. We received news from our master that worldly affairs have been settled, so we should hurry back to the sect, said Bai Yining. My cultivation in the secular world is smoother than in the sect. I won't go back for the time being. After I have achieved success in my cultivation, I will naturally return to the sect. Mu Ling expressed her opinion first. Junior sister, what about you? Bai Yining asked. I am collecting some rare medicinal herbs in the secular world. There is no news yet and I don't plan to go back for the time being. Yun Qianchen said. Bai Yining looked at Shui Miaoshuan, but did not ask any questions. Because she knew that Shui Miaoshuan could not let go of her husband and would definitely not leave for the moment. The demonic path has been undergoing unusual movements recently. The sect is now short of manpower. The head sister is in seclusion, and the second sister is acting as the head sister. She has to handle the daily affairs of the sect. It is difficult for ordinary disciples to take on such a heavy responsibility. Only the third sister is supporting the situation. It was the third sister who sent a message to ask us to go back. Bai Yining thought for a moment and said. At least one of us must go back to help third senior sister share some of the burden. Fourth senior sister, why don't you go back? There's nothing to do here anyway. Mu Ling said. I am also busy with worldly affairs and cannot leave Qingling for the time being. Bai Yining said in embarrassment. There is no need to be afraid of the evildoers. Third senior sister is capable enough to deal with them. What's more, there are more than just Kunlun Mountain in the righteous path. Shui Miaoshuan said. Seeing that no one wanted to go back, Bai Yining thought for a moment, then made a decision and said. Since everyone has things to deal with, then we won't go back to the sect. If third senior sister blames us, we will shoulder the responsibility together. But there is one thing you must be mentally prepared for. If none of us goes back to help, third senior sister will definitely be angry. It will be difficult to ask her to refine any pills in the future. Yun Qianchen knew what Bai Yining meant and took over the conversation. The third senior sister is named Lu Fu, and her attainments in alchemy are considered to be the best in the hidden world. The elixirs that Lu Fu refines for healing and improving cultivation are top-notch products sought after by countless martial artists. At least half of the sect's resource income was contributed by Lu Fu. As fellow disciples, Mu Ling and others rarely used third senior sister's elixirs. Don't worry, little junior sister. In fact, with our current level of cultivation, we no longer really need elixirs to assist us in our practice. Mu Ling giggled. Upon hearing this, Bai Yining, Shui Miaoshuan and Yun Qianchen nodded one after another, but secretly felt a little ashamed. Several people looked at each other and understood each other. It's good that you understand this matter, but you must not say it in front of third senior sister. Otherwise, third senior sister would definitely be sad. After all, the reason why she disregarded the friendship between fellow sisters was actually because of her own personal feelings. After making a decision, Bai Yining passed on the message and replied to the sect. After Lu Fu received the news, she was shocked and angry, wondering what could have happened that made her 4 junior sisters linger in the secular world and not even want to go home. It was necessary to go down the mountain to investigate the movements of the demons. After packing up, Lu Fu left the sect. However, he was not in a hurry to investigate, but went straight to Qingling. Because she wanted to see what these 4 sisters were doing in the secular world. Especially junior sister Yun Qianchen, who has been down the mountain the longest and has not returned to the sect to practice meditation until now. Could it be that he encountered some evil demon who only did dirty things and his heart was corrupted? Night falls. After finishing his work, Wang Zhenxing returned to his mansion, put a few pills in a jade bottle and carried it with him. Good luck, not bad. Before setting off, Wang Zhenxing did some divination. The end of good luck means good things are going to happen. As for what the good news was, he didn't dare to predict it too carefully, for fear of losing his luck. Arriving at the parking lot outside the mansion, Wang Zhenxing prepared to drive. But at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared on the road outside the door. Wang Zhenxing was slightly startled and realized that his aura was locked, but he did not feel any murderous intent. He remained alert but not panicked. When someone suddenly appears in the middle of the night, it's easy for people to think they've encountered a ghost. But judging from the image of this woman, even if she were a ghost, she wouldn't make people feel scared. Her skin was crystal white, her features were delicate and charming, and she had a pair of lively eyes under her long eyelashes. She was wearing a simple and elegant gauze dress that wrapped around her exquisite body. The night wind blew her skirt slightly, and her silver hair that fell to her slender waist fluttered, making her extremely beautiful. Why does this person have the aura of the little junior sister and the 5th junior sister? Has he flirted with them? But how is this possible? The silver beauty looked at Wang Zhenxing, with a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. She was born with a very strong sense of perception, and could distinguish the breath of each person within a range of 100 miles, and track them. After arriving in this city, I wanted to find out where my fellow apprentice sisters were by identifying their aura. However, because Wang Zhenxing was contaminated with too much of the aura of the youngest and 5th junior sisters, his judgment was wrong, so he came to Wang Zhenxing. The silver-haired beauty had no interest in paying attention to Wang Zhenxing. She looked at him for a few seconds and prepared to leave and continue looking for her fellow apprentice sisters. However, when he turned around, he suddenly sensed something from Wang Zhenxing. She just made a grab with her jade hand towards Wang Zhenxing, and a jade bottle instantly flew out from Wang Zhenxing's body. What a strange fragrance. After opening the jade bottle and sniffing it gently, the silver-haired beauty muttered to herself in surprise, then poured out a pill from the jade bottle. Give me one. Without waiting for Wang Zhenxing to reply, the silver-haired beauty flashed and blended into the darkness. Chapter 314 Third Senior Sister Lu Fu. Female Robber. Picking up the jade bottle from the ground, Wang Zhenxing looked in the direction where the silver-haired woman left and complained softly, but he was not unhappy about the loss of a pill. Judging from the actions of the silver-haired woman, her sensing ability seems to be particularly strong, and she is proficient in alchemy. If not for this, it would be absolutely impossible for her to be able to sense the peculiarity of the elixir while being 2 meters away from him. The silver-haired woman took a pill, probably because she thought it was strange and wanted to study it. Once they find out that the elixir is extraordinary, they will be shocked and will most likely come back to find him. Can I take my things for free? Wang Zhenxing chuckled, got into the car, and set off for the residence of Yun Qianchen and others. In a villa near Qingling University, Yi Junlin was busy in the kitchen. Yun Qianchen, Mu Linger, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining were leisurely staying in the hall, each with different postures. The 4 of them dressed up specially, even Bai Yining, who usually dressed simply, looked a little bright in her outfit. After waiting for a while, the 4 of them suddenly sensed a very strong aura approaching. They instantly became alert and looked outside the hall door. Suddenly, under the soft light at the door, a silver-haired figure wearing a plain long dress appeared. Yun Qianqun and the other three were all surprised when they saw this uninvited guest, and remained silent for a long while. "Don't my 4 junior sisters welcome me?" The silver-haired woman walked slowly into the hall, her beautiful eyes sweeping over the expressions of Yun Qianqun and the others. This silver-haired woman is Lu Fu, the 3rd senior sister of Yun Qianqun and others. "How can I not welcome you? I haven't seen you for a long time, 3rd senior sister. I missed you so much." Yun Qianqun was the first to react. She walked to Lu Fu, took her hand, and smiled brightly. Seeing this, Mu Ling Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining also smiled, but their smiles seemed a little forced. Lu Fu was pulled by Yun Qianqun and sat down in the hall. Yi Junlin heard the noise and came out to pay his respects. He had mixed feelings about Lu Fu's arrival. Wang Zhenxing has a close relationship with Mu Ling and Shui Miaoshuan. If this is discovered by his 3rd master Lu Fu, Wang Zhenxing will definitely be in trouble. Although Yi Junlin really hoped that Wang Zhenxing would be slapped to death, he hoped that it would happen after Wang Zhenxing and Luo Zhuxuan's relationship broke down, and definitely not now. Therefore, after paying his respects, Yi Junlin secretly winked at Mu Ling, suggesting that she should inform Wang Zhenxing not to come today. But Lu Fu discovered something unusual. Yi Junlin had no choice but to pretend that his eyes were cramping to get away with it. At this moment, Lu Fu was looking at Yun Qianqun and Shui Miaoshuan. She soon discovered that her previous judgment was not a mistake, and her 2 junior sisters had really been molested by the man she had just met. Otherwise, they won't be infected by each other's scent. As for the extent of that frivolity, Lu Fu couldn't estimate it for now. But one thing is certain, Yun Qianqun and Shui Miaoshuan must have cooperated very well in this process. After all, the man I just met didn't have any true energy leaking out of him. He might have some secret method to conceal his cultivation level, but it would definitely not be too strong. It is impossible to use force to force Yun Qianqun and Shui Miaoshuan to do frivolous things. Yun Qianqun and Shui Miaoshuan felt guilty and restless when being scrutinized by the 3rd senior sister. Mu Ling was worried about Yun Qianqun, and Bai Yining was nervous about Shui Miaoshuan. Lu Fu looked at Yun Qianqun and Shui Miaoshuan. For the sake of their face, she did not say anything in public. Instead, she slowly withdrew her gaze and suddenly looked at Mu Ling. Mu Ling's heart trembled, and she forced out a sweet and funny smile, saying, "3rd senior sister, why are you looking at me like that? Are you not used to seeing that I have grown up a lot?" Lu Fu was indeed a little surprised at Mu Ling's changes, but her focus now was not on whether Mu Ling had grown up. Lu Fu suddenly walked up to Mu Ling, tapped several acupuncture points on her body, and then used a lot of internal energy to force the poisonous insect out of Mu Ling's body. What is this?" Mu Ling looked at the bugs she had vomited out, her little face full of astonishment. When Yun Qianqun and the others saw this, they were also a little shocked. "6th junior sister, you have been ambushed and poisoned," Lu Fu said in a deep voice. "What is the function of this poisonous insect?" Mu Ling asked. Lu Fu shook her head. "The Gu worm dies instantly after leaving the host, so I can't tell. But this thing is definitely harmful to you. Have you felt unwell during this period?" "No, I eat well and sleep well," Mu Ling replied. Heroine Mu Ling's favorability towards the host -1, current total favorability is 94, unwavering until death. Wang Zhenxing, who was on his way to the villa, received a message and guessed that it was caused by the love poison in Mu Ling's body. At first, Mu Ling was moved because she was indeed affected by the love poison, but as they knew each other for a longer time, Mu Ling gradually fell in love. Whether there is love poison or not is not important now. Otherwise, it wouldn't just be a negligible reduction in favorability. As for whether or not the fact that he had put a curse on Mu Ling would be discovered, Wang Zhenxing was not worried because someone was taking the blame. "Over there at the villa. This poison is absolutely harmful to you. You don't feel any discomfort. It must be that the poison has not taken effect yet, or it needs an opportunity to be triggered," Lu Fu said to Mu Ling. Mu Ling's face showed a thoughtful look, and she quickly thought of something and said with certainty, "It must be that damned black-hearted demon. He is the best at this kind of sneaky tricks. He even tried to harm me before, but failed. I didn't expect that I would fall into his trap without knowing it. Fortunately, you, 3rd senior sister, found out." "How did he plot to harm you?" Lu Fu asked. Poisoned. Mu Linger answered lightly, not daring to tell anyone that the black-hearted old devil had poisoned Wang Zhenxing with peach blossom cigarettes. Yun Qianqun knew about this matter and was afraid that Lu Fu would continue to ask questions and cause Mu Linger to let the cat out of the bag, so she changed the subject and said, "Third senior sister, you must have used up a lot of your energy to come to Qingling so quickly. You just removed the poisonous insect for sixth senior sister. Let me regulate your breathing so that you can recover faster. Don't bother me, junior sister. I've already taken the energy restoring pill." Lu Fu shook her head slightly and shifted her gaze to Bai Yining. Bai Yining's outfit was obviously different from usual. Lu Fusu waved her hand and a stream of true energy shot towards Bai Yining. Bai Yining put her fingers together to form a sword, condensed sword energy, and dissolved the attack from the third senior sister. "Fourth junior sister, your sword energy is not as sharp as before." Lu Fu's words were somewhat meaningful. Bai Yining felt a little guilty. She didn't dare to look Lu Fu in the eye and remained silent. Lu Fu looked around at her four junior sisters and couldn't help but sigh. After these four sisters came down the mountain, they all behaved a little strangely. Chapter 315, Demonic Monster. It seems that my four junior sisters may have been bewitched by the evil spirits. Fortunately, I was alert enough to come here in person. Looking at these four junior sisters, Lu Fu felt a little worried and a little relieved. After Yi Junlin paid his respects to Lu Fu, he went back to the kitchen to cook. The hall fell into silence. I don't know how long it was before the doorbell rang. After hearing this, Yun Qianqun, Mu Ling Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining did not immediately stand up to open the door, and were secretly a little nervous. "A guest has arrived," Lu Fu reminded them, and her eyes deliberately looked at Yun Qianqun and Shui Miaoshuan a few more times. "It should be a courier. I'll go take a look," Mu Ling said. "It's a guest, please come in," Lu Fu said. Mu Ling secretly sighed when she heard this, knowing that she couldn't fool third senior sister, so she could only invite the guest, and his third senior sister said, "Don't talk nonsense for a while." On the way, Mu Ling briefly reminded Wang Zhenxing. Why, Wang Zhenxing had actually used X-ray vision to see the situation in the villa and had a clear idea of what was going on. "I don't have time to explain too much to you. Anyway, if you don't want us to be separated, you must be careful with your words and actions in front of my third senior sister," Mu Ling said hurriedly. After a while, Wang Zhenxing followed Mu Ling into the hall. "You already know the others. This is my third senior sister Lu Fu." Mu Ling gestured in the direction of Lu Fu and introduced her to Wang Zhenxing. "Hello, my name is Wang Zhenxing." Wang Zhenxing greeted Lu Fu politely. When Lu Fu saw Wang Zhenxing, she felt a little embarrassed as she thought about taking away a pill from him. However, I was slightly relieved when I saw that Wang Zhenxing didn't seem to intend to mention this matter. "Hello." Lu Fu was infected by Wang Zhenxing's kind smile and smiled subconsciously, but soon she became alert again. "This guy seems to have a good relationship with several of my junior sisters, and he flirted with Qianqun and Miaoshuan. Maybe he knows some magic, which is why he has bewitched several of my junior sisters." Lu Fu secretly suspected something, but after careful examination she found no such clues. "No, with the cultivation level of my four junior sisters, it seems unlikely that they would be bewitched by the method of confusing the mind. It seems that this person is mostly relying on this good-looking appearance, plus some sweet words. My junior sisters are really stupid. No matter how good-looking they are just pink skeletons." Lu Fu sighed in her heart, secretly thinking that she must expose the true face of Wang Zhenxing and make her fellow apprentice sisters wake up and stop indulging in love affairs. After Yi Junlin prepared a large table of dishes, he started to prepare the meal. During the meal, Yun Qianqun, Mu Ling, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining were all worried and remained silent almost the entire time. Yi Junlin was also a little nervous, worrying about his mother Luo Zhuxuan. He prayed that Wang Zhenxing would leave quickly after dinner, but he hoped that the third master would not find out anything. Wang Zhenxing, however, was at ease and did not feel that he was in danger. He even looked at Lu Fu frequently with a fiery gaze and a smile on his face. Heroine Lu Fu's favorability towards the host increases to 30 friendly. Lu Fu has a high status and spends most of her time in the sect, so ordinary men dare not look her in the eye like this. Being looked at by Wang Zhenxing, she felt a little embarrassed. Damn it, this demon is clearly trying to seduce me with his sex appeal. The shame that Lu Fu felt did not last long. She ruthlessly suppressed it and her heart turned cold. Heroine Lu Fu's favorability towards the host -30, current favorability is 0. Wang Zhenxing received 2 messages one after another and couldn't help but smile. As far as I can remember, this is the first time I have encountered such fluctuations in favorability. Have you eaten enough? You still have to go to work tomorrow, so I won't keep you here. Seeing that the dinner was over, Mu Ling'er ordered them to leave. It's only 8:30, it's still early. Wang Zhenxing looked at the glittering watch on his wrist, then took out a jade bottle from his body, took out a pill from it, handed it to Mu Ling'er and said, "This is a gift I promised you. Please accept it." Mu Ling'er remembered that Wang Zhenxing had mentioned this, so she reached out and took the pill. The pill has a faint fragrance, which makes people feel relaxed and happy after smelling it. After seeing this, Yun Qianqun, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining looked at Wang Zhenxing eagerly. Although I don't know what effect this pill has, judging from its fragrance, it must be a high-quality product. Moreover, out of their affection for Wang Zhenxing, they naturally felt excited when they saw Mu Ling'er receiving the gift. Wang Zhenxing poured out another pill and handed it to Yun Qianqun. Yun Qianqun took the pill, raised her red lips slightly, and thought to herself that there is indeed a share for me. When Shui Miaoshuan saw that her 2 junior sisters had accepted the gifts, she pursed her lips slightly and looked at Wang Zhenxing pitifully. Wang Zhenxing paused for a while, then slowly took out another pill and handed it to Shui Miaoshuan. Shui Miaoshuan's expression changed very slightly, her worry turned into joy, and she accepted the pill. Bai Yining felt a little jealous, but she didn't hold out much hope and felt that she could accept a gift. But to her surprise, after Wang Zhenxing handed Shui Miaoshuan a pill, he quickly gave her one as well. Bai Yining was a little flattered, but also a little anxious. She wasn't sure whether Wang Zhenxing recognized her ex-girlfriend or gave her the gift out of love for her. "Uncle Wang, where is mine?" Yi Junlin smiled expectantly. Wang Zhenxing turned the jade bottle upside down, but no pill fell out. He said, "I had one for you, but it was stolen by a female bandit on the way." This sentence was actually half true and half false. Originally, there was indeed an extra pill, but it was not intended for Yi Junlin, but for Leng Qinghan, but Leng Qinghan did not come today. Encountering a female robber. Uncle Wang, you are really humorous. Yi Junlin didn't believe such words. Lu Fu's expression froze for a moment, but soon returned to normal. It looks delicious. Mu Ling'er smelled the fragrance of the pill and thought it should be sweet, so she prepared to put it into her mouth and eat it. Wait, Lu Fu suddenly spoke up to stop them. What happened to third senior sister? Mu Ling'er asked blankly. Lu Fu did not answer, but looked at Wang Zhenxing warily and asked, what is the effect of this pill? It can nourish the skin and prolong life. People who practice martial arts can also improve their cultivation by taking it. Wang Zhenxing replied. I can also refine pills with this kind of effect. Junior sisters, how many do you want? I will refine them for you. Lu Fu suspected that Wang Zhenxing might be a demon, so naturally she didn't want her junior sisters to take this kind of pill and suffer in ambushes. Wang Zhenxing was suddenly a little surprised. As Yi Junlin's master, Lu Fu's attainments in alchemy are definitely above Yi Junlin's, and also above him. If Lu Fu has magical medicinal materials with effects similar to those extracted from Lu Chu's blood, she can indeed refine a pill with similar effects. Can you really refine this kind of medicine? Wang Zhenxing asked. Of course. Lu Fu was very confident. Can it also make people live for 300 years and remain young forever? Wang Zhenxing continued. What did you say? Lu Fu was stunned and suspected that she had heard it wrong. Chapter 316 Chat alone. I say, can the elixir you refine also allow people to live for 300 years and remain young forever? Seeing Lu Fu's astonished expression, Wang Zhenxing was secretly delighted, but he looked normal on the surface and repeated what he had said before. This time, Lu Fu finally heard it clearly. After a moment of shock, she immediately questioned. Impossible, absolutely impossible. If you don't believe it, there's nothing I can do about it. Wang Zhenxing spread his hands. You'll know if it works if you try it. Although Yun Qianqun was also surprised, she believed in Wang Zhenxing in her heart and didn't think he would joke like that. No. Lu Fu stopped him and said, we should verify it first, to avoid any damage to the body after eating it. Yun Qianqun and the others understood and knew that Lu Fu was subtly reminding them to be careful of the poisonous pills. But the four of them didn't think that Wang Zhenxing would harm them at all. But in order to let Lu Fu let down her guard and not be on guard against Wang Zhenxing, Yun Qianqun, who had the highest medical attainments among the four, spoke up. Third senior sister, I am also a doctor. If there is a problem with the pill, you can't hide it from me. Lu Fu certainly believed in Yun Qianqun's medical skills, but seeing that she just sniffed lightly and did not do a detailed examination, she felt that she was just perfunctory. Therefore, Lu Fu could only check it herself. As an alchemist, her ability to identify elixirs is much higher than Yun Qianqun's. The pills are fine. After the test, Lu Fu was a little surprised and told everyone the result. Yun Qianqun, Mu Linger, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining, everyone looked indifferent. They had expected this result, and some even felt that third senior sister was doing something unnecessary. Was there any need to test it? Just think about this kind of thing in your heart. Saying it out loud will affect the relationship between you and your fellow sisters. And Lu Fu's starting point was also to care about them. I'll give it back to you, Qianqun. Lu Fu handed the tested pill back to her junior sister. Yun Qianqun took the pill and swallowed it directly. Mu Linger, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining also took the pills one after another. When the pill entered the stomach, several people used their true qi to quickly dissolve the pill and speed up absorption. A warm current spread out, reaching every part of his body and countless meridians. In a short while, several people felt as if they were reborn. They are all proficient in medicine and can easily detect some things through changes in the body. A lifespan of 300 is definitely a conservative estimate. The actual lifespan should be much higher, and it may be close to 400. Yun Qianqun's voice trembled a little, and she could hardly hide her excitement. I feel like my true energy seems to have become more solid, at least equivalent to 3 years of hard training. Bai Yining condensed a sword energy and took a look, then said happily. From now on, I won't have to spend my internal energy to nourish my body and preserve my youthful appearance. Shui Miaoshuan was so excited that she wanted to hug her husband and kiss him, but she looked calm on the surface. After the age of 25, almost all female practitioners will expend their true energy to nourish their bodies, especially beautiful female practitioners. Shui Miaoshuan started this after she turned 25, and it has been 2 years. Spent energy to warm the body and slow down the progress of improving your cultivation. From now on, you will no longer need to spend energy on maintaining a youthful appearance, and your practice efficiency will naturally improve. Retaining youth is of no use to me, but my cultivation has improved a bit, which can speed up the process of my martial arts reaching perfection. Mu Linger said with a giggle. Seeing the reactions of the four masters, Yi Junlin was extremely excited about the elixir and pleaded with Wang Zhenxing. Uncle Wang, can you please give me a pill? Please. I told you the one I was going to give you was snatched away. It's gone. There were still 6 pills left from the first furnace stored at home, but Wang Zhenxing didn't plan to give them to Yi Junlin. Uncle Wang, stop joking. Even if you really meet a robber, it is impossible for him to just steal 1 pill. Don't lie to me, Yi Junlin said. I really didn't lie to you. Wang Zhenxing said. Yi Junlin felt a little depressed, and thought that he should ask Luo Zhuxuan to persuade Wang Zhenxing and ask for a pill. Increasing lifespan by 300 years is of great significance to martial arts practitioners. Living longer means having more time to practice and going further in the martial arts. If the opportunity is right, you may be able to break the shackles of martial arts and reach another realm. Lu Fu remained silent for a long while, but her heart was in turmoil. As an alchemist, and the recognized #1 alchemist in the hidden world, it was difficult for her to accept something that broke her cognition. But the changes in the 4 junior sisters definitely couldn't be fake. Moreover, when she examined the elixir, she indeed found it to be very unusual. Just smelling the fragrance of the elixir made her feel 100 times more energetic. I want to talk to you alone, Lu Fu said to Wang Zhenxing after a moment of silence. Third senior sister, if you have anything to say, just say it here. Yun Qianqun was afraid that Lu Fu would do something bad to her lover. Junior sister is right. Third sister, do you treat us junior sisters as outsiders? Is there anything that cannot be said here? Shui Miaoshuan had a similar idea to Yun Qianqun and echoed her. Junior sister, 5th junior sister, are you sure you want me to say this here? Lu Fu glanced at the 2 of them one after another, her tone seemed full of deep meaning. Yun Qianqun and Shui Miaoshuan felt guilty when they heard this. After all, they knew very well what the two had done. Third senior sister said that just now, it is obvious that she has noticed something. I'm a little full. I'm going to take a walk in the garden outside. Wang Zhenxing was unsure how much Lu Fu knew, and he was a little nervous, so he suddenly spoke and walked outside. Lu Fu then stood up and followed Wang Zhenxing. The two soon came to the garden outside the villa. Under the soft light outside the villa, a man and a woman looked at each other. You, a demonic monster, what is your purpose in approaching my junior sisters? Lu Fu set up a qi shield around her to prevent anyone from eavesdropping, and stared at Wang Zhenxing with cold eyes. What evil demon? What are you talking about, girl? Wang Zhenxing looked confused. Don't quibble. You can fool my junior sister but you can't fool me. Lu Fu said. I'm just an ordinary businessman. My skills of curing diseases and refining elixirs are all passed down from my ancestors. As for getting to know you and your sisters, it's just a coincidence. Wang Zhenxing said. You don't want to admit it, right? In that case, I'll give you a ride. Lu Fu condensed her true energy and slapped Wang Zhenxing with her palm. Girl, please talk about it, Wang Zhenxing said hurriedly with a pale face, but he did not try to dodge or run away. Lu Fu's white and tender palm stayed 2 inches in front of Wang Zhenxing's chest but did not hit him. I'm sorry, I was just joking with you, don't mind it. The night wind blew her silver hair slightly. Lu Fu withdrew her white and tender hand. The coldness on her face gradually dissipated and she revealed a smile. The heroine Lu Fu's favorability towards the host has increased to 30, and the current total favorability is 30, friendly. Chapter 317, Winning Over. Woman, you are still young. These are all my leftovers. You actually want to use this trick to cheat me. Seeing Lu Fu's attitude change, Wang Zhenxing smiled in his heart. If you really want to think about it, he accepted the inheritance of the black-hearted old demon, so he does have some connection with the evil way, but he is not stupid enough to admit it. What's more, Lu Fu didn't have any evidence at all. It is usually the villain's code of conduct to rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As the heroine, how could Lu Fu do such a thing? You have such high attainments in alchemy, your ancestors must have been famous. Could you reveal a little about them? Lu Fu smiled. My ancestors were tired of the disputes in the martial arts world and chose to live in the secular world. They never showed their abilities easily and had no reputation. Wang Zhenxing answered calmly. Lu Fu nodded after hearing this, and took out the pill she had taken from Wang Zhenxing before. I was just in a whim before, and I didn't like you, so I took the pill from you and wanted to study it. He hesitated for a few seconds, struggled internally, and then said, return the pill to its original owner, please don't blame me. Wang Zhenxing took the pill under Lu Fu's reluctant gaze, then grabbed Lu Fu's hand, placed the pill in her palm, and said with a sincere smile. The girl and I hit it off right away, and you're Qianchen's senior sister, so just consider this a gift to you. Well, thank you very much. A look of joy appeared on Lu Fu's face, and then she realized that her hand was caught, and she pulled her hand back in panic. You're welcome. Wang Zhenxing looked at Lu Fu with a smile. Seeing her frivolous look, Lu Fu felt embarrassed and annoyed, but she couldn't blame her because she felt guilty about taking advantage of her. She could only look away and avoid eye contact with him. Even if this guy is not a demon, he is still a pervert. He must have relied on his good looks and sweet words to flirt with Qianchen and Miaoshuan. I must not be fooled by him. Lu Fu quickly calmed down and her emotions returned to normal. If you were involved in the dispute between good and evil in the martial arts world, would you choose to help the good side or the evil side? Lu Fu suddenly asked. I'm just a businessman. I don't want to get involved in this kind of dispute. Besides, my ancestors retired from the secular world because they were tired of the disputes in the world. How could I possibly make the same mistake? Wang Zhenxing replied. I'm talking about if, Lu Fu said. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing subconsciously wanted to show his irreconcilable attitude towards the demonic path, but thinking of the reason why Lu Fu asked this question, he suddenly changed his mind and replied ambiguously. I can't answer such hypothetical questions. After hearing this, Lu Fu fell silent. In her opinion, since Wang Zhenxing could refine such a magical elixir that could preserve youth and prolong life, his attainments in alchemy must be far superior to hers. If Wang Zhenxing were to fall into the evil path, it would definitely be a huge disaster for the righteous path. If he can't be used by me, then I'll just kill him. Lu Fu can't do such a thing. That's why I used a hypothetical question to test Wang Zhenxing's attitude. Although Wang Zhenxing did not give a clear answer, Lu Fu still got the answer. This person does not have a strong concept of good and evil. If he is really involved in the dispute between good and evil, he may embark on the path of evil, or he may devote himself to the path of good. I hope the demons haven't discovered his existence. Otherwise, if he is lured away by the demons. Lu Fu suddenly became worried, but then she changed her mind. Instead of pinning your hopes on such uncertain factors, it is better to take the initiative to pull him onto the right path and eliminate his worries. Are you interested in joining our sect? Lu Fu extended an olive branch. I have already answered this question. Wang Zhenxing declined. There are many benefits to joining a sect. For example, you don't have to worry about alchemy materials, and Lu Fu said patiently. But before she could finish, Wang Zhenxing smiled and shook his head, interrupting her and saying, I appreciate your kindness, young lady. Seeing that he was not interested, Lu Fu was immediately troubled. After thinking for a while, she realized that this guy seemed to be after beauty, so she tried to please him and said, do you like Qianchen more, or do you like Miaoxuan more? Choose one, and I can bring you together. They and I are just ordinary friends. There is no romantic relationship between us, Wang Zhenxing said seriously. Don't try to fool me. You must have been frivolous with them. How could you not be interested in them? Lu Fu snorted. That was just an accident. I didn't mean to do that. If you don't believe me, you can call them out to confront them. Although he had not spoken to Yun Qianchen and Shui Miaoxuan, Wang Zhenxing was sure that there was a tacit understanding between them. No matter which of them, they would never speak nonsense in front of Lu Fu. So what do you think of Ling Er? Lu Fu asked again. A greedy and immature girl, I treat her as my sister. Wang Zhenxing replied. What about Yining? A boring and dull woman who loves swords like her life. Each of my 4 junior sisters is stunningly beautiful and has extraordinary abilities, yet you still complain about this and that. Lu Fu was a little displeased. I'm not saying they are bad, but I have someone else I like. Wang Zhenxing smiled shyly. Oh, who is it? Lu Fu's expression relaxed a little and she asked curiously. I'd better not say it. Wang Zhenxing shook his head, as if he was too embarrassed to say it out loud. You're a man, there's nothing to be embarrassed about saying this. I won't laugh at you, just say it. Lu Fu said. Then I said naturally it is far away in the sky and close at hand. Wang Zhenxing expressed his thoughts with his starry eyes shining. You mean me? Lu Fu was stunned for a moment, feeling ashamed, she lowered her eyes and dared not look him in the eye. We just met today, don't tease me. This is from the bottom of my heart, not a joke. Wang Zhenxing looked at Lu Fu and said sincerely. Since the first time I saw you, I have been in love with you. Although this is very abrupt, since you asked, I will tell you directly. If you are willing to spend your life with me, I will naturally become a member of your sect. Heroine Lu Fu's favorability towards the host +10, current total favorability is 40 close. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 700 counterattack points. The protagonist Yi Junline's luck value is -70, and the host's luck value is +70. Lu Fu slowly raised her eyes and saw that his eyes were sincere and passionate. He didn't seem to be lying and it seemed that he really liked her. The reason why she brought Wang Zhenxing together with a junior sister was to use this opportunity to pull Wang Zhenxing into the righteous camp. Who would have thought that this guy had no interest in any of the 4 junior sisters but instead fell in love with me? Lu Fu was in a state of confusion for a moment. If I refuse, I am afraid that he will be hurt and fall into the devil's way. After all, there are many witches in the devil's way, and they are best at seducing men. But if she agreed, it would be too sudden and she was totally unprepared for it. Not far away, 4 women suddenly gathered together and looked at Wang Zhenxing and Lu Fu from afar. Although I couldn't hear the sound of talking, I could vaguely see the changes in their expressions. Third senior sister's expression looks a little strange. What on earth are they talking about? Yun Qianchen asked the 3 senior sisters beside her in surprise and doubt. Chapter 318 Integrity and Deep Affection. I can't hear anything, so who knows what they are talking about. But judging from third senior sister's expression, she doesn't seem to be making things difficult for him. Mu Ling said angrily. Yun Qianchen nodded, agreeing with sixth senior sister's words. Third senior sister is known as the #1 alchemist in the hidden world. When she learned that there was someone whose attainments in alchemy were far superior to hers, she might have wanted to ask him for advice on alchemy. As they were chatting, she suddenly felt hit. Shui Miaoshuan asked suspiciously. That's a possibility. Bai Yining nodded. Over there in the garden. Lu Fu hesitated for a long time before replying to Wang Zhenxing, saying. The matter of feelings is too serious. You suddenly told me all this. No matter whether I agree or not, it is disrespectful to our feelings. You and I have just met for the time being, so we can be friends first. I understand what you mean. Please forgive my rudeness. I will never bother you again in the future. Wang Zhenxing said decisively. Neither refusing nor agreeing this was his usual routine. How could he be evaded by Lu Fuhui's answer? What's more, the reason why he expressed his feelings to Lu Fu was that he never thought that Lu Fu would agree to such a thing. The main purpose was just to disturb her mind. There is a tactic in the art of war called besiege way to save Zhao. Lu Fu obviously suspected that there was some story between him, Yun Qianchen and Shui Miaoshuan. In order to avoid Lu Fu's investigation, he tried to confuse her first. That's not what I meant. Lu Fu was anxious and wanted to explain. What she thought was that she would wait until she got to know Wang Zhenxing better and was sure that he was sincere before talking to him about relationships. Wang Zhenxing didn't give her a chance to explain. He looked sad and interrupted her and said. Some words are hurtful and hard to say. I totally understand that. After saying this, without giving Lu Fu a chance to speak, he just said goodbye and left. Lu Fu was afraid that he would be hurt by the qi shield, so when she saw him walking out without looking back, she gently waved her hand to remove the shield. Wang Zhenxing's lonely and desolate figure quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Lu Fu had never experienced love between a man and a woman. This was her first time encountering such a thing. Her heart was suddenly in a mess. She stood there for a long time, and then walked towards the villa in a daze. Yun Qianchen was curious about what the two talked about, but she didn't dare to ask Lu Fu. When she saw Lu Fu walking towards the door, she immediately dispersed. Lu Fu originally wanted to find out to what extent Yun Qianchen, Shui Miaoshuan and Wang Zhenxing had had contact, but she was preoccupied with her own affairs and did not have the energy to get to the bottom of it for the moment. Yun Qianchen cleaned up a bedroom and prepared for Lu Fu to move in. Seeing that it was getting late, Yi Junlin bid farewell to his 5 masters and prepared to leave. Lu Fu suddenly called Yi Junlin to talk alone. The 4 junior sisters accepted Wang Zhenxing's gifts and were grateful in their hearts. They might be biased towards him to some extent, but Yi Junlin should not be like that. Do you know Wang Zhenxing? Lu Fu asked her apprentice. I've known him for some time. Yi Junlin replied. What kind of person is he? Lu Fu asked again. Yi Junlin hated Wang Zhenxing very much, but if you counted his evil deeds, he was just a philanderer and attracted many women. However, Yi Junlin did not dare to say these words casually, because he was afraid that Lu Fu would ask this question because she suspected that Wang Zhenxing had a close relationship with Mu Linger and Shui Miaoshuan. If things go wrong, Lu Fu might kill Wang Zhenxing in a fit of rage. Although Yi Junlin was looking forward to this happening, he thought of Luo Zhuxuan who was depressed and had no appetite during the month when Wang Zhenxing disappeared. If Wang Zhenxing were to die, Luo Zhuxuan would definitely collapse. His father Yi Ruiming has died, and Yi Junlin doesn't want to lose his mother again. He is an upright person who loves to do good and is a rare good man. Although Yi Junlin was very reluctant, he still forced himself to give a thumbs up and praised Wang Zhenxing. What about relationships? Lu Fu asked the key point. Yi Junlin secretly took a deep breath and thought to himself that it was just as he expected. Third Master really suspected that Wang Zhenxing had that kind of relationship with 6th Master and 5th Master. Thinking of this, Yi Junlin became more cautious, sorted out his words a little, and answered, he is not very old, but he is still unmarried. Third Master, do you know why? What's the reason? Lu Fu asked. He had a beloved one before, but unfortunately she passed away, so he remained unmarried for many years. He can be described as a very affectionate man. Yi Junlin started to explain and help Wang Zhenxing cover up. Really? But I feel that this person is rather frivolous. Lu Fu asked doubtfully. Third Master, I have lived in the secular world for many years and understand worldly people and things better than you. A man who seems frivolous may not be unfaithful, and a man who seems to be a gentleman may not be lustful. Yi Junlin said in a mature tone. Lu Fu chewed over these words carefully, felt that there was some truth in them, and could not help but nod secretly. But soon I remembered that this guy suddenly confessed to me when he first saw me today. How could he be a passionate person? Disciple, are you telling the truth? You are not lying to me. Lu Fu questioned. It's absolutely true. Even if I were given 1,000 guts, I would not dare to lie to you, third master. Among so many masters, third master, you are the best to me. How dare a disciple deceive you? Yi Junlin vowed solemnly without blushing or breathing hard. As the protagonist in a novel with multiple female protagonists, he is very talented in deceiving women. Lu Fu looked at him and didn't see any sign of lying. I wondered, could it be that I was like Wang Zhenxing's deceased love, unable to control my emotions, so he confessed his feelings to me so abruptly. Third master, do you have anything else to ask? Seeing Lu Fu remain silent for a long time, Yi Junlin asked. No more. Lu Fu shook her head. Heroine Lu Fu's favorability towards the host +5, current total favorability is 45 close. Then I'll take my leave first. I'll come to visit you, third master, another day. Yi Junlin breathed a sigh of relief and then slowly left. After leaving the villa for a distance, Yi Junlin quickly called Wang Zhenxing and told him about Lu Fu's interrogation and cleared the matter. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a long time. Yi Junlin actually helped to cover up, which was really beyond his expectation. But if you think about it carefully, it is ultimately the operation of qi that makes everything go smoothly for him. Uncle Wang, you see I've helped you so much, isn't it time for you to show some appreciation? Yi Junlin hinted. Given the relationship between your mother and I, you are like half a son to me. If there are any more pills left, how can I not give them to you? Wang Zhenxing sighed. Yi Junlin was unwilling to acknowledge the thief as his father, but a real man could bend and stretch, so he thought to get the elixir first, so he said, you can continue to refine it. The process of refining that kind of elixir is very complicated, and the materials for refining it are extremely difficult to find. Once I find the materials, I will definitely refine it. Wang Zhenxing said. That's good. Yi Junlin nodded, and then added, my mother is so good to you, so you should be able to get one, right? Of course, Wang Zhenxing answered affirmatively and forcefully. Chapter 319, The Demonic Witch. The night deepens. Lu Fu returned to her bedroom, but she couldn't sleep. She tossed and turned, thinking over and over again about what happened today. It was not until he sensed a presence lurking in the dark and spying on him that his chaotic thoughts stopped. On the top of a big tree outside the villa, there was a slender figure in black, looking at the situation in the villa. Not good. The man in black became alert instantly and prepared to retreat. But it was too late. A silver-haired figure landed on the top of the tree and locked onto her aura. Friend, now that you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Lu Fu snorted coldly. It's so late, why do you keep me here? I'm not a man. If you want a man, I can find one for you. The man in black chuckled, his voice was very charming, and it made people feel itchy. As a woman, Lu Fu was not affected, but because she happened to hit the nail on the head, she felt a little embarrassed and annoyed, so she said in a muffled voice, make your move. You can't keep me, so why waste your energy? You should save more energy thinking about men. The woman in black giggled. Really? Lu Fu suddenly sneered. The woman in black was startled and looked around, only to see an extremely strong aura appearing in the other three directions. I accidentally discovered Lu Fu coming down the mountain, and I thought she was alone, but why are they here too? What the hell are these women from Kunlun Mountain doing? They gathered in Qingling. Did they also learn about the remains of the demon sect? The woman in black was suddenly confused. Are you going to surrender or let me do it? Seeing her three sisters guarding the retreat route, Lu Fu said to the woman in black with confidence of victory. Bullying the minority with numbers, is this what you righteous people do? Aren't you afraid of being laughed at if this gets out? The woman in black sneered. Qin Longyu, don't provoke me, just pick an opponent. Lu Fu had no intention of rushing forward. It seems that you miss me often. I have already restrained my breath, but you still recognized me at once. The woman in black pulled off her veil, revealing a charming white face. She smiled softly with her hands covering her mouth, and her pair of beautiful eyes that could captivate people looked at Lu Fu. A witch is a witch. She likes to talk nonsense. You should use your ability to seduce men. I don't fall for it. Lu Fu snorted coldly. Yes, I am a witch. You'd better not find a man for the rest of your life, otherwise I will definitely seduce your man. Qin Longyu said. How shameless. Lu Fu spat. I am a witch, why should I have any shame, Qin Longyu said confidently. I don't want to engage in verbal arguments. Do you want to fight me or my junior sister? You'd better make a choice quickly. I'm in a bad mood today. If it's too late, I might change my mind and use my superior numbers to bully the weak. Lu Fu's pretty face was murderous. Lu Fu didn't get angry so easily before. What happened today? Did she really find a man? So she was irritated by what I said just now. Qin Longyu was suspicious for a while, but she was hesitant and didn't dare to provoke her any further. She glanced around and then looked at Mu Ling. How come this little brat has grown so big? It seems this is not a good choice. Qin Longyu turned her eyes and looked at Yun Qianqun, who had the lowest seniority. Then she lightly stepped on the leaves with her toes and moved towards Yun Qianqun with a nimble figure like a butterfly. I'm honored that the deputy palace master of Xingyu sect is willing to teach me. The Zhoutian Shenjiao Gong started to work. Yun Qianqun smiled faintly, and his figure quickly crossed paths with Qin Longyu. In just a few seconds, they had already exchanged dozens of moves. Why is Yun Qianqun's Zhoutian Shenjiao Gong so much more powerful than before? What's going on? Qin Longyu was shocked. She practiced the star and moon magical art, which is of the same type as the Zhoutian divine illumination art. On the list of 36 peerless martial arts, the star moon divine art is ranked slightly higher than the Zhoutian divine art. Her cultivation level is similar to Yun Qianqun's, but she is at a disadvantage and shows signs of being suppressed. Qin Longyu knew that something was wrong. If she continued like this, she would probably be killed today. However, she racked her brains but could not think of a way to escape. After fighting for more than 300 moves, Qin Longyu began to lose. Yun Qianqun slapped Qin Longyu on the chest, and Qin Longyu slapped Yun Qianqun on the abdomen. If neither side stopped, one person would die and one would be injured. Qin Longyu died and Yun Qianqun was injured. It's over. Qin Longyu cried out in secret, thinking that she was going to die on the spot. For Yun Qianqun, exchanging injury for life is always a win-win. Moreover, Yun Qianqun herself is a miracle doctor, so it is not difficult to heal the injuries. But to Qin Longyu's surprise, Yun Qianqun withdrew at the critical moment and avoided a dangerous confrontation with Qin Longyu. Qin Longyu was delighted, seized the opportunity and immediately fled away. Oh no, she ran away. Seeing that she almost hurt her junior sister, Mu Ling stomped her feet in anger and wanted to chase her. Lu Fu flashed over and came to Mu Ling's side. Ling, forget it. Lu Fu spoke up to stop him, and said in a deep voice, the demonic sect has made a big move recently. Qin Longyu's sudden appearance here is definitely not a coincidence. There must be other people from the demonic sect who came to Qingling. If you chase them rashly, you may fall into their trap. Yun Qianqun and Shui Miaoshuan came over at the same time, and the former said apologetically. Third senior sister, it's all my fault. If Qin Longyu had hit her in the lower abdomen just now, she would have been eroded by the star and moon qi, and there is a small possibility that she would not be able to get pregnant in the future. If she had been alone before, Yun Qianqun would definitely not care and would definitely dare to exchange injury for life, but now she really doesn't dare to take the risk. It doesn't matter. She can run away. Qin Longyu is not only the deputy palace master of Xingyu Palace, but also the sister of the palace master. If she really dies here, Xingyu Palace will definitely not let it go. Lu Fu comforted her, but she didn't want to see Yun Qianqun get hurt. Where is fourth senior sister? Shui Miaoshuan asked in confusion. Lu Fu, Yun Qianqun and Mu Ling were also stunned when they heard this. With Bai Yining's cultivation level, it is impossible for her not to notice the movement here. The fact that he didn't show up only meant that he was not in the villa. Lu Fu sensed it but could not find Bai Yining's scent. Her cultivation level is almost the same as Bai Yining's. Even though her sensing ability is extremely strong, if Bai Yining deliberately restrains his aura, she will not be able to sense it. It was as if Qin Longyu deliberately restrained her aura after escaping into the distance. Lu Fu was also unable to identify her exact hiding place. Several people returned to the villa and went to the bedroom where Bai Yining lived to check. When the quilt was lifted, I saw several pillows lined up in a row, but no one was there. This should be Yining's deliberate arrangement, for fear that we would find out that she had left here. Lu Fu said. If fourth senior sister returns to the sect, It's impossible for her to leave without saying goodbye, right? Mu Linger said. Didn't fourth senior sister say before that she stayed in Qingling to deal with mundane matters? Maybe she went to deal with mundane matters. Yun Qianqun remembered something. What kind of mundane matter is it? Why did they have to go there secretly in the middle of the night and hide it from us? Mu Linger asked curiously. Chapter 320 Visitors from the Moon. The full moon is high in the sky. Wang Zhenxing lit a cigarette and lay on the recliner on the spacious rooftop of the mansion, with some thoughts flashing through his mind. Although it disturbed Lu Fu's heart, it was only a temporary measure. Once Lu Fu calms down, there may be changes. After all, Lu Fu is not like Yun Qianqun and the others, and she hasn't even reached the level of being moved by him. Although he was not worried about being harmed by Lu Fu using force, being controlled by others was definitely not something he wanted to see. I have just met Lu Fu, so the worldly destiny card cannot be used. Strength is king. If you have enough strength, you don't have to be so cautious. Wang Zhenxing said silently in his heart. Although he has the abilities of spatial stillness and invisibility, these abilities are of little use in front of true top masters. When a top martial arts master is restrained by the ability of spatial stillness, as long as he has enough strength, he can break free. He has verified this a long time ago. As for the stealth ability, the disadvantages are even more obvious. Although it is invisible to the naked eye, when moving, it will affect the changes in the airflow around the body, and top masters will notice it instantly. After putting out a cigarette, Wang Zhenxing made a decision and checked the communication system. Counterattack points, 78,800. For Wang Zhenxing, there is no need to practice hard. By consuming counterattack points, you can improve your skills and cultivation level. He is currently practicing Zhodian Shenjiao Gong and Yinyang Chongchun Gong. The former is at the 3rd level and the latter is at the 4th level, making a total of 9 levels. The Zhodian Shenjiao Gong has greater lethality and destructive power, while the Yin-Yang Chongchun Gong has more outstanding therapeutic effect. 2 days ago, he had already completed the enlightenment of the 9th level of Zhodian Shenjiao Gong. If you want to improve your combat power, there is no doubt that you should choose to improve your Zhodian Shenjiao Gong. Wang Zhenxing spent 52,000 counterattack points and directly upgraded his Zhodian Shenjiao Gong to the 9th level in one breath. He secretly used detection techniques to check on the cultivation status of Yun Qianqun and others. Among the 5 sisters, Shui Miaoshuan actually has the highest combat power. 9 is the extreme number, and most of the top martial arts have 9 levels. Shui Miaoshuan was also practicing top-notch martial arts, and had 1 foot in the 9th level, but was only half a step away from perfection. Further down are Yun Qianqun and Lu Fu. Yun Qianqun's Zhodian Shenjiao Gong is at the 8th level. As the senior sister, Lu Fu's cultivation was originally stronger than that of the junior sister Yun Qianqun. However, after Yun Qianqun practiced and attained enlightenment through the Zhodian Shenjiao Gong, her strength increased a lot, and now the 2 of them are equal in fighting power. After the 2 of them, it was Bai Yining. Mu Linger was at the very end. Mu Linger used to be too fond of playing and didn't practice seriously. Although the skills she practiced were quite special, they were not top-notch, with only 8 levels in total. After Wang Zhenxing upgraded his Zhodian Shenjiao Gong to the 9th level, his combat power skyrocketed. There seems to be only 1 layer between the 8th and 9th floors, but in fact the gap is huge. Moreover, apart from having reached the 9th level of Zhodian Shenjiao Gong, he also possessed a highly accomplished martial arts skill, the art of controlling the mind. Although the mind control technique cannot control the minds of top masters, it can still make them temporarily absent-minded, even for just a second. When top masters clash, a single second can decide life and death. Theoretically speaking, even if Wang Zhenxing was attacked by Yun Qianqun and other 4 people, there was a great possibility that he could wipe them out. But this kind of siege situation is impossible to happen. Combat power, 83,709. After checking the combat power value, I found that there has been a huge change. Wang Zhenxing then felt the surging power and suddenly felt like he was in control of everything, but it did not expand. For a villain, self-aggrandizement is a taboo. He would never make such a stupid mistake. After a while of joy, Wang Zhenxing quickly calmed down. Hey, there are guests. Wang Zhenxing suddenly sensed a very strong breath, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. As the realm improves, the perception ability also increases accordingly. Even without the ability to see through the sky, he could clearly sense any movement within a large area around him. As long as he is willing to investigate, even the slight flutter of a butterfly's wings 1,000 meters away cannot escape his perception. Wang Zhenxing pretended not to notice the visitor. Time passes. After spying for a long time, the guest finally couldn't hold back and showed up on the rooftop. "Don't be afraid, it's me." For fear of scaring Wang Zhenxing, the visitor spoke in a soft voice. Under the moonlight, it was Bai Yining's figure. Miss Bai came to visit suddenly and didn't even go through the main door. "What could you want?" Wang Zhenxing asked. You really don't remember me?" Bai Yining asked with a worried look on her face when she noticed that his tone sounded a little strange. Wang Zhenxing pretended to be surprised, showing some pain on his face, then frowned and said, "You do look a bit like an old friend of mine." "You still remember this old friend?" Bai Yining was delighted and took a step forward excitedly. "It's unforgettable, how could I not remember it? You came to me, not to tell me that you are Ning Yi, right?" Wang Zhenxing stood up from the recliner. "Yeah." Bai Yining pursed her lips and nodded nervously. "This is impossible, Ning Yi is dead," Wang Zhenxing shouted. "I am indeed Ning Yi. If you don't believe me, you can ask me some things that only you and Ning Yi know," Bai Yining said. Wang Zhenxing looked skeptical and asked some questions. Bai Yining answered them one by one, and when Wang Zhenxing stopped asking questions, she said, "Do you believe it now?" "No, I don't believe it," Wang Zhenxing shook his head. "What do you want me to do to make you believe it?" Bai Yining felt helpless. "Ning Yi has a red mole on her body," Wang Zhenxing recalled an incident. According to memory, the two went camping together once. Of course there is no toilet in the wilderness. He also saw it accidentally, and the price he paid was that both eyes were punched, and his eye sockets were blue for more than half a month. When Wang Zhenxing suddenly mentioned this matter, Bai Yining was reminded of that embarrassing memory and her face instantly turned red. "The red mole is here, am I right?" Bai Yining hesitated for a moment, then turned around and pointed behind him. "It's just a one-sided statement. How can I believe you? I heard that there is a way of stealing memories among evil people. How do I know whether they stole Ning Yi's memory and wanted to deceive my trust?" Wang Zhenxing questioned. "I really am Ning Yi." Bai Yining felt a little tired. Memories can be stolen, but facts cannot be fabricated. "If you want me to believe you, you have to let me see if you really have a red mole on your body," said Wang Zhenxing. Bai Yining was embarrassed and clenched her fists, but quickly released them. "The situation has changed. I bullied him at will back then, and now that I have made a mistake, I may not be forgiven even if I humble myself. If I really beat him up, there will be no chance to rekindle our relationship. Look if you want." Bai Yining said this angrily, thinking that she had already seen it, so it wouldn't be a big deal to watch it again. Chapter 321 Clearing Up Misunderstandings. With the soft light of the full moon, Wang Zhenxing looked at it carefully for a while, and then said in surprise, "It really is." Bai Yining wanted to find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The redness on her face spread to her crystal ears and snow-white neck. After tidying herself up, she said angrily, "Now you believe that I am Ning Yi, right?" "I believe it." Wang Zhenxing nodded slightly, his face gradually turning pale. "Didn't you fall off the cliff?" I fell off a cliff, but I didn't die." Bai Yining knew he was wrong and replied weakly. "Since you are not dead, why did you come back to find me only now?" Wang Zhenxing's voice gradually became louder. Bai Yining hesitated whether to tell a white lie. But before he could make up a lie, Wang Zhenxing said, "Don't say you lost your memory after falling off the cliff and only remember the past now." Bai Yining was stunned for a moment when she heard what she was thinking. She gave up the idea of lying and whispered, "I wanted to practice wholeheartedly at that time, so I fell off the cliff and pretended to die to leave you. If you want to break up with me, just tell me straight away. Why do you have to use such a cruel method? Do you know how sad I was when I saw you fall off the cliff? How painful it was. It took me 5 years to barely get over the shadow of the past." Wang Zhenxing was very emotional and grabbed Bai Yining's shoulders and asked. Bai Yining hung her head, feeling extremely guilty. After Wang Zhenxing calmed down a little, she said softly, I'm sorry." "What's the use of saying sorry?" Wang Zhenxing roared. Bai Yining was stunned by the yelling, her nose was sour, and she felt a little aggrieved. He never spoke loudly to her before, but now he yelled at her. "But other than saying sorry, I don't know how to make up for my mistake," Bai Yining said weakly. Wang Zhenxing stared at her, remained silent for a while, and finally said, "Let the past be the past." "Have you forgiven me?" Bai Yining asked expectantly. "It's not a matter of forgiveness or not. You wanted to leave in the first place, so it was your freedom." Wang Zhenxing's emotions seemed to stabilize and his expression became indifferent. "After all, you still refuse to forgive me," Bai Yining said bitterly. "Do you know how much harm this has caused me? How can I forgive you?" Wang Zhenxing said loudly. "Then you can hit me and scold me, if it can make you feel better." Bai Yining said with his neck shrunk. "Do you really want to atone for the mistakes you made?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "Well, otherwise I wouldn't have come to you and confessed everything to you." Bai Yining nodded. "That's what you said. Come with me." Wang Zhenxing turned around angrily, left the rooftop and walked towards the bedroom downstairs. Bai Yining was a little nervous. She took a deep breath and followed. "I don't know how much time passed. I forgive you. I will let bygones be bygones," Wang Zhenxing said to Bai Yining in a good mood. "You bad guy." Bai Yining's eyes were red and there were tear marks on her cheeks, obviously she had been crying. "It was you who said you wanted to atone your sins, why are you blaming me now?" Wang Zhenxing spread his hands. "I said you can beat me and scold me as you like, I didn't say in short, you are a bad person. If you don't marry me in the future, I will never let you go," Bai Yining said angrily. "In fact, I have been thinking about you all these years, hoping that one day a miracle will happen and you can come back safely," Wang Zhenxing said gently. "Really?" Bai Yining was skeptical. "Come with me." Wang Zhenxing pulled her and walked out. "Oops, I didn't. There's no one else in this house. No one will see you except me." Wang Zhenxing brought Bai Yining to the altar. There was only a blank spirit tablet on the altar. This is Bai Yining was puzzled. "After you fell off the cliff, I couldn't find your body, so I built a cenotaph for you in Yong'an Cemetery. I wanted to write, 'My beloved wife Ning Yi,' on the tablet, but you were so fierce, and I didn't treat you as my wife without your consent, for fear that your ghost would come back to find me," Wang Zhenxing said seriously. In fact, this blank memorial tablet was used to fool Yang Yuchen. Because he met Yang Yuchen at that time because Yang Yuchen looked like his deceased first love. Yang Yuchen once stayed here overnight. This spiritual place is designed for this purpose. After Yang Yuchen left, she did not take it away intentionally. Anyway, it's just a blank memorial tablet, and if someone asks about it, he can make up whatever he wants. While chatting with Bai Yining at this moment, I suddenly remembered this matter and decided to make this empty spirit tablet useful again. My beloved wife Ning Yi, Bai Yining muttered softly, feeling as if she had eaten honey in her heart, but then she remembered what Wang Zhenxing had just said, and said angrily. Was I really that fierce before? Of course, I just took a look accidentally, and you hit me so hard that my eyes were black and blue, said Wang Zhenxing. We were young then. Bai Yining vaguely recalled the funny look of his eyes with black eyes, and smiled with her hands covering her mouth. Compared to before, you have indeed changed a lot, both in character and appearance, Wang Zhenxing said sincerely. People grow up. I was rather willful and unruly when I was young, but later on, after studying swordsmanship in depth, I have indeed become much more stable. But the external changes shouldn't be obvious, right? Bai Yining said. How can it not be obvious? You were thinner before, but now you're a lot fatter, Wang Zhenxing said after taking a look. How am I fat? Bai Yining put her hands on her hips and snorted, and in a trance she seemed to have regained some of her youthful unruly demeanor. This is not an insult to you, but a compliment. You used to be thin overall, but now you are thin where you should be thin, and fat where you should be fat, said Wang Zhenxing. That's about right. Bai Yining smiled innocently, and then accidentally saw the full moon outside the window sinking to the middle of the sky. She was surprised for a moment, thinking that time passed so quickly. She turned to look at Wang Zhenxing and said reluctantly, I can't stay here for long. I have to go back. Wang Zhenxing nodded. Bai Yining walked to the bedroom, tidied herself up, and returned to her usual dignity. Suddenly she asked, You are an alchemist, do you have any pills that can conceal your aura? What do you want to do with this thing? Wang Zhenxing wondered. You don't know that my third sister has a very strong sensory ability. When you come into contact with me, our auras will be contaminated by each other, and she might become suspicious. Bai Yining explained. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing felt a little enlightened. He finally understood why Lu Fu suspected that he had a story with Yun Qianchen and Shui Miaoshuan. Please wait a moment. Wang Zhenxing went to the basement where alchemy was done, took out some stored medicinal materials, made a simple sachet, and handed it to Bai Yining. Bai Yining put away the sachet, hugged him and said goodbye. Because she was in a hurry and was too lazy to go through the main door, she simply used her lightness skills to jump over the wall. But when his figure flew into the air, he seemed to be involved in something, frowned, and his figure swayed. Fortunately, he was very skilled and stabilized his figure in time, and soon disappeared at the end of the field of vision. The host seized the heroine Bai Yining and obtained some abilities of the protagonist Yi Junlin, Grandmaster level alchemy. The host did not violate the heroine's wishes and received double the normal reward. Since the host has Grandmaster level alchemy, the reward is automatically converted into a large amount of alchemy upgrade experience. Congratulations to the host for obtaining Saint level alchemy. The host and the heroine Bai Yining become lovers, and are blessed by the strong luck of the sword, gaining the ability, Mastery of the Sword. Heroine Bai Yining's favorability towards the host +10, current total favorability is 80, unwavering love. The host has a great influence on the plot, and gains 1800 counterattack points. The protagonist Yi Junlin's luck value is -180, and the host's luck value is +180. After seeing Bai Yining leave, Wang Zhenxing checked his harvest, felt very happy, and went back to his room to rest. But just after lying down for a few minutes, he sensed a strong breath approaching his mansion. Under the moonlight, a snow-white fox climbed over the wall of the mansion and came to a place in the garden, where it stayed. Soon, a woman in a purple dress landed gracefully from the sky and gently picked up the white fox. Xiao Bai's search ended here. It seems that this must be the place where the leader appeared last. The woman in the purple dress touched the white fox in her arms, parted her red lips and muttered something to herself, then slowly raised her eyes and looked towards the mansion in front of her. A hopeful smile appeared on her beautiful face. There is a family here. If we go and interrogate them, we should be able to find out where the leader is. Chapter 322 Saint Night Rao. After the woman in purple made up her mind, she saw that the door of the mansion was closed, so she turned around, but did not see any open windows, so she simply used her lightness skills to head towards the rooftop. After stepping onto the rooftop, I saw that the door leading to the building was not closed. The woman in the purple dress gently stroked the fox in her arms, walked into the mansion through the door on the rooftop, searched every floor quietly, and finally came to the outside of a bedroom. The bedroom door was open, and at a glance, one could see a person lying on the bed. Walking quietly into the room, the woman in purple skirt used the moonlight from the window to find the right position and press the man's acupoints to control his movements. I'm going to ask you something, and you'd better tell the truth, otherwise your life will be in danger. When the woman in purple skirt saw the other person open his eyes, she knew he had woken up, so she spoke. Ah! As if understanding its owner's intention, the white fox held by the woman in purple dress let out a strange cry. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as your consent. Now I'm going to ask you a question, so listen carefully. Seeing that he didn't say anything, the woman in the purple skirt took out a portrait from her body and asked. Have you ever seen the old man in the painting? I can't see clearly. A man's voice sounded. The woman in the purple skirt was surprised for a moment, then she realized that she was a martial artist with eyesight far superior to that of ordinary people. It was also dark in the room at the moment, so it was normal that the other party couldn't see clearly. Her beautiful eyes glanced around the room, and Zaikyun looked for the light switch, but she couldn't find it at the first try. But at this moment, the room suddenly became bright. The woman in purple dress was horrified, but before she could make any move, someone sealed her acupuncture points with innate qi, making her unable to move. Soon, the woman in the purple dress clearly saw the figure of a man. The man had a handsome face and a pair of eyes that seemed to have a strange magical power. When he looked at you, it was as if you had no secrets at all. The fox in the purple-dressed woman's arms saw that its master was restrained, so it pounced on the person in front of it, but was knocked to the ground with a slap and remained motionless. Xiao Bai, the woman in purple dress exclaimed, and then she felt slightly relieved when she realized that Xiao Bai had just fainted. Answer me whatever I ask you. If you say one wrong word, I'll burn a scar on your pretty face. If you say two wrong words, I'll burn two scars. If you don't want to become ugly, you'd better be honest. Wang Zhenxing lit a cigarette, looked up and down at the woman in the purple dress, secretly praising her, but on the surface he looked ferocious, and waved the lit cigarette in front of her eyes a few times. "You, who are you?" The woman in purple dress turned pale. "Now I'm the one asking you questions, not you asking me questions." Wang Zhenxing held a cigarette and moved closer to her face, scaring her so much that she closed her eyes. "Just ask whatever you want to ask." The woman in the purple dress didn't feel the burning sensation on her face, then opened her beautiful eyes and said quickly. "What's your name?" Wang Zhenxing asked after exhaling a puff of smoke. "Yerao, Yi for darkness, Rao for enchanting," the woman in purple dress replied. "How tall are you?" Wang Zhenxing asked again. Yi Rao was stunned for a moment, not understanding why he asked these questions, but still replied, 172. Her figure seemed to be frozen, with her waist slightly bent. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing straightened her up and then took a visual inspection, which confirmed that she was basically correct. He stretched out 3 fingers to indicate, and then asked, "What's the circumference?" Yi Rao was a little dumbfounded, and then felt ashamed and angry, and didn't want to answer such a question. Wang Zhenxing raised the hand holding the cigarette. 91, 60, 92. Although she felt ashamed and angry, Yi Rao still said it out loud. "Perfect proportions." Wang Zhenxing nodded in praise, then rummaged around the room, took out a tape measure, and smiled at Yi Rao. "You better not be lying." After saying that, he measured it and found that the value was exactly the same as what Yi Rao said. Although she is a member of the evil sect, Yi Rao keeps herself clean and has never had this kind of contact with men. Why are you asking me these?" Yi Rao didn't understand. "It's nothing. I just wanted to verify whether you have any signs of lying. You performed well. Now it's time to ask you serious questions." Wang Zhenxing threw the tape measure aside and his expression gradually became serious. Yi Rao wanted to say something. "You just asked me a question, which is a violation. This is the first time I'm warning you." Wang Zhenxing interrupted her. Yi Rao took a deep breath and thought to himself that he was really unlucky. As a person from the evil way, he was actually played tricks by the other party. But at the moment, he was under someone's control and had to do what the other party said. Wang Zhenxing picked up the portrait that Yi Rao had dropped on the ground, placed it in front of her, and asked, "What is your background and identity? Who is this person?" Wang Zhenxing knew the second question himself. He asked it in order to further test whether Yi Rao would cooperate with the interrogation. "I am the saint of the 10,000 Poisons sect, and this old man is the sect's leader," Yi Rao said. "Are you here to find your leader?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "Good. Why did you find yourself here?" Yi Rao glanced at the white fox that fainted on the ground. "Xiaobai can track the target by smell. So that's how it is. It's almost the same as a dog, right?" Wang Zhenxing roughly understood. The black-hearted demon had been seriously injured when he broke into this place, and died not long after. Wang Zhenxing was afraid that the poisonous qi cultivated by the black-hearted demon would explode, so he used some medicinal herbs to neutralize it and affect the smell. Otherwise, Yi Rao should have found the tomb of the black-hearted demon in Yong'an Cemetery instead of here. "Xiaobai is not a dog," Yi Rao retorted. "Almost, they are all beasts," Wang Zhenxing said lazily. You are right." Yi Rao wanted to argue, but fortunately she reacted to her current situation in time. "What happened to the 10,000 Poisons sect after your leader disappeared?" Wang Zhenxing returned to the main topic. The group was leaderless, and the sect's headquarters was attacked by a righteous woman with profound cultivation. After the woman left, everyone suspected that the leader was in danger, and the guardians fought each other for the position of leader. No one came out with anything good, and the 10,000 Poison sect was severely damaged. Yi Rao said. "As far as I know, the saint of the 10,000 Poisons sect is equivalent to the next leader." Wang Zhenxing recalled some things. Before the black-hearted old demon died, he first promised him the position of Holy Son, and then let him take over as the leader. According to the process, the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect should be succeeded by the Son of God or the Holy Daughter. After the battle for the leader of the 10,000 Poisons sect, its strength was greatly reduced and they eventually stopped fighting. I was lucky enough to be nominated by several elders to become a saint and a candidate for the next leader," Yi Rao said. "In that case, why are you still looking for the leader? If the leader encounters an accident, wouldn't it be natural for you to take over the position of leader?" Wang Zhenxing asked, touching his chin. My cultivation is limited, and it is difficult for me to take on such a great responsibility, and Yi Rao paused for a moment before continuing, and the leader has been very kind to me, so I naturally want to find him. You are lying. I have told you beforehand that if you say one word wrong, I will leave a scar on your face. There are 30 words in your sentence just now, which means 30 scars. Wang Zhenxing saw that she was hiding something and said with a sneer. Chapter 323 Demon Sect Relics. Although Wang Zhenxing had only met the black-hearted old devil once, just from the nickname of the black-hearted old devil, he could tell that this old guy was definitely vicious. To say that disciples in the religion are treated like family members is sheer nonsense. Yi Rao actually said that the black-hearted old devil was very kind to her. How could this be possible? I didn't lie. Yi Rao argued subconsciously. There are 4 more scars, a total of 34. Are they on your left cheek or your right cheek? Wang Zhenxing counted them carefully and waved the cigarette at Yi Rao's face. I was wrong. I'm telling you the truth. Please don't hurt my face. Please. Yi Rao pleaded with cold sweat on his smooth forehead. Most beautiful women value their appearance more than their lives, and she is no exception. Please leave it for now and answer my previous question. Wang Zhenxing said. Yi Rao has an outstanding appearance and natural charm. Although she is a demon, she keeps herself clean and is undoubtedly the heroine. How could Wang Zhenxing damage her face and make himself uncomfortable? Yi Rao hesitated for a moment, and finally said helplessly. Some sects of the demonic path gathered together in Qingling, wanting to explore the ruins of the Tianyan Palace. Hundreds of years ago, the Tianyan Palace was an extremely glorious sect of the demonic path, but it declined due to some reasons. However, the Tianyan Palace's skills, martial arts, magical powers, magic weapons, and magical medicines, etc., were rarely passed down to the world. Most of these things should be in the Tianyan Palace's lair. Wang Zhenxing nodded and continued her words. The strength of your 10,000 poison sect has been greatly reduced, and there is no top master in charge, so even if you find the ruins, I'm afraid you won't get anything. Yes, that's why I'm in a hurry to find the leader. Seeing that he had guessed it, Yi Rao simply confessed it directly. After listening to this, Wang Zhenxing thought for a while, suddenly went to the basement, prepared a poison pill, then came back and fed it to Yi Rao, and used his true energy to help her quickly dissolve the pill and speed up absorption, thus removing the restrictions on her movements. What did you give me to eat? Yi Rao said in horror. This poison is made from more than a dozen poisonous insects and plants. Only I can detoxify it. Don't dream of detoxifying it by yourself, otherwise you will die faster. Wang Zhenxing answered her question considerately. Who are you? As a member of the 10,000 poison sect, Yi Rao was naturally good at using poison. She quickly determined that Wang Zhenxing was not lying to her, but where did this man learn such a sophisticated way of refining poison? I am a good citizen of this city. Wang Zhenxing replied with a smile. What do you want me to do? If you have that idea, this is absolutely impossible. I would rather cut off my own heart meridians than let you succeed. Yi Rao's tone was resolute, and he was ready to die. You're quite courageous. But don't worry, I still look down on you. Wang Zhenxing pretended to be contemptuous. After hearing this, Yi Rao felt relieved, but soon felt insulted in another way. With her beauty, how could she be rejected by men? How ridiculous. After your demonic sects come to Qingling, where will their bases be? Wang Zhenxing asked. Some sects have spokespersons in the secular world, and their residences are different. But the day after tomorrow, when we need to discuss the exploration of the ruins, we will meet in a manor. Yi Rao said. You are the one who calls the shots in the 10,000 poison sect now, right? The 10,000 poison sect has declined and is coveted by other forces. The elders are all in the sect. I can mobilize all the people who came here. Very well, come find me here before you go meet me the day after tomorrow. You should be a member of the evil sect, right? You want to disguise yourself as a member of the 10,000 poison sect to get a piece of the pie. I advise you not to dream on. Except for our 10,000 poison sect, other forces all have top masters. You can only bully me. Yi Rao felt that he had guessed his purpose and couldn't help but smile. But as he laughed, he soon restrained himself. Now my life is in the hands of the other party. If I really irritate him, it would be tantamount to seeking death. After thinking for a while, Yi Rao showed a fake smile and changed the topic. I definitely don't mean to ridicule you, I just don't want you to put yourself in danger. After all, if something happens to you, I won't be able to get the antidote. So you'd better pray that this trip goes smoothly, otherwise you will die with me. Wang Zhenxing said lightly. The ruins of Tianyan Palace must have been triggered by Yi Junline's plot. According to the normal development of the plot, the beneficiary will definitely be Yi Junline. The demonic sects gathered together, but it should be impossible for the top powerful people to appear. Because Yun Qianqian and others simply cannot deal with such an existence. His Zhoudian Shenjiao Gong has reached the 9th level, entering the ranks of top powerful people. Among these contenders, it should be invincible. It's just that there's no need to tell Yi Rao about these things. As a professional villain, of course you can't let others know your cards easily. You have made up your mind. I know I can't stop you, but I just hope you don't regret it. I will find you here before dark tomorrow. Can I leave now? Yi Rao sighed and prepared to say goodbye. You lied to me. I will print 34 scars on your face, but I'll let you owe me for now. I'll print them when I'm in a bad mood. Wang Zhenxing said. Hearing him mention this again, Yi Rao was so frightened that she covered her face and lamented that her life was so miserable that she actually met such an unlucky star. Heroine Yi Rao's favorability towards the host is -10, and the current favorability is -10 mild disgust. After standing there for a few seconds, Yi Rao, holding the white fox, didn't want to stay for a moment, so he opened the window and flew out using his lightness skills. After leaving Wang Zhenxing's mansion, Bai Yining rushed back to the villa where she lived. On the way, she kept praying in her heart that she would not be discovered by her fellow sisters. But the more you worry about something, the more likely it is to happen. When Bai Yining returned to the villa, she found her senior sisters gathered in her bedroom waiting for her. Bai Yining knew she couldn't avoid it, so she had to bite the bullet and go back to her room. Yining, what were you doing out so late? Lu Fu asked first. I have some grudges to settle with others. It's not convenient to go during the day, so I can only go at night. Fifth junior sister knows about this. If you don't believe me, ask her. Bai Yining explained. Lu Fu, Yun Qianqian and Mu Linger all looked at Shui Miaoshuan. Shui Miaoshuan had already formed an alliance with Bai Yining, so they still had some tacit understanding. After hearing what Bai Yining said, she immediately helped to cover for him and said. When I saw that fourth senior sister was missing, I actually thought of this, but since you didn't ask, I didn't say it. So that's how it is. No wonder you, fifth sister, remained so calm after finding out that fourth sister was missing. Mu Linger continued. Has the grudge been resolved? Yun Qianqian asked with concern. It's solved. Bai Yining smiled and nodded, then breathed a sigh of relief. But at this moment, Lu Fu looked over with a suspicious look and asked. Yining, why does your qi feel a little weak? Did you have a fierce fight with someone? Chapter 324, A Near Miss. Hearing Lu Fu's words, Bai Yining was immediately frightened. Shui Miaoshuan, who was standing by, vaguely knew what was going on and was also worried for her. As someone who had experienced this, Shui Miaoshuan naturally knew what caused this condition of qi deficiency. Yun Qianqian looked at Bai Yining in surprise, but didn't think about it that way. She didn't believe that the fourth sister was such a casual person. As for Mu Linger, after hearing what Lu Fu said, she said to Bai Yining innocently, Fourth senior sister, why didn't you call me when you went to find someone to settle the grudge? I can help you. Thank you, sixth junior sister. I can handle it myself. Bai Yining forced a smile and said to Mu Linger. If that's the case, why is your true energy so weak? Lu Fu took over the conversation again. Bai Yining did not answer immediately, secretly thinking about what lie to make up to get away with it. Shui Miaoshuan suddenly said, after you left here, Qin Longyu from Xingyu Palace came here to spy. Fourth senior sister, you must have also encountered someone from the demonic path, right? That's right. Bai Yining nodded, thinking to herself, fifth junior sister, I really love you to death. Fortunately, you helped me out at the critical moment. There have been some unusual movements by the people of the demonic path. I was thinking about where to look for them, but I didn't expect to meet Qing Ling. It seems that most of the things planned by the demonic path are carried out here. I just don't know what they are planning by gathering here. Lu Fu's face became a little more solemn. Anyway, it's definitely not a good thing. Yun Qianqian sighed. She just wanted to live a peaceful life now and didn't want to get involved in a fight. When fighting with Qin Longyu tonight, Yun Qianqian was almost injured in the abdomen by the cold and yin-like Xingyu qi. When she recalled it, she still felt a little scared. Who cares what these evil guys are planning? We should just eat and sleep. Mu Linger said lazily. You're right. There are more righteous sects than just our Kunlun mountain. Let's let others stop them. Bai Yining said. The best strategy is to concentrate on practicing. Shui Miaoshuan also echoed. Lu Fu heard what the 4 junior sisters said and saw that they wanted to stay out of it. After a moment of shock, she said solemnly, you all hated evil before, but what's wrong with you now? Do you know what you are talking about? If the evil people's plan succeeds, there will be trouble in the hidden world, and I don't know how many righteous people will die in the future. I was just joking. Third senior sister, you took it seriously. Mu Linger put away the laziness in her expression and changed the topic. Yun Qianchen, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining sighed secretly and expressed their opinions one after another, saying that they were just joking. After hearing this, Lu Fu nodded with satisfaction and said, my fellow junior sisters, it's very late, let's go back and have a rest. After that, she left. Yun Qianchen and Mu Linger also left, but Shui Miaoshuan stayed. Fourth senior sister, have you gone to look for him? After setting up a sound-isolating qi shield around them, Shui Miaoshuan asked. Yeah, Bai Yining nodded slightly, with a rosy glow on her cheeks. It seems that fourth senior sister has got what she wanted. There was a hint of bitterness in Shui Miaoshuan's tone. I originally just went to apologize to him and wanted him to forgive me, but I didn't expect this guy to. Bai Yining clenched his fists, looking very angry. With your skills, one finger would be enough to kill him, right? Without your cooperation, how could he succeed? Shui Miaoshuan pointed out directly. I was just hot-headed for a moment. Don't be angry, sister. Let me massage your shoulders for you. Bai Yining smiled awkwardly. Shui Miaoshuan smiled and said, my shoulders aren't sore, so I won't bother you, fourth senior sister. I just didn't expect that you would be one step ahead of me when my husband and I haven't even reconciled yet. Don't worry, this is a matter of time. As long as you are willing to humble yourself and go to him to admit your mistake, he will definitely forgive you. After what happened tonight, Bai Yining felt that he had gained some experience. Shui Miaoshuan's eyes lit up after hearing this. Fourth senior sister only had an old relationship with him, and she was forgiven even though she made a big mistake. And she and he had a loving relationship as husband and wife, so if she was willing to admit her mistake, she might also be forgiven. However, Shui Miaoshuan said stubbornly, although I was wrong, he also deceived me. Why should I go and apologize to him first? I won't go. The next evening after get off work, Wang Zhenxing returned to his mansion. I felt a little bored while waiting for Yi Rao, so I opened the live broadcast platform and happened to see Zhang Yi, Qin Yiruo and Lin Yumeng playing games as a team. Wang Zhenxing sent a message to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi was delighted after seeing the message. She quickly ended the game and pulled Wang Zhenxing into the team. After 2 games, Wang Zhenxing also waited for Yi Rao. You guys have fun, I have something to do. Wang Zhenxing edited a message and sent it to Zhang Yi. Zhang Yi, okay, go ahead and do your work. Come and see me when you have time. I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you but I can only chat with you via video. Wang Zhenxing, when I have time, I will definitely come to see you. Zhang Yi, yeah, then I'll continue with the live broadcast and work for you to earn more money. After finishing his chat with Zhang Yi, Wang Zhenxing looked at Yi Rao. Today, Yi Rao did not wear the charming purple dress, but a black dress, which made her look a little cold. She just had a stern face, as if someone owed her money. Fortunately, when Yi Rao saw Wang Zhenxing looking at her, she thought of her current situation, restrained the indifference in her expression, and tried to force a smile. Can we set off now? Yi Rao said. Let's go. Wang Zhenxing picked up a ghost face mask that he had prepared in advance and walked out with Yi Rao. Follow me. After coming outside, Yi Rao circulated his true energy and suddenly said. You must be so tired, get in the car. Wang Zhenxing glanced at her indifferently, then opened the door of the Rolls-Royce Phantom next to him and sat in the driver's seat. Although he can use Qinggong to travel faster, he has lived in the city for a long time. Unless there is a special need, he is more accustomed to taking modern transportation. Seeing Wang Zhenxing's actions, Yi Rao was stunned for a moment, then walked to the driver's door, and then froze. Get in from that side. Wang Zhenxing pointed in the direction of the passenger door. Yi Rao said, oh, in a daze, then walked around to the other side, opened the car door awkwardly, and then tentatively sat in the passenger seat. Fasten it. Wang Zhenxing pulled his own seat belt and signaled to Yi Rao. How do I tie it? Yi Rao seemed a little dull, totally lacking her previous coolness. After fiddling with it for a while, she still didn't figure out how to tie it, so she asked awkwardly, what's the use of this thing? Can I not tie it? How clumsy. Wang Zhenxing complained, and then said, it's not that I will be fined if I am photographed. I am a good citizen. After saying that, Wang Zhenxing reached out to help her fasten her seat belt. It was inevitable that there would be some touching during the process. Yi Rao was a little resistant, but when she thought about the previous measurement, she thought it was nothing and was relieved instantly. Chapter 325, Establishing Authority. It was completely dark. As the phantom started to merge into the traffic, Wang Zhenxing asked Yi Rao casually, have you never lived in the secular world? I've been to the secular world several times, but never for long. Yi Rao responded, and then thought of what happened just now, and added, I'm not stupid. Wang Zhenxing did not argue with her about whether she was stupid or not. When did you join the 10,000 Poison sect? Ever since I was old enough to understand, I have been in the 10,000 Poison sect. My master told me that I was picked up. Yi Rao looked a little gloomy. Is your master a man or a woman? How old is he? She is a woman, now in her 70s. So is your master good to you? Neither good nor bad. After listening to this, Wang Zhenxing had a general understanding. As the saying goes, if the upper beam is crooked, the lower beams will be crooked too. The black-hearted old demon is vicious and most of his subordinates must be black-hearted as well. There will be no humanity in the sect. Yi Rao's master probably wasn't very nice to her. Otherwise, Yi Rao would definitely praise her for the kindness of raising her. But the answer given is, neither good nor bad. To sum up, Yi Rao is somewhat lacking in love. If he met Xiao Yi and was a little nice to her, wouldn't he kidnap her and run her away? However, since he encountered it first, he would definitely not give Xiao Yi this opportunity. Yi Rao showed the way, and in order to avoid attracting attention, Wang Zhenxing drove to a place several hundred meters away from the manor, parked the car, and did not go directly to the manor gate. Wang Zhenxing wore a ghost face mask to conceal his appearance. Yi Rao did not have any prominent status in the secular world, and was too lazy to bother with anything, so she just showed her true appearance to people. The manor covers a large area and has an ancient architectural style with pavilions and towers, which is extraordinary. According to the market price in Qingling, this manor would cost at least 500 million, and even if you have money you may not be able to buy it. After entering the manor, Yi Rao took Wang Zhenxing and walked straight into a palace. Follow me for a while, and it's best not to talk. Yi Rao instructed on the way. Wang Zhenxing glanced at her through the mask and didn't say anything. Yi Rao thought he had agreed, so she didn't continue to talk. Soon, the two walked into the temple. There was a long table over 10 meters long in the hall, on which was placed a lot of sumptuous food. At a glance, most of the people had already arrived, with only a few empty seats. Among these people, some also covered their faces like Wang Zhenxing, but most of them revealed their true faces like Yi Rao. After entering the hall, Yi Rao felt a little nervous. In order to conceal their presence, only 2 people from each side can come here to participate in the negotiations. But among those who can come here to represent their forces, almost all of them are famous masters in the magic world, and some of them are even top-notch. Yi Rao is young and inexperienced, and his cultivation is relatively low, so he naturally cannot remain calm in such a situation. Wang Zhenxing was the opposite of Yi Rao. He behaved more casually and even looked at the people around him. These people were all strangers whom he had never seen before. However, there was one person among them who attracted his attention. She was a beautiful woman, of the same type as Yi Rao. She looked charming and enchanting overall, but more mature than Yi Rao. She was estimated to be over 25 years old. While Wang Zhenxing was looking at these people, others were also looking at him. Some of them were still whispering, "Why doesn't this person have any chi fluctuations at all? It seems a little unusual. It looks like the 10,000 Poison sect is looking for external aid." However, given the current situation of the 10,000 Poison sect, it is difficult to hire powerful figures. The method of restraining the aura should be quite unique. With more forces, we have to share more things. The 10,000 Poison sect is too weak now. There is no difference between having them or not. Agree. I shouldn't have listened to you and taken the bus here. Yi Rao was sweating from nervousness and muttered to Wang Zhenxing in a low voice. There was a slight traffic jam on the way here, so I was delayed a bit and only arrived now. Aren't there still seats available? Wang Zhenxing pointed to the seat next to him. We can sit at the last seat, don't even think about sitting in the front. After Yi Rao said that, she led Wang Zhenxing to the last seat. The little poison girl from the 10,000 poison sect, there's already someone here. A rough-looking middle-aged man next to the last seat said. The black-hearted old devil also has a nickname called Old Poison, but few people dare to call him that in front of him. As the saint of the 10,000 poison sect, it is normal for Yi Rao to be called the little poison girl. But this name is somewhat insulting. Upon hearing this, Yi Rao gritted her teeth secretly, but did not dare to get angry. She looked towards other empty seats. Little poisonous girl, there is no seat for you here. If you want to sit, you can sit in my arms. The rough middle-aged man said to Yi Rao with the greedy look on his face without hiding it. Yi Rao's face turned pale and he clenched his fists, thinking to himself that when I become a master of poison, I will be the first one to poison you, you bastard, to death. The rest of the demonic forces were all in the mood to watch the show. Wang Zhenxing looked at Yi Rao's expression and realized that it was time for him to take action. After all, if we do nothing, we will certainly not be able to participate in the discussion peacefully, and we will not be able to obtain any information about the ruins. Wang Zhenxing grabbed Yi Rao's wrist and pulled her behind him, then said to the burly man, "Do you want to get out by yourself, or should I take you out?" What a big tone. Do you think you are a black-hearted devil? How dare you say such things to me? The burly man sneered. Some people present laughed when they heard this. Heroine Yi Rao's favorability towards the host +10, current total favorability is 0. Don't be impulsive. His name is Yan Tai. He is particularly good at horizontal training kung fu and is a famous master of magic in the hidden world. You may not be able to get away with it. Yi Rao secretly pulled Wang Zhenxing's hand and said in a voice transmission. You were obviously very angry just now. Don't you want to teach him a lesson? Wang Zhenxing turned around and spoke normally, not afraid of being heard at all. The people around were somewhat surprised when they heard what Wang Zhenxing said. Yi Rao's calves were shaking, and she thought to herself, brother, why don't you just transmit the message? Why do you just say it out loud? This is someone else's place, so let's not cause trouble. Yi Rao said in a voice transmission, and subconsciously glanced at a refined and elegant middle-aged man sitting on the main seat in the hall, her heart filled with dread and fear. You are really too young. You still don't understand the situation. Now it's not me who is causing trouble, but they all want to kick the 10,000 poison sect out. Wang Zhenxing glanced at the whole audience and directly pointed out the current situation. After a pause, he continued to say to Yi Rao. It's just that the others are all smart people, and only this idiot jumped out to be the first one to stand out. But this is also good, so I don't have to pick and choose people. You are looking for death. Yan Tai slammed the table in anger, stood up, and punched Wang Zhenxing angrily with a faint sonic boom sound. However, this seemingly fierce punch was caught lightly by a hand. Then there was a snap, and Yan Tai's arm broke, and then his neck was pinched. Remember to use your brain in your next life. Wang Zhenxing reminded kindly and exerted force with his hands. Yan Tai didn't even have the chance to beg for mercy and was killed on the spot. Wang Zhenxing picked up the napkin on the table and wiped his hands. There was silence in the hall. Heroine Yi Rao's favorability towards the host +30, current total favorability is 30, friendly. The host influences the plot and gains 800 counterattack points. Yi Rao looked at Yan Tai lying motionless on the ground. She was stunned for a long while before she reacted. The anger in her heart disappeared instantly. She thought to herself, calling you a bastard is not a good thing. Then he felt excited and happy. Looking at Wang Zhenxing wearing a ghost face mask, he suddenly felt that this annoying guy became extremely pleasing to the eye. Chapter 326 New Leader. The hall was silent for a moment. After the elegant man on the main seat came to his senses, he was the first to break the silence and said. Since we have formed an alliance, we should stick together. Yan Tai provoked and disrupted the harmony, so he deserves this retribution. Master Pei is absolutely right. Not bad, not bad. As the elegant man spoke, some responses were soon heard in the audience, and some of the remaining people who had not spoken also nodded to express their opinions. The scene seemed to have returned to harmony. The elegant man on the main seat, who was called Pavilion Master Pei, snapped his fingers and a tiny flame flew out, landing on Yan Tai's body on the ground, and then quickly spread. In a moment, Yan Tai turned into ashes and disappeared. When some people in the field saw this move, their pupils shrank slightly. Wang Zhenxing glanced at the elegant man through the mask. According to his estimation, this person's strength should be about the same as Shui Miaoxuan's, and he can be considered a half-peak powerhouse. Who is this person sitting on the main seat? Wang Zhenxing asked Yi Rao via voice transmission. This man's name is Pei Fengji, and he's the leader of Tingfeng Pavilion. Haven't you heard of his name? Yi Rao responded via voice transmission. No, you haven't even heard of Pei Fengji's name, so you are definitely not someone who hides in the secular world. Or are you the spokesperson for some force in the secular world? Wang Zhenxing did not answer. Friend, please take a seat in the front. Pei Fengji said with a smile on his face, suddenly speaking in the direction of Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing and Yi Rao came to the two empty seats in the front and sat down. Soon, the two-person team from the last faction also arrived. The two-person team from this faction were not willing to be at the last seat and wanted to pick an easy target to free up the two front seats. After looking around, he immediately set his eyes on Wang Zhenxing and Yi Rao. However, the two people from this force were not stupid. They noticed that the atmosphere was a bit strange and did not want to cause any more trouble, so they finally decided to sit back. Everyone is here. We are all like-minded, so there is no need to hide anything. Besides, we won't be able to enjoy the food if we do this. Pei Fengji said with a smile. Some people in the field who were hiding their appearance took off their covers one after another, revealing their true faces. In fact, although these people concealed their appearance, they actually knew each other's true colors. Wang Zhenxing remained unmoved and still wore the mask. The people around turned their eyes to Wang Zhenxing. My friend, this matter is of great importance, so please identify yourself. Pei Fengji said. Does it matter what my identity is? Wang Zhenxing said. The righteous people seem to be aware of our actions. 4 top masters came from Kunlun Mountain alone, and I almost lost to them. A charming woman in the field said lightly. Her voice seemed to corrode the bones, causing some men's Adam's apples to roll. What's this woman's name? Wang Zhenxing asked Yi Rao via voice transmission. Her name is Qin Longyu. She is the deputy palace master of Xingyu Palace. She has a high level of cultivation and is best at bewitching men. Many talented men of the righteous path have been bewitched by her and have lost their faith in Taoism and their future in martial arts. Yi Rao still wanted to rely on him for support, but didn't want him to be bewitched by Qin Longyu, this enchantress, so she gave him a kind reminder. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing was amazed. With his current level of medical skills, he could easily see that Qin Longyu was still innocent. But what Yi Rao said was definitely not false. It doesn't lose one's innocence, but it can destroy people's humanity. That only shows that Qin Longyu has something special. After hearing what Qin Longyu said, some people in the field began to whisper about Wang Zhenxing's identity. Finally, Pei Fengji coughed, signaling everyone to stop whispering, and then said to Wang Zhenxing with a smile. Please also ask friends to clearly identify themselves, otherwise no one will feel at ease. Do you suspect that I am a righteous person? Wang Zhenxing asked. Pei Fengji smiled but said nothing. People from the evil path are ruthless in their actions, but people from the righteous path rarely show mercy when dealing with them. Proof of identity, right? No, that's not possible. Wang Zhenxing smiled. Pei Fengji and others heard what he said and waited for him to continue. I just waited for a few seconds, but didn't hear Wang Zhenxing speak. However, Qin Longyu's shocked and angry words broke the silence. Who poisoned me? As Qin Longyu spoke, some people who were slow to react were awakened and quickly held their breath. Some people subconsciously looked at Yi Rao. Yi Rao's face froze, looking very innocent. If she had this ability, when Yan Tai spoke rudely, she would definitely poison him directly instead of swallowing her anger. After seeing Yi Rao's reaction, everyone instantly realized that this couldn't be Yi Rao's method. Many eyes were once again cast on Wang Zhenxing. Why did you poison everyone? Someone asked. Aren't you asking me to prove my identity? Wang Zhenxing asked back. When the people around heard this, they were suddenly speechless. Yi Rao looked at Wang Zhenxing with surprise and admiration. This guy had actually poisoned so many experts silently. How great it would be if she could reach this level. After a moment of silence, Pei Fengji said, "My friend is from the 10,000 Poison sect. But as far as I know, apart from the black-hearted demon, there is no one like you in the 10,000 Poison sect. Isn't this enough to prove my identity?" Under the mask, Wang Zhenxing frowned, then took out something from his body and threw it towards Pei Fengji. All I heard was a phantom shooting out with the sound of a sonic boom. Pei Fengji stretched out his hand to catch it, but was numbed slightly by the terrifying force. This person's cultivation is probably not inferior to mine. Pei Fengji's eyes twitched, and there was a bit more fear in his eyes when he looked at Wang Zhenxing. Then he took the object in his hand and examined it. It turned out to be a token. "So you are the new leader of the 10,000 Poison sect. My apologies." Pei Fengji recognized the pattern on the token. His expression changed for a while before he finally smiled and said, "This token is a keepsake of the leader of the 10,000 Poison sect and should have been kept by the black-hearted old demon. Now that the token has changed hands, it naturally represents a change in the position of the leader. No one would think that Wang Zhenxing snatched it from the black-hearted old devil." When people heard Pei Fengji's words, they were stunned for a moment. It was rumored a while ago that the 10,000 Poison sect had been badly damaged by internal strife, and everyone thought that the sect was on the verge of falling apart, but unexpectedly, they quietly replaced the sect with such a powerful leader. Thinking about it now, it seems that Yan Tai's death was not unjust. It's just a misunderstanding. I hope you don't mind. May I ask your name? Pei Fengji threw the token gently and asked Wang Zhenxing with a smile. Master Yin. Wang Zhenxing reached out to take it and put the token away. After hearing this, everyone felt very unfamiliar. After thinking hard for a long time, they still couldn't match it with some well-known masters of magic. In the end, they could only conclude that this was a rising star in the magic world. It turns out to be Brother Yin. Pei Fengji bowed with a smile, but there was a hint of fear in the depths of his eyes. Chapter 327 Early Confrontation. The mystery of Wang Zhenxing's identity was solved, and everyone began to discuss business. "Are you really the new leader of our 10,000 Poison sect?" Yi Rao was a little distracted, and asked Wang Zhenxing through voice transmission, wanting to confirm. "Do you want me to show you the token?" Wang Zhenxing replied in a voice transmission. "I dare not." Pei Fengji had already checked it just now. Yi Rao certainly didn't think the token was forged. She just felt a little confused. "Why didn't you tell me your identity directly when you first met me? I had no intention of taking over this position. If it weren't for these guys nagging, I wouldn't have mentioned this at all," Wang Zhenxing said. "Black-hearted old man, where did the previous leader go?" Yi Rao said. Wang Zhenxing subconsciously wanted to answer, "This old guy's grave should be overgrown with grass." But thinking that he might need to take the blame in the future, he replied in a voice transmission, "I don't know either. Who knows where he ran off to? The 10,000 Poison sect is in a precarious situation right now. Whether you are willing or not, since you have accepted the inheritance from the previous leader, I implore you to do some work. It will also be good for you to have a force driving you," Yi Rao said. "What's the benefit? Didn't you say that the 10,000 Poison sect is in a precarious situation now? It's a complete mess," Wang Zhenxing said indifferently. Yi Rao was speechless for a moment before she said, "At least, as the leader of this sect, you can have people to command, and you don't have to work so hard on everything." "Are you included in the people I can order around?" Wang Zhenxing asked. "Of course it is included." Yi Rao's face became a little hotter, and she said, "I apologize for offending you before, please be magnanimous and don't hold it against me. Although it's a mess, what you said makes some sense. If you become the leader, at least you will have someone to serve you," Wang Zhenxing said. "Are you agreeing?" Yi Rao was a little happy. "It's not that I can't agree to it, but I want to ask, will you obey whatever I ask you to do?" Wang Zhenxing asked. Yi Rao was shocked when she heard this, but she quickly thought that if he really had this idea, he would have done it before, so why wait until now? "What's more, my life is still in his hands. Of course, I swear to be loyal to you till death." After Yi Rao figured it out, he expressed his position decisively. "Very good, you are mine from now on. If anyone bullies you, I will stand up for you," Wang Zhenxing said. "Thank you, Master." Yi Rao was delighted, and the charm that she inadvertently revealed made some men around her look at her sideways. Heroine Yi Rao's favorability towards the host +15, current total favorability is 45, close. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 900 counterattack points. The protagonist Yi Junline's luck value is -90, and the host's luck value is +90. After receiving the reward with satisfaction, Wang Zhenxing stopped communicating with Yi Rao through telepathic communication and focused his attention on the meeting. Excluding Wang Zhenxing, Pei Fengji is the strongest person here. He basically leads the meetings. He also formulated the plans and programs for exploring the ruins, while others provided suggestions. Finally, everyone discussed and integrated the plan to make it more reasonable and safe. However, Wang Zhenxing realized that each force had its own thoughts and plans. When it comes to exploring the ruins, one must put one's own interests first. Wang Zhenxing did not find this strange. According to the normal plot, these people from the evil sect will definitely not be in good shape in the fight for the ruins. Their lack of unity is a precursor to failure. Wang Zhenxing just listened the whole time without expressing any opinion. In fact, if he was willing, he could show off his strength a little and replace Pei Fengji, lead everyone, and intimidate these people in the evil way with his absolute strength, so that they would be united. But what's the point of this? Integrate the evil people and destroy the righteous people. Yun Qianqun and others will most likely be involved in this turmoil. Wang Zhenxing didn't care about the lives of other righteous people, but he didn't want Yun Qianqun and others to get hurt. In Wang Zhenxing's eyes, these women he had affairs with were all private property, and no matter who was hurt, it would be a huge loss for him. Wang Zhenxing's purpose for this journey of exploring the ruins was very clear, which was to seize Xiaoyi's opportunity. The plan was almost finalized. Pei Fengji finalized the time of action, and let everyone enjoy the delicious food on the long table. But everyone just looked at Wang Zhenxing in surprise and no one made any move to eat. Just now, Wang Zhenxing quietly poisoned the air, but perhaps in order to show his status, the poison he used was very ordinary and could be dispersed by everyone using their true energy. But who knows if there are any other poisons in these foods? What if we were given some chronic poison and it took effect when we were exploring the ruins? Then we would be doomed. Wang Zhenxing ignored everyone's gazes because his attention at the moment was on a lush tree 100 meters away. There, two people were spying on this side. It was Shui Miaoshuan and Lu Fu. Wang Zhenxing remained calm and prayed that the two would not stay and leave quickly. After a while, Pei Fengji also noticed something. Oh no, someone is snooping. As Pei Fengji finished speaking, his figure instantly disappeared in the hall. Several top masters whose cultivation was second only to Pei Fengji also chased after him. Seeing this, Wang Zhenxing also followed symbolically, wanting to see what was going on. Lu Fu and Shui Miaoshuan are both female protagonists. They are protected by good luck. Although they are unlikely to encounter any accidents, they may get hurt if they are not careful. When Lu Fu and Shui Miaoshuan saw that they were discovered, they thought it was not good and retreated immediately. But after running for a while, he found that there was an extremely strong aura following him closely, followed by no less than 6 powerful beings. These are obviously masters of magic. The two sides were chasing each other and fleeing. Pei Fengji's lightness skills were better and he stopped Lu Fu and Shui Miaoshuan. Pei Fengji and Shui Miaoshuan are equally strong, but with the addition of Lu Fu, Pei Fengji is no match for her, but he is able to delay her for a while. The other masters of the magic arts who were chasing them came and surrounded Lu Fu and Shui Miaoshuan. A melee broke out. Shui Miaoshuan and Lu Fu were struggling to cope, but fortunately at this moment, a Buddhist chant sounded out of nowhere. A kind-looking middle-aged man joined Shui Miaoshuan and Lu Fu's camp, relieving their pressure. The three of them fought together for a while, and then several figures rushed over. However, some righteous masters came again. In the wilderness, the two camps fought for a while, then stopped briefly and confronted each other several feet apart. Master Jingkong, Taoist Danyang. It's so lively, they are all here. Pei Fengji pointed out two well-known masters of the righteous path. Qin Longyu had said at the manor that several women had come to Kunlun Mountain, so she was not surprised to see Shui Miaoshuan and Lu Fu. She just didn't expect that there would be other powerful righteous masters. Master Pei, the sea of suffering is boundless, it is time to turn back. Jingkong clasped his hands together and spoke to Pei Fengji. Jingkong, you are no longer my opponent. You'd better stop saying these meaningless words. Pei Fengji sneered and turned his gaze from Jingkong to Shui Miaoshuan. If it comes to a one-on-one fight, among the righteous people here, no one except Shui Miaoshuan can be his match. Jingkong and others also sensed the terrifying fluctuations of true energy emanating from Shui Miaoshuan, and there was a strange light flashing in their eyes. They all come from top sects, so the skills they practice are naturally top-notch. Half a step to perfection, this is the realm they have always dreamed of. Master Pei, everyone is evenly matched, so let's avoid these meaningless fights. Jingkong looked around the entire venue and felt that no one would benefit if the fight continued, so he clasped his hands together and said, "That may not be the case." Pei Fengji smiled playfully and said to the air, "Brother Yin, you don't want to hide in the dark and watch the show, do you? Please show yourself." When these words were spoken, all the righteous people, including Shui Miaoshuan, were stunned. There are actually experts out there. In fact, Pei Fengji did not realize where Taoist Yin was hiding, but he guessed that with Taoist Yin's strength, it was impossible for him to lose him. The fact that he didn't show up can only mean that he was watching the show in the dark. As Pei Fengji spoke, a few seconds later, a figure wearing a ghost face mask slowly walked out from the darkness. There wasn't a single fluctuation of true energy on this person's body. But Shui Miaoshuan and others would not be stupid enough to treat him as an ordinary person. Third senior sister, the situation is not good. I really shouldn't have used the secret technique to send a message to Qianchen, Ling'er and Yining. I'm afraid they are on their way. There was a solemn look in Shui Miaoshuan's beautiful eyes as she looked at the man called Brother Yin, with fear. Although Pei Fengji is very powerful, Shui Miaoshuan can see through him. However, when facing this Brother Yin, she can't see through him at all. Moreover, this person was in the dark just now, and she didn't even notice it. The worst outcome is death. There is no need to be afraid. Lu Fu's thick silver hair fluttered slightly. She said with a calm face, looking fearless. Shui Miaoshuan was stunned and speechless for a while. She just wants to live happily with her husband and doesn't want to die. Brother Yin, leave the woman in the moon-white Taoist robe to me, and you deal with the others, Pei Fengji asked tentatively. Leave her to me, and Wang Zhenxing paused, pointed at Lu Fu beside Shui Miaoshuan, and don't hurt this woman, I want her alive. Pei Fengji was stunned for a moment, then smiled knowingly. The fairy from Kunlun Mountain has a rare appearance and temperament in the world. Brother Yin has a good eye. Wang Zhenxing agreed with what Pei Fengji said, and immediately stepped out and looked at Shui Miaoshuan. Fairy, please teach me. No matter who you are, I will kill you today. Seeing that this man dared to covet her beauty, Shui Miaoshuan suddenly became murderous and spat out these cold words from her rosy lips. Chapter 328, Stop at the Point. After Shui Miaoshuan finished speaking, she stepped out of the crowd and pointed her finger in front of her, which became virtual. Golden lines appeared and gradually spread out. She was actually setting up a formation. Wang Zhenxing looked calm and was not in a hurry to take action. His talisman skills had long reached the saint level, on the same level as Shui Miaoshuan. However, due to insufficient true energy and lack of suitable opportunities, it has never been used before. In just a few seconds, Shui Miaoshuan had already set up most of the formation. At this time, Wang Zhenxing was condensing his true energy and setting up a talisman formation. However, the speed of condensing talismans is several times faster than Shui Miaoshuan. This is not a difference in attainment in talismans, but a reflection of the strength of true qi. Wang Zhenxing can condense his true energy and carve talismans at the fastest speed. The people around were shocked to see that both sides were using the same method. In the demonic camp, those who knew the name of Master Yin did not find it strange to see him perform the art of talismans. The people in the righteous camp, however, looked thoughtful. Just now Pei Fengji called him Brother Yin. When did such a person appear in the demon world? Why have I never heard of him before? Taoist Danyang asked suspiciously. I have never heard of him, but he must be a demon. He will hide in the world from now on. I am afraid there will be troubles in the future. Jingkong sighed. The formation condensed, and the terrifying fluctuations quietly dissipated. People from both the good and evil camps dispersed, fearing that they would be affected. The two huge talisman formations came into contact, and various golden talismans and mantras collided with each other, causing bursts of rumbling sounds. The two figures quickly intertwined between the golden light and shadow, and the people present could hardly catch their movements. After a while, Shui Miaoshuan groaned. Obviously, she suffered a loss in this first confrontation. Fifth junior sister. Lu Fu screamed, and with a shake of her delicate body, she joined the battle and lent a helping hand to Shui Miaoshuan. Pei Fengji took a step forward, wanting to stop him, but suddenly stopped. Because he really wanted to see how capable this Taoist yin was. Everyone, let's take action. Pei Fengji spoke to the people in the demon camp, and then went straight towards Jingkong. The rest of the demons, like Pei Fengji, chose the person they disliked the most as their opponent. In a moment, the scene fell into chaos again. Wang Zhenxing ignored the melee around him and fought 1 against 2 against Shui Miaoshuan and Lu Fu. His cultivation level was raised directly, with almost no actual combat experience, so his experience was slightly insufficient. This is also the reason why I didn't control my strength well during my first confrontation with Shui Miaoshuan just now. Fortunately, Shui Miaoshuan only suffered a blood shock and was not seriously injured. For Wang Zhenxing, this moment is a good opportunity to hone his skills. Shui Miaoshuan and Lu Fu were unaware of his true identity, and attacked him with all their might as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Wang Zhenxing responded calmly and accumulated experience. But not long after, 3 more righteous masters arrived. They were Yun Qianchen, Mu Linger and Bai Yining. The 3 of them looked around the chaotic situation and chose to help Shui Miaoshuan and Lu Fu without hesitation. The battle situation on Wang Zhenxing's side changed from 1 against 2 to 1 against 5. This made Wang Zhenxing, who was originally calm, gradually feel a little tired. Although Wang Zhenxing has entered the ranks of top strong men, he is afraid of hurting them, so he cannot use poison. He also has to hide his Zhoudian Shenjiao Gong to prevent his identity from being leaked. He has too many concerns. Yun Qianchen and others thought he was an enemy, so they naturally showed no mercy to him. Wang Zhenxing didn't want to fight any longer, so he looked around. In the melee around them, the good and evil sides seemed to be fighting fiercely, but in fact, they were holding back on each other. There is no valuable treasure in front of us now, and no one wants to risk their life. There is no point in fighting in vain. Only Yun Qianchen and the other 4 showed no mercy and tried their best to fight Wang Zhenxing to the death. Of course, the bottom line is that they felt that this mysterious master coveted their beauty, so they were extremely angry. If he had held back and been captured by this mysterious master, he would have suffered unpredictable consequences. In order to preserve their innocence, they will certainly commit suicide. It would be better to try your best to deal with this mysterious master. However, Yun Qianchen and the others were helpless. They tried almost every possible means, but were always resolved 1 by this mysterious master. Wang Zhenxing quickly condensed the talisman mantra, shook off Yun Qianchen and the other 4, then withdrew from the battle and said in a low voice. That's all for today. I will learn from the 5 fairies some other day. As Wang Zhenxing spoke, the melee on the scene quickly stopped. In fact, everyone has long wanted to stop fighting. Just waiting for someone to speak. Of course, except for Yun Qianchen and the other 5 people who were risking their lives. However, the 5 people could not do anything to the mysterious master in front of them. When they heard him stop fighting, they certainly could not chase him. After all, if we really continue to fight, our chances of winning are slim. Brother Yin is extremely powerful. If he were not so gentle with women, the 5 fairies in Kunlun Mountain would be easily captured. Pei Fengji said with a smile. He fought with Jingkong with ease, and most of his attention was on Wang Zhenxing, so it was natural to see that he was holding back. It would be a pity to hurt such a delicate girl. Wang Zhenxing did not want to arouse suspicion by letting the water go, so he followed Pei Fengji's words. These 5 fairies cannot be inseparable. They will definitely not escape from Brother Yin's grasp. Sooner or later, they will be Brother Yin's possession. Pei Fengji was hinting at him to defeat them 1 by 1 while speaking. After hearing this, Wang Zhenxing's eyes froze. Pei Fengji has an elegant temperament and often has a smile on his face, but he is actually very cunning. Saying such a thing must be done with bad intentions. Brother Pei is right. Wang Zhenxing took note of it, but did not point out Pei Fengji's thoughts. Instead, he laughed heartily. Pei Fengji heard his dissolute laughter and thought his plan had worked, but he kept a straight face. That terrifying woman in Kunlun Mountain loves her junior sister so much. If she knew that her junior sister was insulted, she would definitely kill this Taoist Yin even if she was at the end of the world. I congratulate Brother Yin and hope that his wish will come true soon. Pei Fengji put his thoughts aside and congratulated him with a smile. When Yun Qianchen and others heard the conversation between the two, they were filled with anger and a little worried. They knew very well that no matter which one of them was left alone, once they encountered this mysterious master, they would definitely be captured. Some people on both sides of good and evil who had grudges against each other said some harsh words and then dispersed. The fight ended with only some people suffering minor injuries. Wang Zhenxing returned to the manor and left with Yi Rao. Not long after leaving the manor. "Come out." Wang Zhenxing suddenly stopped. Yi Rao was stunned for a moment, then looked around. I saw an enchanting figure appearing from the darkness, twisting her waist and walking slowly towards Wang Zhenxing. "I'm Qin Longyu, nice to meet Master Yin." The person spoke coquettishly and smiled at Wang Zhenxing. "Our leader won't fall for it, don't try to confuse him." Yi Rao looked at Qin Longyu vigilantly, stood in front of Wang Zhenxing, and scolded. Chapter 329 Alliance. Seeing Yi Rao's reaction, Wang Zhenxing was a little surprised. But I soon realized that this girl might be afraid that I would become infatuated and be dragged to the Xingyu Palace. After all, he had stated before that he had no interest in the position of leader of the 10,000 Poison sect. But he won't be fooled by women. Only in certain special moments of excitement will reason be suppressed and people start thinking about things from other places. When things are normal, the mind is clear. Wang Zhenxing subconsciously looked at Qin Longyu in front of him. When I had seen her from a distance before, I felt that she was charming and enchanting. Now that she was right in front of me, the feeling was even more obvious. The movement of those eyes seemed to captivate people. "Don't be nervous, Miss Yi. I'm just here to discuss cooperation with your leader." Qin Longyu smiled kindly. "Talk about cooperation." Yi Rao was hesitant for a moment, then moved aside and let the leader make the decision. "Tell me about it." Wang Zhenxing looked at Qin Longyu. Although everyone has formed an alliance, they actually have their own ulterior motives. Some forces that have good relations have reached a second-level cooperation with each other and formed a small group. Qin Longyu said. Wang Zhenxing had long seen that the people in the demonic path were not united. After hearing what Qin Longyu said, he looked calm and said slowly, "So what? Do you think I need to cooperate with you?" Qin Longyu smiled charmingly and said, "Master Yin is so powerful that I admire him very much. But no matter how powerful Master Yin is, he is only one person. Once you enter the ruins, you will definitely not be able to explore all of it. The Wandu sect has limited manpower. By cooperating with our Xingyu Palace, Master Yin can at least get the intelligence first. Once the treasure appears, you can rush there at the first time." "It sounds reasonable, but it's not enough to convince me," said Wang Zhenxing. Qin Longyu bit her red lips lightly and continued, "There is one more thing. Master Yin just displayed his divine power. Everyone in the demonic path saw it. You broke the original delicate balance." "You mean, they might join forces to deal with me?" Wang Zhenxing said. "There is such a possibility." Qin Longyu nodded. Wang Zhenxing had thought about this problem a long time ago, but he was not worried. In the battle just now, he actually retained a lot of strength. He did not use any martial arts or supernatural powers, nor did he use the full power of the Zhodian Shenjiao Gong. What's more, he has the Yin-Yang Changchun Gong. The true qi of Yin-Yang Changchun Gong has a very strong healing effect and can quickly restore the condition. Not to mention Pei Fengji joining forces with the people from the evil sect. Even if he teamed up with the people from the righteous sect to attack, Wang Zhenxing could at least kill half of them and escape safely without holding back his strength. The gap between the top powerhouses and the peak powerhouses cannot be easily made up by numbers. Of course, being fearless or not actually conflicts with whether Qin Longyu cooperates or not. Among so many forces, why do you choose to cooperate with me? Wang Zhenxing looked at Qin Longyu with a scrutinizing gaze. It's very simple. Master Yin is extremely powerful and is of course the best partner. My advantage is that Xingyu Palace has a large number of people who can be deployed by Master Yin. Qin Longyu replied with a smile. In fact, this was just one of the reasons why she chose to cooperate with Yin Daoren. The second reason is that although Taoist Yin is a demon, he knows how to be gentle with women. When he was fighting with the 5 women from Kunlun Mountain just now, he obviously held back. Qin Longyu thought that she had some charm, and by cooperating with Yin Daoren, at least she didn't have to worry about being backstabbed by her allies. Wang Zhenxing said nothing and just looked at her quietly. Qin Longyu hesitated for a moment, then took out a neatly folded piece of paper from her body, handed it to Wang Zhenxing and said, "This is top-secret information about the Tianyan Palace. I am giving it to Master Yin as a token of my sincerity." Wang Zhenxing took it and looked at it. In the meeting just now, people from the demonic sect exchanged information about the ruins of Tianyan Palace, but there was no content on paper. "I wish us a pleasant cooperation." Wang Zhenxing finally agreed. "It's a pleasure to work with you." Qin Longyu's eyes curved slightly, with a strange light flowing in them. "I am showing my sincerity, shouldn't Master Yin also show a little sincerity?" Wang Zhenxing narrowed his eyes slightly. This witch actually used her charm on him. What sincerity? Wang Zhenxing has a more powerful technique to deceive people, such as mind control, and his skills have reached perfection, so naturally he will not be affected by Qin Longyu's skills. Of course I want to see the true appearance of Master Yin. Master Yin should satisfy this small request, right? Qin Longyu's eyes were as clear as water. When they were at the manor, everyone was very curious about Yin Daoren's true identity, including her naturally. She really wanted to know whether Taoist Yin was a rising star in the world of magic or an old demon who had already become famous. Wang Zhenxing hesitated for a moment, then slowly took off the ghost mask. An extremely handsome face was reflected in Qin Longyu's eyes. An expression of surprise gradually spread across Qin Longyu's charming face. Her rosy mouth opened slightly and she was stunned for a moment. The villain Qin Longyu fell in love with the host at first sight, and her favorability increased to 60 admiration. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 1000 counterattack points. The protagonist Yi Junline's luck value is -100, and the host's luck value is +100. After receiving a wave of rewards, Wang Zhenxing was stunned for a moment. He had long guessed that Qin Longyu was most likely a female villain. The reason why he revealed his true face was actually to let the villain's halo play a deterrent role and make Qin Longyu more loyal to this alliance. Unexpectedly, Qin Longyu actually fell in love with him. This is also a pleasant surprise. In this way, the original plot between Qin Longyu and Xiao Yi would never happen. "Is that sincere enough?" Wang Zhenxing said, looking at the stunned Qin Longyu. "Enough, of course enough." Qin Longyu came back to her senses and spoke with a stutter. At this moment, she doesn't look like a devilish enchantress who seduces everyone, but rather a shy girl who is just beginning to fall in love. However, this helpless shyness did not last long and was quickly concealed by Qin Longyu. "My sister said that all men in the world are bad. How can I be moved by a man? Calm down. I must calm down." Qin Longyu took a few deep breaths and said silently in her heart. "Then it's settled. See you the day after tomorrow." Wang Zhenxing smiled warmly, his starry eyes staring at Qin Longyu. "Okay, see you the day after tomorrow." Qin Longyu's heart, which had just calmed down a little, suddenly started beating faster and her cheeks became slightly hot. "Master, we have finished talking, can we go now?" Yi Rao thought that Qin Longyu's shyness was just pretend, so she asked for permission, wanting the master to leave quickly and not be misled by Qin Longyu. Wang Zhenxing did not respond immediately, but continued to say to Qin Longyu, "I have something to remind you. The girl may have a bloody disaster in the near future, so be careful." After saying that, he laughed, and his laugh was a little strange. Chapter 330 Xiao Yi, you are not allowed to go. This abrupt sentence made Qin Longyu stunned. "Master Yin, don't scare me. I'm timid." Qin Longyu didn't think he could tell fortunes or read faces, so she thought he was joking and cooperated by showing some panic. Wang Zhenxing knew that she would not believe it, so he didn't say much. He just smiled, waved to Yi Rao, and walked forward. Yi Rao followed obediently, and after taking a few steps, she suddenly turned back and stared at Qin Longyu with some hostility. She grew up in the 10,000 Poisons sect and has a certain sense of belonging to the sect. The precarious 10,000 Poisons sect finally welcomed a powerful new leader. If the leader was abducted to the Xingyu sect by the evil woman Qin Longyu, the 10,000 Poisons sect would probably collapse in no time. This is definitely not what Yi Rao wants to see. The next evening, Wang Zhenxing came to the villa of Yun Qianchen and others to have dinner. While waiting for dinner to be served, Wang Zhenxing lit a cigarette and went outside. Lu Fu made an excuse to walk out of the house, wanting to chat with Wang Zhenxing with some good intentions. Wang Zhenxing looked indifferent. Lu Fu asked several questions before he replied casually. Lu Fu noticed that he was distancing himself from her, and she couldn't help feeling sad. After finishing a cigarette, Wang Zhenxing walked into the house. Lu Fu didn't feel comfortable saying anything more to Wang Zhenxing in front of her fellow apprentice sisters. After Yi Junlin prepared the meal, everyone sat around to eat. During this period, Yun Qianchen and others talked about the struggle between good and evil, and did not shy away from talking to Wang Zhenxing. Wang Zhenxing listened silently and understood some things. It turned out that Shui Miaoshuan and Lu Fu visited the manor at night yesterday because when Yi Junlin went to buy vegetables, they accidentally discovered the traces of the evil man and heard some information. What a pity. There were so many people from the demonic path. Miao Zhan and I didn't dare to get too close at that time, so we didn't hear what they were talking about specifically. Lu Fu said regretfully. According to that little follower of the demonic path, the people of the demonic path gathered together, seemingly to explore the remains of some ancient sect. However, this little follower has a low status and knows very little. Yi Junlin said. There are tall buildings everywhere in Qingling, how could there be any relics? Mu Linger was eating with a bulge in her mouth and her words were a little unclear. Lu Fu and the others discussed for a while and soon came to the idea that hundreds of years ago there was a glorious magic sect located here. Finally, it was guessed that the people from the demonic sect gathered together to explore the ruins of the Tianyan Palace. But for the time being, he had no idea where the remains of Tianyan Palace were. I might know where it is. After a moment of silence, Bai Yining seemed to recall something and suddenly spoke. Yun Qianchen and others turned their eyes to her. Bai Yining subconsciously glanced at Wang Zhenxing, and then said that he had accidentally come to a strange deep valley and was trapped in a maze. It took him a whole day to get out of the maze. Fourth Master, where is this deep valley in Qingling? Yi Junlin asked excitedly. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing continued, beside Yong'an Mountain, there is a place called the Valley of Lost Souls. Many years ago, I went to Yong'an Mountain with a friend. My friend accidentally slipped and fell into the Valley of Lost Souls. After that, I led an exploration team to look for my friend, and we almost couldn't get out. The valley is extremely strange, and modern exploration instruments such as compasses are all ineffective there. Upon hearing this, Bai Yining secretly gave Wang Zhenxing an apologetic look. That's right, the friend Wang Zhenxing was talking about was Bai Yining. When the two met, Yong'an Cemetery had not yet been built. Yong'an Mountain had beautiful water and mountains, and was a great place for a visit. The demonic path already knows the location of the Tianyan Palace ruins. Wang Zhenxing already knew it in advance. Yun Qianchen and the others discussed it and it made sense to think of that place. To a certain extent, Yun Qianchen and others' guess of this is considered a normal development of Yi Junlin's plot. To put it bluntly, the ruins of Tianyan Palace should have been the place where Yi Junlin gained opportunities. Now that we know where the ruins of Tianyan Palace are, things will be easy. People from the evil sect will only do anything for a profit. They have gathered here this time and they must want to gain benefits from the ruins of Tianyan Palace. We must stop them, Yi Junlin said indignantly. That's right. But there are too many people in the demonic sect, and we are no match for them. We need to contact Jingkong and others and make plans with them. Lu Fu said. Yun Qianchen, Mu Linger, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining actually didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. But since the fourth senior sister had already spoken, they could only agree. Xiao Yi, this sounds a bit dangerous, so you shouldn't go. Wang Zhenxing suddenly said. Yi Junlin felt that he was really talking too much when he heard this, but he didn't dare to say anything back, so he forced a smile and said, I'm with 5 masters, nothing will happen to me, and with my current cultivation, I have a certain ability to protect myself. It's better to be safe than sorry. Your mother and I are friends. Since you stay here, of course I will take care of you. If anything happens to you, I won't be able to explain to your mother. Wang Zhenxing said earnestly. He actually didn't think Yi Junlin would be in any danger, he was just worried that Yi Junlin would get an opportunity. Once he enters the ruins, he will definitely look for treasures everywhere and will have no time to look at Yi Junlin. It would be better not to let Yi Junlin go with them, so that the problem can be prevented from the root. Hearing Wang Zhenxing's words, Yi Junlin was shocked and wondered if this old pervert really cared about him because he loved him so much. Uncle Wang, just let me go. I will bear the consequences myself. Yi Junlin said. Absolutely not, you are not allowed to go, Wang Zhenxing said sternly. You are not my father, you are meddling too much. Seeing that his tone seemed to leave no room for negotiation, Yi Junlin suddenly felt dissatisfied. He's right. This journey is dangerous. Disciple, you should not go. Bai Yining said. Yi Junlin looked at Yun Qianchen for help and pleaded, Master Qi, this is a good opportunity for training. You are not allowed to go. Yun Qianchen stopped him from talking. Yi Junlin looked at Mu Ling Shui Miaoshuan and Lu Fu, but no matter who they were, they all agreed with what Wang Zhenxing said. Uncle Wang, I'll listen to you and not go. In the end, Yi Junlin said this very sincerely. Wang Zhenxing was suspicious when he saw that his attitude was so good. After thinking for a while, he said to Yun Qianchen, I'm still a little worried. Before you leave, tie him up with a rope, or just knock him out, so he won't follow you secretly. Okay, I will. Yun Qianchen nodded solemnly and obeyed her husband's orders. The host influences the plot direction and obtains 2000 counterattack points. The protagonist Yi Junlin's luck value is -200, and the host's luck value is +200. Wang Zhenxing received a lot of rewards as he wished. No, Yi Junlin was so angry that he broke his chopsticks and stared at Wang Zhenxing. Yun Qianchen, Mu Linger, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining all frowned and looked at Yi Junlin. Yi Junlin suddenly felt a chill down his spine. What do you want to tell me? Wang Zhenxing asked Yi Junlin with a kind face. Chapter 331, The Ruins Open. Being stared at by Yun Qianchen, Mu Linger, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining, Yi Junlin dared not get angry, and immediately forced a smile and said. I want to say, Uncle Wang, thank you so much for caring about me. I actually prefer your rebellious side. Wang Zhenxing reached out and patted Yi Junlin's shoulder affectionately. After dinner, Wang Zhenxing sat for a while. Uncle Wang, it's getting late. We should leave, Yi Junlin said. Wang Zhenxing nodded, said goodbye and left, but just as he reached the door, his steps staggered and he reached out to hold the door frame. Seeing this, Yun Qianchen immediately came over to ask with concern. Wang Zhenxing lied that he was too tired from work and felt a little dizzy, and said it was nothing serious, and then he was about to leave. Yun Qianchen knew that he had made great progress in his cultivation and it was impossible for him to be tired from work. So, she let him stay the night, saying that she was worried about him driving back. Wang Zhenxing declined at first, then agreed. It's certain that this guy is overworked, but I don't know if it's because of work or because of that. Yi Junlin was listening and muttering to himself. But in his opinion, no matter what Wang Zhenxing's reason was, he must have stayed to do something bad. However, this was not something he could stop. After all, it's not easy to expose this guy in public. Let him indulge himself like this. I want to see how long he can last. Yi Junlin thought maliciously and finally left alone. Wang Zhenxing settled down here smoothly. Late at night, he quietly got up from the bed and prepared to touch the door. He still remembers the siege yesterday. Especially Shui Miaoshuan, who was the most ruthless. He stayed on purpose, of course, just to vent his anger. But when he sat up from the bed, someone came and touched his door first. It was Shui Miaoshuan. Wang Zhenxing was actually about to go find her. Unexpectedly, she came first. Shui Miaoshuan had talked to Bai Yining before, and Bai Yining suggested that she take the initiative. But in front of Bai Yining, Shui Miaoshuan wanted to save face and said stubbornly that she would not bow her head. But secretly she was thinking about finding an opportunity to apologize to her husband. Today is a good opportunity. After Shui Miaoshuan arrived, she woke up Wang Zhenxing who was pretending to be asleep, expressed her apologies, and even squeezed out some tears in order to gain sympathy. Seeing her sincerity, Wang Zhenxing of course gave her a way out and said that he would not bother with her. Your fellow sisters are so powerful. They won't know that we are chatting here, right? After making peace, Wang Zhenxing suddenly asked this question. No, husband. I have set up a qi shield to block out the sound. They won't hear it. Shui Miaoshuan seemed to know what he was thinking and her face couldn't help but get hot. My lady is really capable. Wang Zhenxing looked at her with a smile. Shui Miaoshuan understood and suggested going to her place. She came to visit Wang Zhenxing before and met Bai Yining by chance. Wouldn't it be awkward if Bai Yining suddenly came over later? After the discussion, the two left the bedroom. Not long after, Bai Yining came to visit. It looks like he's going to Miao Zhan's place. Seeing that there was no one in the room, Bai Yining muttered and went back to her room. About 20 minutes later, young Qianqun, who was waiting for someone to come, became restless and came here to visit. But it was still empty-handed. You actually went to find 6th senior sister first. Young Qianqun snorted and left quickly. Not long after young Qianqun left, Mulinger came here barefoot and quietly. Mulinger's situation is rather special, she just came here to chat. I must have gone to look for junior sister. After seeing that there was no one there, Mulinger was stunned for a moment and returned home disappointed. Another room. Although his luck was high enough, Wang Zhenxing still secretly sweated when he witnessed the process of these people visiting him one after another. But this kind of sneaky thing is quite thrilling, and it's an emotional experience similar to riding a roller coaster. After Wang Zhenxing took revenge, he left Shui Miaoshuan's side and secretly touched by Yining's door. Lu Fu's revenge will be put on record for the time being. As for the rest, don't even think about escaping tonight. It was not until 4 or 5 in the morning that Wang Zhenxing returned to his bedroom. Early the next morning, Yi Junlin rushed to the villa and prepared a table for breakfast. Everyone came to the restaurant. Lu Fu slept soundly and looked in good spirits. Good morning, everyone. Wang Zhenxing glanced past Lu Fu, glanced at the others, and gave a friendly greeting. Yun Qianqun, Mulinger, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining responded with a smile, but there was a hint of resentment in the depths of their eyes. Then, everyone prepared to take their seats. Mulinger took the lead, but just as she sat down on the stool, she suddenly cried out, "Ouch," and stood up abruptly. "Sixth Master, what's wrong with you?" Yi Junlin asked puzzledly. "It's okay." Mulinger smiled and sat down gently on the stool. Yun Qianqun, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining then sat down slowly. After sitting down, Yun Qianqun looked at Mulinger suspiciously. After breakfast, Yun Qianqun called Mulinger outside to talk. "You guys." Yun Qianqun hesitated to speak. "We were playing a game, and whoever lost would be beaten, and was not allowed to use his true energy to resist. I was beaten." Mulinger knew what she wanted to ask. "Oh, I thought it was the same as me," Yun Qianqun said subconsciously. She was beaten too, but not for losing the game. "What do you mean the same as you?" Muling didn't react at first. "Nothing." Yun Qianqun forced a smile and quickly changed the subject to fool the conversation. After Wang Zhenxing finished his breakfast and left, Yun Qianqun and the other 3 sneaked back to their rooms to heal themselves with their true qi. More than a day passed in a flash, and it was a full moon night. At midnight, Wang Zhenxing, wearing a ghost face mask, came to the valley next to Yong'an Cemetery with Yi Rao and some other subordinates of the 10,000 Poisons sect, as well as Pei Fengji and other evil people. Everyone was well prepared and quickly walked out of the maze and arrived at the mountain stream. Some subordinates from various forces of the demonic path held torches and some modern lighting tools to illuminate the surroundings. Everyone waited for a moment, a little nervously. I saw the water level in the mountain stream drop and the tide slowly recede, revealing some things that were originally obscured. Soon a huge stone gate gradually appeared. The information is indeed correct, Pei Fengji was delighted. The location of the Tianyan Palace ruins and the method to enter them were obtained from the descendants of Tianyan Palace. Pei Fengji, together with some people from the evil sect, wanted to kill the entire family in order to obtain this important information and also to let fewer people know the news. However, one fish escaped accidentally. But that's not the point. Now the ruins of Tianyan Palace are just around the corner. Nothing else matters anymore. The masters of magic worked together to push open the tightly closed stone door, revealing a passage that seemed to have no end. On the stone walls on both sides of the passage, oil lamps lit up automatically, illuminating the road inside the passage. Many people present were already eager to enter the ruins to search for treasures. Brother Yin has the highest level of cultivation and has contributed the most effort to push open the stone door, so you go first. Pei Fengji bowed and said politely. People from other forces nodded in agreement. In that case, I will take the lead. Wang Zhenxing was not polite and waved to the people from the 10,000 Poisons sect, ready to lead them in first. Yi Rao wanted to say something, but seeing that the leader had spoken, she could only keep silent. Master Yin, Pei Fengji has bad intentions. Be careful, there may be traps inside, Qin Longyu reminded through voice transmission. How could I not see what he is thinking? Wang Zhenxing sneered and replied in voice transmission. It turns out that Master Yin was well prepared. Qin Longyu heard his tone and immediately realized that she was worrying too much. Wang Zhenxing raised his hand and suddenly stopped the people from the 10,000 poison sect. He turned around and said to the people from the Xingyu Palace. Miss Qin, why don't we go together? Qin Longyu was not a stupid person. After hearing his words, she thought about it quickly and pretended to refuse. Thank you for your kindness, Master Yin. I didn't contribute much just now. To be fair, I will go in later. Miss Qin, are you not giving face to Yin? Wang Zhenxing said in an unhappy tone. How dare I? I'm just afraid that everyone will have opinions. Qin Longyu said with a smile. Who has any objections? Wang Zhenxing glanced at Pei Fengji and others. I have no objection. Vice Palace Master Qin can go with sect leader Yin. Pei Fengji was the first to speak out. Later, some forces also echoed. Everyone felt that exploring the road was extremely dangerous, and of course they would not stop the people from the Xingyu Palace from following in. Miss Qin, you see everyone has no objection, so come in with me, said Wang Zhenxing. Master Yin, you are so kind. I would be honored to receive you. Qin Longyu pretended to be hesitant and seemed a little helpless. Then she led the people from the Star Moon Palace and the 10,000 Poisons sect in. People from other forces secretly mocked that Taoist Yin was really obsessed with sex. Seeing that Qin Longyu was so charming and attractive, he actually used this method to please her. However, Pei Fengji and others waited outside the passage for a while and did not hear any screaming sounds. There is no mechanism. This idea immediately popped up in everyone's mind. The reason I refused just now was that I suspected there was a mechanism in the passage, but I didn't expect that it turned out to be unnecessary worry. Pei Fengji and others could no longer sit still and rushed into the passage together, fearing that the precious treasure would be taken away by someone else first. But when everyone entered the passage about 50 meters, someone stepped on some floor tiles, causing some machine noises. Not good, disciples of Tingfeng Pavilion, please pay attention to defense. Pei Fengji was shocked and immediately shouted loudly. Chapter 332 All parties are here. Wang Zhenxing, Yi Rao, Qin Longyu and others have passed through the passage and arrived at a spacious stone chamber. In the passage, one could vaguely hear some screams of pain. How did Master Yin know how to pass through the passage without triggering the mechanism? Qin Longyu's beautiful eyes lit up, and she looked at Wang Zhenxing who was wearing a ghost face mask in surprise and confusion. Yi Rao was also very curious and looked at her leader with admiration. Hearing this, Wang Zhenxing smiled. Of course, he couldn't say that he had perspective and his vision could penetrate obstacles. After thinking about it, he said lightly. I know a little bit about Kimin Bagua, but the mechanism in the passage is not very sophisticated. I see. Qin Longyu suddenly realized, and then smiled and said, but Master Yin is too modest. Tianyan Palace is a glorious sect with hundreds of years of history. The mechanisms it has set up are not ordinary. Moreover, there are many masters who know the 8 trigrams in the rear, but they just fell into the trap. Yi Rao was standing nearby, and when she saw Qin Longyu's coquettish smile, she cursed inwardly, this evil woman is so shameless, and she's trying to seduce our leader again. There are so many roads, which one should we take? Qin Longyu already completely trusted Wang Zhenxing. She scanned the multiple passages around the stone chamber with her beautiful eyes and asked, ready to follow his arrangements. Wang Zhenxing looked around. There are 24 passages in the stone chamber, each leading to a different direction. Although he has the ability of X-ray vision and also has night vision, his field of vision is limited and he cannot see clearly where the passages lead to. Xiao Rao. Wang Zhenxing suddenly spoke. Yi Rao was stunned for a moment before realizing that he was being addressed. She was delighted and quickly responded, I'm here. Wang Zhenxing looked at the white fox in Yi Rao's arms. I remember you said it can track by scent, right? Yes, master. Yi Rao nodded, understood, and asked, what do you want to find? According to the information we exchanged before, there is a medicine garden in Tianyan Palace that grows rare medicinal herbs. I want to know where it is. Wang Zhenxing said simply and clearly. Yi Rao nodded, put the white fox in her arms on the ground, and then made some gestures that others could not understand. After finishing, the white fox nimbly ran to the entrance of one of the passages, then stopped, looked at Yi Rao, and pointed in the direction of the passage with its paw. Without Yi Rao's translation, Wang Zhenxing could guess the answer just by looking at the white fox's actions. I'm going to the medicine garden. Where is Miss Qin planning to go? Wang Zhenxing asked. Of course, I'm going to the medicine garden with Master Yin. Qin Longyu was not in a hurry to find the treasure, because in her opinion, even if she could find the treasure, she might not be able to take it away smoothly. It would be better to hold on to the thigh tightly. Then, would she be afraid of not getting any benefits? Wang Zhenxing didn't mind bringing Qin Longyu and others with him. Judging from the situation of the passage we came in from, it might be a bit dangerous here. More people would help to look after each other, and in case of special circumstances, there would be people to ward off disasters and act as cannon fodder. Furthermore, the Wandu sect led by Wang Zhenxing has limited manpower. Including Yi Rao, there were only 6 people from the 10,000 poison sect. Wang Zhenxing wanted to raid the medicine garden and take away the things there, so he needed some laborers. Pei Fengji is coming soon, let's go. Wang Zhenxing led everyone into the passage indicated by the white fox. Just a few minutes after Wang Zhenxing and others left, Pei Fengji and other people from the magic world came into the stone chamber in a somewhat embarrassed manner. When we entered the passage just now, there were about 100 people. After several rounds of attacks from the mechanisms in the passage, the number of casualties reached at least 30. However, most of the casualties were ordinary disciples, and the elites and masters from various forces did not suffer any injuries. But we had just entered the ruins and we were already having trouble getting started, so everyone was in a bad mood. I originally thought that Taoist Yin was stupid and foolish, and he was the first to come in and lead the way. I didn't expect that they were the real fools. Normally speaking, the casualties would not be so great. They saw that nothing happened after Taoist Yin went in, so they thought the passage was safe and relaxed their vigilance. But after learning this lesson, no one dares to be careless anymore. Looking at so many passages in the stone chamber, Pei Fengji and others were unable to tell what was at the end of each road. Finally, everyone chooses according to their own circumstances and goes into different passages to explore. After a while, all the figures in the stone chamber disappeared. Soon after, Lu Fu, her 4 fellow apprentice sisters, and some righteous people also came into the stone chamber. After the righteous people entered the passage, they smelled the blood and became alert, so no one was killed. Only a few disciples suffered minor injuries. Looking at so many channels, many people were a little confused. Shui Miaoshuan looked around, her eyes showing a thoughtful look, and soon thought of something, and said with her red lips slightly opened. If I'm not guessing, these 24 passages should be built using the Kimin technique combined with the principle of the alternation of the 4 seasons. She pointed to the 4 passages and continued. Spring birth, summer prosperity, autumn withering, winter extinction. These 6 passages correspond to winter extinction. They may be dead ends or extremely dangerous. Once you enter, you will most likely die. Tianyan Palace is a demonic sect. It is really evil. They actually do these things in their own lair. The Taoist from Danyang said angrily. Amitabha. Jingkong chanted the Buddha's name softly. As the 2 men spoke, soon some righteous people said in a high-sounding manner that they would stop the evil people and not let them succeed and obtain the treasures of Tianyan Palace. The stone chamber has been sealed for a long time, and there is some dust on the ground, which will leave footprints when you walk through it. Just by looking at the footprints, you can tell which passage the person entered. However, those who clamored to stop the evil path did not follow the direction of the footprints. Everyone looked at Shui Miaoshuan, trying to get some information from her. I only know that those 6 roads correspond to Dongmi and are dead ends. As for which direction the treasure is, how could I know? Shui Miaoshuan flicked the whisk in her hand and shook her head. Upon hearing this, everyone sighed with regret and started to pick things from the remaining empty passages. Soon, only 5 people from Kunlun Mountain were left in the stone chamber. It feels so eerie and chilly here. It's better to stay at home and sleep. Mu Linger complained, showing no interest in the so-called treasure. Yun Qianchen, Shui Miaoshuan and Bai Yining actually had no intention of exploring here. The previous battle with Master Yin still frightened them when they thought about it. If you are unlucky enough to meet Master Yin here, you will be in big trouble. Ling stop making trouble. You can't shake the morale of the army. Lu Fu said solemnly. Mu Linger stuck out her tongue and dared not say any more discouraging words. Since we are here, let's see if we can get some opportunities. Shui Miaoshuan knew that it was impossible to back down now, so she pulled herself together and pointed to 3 passages that no one had entered yet. These 3 passages are more likely to contain treasures, so let's split up and explore them. Chapter 333, Medicine Garden. Hearing what Shui Miaoshuan said, Yun Qianqun, Mu Linger, Bai Yining and Lu Fu were all stunned. Fifth senior sister, it turns out that you were the one who lied to them just now. You have learned bad things. Mu Linger giggled. It's hard to explain everything, and I let them choose first. Shui Miaoshuan said with a smile. Lu Fu also saw that the righteous people had some selfish intentions. Seeing that Shui Miaoshuan was keeping an eye on her, she praised her and said, "Let's get going without further ado." But how should we divide it among the 5 of us? Yun Qianqun said. Junior sister, I'm in your group. Mu Linger and Yun Qianqun had the best relationship and they even called each other sisters in private. She immediately stood beside her. After you go in, be careful. Lu Fu agreed to work in groups of 2 and gave a warning. Third senior sister, you should be in a group with fourth senior sister. Shui Miaoshuan said. Lu Fu weighed the pros and cons and did not object. Shui Miaoshuan understands the Kimen formation, which can help her avoid some dangers. In addition, her cultivation is the highest among the 5 people, so she is undoubtedly the most suitable person to act alone. After the discussion, the 5 people split into 3 groups and entered the 3 passages that Shui Miaoshuan had just pointed out.